Literally again, atone for your people. Now, both the rest of the pasuk is so much like this. Interestingly enough, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying Hashem, atone for your people whom you redeemed. What redemption are you talking about here? The Gemara says, it's fine, even from Egypt. So Eglah is so powerful that it's atoning even for Jews who left Egypt. And let's say, what's the status for Jews who left Egypt? What's the status like? The Neshama Shabbat Aliyah, you're dead. You're dead. So what are you talking about over here? That there should be atonement for people who are dead. You can see, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? You see from here that Achatos has the ability to atone even if the owners already died. In a seaboard. So you must come on. Mikan, how do you compare that? Hasan Kulu is Nigo in the Kapra, kind of the Kapra on the end. That's not a fair comparison because the Eglah Rufa, all the people who do need Kapara are presently alive. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, we can also atone for the dead. Allah, the most fascinating by Ezra, by the second Beis Hamikdash, it's quite possible that there was no one alive from the days of Sishio. There's no one alive from them. So how can you atone to people if no one from that original group is alive? And let's say this is an overwhelming Gemara. You're not going to sit there for this. It turns out, listen to this, that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash who saw the first Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. 7 years later. Now where does the Gemara get this from? This is shocking. The Gemara says, Dichsevi. The Rabbi me'akahanim alavim v'rashi ha'avos. So the pasuk says, interestingly enough, there were many of the Kohanim and the Leviim and heads of households, Hazikinim, Ashero as Habayis Harishon, the Yostis Zahabayis. The pasuk says explicitly, there were many Kohanim, many Leviim, many heads of families, many elders who were still alive. First again, it's like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews, like you've been living 2,000 years just rich of our beautiful Bayis communities, look at this inhera b'yameinu. Can you imagine again those Jews who were so bad, to see destruction, and then Baruch Hashem able to see rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash? So apparently there were a lot of them. So you must see what's happening. Now remember, all the pasuk says is what? All the pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim, Leviim, elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority, but it just says that there were a lot of elders. So maybe they were, in the great context of Klal Yisrael, those were said to be a minority.
You can check yourself. I'm in the middle of a podcast.
Listen to this. The Lord Shiva called trust us in the first white line. The called the
You okay?
This is wild. The Gemara says that when Klal Yisrael saw the second Beis Hamikdash, the sound of crying, the sound of joy. As I said, this is fascinating. There are two different reactions in the second Beis Hamikdash. Right? There was the cries. Now the conscious Gemara is assuming who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews on the first Beis Hamikdash, and the second, and the cries of Simcha came from the Jews who never saw the first Beis Hamikdash. So let's say, isn't this incredible that in general? So in Kabbalah Tziddush L'Kuf, the Gemara says the fact that the crying was louder than we call it sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there were more people crying than being joyous. Which indicates that something fascinating, that apparently the majority of Jews who came back and saw the rebuilding of the second Beis Hamikdash, were leftovers, but we're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first Beis Hamikdash, which is wild. Which also tells you apparently just about the longevity of those individuals. There must be a lot of elderly people. That also is incredible. So the fact that the crying was greater than the joy, ultimately again indicates the majority of probably saw were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. I will say, to me, it's also so profound that whenever Klal Yisrael rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There is always laughter and tears, even in the greatest sin time. Also, think about this in just a moment, right? What's going to happen when you have the third day Sunday? You could see this within itself. You could see on one hand, probably the tears are going to flow like water. Because in that moment, when we are Zot and Meretz Hashem to see our third day Sunday crush, first thing you know what's going to come out. What's going to come out is like 2,000 years of pent-up pain. 2,000 years of, it's almost like, you see this sometimes, like when people compete and do one thing, this is also things like they get to the finish line, they begin to cry, because they've been nursing injuries and pain and difficulty and all that, but they kept it together because they had to get to the finish line. When we get to our third day, Hashem, we arrive at our national finish line. There's going to be just a tidal wave of tears because the pain that we had to keep in check all of this time, because sometimes you have to keep pain in check because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going to come from seeing that Beis HaMikdash, from seeing Mashiach, and then, yes, amazing, the families being reunited, and all of these incredible things, we're going to see this. I will say it's important that we learn this, because what we're learning right now as a lesson in history, in Yeret Hashem very soon is going to become our reality in the present. This profound mixture of pain for everything that we've had to endure, coupled with the incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have, we will be zochet to it in Yeret Hashem B'Karam. The Gemara says, "I b'ham mezidin of it." Still there's a problem. How are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for Avodah Zarah? They were amazing. Once and again, a chatas is brought for inadvertent transgression. These Jews were not shogeg, they were amazing. So how could they bring a carbon for amazing? First, you want to be right. Hora shah haisa. You must say this is fascinating. Hora shah, what that means? An exception was made. An exception was made. Ultimately, the Baruch allowed them to go ahead and bring a chatas even for an intentional ultimate or intentional Avana Stabla, Shvi Loke Mahaki, Eilim Tishim Bishisha, Vasim Shiva Bishiva, Neged Mudi. Let's say, because you look at these Kavanos, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, Eilim 77, 77, Vasim, what are they corresponding to? Ella, Holas, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Holas, Shah, Isa. Those is ultimately always Holas Shah. Allah Shah. I will say, by the way, you ask yourself, why was there Allah Shah? Well, now, in other words, you say, move on. I will say, because if there's one thing, and this is so incredibly important in this time of year as well, if there's one thing that the Ribbon of Shalom has invested interest in, it is us becoming Bali. No one is a greater stakeholder of our Tshuva than our Kodesh Baruch. Because when we become Bali Tshuva, we believe in our ability for second chances. We believe in our ability for second chances. We get our act together and we move differently going forward. Tshuva is not a possibility. And what's the point of trying? The Shpark who needed Klal Yisrael to understand that the second Beis HaMikdash represented a new start. A new opportunity, a new beginning. And sometimes for people to really believe that they're a new beginning, there has to be something concrete. So the ability for Klal Yisrael to bring these Kashkas offerings as a tangible display is HaKadosh Baruch Hu produces. You bring your covenant Kashkas high, but 1 second, only the children bring the Kashkas. Not amazing. For us, the folks saying it's okay, here I'm allowing you to do it. Klal Yisrael brought those covenants to know, to bring with certainty that they have been forgiven and that a new chance has been given. Incredible. Tana Baron. Makes Achaminasi for Chayavim. It wasn't everyone supposed to be eating like that. Makes Achaminasi for Chayavim. So let's say, so remember again, the Shloch Har Ha'alam Davinasi, right? All these same things. Right? Jason goes in and delivers an erroneous ruling. People go wrong. There's this whole covenant process. What happens? Makes Achaminasi for Chayavim. If one of the members of Klal Yisrael died, they're Chayav. Now again, if you don't know who's Chayav, you're going to see what this means. Makes the Gemara says, you did do it. Ultimately, again, if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, then ultimately, again, they are Pater. So the Muslim man Tana, who is the Tana? The Amr Kista, Amr Zera, Amr Yunya, Amr Rab, Sabimir, the Amr, what do I mean? Says Amr based in the Deen below Tzibor. The Amir of the opinion, or say, which is that it brings me to have lots of my opinions. And the Amir holds that when it comes to Tar, Helam, Davin, and Tzibor, ultimately again, only the Beis Din brings and not the congregation. Now watch this. We must spoke off. Makes Echam and Tzibor Chayam. The heart time fully wasted. Therefore, again, if one of the members of Klal Yisrael dies, they still bring the power because the Beis Din is intact. However, makes Echam the Beis Din to it. The holiday Chatas shemakes Echam in Hashutzer. And we shouldn't have people to it. Now let's have this is interesting. But if one of the members of the Beis Din died, then what? And this is interesting. You might suggest that Allah mentioned that Beis Din no longer brings the power. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the Beis Din died, this is like a chatas that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the chatas is no longer brought. Very interesting. The Gemara says, "Masked already. I say, if you're not in condition, there are days in Imatzibor, but we still tell you that we shouldn't hold Allah. I said, I have Tzibor is brought on both by the Beis Din as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, Meis Echam in Tzibor Chayavim. The in Tzibor nation. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, we still bring the power. Why? Because like we said, the Tzibor never dies. Tzibor never dies. Meis Echam in the Beis Din. And if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, see that we know the Chatos shifts from me. Okay, I'm going to let Rabbi. Interestingly enough, this is what the Michael suggesting is as follows. If one of the members of the if a member of Klal Yisrael dies, we still bring the power. Right? Because again, in Tzibor, the interesting routine that you study here is that, so let's just figure this out. Facing casting that day that is in your okay, fine, you can't agree with that. Right? People acted on it. Now, Daisy wants to go ahead and bring a power to Alam government at Tzibor. Okay, now whether or not the Tzibor brings or not, that's not going to get you've seen before. Now, one of the members of the Beis Din dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Beis Din will no longer bring the chatos. Okay, well, actually differently. It can't bring the chatos. Why can't it bring the chatos? Because the power of the Tzibor is the chatos of partners. Partners are my partners. And now look, it is that when one of the partners dies, the remaining partners of the chatos can no longer be brought. Okay, so the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? The Gemara says, sorry. Mask it for Rabbi. Says, no work Rabbi. Fine. You don't mean the Chad Shabbat. I'm Rabbi. Shani Rabbi Shimon the Chad Shabbat in the Mesa. Rabbi says, if Rabbi Shimon understand that a Chad Shabbat is not left to die. Not left to die. He said, listen, remember again. Understand it. The chatas of an individual. So like we said before, we bring the complicated. The chatas separates the animal and then he dies. What happens to the animal? You need to die. You can't go ahead. Chatas makes you bala. If the chatas only dies, you can't go across that chatas. Now, this is interesting enough. What about a chatas owned by partners? So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that chatas left to die. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says it's not left to die. The Sunday, how does it be put in? Sha'ab Deki to this. If you have the par and the sar of Yom Kippur, she separated out these animals, spoke up on it service on Yom Kippur. Then what happened? Sha'ab Deki lost the animal. Alright, someone's losing their job. Right? Someone's losing their job. Right, so they lost the par and the sar of Yom Kippur. So what do you do? What do you do if you lose the par and the sar of Yom Kippur? You separate out another set. Okay, fine. That wasn't enough. The onion part of the story over here is they offer it up, they offer up the replacement, and then what happens? They find the old ones, or the original ones. What's the halacha? You leave them to die. You leave them to die. But the Rabbi Shimon says, no, you have to let them graze, and then they develop a mom, and then you can redeem it. Why? If you change chatas, tzibor mesa. Ultimately, again, because the chatas of the congregation is not left to die. Kohanim Kamrit, so we'll say that's Kohanim. The Gemara says, shiny Kohanim get to cow. Kohanim themselves are for the congregation. So that is not looked at, interestingly enough, that Kohanim Sarah, that's not looked at as Karbanos of a chatas of partners. That's what we thought it was originally. That's the Karbanos of Kohanim. The Kohanim is said to be a cloud. The Gemara says, V'ksiv ala Kohanim, v'al kol ha'am, Hakahal Yichat Yichater. So you see Karma called the Kal, what's the Amun days? Alamiaka, nice Sukar Balra. If that's the case, ultimately again, that Kohanim are called a Kahal, and ultimately again, they should bring their own Par Helam Davenat Sibur, because they're called the Kahal. But he came a Hakinani, if that's the case, maybe you'll say they will. It's answer that why Kaplan was Shvatim. Now let's remember again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake in the Shvatim, the Bezin brings a par and the Shvatim bring a par. So how many paros is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own Kahal, then what? How many did you bring? 13. 13. You might say, no, here's the difference is, the Shevet of Levi is not called the Kahal. This is very interesting. Why not? It's Hineni Makrifa Yedisicha and Asatifa with Kal Amin. So we'll say this is interesting enough by Avram Avinu. Like Hashem says to Avram Avinu, I will give you, I'll make you great, I'll multiply you. When I stretch out, I'll make you into like Kal Amin. Now right after that it says, in Asati Es Haaretz Hazos. So what do you see from here? Being a Kahal is associated with Eretz Yisrael. Which Rabbi said, by the way, remember we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. So interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Kosh Yishla Chuzah Ikri Kahal. Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately, I guess himself, whoever does not have a portion in the land, no Ikri Kahal, is not called Kahal. So let's say, so this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interestingly enough, Shevet Levi isn't called Kahal. Why not? Why not? Because at the end of the day, which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. It almost seems like what it's saying is, what's the child? Okay, what's the child? If you don't have a portion, you're not part of the child of the girl. So obviously, if you say it's a pasuk, I think the deeper idea what it's saying is like this: to be part of Kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're holy, you're beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not Kahal. Right? Kahal Yisrael are people who roll up their sleeves and advance the common agenda of Klal Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael. If you're not working the land in some way, in other words, if you're not advancing the land of Eretz Yisrael, then ultimately, again, you're not part of the Kahal. Now, again, not being part of the Kahal doesn't mean you're Allah, but it doesn't mean you're holy. Also, bad news is we're also not part of the Kahal, right? In other words, but yet again, we're holy, we're beloved, we're part of Klal Yisrael, but the Kahal is something very specific. So you must thinking, constantly you're disrupted. Here's the problem. If Shevet Levi is not part of the Kahal, then I won't say again, how are you ever coming up? How are you ever coming up with 12 Shvatim, right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So you must, no. That's fine. Umenashe, Yehuda, and Shimon, no, there are 12 Shvatim. Why? What's that? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. I'm going to say, by the way, it's fascinating. I'm going to sit, I'll shame Achayim, Yikaru v'nachal. But by Ephraim and Manasseh, it says, now listen to this, yes, Ephraim and Manasseh are 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? V'nachal hokashu, v'lo dara'acha. Ephraim and Manasseh, they seem to be 2 tribes for tribal inheritance. For inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. No, is that not true? Is that true? Below. Everything did you go? I will say again, if I'm not sure, in the desert, when we have flags, remember again, Ephraim and Manasseh had their own flags. So they are separate tribes. Covered with the gullet. Because remember again, so remember the flags have to do with where tribes can. It also has to do with Naphala, tribal inheritance. It's all part of the same thing. I have all Chalukim Dynasty, but if I did not each had their own Nasi, each had their own tribal prince. So much Ahu Lachlo cover in the scene. That was in order to give cover to the scene. Okay, or in other words, to say differently, that was in order to avoid machlokas. If there's only one nasi for a time and the nasha, if you understand that's going to cause problems, who does the nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the nasi? The sign was very beautiful. Shlomo also sign you made Hanukkah. So ultimately, you know, so Shlomo made 7 days of Hanukkah. What is that? Hanukkah, what? Hanukkah Habayis. It's all of the consecrated days and that's made 7. Actually, he didn't need 7 and 7. We saw it last week. He made 7 primary days of dedication. Moshe Lasos Shlimasa. So why did Moshe only make 12? Why did he make 12? He must have Moshe Lasos Shlimasa must have been by the Mishkan. Why were there 12 days of inauguration by the Mishkan? Because Shlomo HaMelech only made 7 days by the Beis Hamikdash. They lachlok covered the Messiah. Ultimately, in order to give cover to the Messiah, because we'll say what would have happened. First off, it only would have been 7. So which tribal princes are represented, which are not. So what they were trying to do, prolong ultimately again the dedication this way. Every tribal prince ultimately again gets a part. Which the Most is a really, really incredible idea. What he's sitting here, if Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with Shalom. Shalom, so we need to extend the Hanukkah Hanukkah a little bit longer. Ultimately, again, that's what we'll do just in order to make Shalom amongst the Messiah. Absolutely incredible. Says the Gemara, my Havi Allah. So let's say, Shneim, you want to go back to the no question. Let's get back on track over here. My Havi Allah, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos HaShutfei? So here's what we know. The Chatos of an individual, right? We're going to accidentally is Michal Shabbos. The Sefer Chatos and then he died. What happens to that chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die. Right? If the tzibur has a chatos, and some members of the tzibur die, what's the halacha? The chatos is still offered, right? Why? Ein misa b'tzibur. The right to that, the Jews came back to the second Beis Hamikdash. Our interesting question is what happens if you have a chatos owned by 2 people, a chatos owned by a partnership, and one of the partners dies, what's the status of that chatos? Is that like the chatos hayachid or chatos hatzibur? To which the Gemara says that's the reasons in my Havi Allah Tashma. So it's a very interesting conclusion there. Tashma the Sanya. The Bishop says, some of these katos mesos. There are 5 categories of katos that ultimately again are left to die. What are those 5 katos? Vlad katos. If your katos mazel tov gives birth, right? So if your katos gives birth, ultimately again that katos is left to die. Right? Tmuras katos. If you exchange one katos for another, tmura. Then we'll say, by the way, well, we'll see why it says. Katos shenis ba'ala, if you have a katos and the owner of the katos dies, the katos shenis hapru ba'ala, or you have a katos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. This would be a case of, let's say again, Ruben was Michal Shabbos asking if he set aside a katos, lost his katos, designated another katos, offered up the replacement katos, and then found the original katos. The original katos is left to die. The katos sha'ava shnasa. When I'm both saying a katos, there's an age requirement within a year. The katos aged out. Okay. V'yata yachol lomar vad katos sorry. V'yata pshana. We're going to go see this. V'yata yachol lomar vad katos v'tzibur. So if you're dealing with the tzibur, katos v'tzibur, there's no such thing as offspring of a katos. Why not? Shem tzibur nafik shem nekeva. Because again, whenever the tzibur goes ahead and brings a katos, it's always a male animal, never a female animal. So therefore, we'll say again. This is important because in 2025 you have to clarify these things, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse, only females can menstruate, only females, right? So again, there are certain biological realities that are only for females that men cannot do. They cannot do. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by tzibur, there's no such thing. Because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by tzibur, it's only a male chatos, not a female chatos. And ultimately, again, there's no such thing as a tmuras chatos with tzibur. Why not? Shame tmura b'tzibur. There's also the concept of tmura only applies by, remember again, tmura means when you exchange the sacrificial animal. So the halacha normally is, if you exchange something, there's a penalty, by Yahoo, both the original animal and the exchange animal both become kodesh. The tmura doesn't work by communal offerings. That is zera sakas. Tmura doesn't work also. Furthermore, again, by there's no such thing as the owner dying. Why not? She'ain tzibor mason. As we saw before, there's no death by the tzibor. She'nishkatu ba'ala, she'avra shnasa, lo shamanu. So it's interestingly enough, the two cases that we don't know by a tzibor is she'nishkatu ba'ala. What happens if there was a katas at tzibor that and he lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the coming through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shabbat Shnas, or it aged out. It aged out. So those are two cases ultimately again where we don't know that Allah by Katas Hatzibor. So no Shamanu. So you don't know what Allah is over there. What's also Yakot, Yam. So you might have thought ultimately again it should be left to die. So the Gemara says, Yumot Sasaminam Filish. Ultimately, again, we should learn the unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Mama tzil b'blat chatas esmoras chatas shemish ba'ala b'yachid dvar mamula v'lo b'tzibor after his katu ba'ala b'sha'ar b'shnasa b'yachid dvar mamula v'lo b'tzibor. So it's an you can say like just like the first three only apply to individual tzibor, individual chatas, and not to communal chatas. So to again the remaining two, which apply to the individual, shouldn't apply to a tzibor. So what's one second? If you don't actually that's not fair. Why? Why is that not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a tzibor, as we already saw. To which they must have Shimon, Bechad Makom Gamer. So what's the bottom line? The Gemara says that Allah for the night out. Rabbi Shimon says it like this: these 5 cases where a katas is left to die, they're a unit. Now what does that mean? They're a unit. Either they all apply or they all don't apply. So you have to halakha l'mayit. The Shimon says is like this: since when it comes to the katas hatzibor, already out of the gate, 3 of them don't apply, right? Vlad katas doesn't apply because by katas hatzibor you only offer up male animals. Right? Tmuras katas doesn't apply because there's no tmura ultimately again by communal katas or by katas owned by communal offering. And ultimately, again, Chata Shanisu Bala doesn't apply. Why not? Because in Nisa B'tzibor, once those 3 don't apply, then by definition, the other 2 don't apply as well by a Chatas Tzibor. And therefore, ultimately, again, if you have the case of a Chatas Tzibor where they lost the animal, went ahead and offered up a new animal and then found the original one, you do not let the animal die, but rather again you let it graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it. Same idea, ultimately if it ages out, Allah you don't leave it to die, rather you go ahead and let it graze, develop a mum, and then sell it. So Allah said those 5 situations where chatas are left to die, the only time you apply this if you could apply all 5. If you could apply all 5, great. Fantastic. You can't apply any part of the 5, then by definition the remaining 1 do not apply as well. As we close out the parak HaKaya and Dominancy, but it's important, just one piece of halacha to understand the concept of Rabbi Meir, meaning that by Kaya and Dominancy, but who is offering it? 1 par offered up by Bezdin. 1 par offered up by Bezdin. Now what that does, and again, what that does mean, and this is very important, is if after the transgression was recognized, so again, Bezdin said, Allah said again, you can eat Caleb. Right, so the Klal Yisrael went out, some somebody went out and ate Caleb, Jarek Paisel went out and ate Caleb, and then it was discovered. So the Bezdin brings a power, the rest of the Shvatim they're covered by the power of the Bezdin. If one of the members of the Bezdin dies, before the power is offered, then the power is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. If one of the members of the group does die before the power, and the power not the offer, but Allah said, there, 1 power qualified, so offered up by the Bezdin. They both say, Hajjun Allah, holy Bezdin, Mazapah. I'm finishing our first back in the second Sarias, what a parak it was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkoya.
I think these 2 guys, they're incredible fans of the show. The fact that I believe that Israel has 2 million fans on American foreign policy. This is something that I believe is a crazy, wacky belief that I've attained. And for the last couple of years, I believe that Israel has too much. I don't believe that the Jews are
Alright, we'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show to thank. Our annual college sponsor, the Shosei Mishpach Havayis dedicated over the Shem Justice this year as his host himself, Am Yisrael. Our college sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba Arim and Recover Benny Goldberg, for our amazing Shema of his parents, Abram Ben Ashakunkas, Megar Ezel, Das Zelik, and the folks. They're all the tools of our precious Kilo answered during this month and the months ahead. When we leave the dinner, they will Nishmas, about Ari's Plum, Yitzchak, Ali Ben Achavar of Yaakov, the Kohen of Rachman, and the Kohen sponsors David Goodman, the Eagle Nishmas, Rory, Ben Adler. Well, so with that, let us begin, of course, as always in this course, we dedicate one of the Sifra of Hassan's name, which are from Hashem, bring them home, the Shalom and the carving the merit of the Holy Spirit, and swap around to be successful. The Chol Masay again. Well, so with that, let's go. Well, Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got this. We're going to run in there and go to Mishnah on the days. Today's dot is Dalit 4. We are picking up on literally the top of Gimel Amud Aleph 3D. Let's go. Okay, so the Gemara. I'm going to be honest. Actually, the doctrine you do it is to Rabbi Yochanan. Okay, second line of the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan. If 100 is interesting, let's see what's interesting made up of 100 people. And we sat down to adjudicate the case. There's no obligation for Par Halam Dalam and Aksiva, unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and I'm waiting on the judges. I've been called out aspirated. So actually, so it's an interesting halakha. So in other words, the only time that a Beis Din is going to have to bring a Par Halam Davam and Aksiva is when everyone in the Beis Din participated in the ruling. So if someone abstained, for example, ultimately again, no Par. I'm not going to be the Hoshia, how can I understand? This needs to be bundled in here as well. The Mekhalach is a term of Rubo Ketulo. Generally, at the concept of Rubo Ketulo, that a majority ultimately is like the whole Bahachot seems to get over here. What does it say? Kol ha'ida. You got to Kol ha'ida. You can say that the entire Beis Din must be participatory in this Psak Halacha to have a Par Halam Davam in Aksiva. Oil Lakah, Aksiva in there. Okay, so let's just tonight. So let's go say, we run out questions this from our Mishnah. So tonight, Holy Beis Din, Rabbi Achlan Shekau, that if Beis Din passed him and one of the members of the Beis Din knew that a mistake was made, I'm inviting the Horus. I will say again, there was a Tam Tacham in the audience there in the gallery who was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately again that the ruling was mistaken. But despite that, he went and he ate the favorite, as we will keep using that case, based on their ruling. So the Gemara says, so whether again he did it with the Beis Din, or did it after the Beis Din, or did it before the Beis Din, they didn't do it at all. He just did it. If they shall follow the Beis Din. In the day, this last case Mishnah, the individual is chayiv. Why? Because since he knows better, therefore he cannot be counted as depending or acting based on the ruling of the Beis Din. So the says, 1 second. How would the chayiv? That's only this individual who is chayiv because he knew better, which indicates that if some other individual relied on the Beis Din, ultimately again he would be potter. But why? Obviously, this is a case where we're saying one of the judges dissented. Right? One of the judges ultimately again, one of the judges told you that's for the Beis Din. Ultimately, again, what you did is not correct. That fact is not correct. And I will say, now remember, halacha l'maisa, we just said before, that in order for there to be liability, ultimately, again, what has to happen? Halacha l'maisa, the entire Beis Din has to participate. But this is a case where one member of the Beis Din is not participating. What's the case? You don't sit here. This is very interesting. What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, hey, guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and he nodded his head. Interesting. In other words, by nodding his head, Rashi points out over here, he indicated that he is participating in this. Even though he actually did not participate, it gives the impression of participation, and therefore it's considered to be as if everyone has participated in this ruling. Interesting. The Tashma, holy days near the Achron Shadol, it based in Paskin, and one of the members of the Beis Din realized that the Beis Din made a mistake. Ramadan told Atam. And again, that giant that judge says, Kabra, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, the Beis Din is putter from Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, because you have to have everyone participating. Timer Davar and Donut and the Tzurim. So interestingly enough, the only reason they're putter is because he said to them, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, again, if he wouldn't have said anything, they'd be liable. I think the governor law and Torah, not mine. But once again, if Rabbi Yochanan, you're right, why should there be liability? So Rabbi Yochanan said, in order for there to be liability, you need the participation of all the judges. But if here not all the judges are participating, on the Akinani, you don't share the Morosho. What's the case? So there, the case is where he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the Beis Din. Interesting. So Master Rabbi here, some Kurans in the direction of me, only. It's the most interesting halacha of them. Shashia says, the rabbis relied on the teachings of the on the teachings of Allah who said, Ein gozim b'zera ala tzibur, ala inchen lo ha'tzibur yicholim la'amod. That's a very interesting halacha. You cannot go ahead and decrease something on the congregation unless, of course, you know with certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold this halacha. Very interesting, right? You cannot legislate laws that the majority of the populace cannot uphold. We just have to each other to have all these other. Remember again, this is why Chazal had to rescind the concept of pas culture, paper bread, right? Bread made by a Gentile baker. Originally, again, the rabbis outlawed it, and then what happened? They realized that was impossible because we have communities where there was no Jewish baker, and therefore that created an undue hardship. They had to rescind it. So much easier to go. What's the pasuk that supports this idea? So not very close to the pasuk. From Malachi, so literally again, with a curse me, and you are stealing from me the entire nation. You might say, the Rubo Kula, the accused is about the use lesson of Kol, but Kol never means everyone, Kol means the Lord, which the Lord says, you're right, Yufta Rabbi Yochanan to Yufta. In the end, we refute Rabbi Yochanan's position. Because I will say again, Rabbi Yochanan came along, and Rabbi Yochanan said, that whenever you have a basin, and you have a Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, remember again, what's Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur? That's ultimately, again, based in Paskin, delivers an erroneous psak. Majority of the crowd relies on it. There's a special carbon that's brought. Who brings that carbon to part? Is it the Beis Din? Is it the populace? That's the machlokas. So we'll get to that. But the Yochanan is positive that the only time there's liability for that is when the entire Beis Din participates in the psak halacha. Where does he get that from? Because Lashon in the pasuk is in Kol Adas in Israel. The Gemara just went ahead and dispute that and showed that that's not true. Sometimes you could find the word Kol, and Kol can mean what? Kol can mean majority. Kol can mean majority. So therefore, Allah is effectively disproven Rabbi Yochanan, and therefore you do not need the entire participation of the entire Beis Din in order to go ahead and have a high Alam Davar Min HaTzibur. It's incredible. Then what is the meaning of the expression? It doesn't mean that you need 100% participation. What does it mean? So let's say, watch this. What it means is, in order for there to be a Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, the entire Sanhedrin has to have been in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, you cannot have a Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur situation. Incredible. Yeshua makes a beautiful Gemara. Yeshua says, 10 judges are seen here in judgment. Literally, again, there's a beam or a yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the psak of the Beis Din. So that's kind of obvious. Obviously, everyone on the Beis Din bears the responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So what's the finish of here? coming to me that role. Or to listen to this. It comes to include even a case of, let's say, a student who's on the station with his Rabbi. Now, what does this mean? I might have thought like this. A student in front of his Rabbi is always going to be differential. So therefore, maybe the student knows that the Rebbe's wrong, but he doesn't want to say anything. Much more no, everyone in that basin has responsibility. So therefore, again, the student bears responsibility. You can't just be differential. If you're on a basin, you have an obligation to seek out truth, even if it's the differential of your Rebbe. If you know, very soon to this. But who knows, if you have enough to put in a nice yasar, kanai, debate, kanai. But who knows, when you would go out for judgment, student judgment, you would always take 10 students from the yeshiva with you. Why? You must say, in order that they be able to take literally some of the splinters from the beams. In other words, what's happening over here is Rafuna was saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. Ravashi, Ravashi, when someone would bring him an animal to see if it was a treifa. I say that the passion of the animal is a question of treifa. What do? He would essentially assemble a basin, or really a panel of experts. He would bring 10 butchers from Masim Achasia to look at this particular animal. Why? So that they should be able to handle there will be again a splinter from the beam. That they should be collective responsibility. So let's say it's interesting. From the Gemara makes it sound like that they were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for the judgment and kind of wanted to display a little bit of responsibility upon others. You can also very be able to say that, that the way it works is you can accomplish so much more when you are part of the collective than when you do things individually. And it could very well be that what's happening over here is as follows. Judgment requires siyata d'shmaya. Doesn't require incredible divine providence, because after all, like the Gemara says, so the judge can only adjudicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even when you're the judge, no matter how much of a from you are, you never have complete information. So you need siyata d'shmaya. It could very well be that what these Rabbanim are doing is they're assembling the group. Also because there is always greater siyata d'shmaya. There is always greater divine providence when we do things together. When Jews act as a unit, when we act as a nation, when we act or as a group, as a cohesive group, that is a force multiplier. And what we could accomplish when we are together as a Hebra, as a Bezdin, as a Kehillah, as a nation, is infinitely greater than what we could accomplish as individuals. So could very well be that these Rabbanim are saying as individuals, there's a heightened probability perhaps of making a mistake in judgment, but bringing other Jews, create a cohesive spiritual group, and ultimately again that will have siyata d'shmaya. Incredible. Mishnah. Holy days in the other Shekau, the Chazu Bahen, Shani Kapasa, Mishla, Kapasa, and the Halafa Sapiens was an interesting case of it. They think in the erroneous students. Let's do same case, right? Same case. They think went ahead and asked him that Caleb is Muslim. Okay? So they asked him incorrectly, and then what happened? They realized they made a mistake, they retracted their ruling. Okay, whether they brought the Parhalam government as Sibo or not, right? Whether they brought the carbon or not, what happened? Someone acted on their psa. So let's say, you see in this case, in the previous case, Bezin made a mistake in ruling. Bezin didn't live in Ziyad. Someone went ahead and went out to name Caleb. Okay, so the Mishnah said that Allah ultimately again, the individual is freed from personal liability because he's covered by Bezin. This case is different. In this case, Bezin asking erroneously. Bezin realized their mistake, but Reuven didn't hear about the fact that Bezin made a mistake. So what did Reuven do? Reuven went out and ate Caleb. So Shimon says, Reuven spotted. Reuven is spotted. Why? Because Reuven is acting based on the psa. So the Raza Omer Safek. The Raza says it's a Safek. Now, what's that? Interestingly enough, now what does that mean? It's a Safek. So ultimately, again, the Raza says we're not sure. Is this called that he's relying on Bezdin or that he's relying on himself? So the Gemara says, Ezu Safek, Yashav Lo B'Sof Beiso, Kai, Halach Lo L'Medina Sayam, Pater. So what's this? Interestingly enough, the Raza says like this. He also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If Reuven is home, then ultimately, again, he's high. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the hack, right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on, and you should tell about the fact that things in reverse its ruling. If on the other hand, ultimately again, he's traveling, and again he's out of the city, you should have. Then again, it's unstable that he does not know that things in reverse is like. Rabbi Kiva says, "Mod ani bazeh shukara v'pata minachova." And the key is, I happen to agree with this case that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be potter than liable. Amar ben Azai, my shnazem yoshi bebeso. Why should someone who's traveling be any different than someone who's in his home? Shayoshi bebeso afshar hayalo ishmoa. Zah lo hayalo afshar ishmoa. Because again, Amar ben Azai says at the end of the day, so the keeper responds, someone who's in his home ultimately has every reason to know information. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. Only days and last class cargo. So that's case one. Case two. Case interesting. Things being passed in to uproot. They made the erroneous psak, but in this case, over the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, Amru. Ein nida b'Torah, in Shabbos b'Torah, in avodas kochavim b'Torah. So, for example, they say there's no such thing as so-called nida. They make a dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos, no mitzvah of Shabbos. There's no prohibition of avodah zarah. Someone says, what's that about? Hara-Elik Turim. Now, what is that in Hara-Elik Turim? So remember again, we're talking about now the liability for Paz Helam Davar Minat Sibor. So that's essentially what we're going to do this outside. What we're going to see is Paz Helam Davar Minat Sibor occurs or is brought when a Beis Din made a mistake about a detail in a mitzvah. But when they make a mistake about the entire mitzvah, there is no right to paskin. We no longer have to observe Shabbos. We no longer have to observe Nida. We no longer have to worry about avodah zarah. Then that's a mistake about the entire section in the Torah. That's not Kahal and Government Asibor. So much as Horul about the mitzvah or kind of mitzvah, if they paskin and they upheld part of a mitzvah and they dated part of a mitzvah off, that's Kahal and Government Asibor. Okay, so for example, so there is such thing as self-fulfilling, but if a man has relations with the Shemai something like that, what is that? So let's say Sidan has to do the typical construct of Nida, where if a woman would see blood during certain times of the month, she would have to observe one corresponding day of purity. So you say that halacha doesn't apply, right? Or the Shabbos, but Rabbi Moshe, Potter. Right, Potter. So for example, they say it is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from the private domain to a public domain. So they're making a mistake about a detail. Potter. Right? There is, of course, Yesh Avodah Zarah, but you're allowed to bow down. Can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, in these cases, you would be chayav halam davar min hatzibur. Why? Because the way the pasuk is structured is the pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the Beis Din. So when Beis Din makes a mistake about a detail, that there is Har Halam Davar Min HaTzibor. But if they make a mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately again there is no Har Halam Davar Min HaTzibor. Incredible. So let's analyze this point a little bit, both of these points. So two cases in Mishnah. I'm going to read Amrad. My time to Mishnah. Who says right the first case? Case number one in Mishnah was facing pastors that Balaam is mutter. Right? Facing and realizes it's a mistake. They retract the psak. Reuben do not care about the retraction. And therefore Reuben goes out to eat Caleb. What's Reuben's stats? So Shimon says, Potter. The Rabbi essentially says, really, it depends. It's a suffix. I'm not sure. And then again, we get into a little bit about was he at home, was he traveling? So you might time to Shimon. What's the Shimon's logic? He says that it's Potter. Ultimately, because Shimon says, look, at the end of the day, why is he eating Caleb? Why is he eating Caleb? What's the answer? Because he's relying on the psak and Beis Din. That bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that they retract already, that's nice. But if you ask Reuben, why are you picking up that piece of Caleb? He's going to tell you because of the psak and Beis Din. Take it down, the ultimate version is, I'm ready to Amarav, overhired Shimon, Kol Rashi Yetzer B'Rot Tzibor, Yokiza Osa Potter, the future of Mikna B'Hara El Hafsim B'Shogeg B'Mezi. In the celebration, So the name of that any psak that went out from the majority of the tzibor, and a person and an individual acts on it, ultimately again he is potter. The Gemara says why? Because once again he's acting based on the psak of a Beis. So basically, we're in the kasha. Parahal the tzibor. Usiguri over the Tochamin, the Kila Golden Allen direction. What's very interesting. Let's say, let's leave aside of observe for now. Let's say Parahal the Tzibor. Right? Let's say again, simple case, facing past the chain of Zimmer. The Jarki of Cloud Yisrael went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So let's say, so now what? So now what we have to do is power. So Shimon says, we make a collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Cloud Yisrael. We make a GoFundMe page, right? And this is for the Parahal of the Tzibor, and Cloud Yisrael goes in and contributes. Especially Shimon. Rudy says, no, you can take it from the temple coffers. Now listen, I watch this. I'm not here and you got to do how do they hold up? And I say, if that's the case that you're collecting from the general population, what does that mean? Everyone's going to know about the Parahal of the Tzibor. If that's the case, then when Reuben goes ahead and eats the Hela, how can he claim he didn't know they're already collecting from the general population for the karban? He buys it, but they don't should double stand. So what's one possibility is in this case, they made a stand collection. They're fundraising, right? They didn't say what they're fundraising for. He buys it, they don't know other than the masa, or he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. He buys it, Rabbi was a year time, the Sanya, it's time it's even goes a lot of ready. Rabbi Shimon, Shumas Amishka, in by. Okay, so here there's reverse attribution, and it's just Shimon who says that he collected from it, he took it from the temple coffers, therefore it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, in general, so remember, we're focusing now still on our first case of the Mishnah. Basing asking that halacha l'maisa, the halacha l'maisa, Caleb is mutter. They then realize their mistake, they reverse their psak. Shimon did not hear about the reverse. So what happened? He eats Caleb. Is he liable or not? Right? Different than our first case, because in the first Mishnah, they did not know about the erroneous cut of their ruling, and therefore, again, they're still promoting this psak. In this case, they realized it. So again, the Shimon says, Reuben's potter. So it's still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Beis Din, and then the Rabbi really gets into the suffix. Let's analyze a bit more. Tanya, the Meir says, the Meir Mechayev, the Shimon Potter, the Meir says Mechayev, the Shimon says Potter, the Rabbi Omer suffix. And the Rabbi says it's suffix, the Shim Sumchas Amar Talor. Sumcha says it's a little bit like suspended. We'll change this. I'm going to be on Hasham Talor Ikarenaris. So what's the difference over here? Is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring in Asham Talor. We're saying that it's a little bit more. Asham Talor, let's say, is brought in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure, did you go ahead and commit an Avdera or not? That's what's called the Asham Talor. So the Gemara says as follows. Let's analyze it. So the Gemara says, top of dollar. Good. Making you kind of it. $1. The lonely boy of the man that was Tzibor in my sheet in the parts of the also. And listen, I told you about saying that. Remember again, we keep reverting back to our original Machlokas, or one of our earlier Machlokas. Who brings the Parahal of the Tzibor? Ultimately, again, is that the people, is it the basic? The virtue opinion says that it's the Tzibor. It's the parts of the also. Because then everyone knows about it. Allah, people man that were based in the being, go the parts of the also. You have a show haba amulay. So let's say even according to the opinion that says that it's today's thing that brings it, so it's not as much of a piercing of publicity. Still, have Reuben as he would have found out. So let's say it's interesting. If you see here, I think that this focus is like how much liability, how much responsibility is there on Reuben to find out about the current state of affairs. I'm not going to see. Much of the simplest matter of what could Sulfas's position be compared? The Adam Shady Kapalosa Ben Ashmoshes. So it's like an individual who brought his carbon in Ashmoshes. I must remember again, carbonos must be brought by day. See, brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought their carbon in Ashmoshes between day and night. Something about Yom. This Gemara says. So something liba al yom. So something. I'm sorry. Timash Mashos. Something liba al yom. Niskatalo. Something Mishecha Shecha. Niskatalo. She'im Mevin Asham Taloi. So ultimately, that would be an example of a case where we're not bringing Asham Taloi. The moment by the man the Amar based in the beans, a lot of fashion on this. And again, it goes to that same question opinion that says that it's based in that brings this here, because again, there's no publicity associated with that. In the fashion on this, on the way. Even according to the opinion that says that it's the tzibur that brings it, and therefore there would be publicity around it. So the haka is something with the ojo, something with shekashecha, each sha'el lo ashka in the shayla. Because what's in this case over here, ultimately again there would be no one, so to speak, to ask for clarity. Yet that's different than the case by the basin. There is someone to ask for clarity. I don't know Azai. Mike Sheminah, okay, so what's remember again. So far, we have clarity on the position of the Shimon. Right? The Shimon says that Basin Paskin Caleb is mutter, then Basin walks it back. Right? Basin reverses. Ruvain didn't hear about the reversal, eats Caleb. So Shimon says, Yipata. Why? Because we are considered to be acting on based on the psak of the basin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then now remember again, Rabbi just follow the progression. Rabbi says, suffer. And then the Mishnah introduces the idea, the difference between maybe if he's home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that. And I hear Rabbi Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling, ultimately again, really, I'm leaning to saying that he's potter much more than saying that he's chayiv. Ben Azai says Rabbi. Remember, Ben Azai says that he was standard. So Ben Azai says Rabbi. Honestly, what's the reason someone who's traveling and someone who's home? It's Rabbi Akiva responds very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shakir coming in Rabbi Akiva Ben Azai. Rabbi Akiva says, back to Ben Azai. On Rabbi Hicks, Rabbi Nagui. Listen to this, what I'll say. Then after communicates with thee, let's say Ruvain ultimately again begins to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. So what would you do in that case over here? But then Azai Chayiv, how do they say, you say, according to Ben Azai, should be Chayiv. Why? Because he's still home. Ultimately, Rabbi Akiva Pater, the high hit sit badar. Ultimately again is going to be Pater. Why? Because again, once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information. Incredible. Holiday days in Lakbar as paragraphs, once it's now comes to the last part of Mishnah, which is going to be the bulk of our conversation. So what's this? First of all, it's Hani Taskin, but I'm not ultimately Taskin is like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, named the Halakha Maisha, facing Taskin, that David is mutter. Right? Then David reverse the Tsak. After the reversal, Ruvain eats Caleb. What's Ruvain's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Ruvain is home, then ultimately again Ruvain is tired. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on. You should know about the reversal. If Ruvain was traveling, then Halacha L'maisa again, even if he just left his house, ultimately he's going to be potter. Why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information, and he is considered to be acting based on the psak of the basement, and therefore is himself in personal liability. Incredible. Next, what's what the Mishnah says? If Bezdin makes an erroneous psak, and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not Ta'alam Davam Minatzibor. What's Ta'alam Davam Minatzibor? So they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah. So it says the Gemara, Ta'alam Davar, Roshiaka HaMitzvah Kula. Again, when is it Ta'alam Davam Minatzibor? When based makes a mistake regarding a detail, Davar, but not regarding an entire mitzvah. Okay, so what's the example of this? On the 80s of the Torah, in Shabbos, we're talking about the Torah. They say there's no Nida, there's no Shabbos, there's no Avodah Zarah. You would have thought that maybe they're liable to Ta'alam Davar Minatzibor. But Tamalomar, Ta'alam Davar, Veloshek is Alim Mitzvah Kula, Hari Eliskim. Again, it's supposed to tell the listen to this. He's reading the Torah, Bahaba, so that's something. No potter. So, for example, I was going to make a mistake. She said, "Could you so proceed the bar if you have relations with a woman who's observing one clean day corresponding to a day that she saw bleeding? Such a person is potter. Like, that's called Ta'alam Davam Minatzibor. They're making a mistake in the detail of Osnida. Yesh Shabbos Torah. Aval Moshe Shechor Shiratim potter. There is no Shabbos, but the person that's carrying something from a Rosh Hashanah is potter. So they're making a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, Ta'alam Davam Minatzibor. You often need to. You would have thought that Bezdin should be potter in these cases. I'm sorry. Yesh Shabbos Torah. Aval Mishkan Machadev Potter, same thing. Here's Avodah Zarah, but you make a mistake about a detail regarding Avodah Zarah. So again, halach l'maaseh yachol yishurim tamulomar the ne'elam davar below kol hadrith. We'll say this is it. The par haram davar in Atzibor, Beis is only chayiv if you make a mistake regarding a detail of a mitzvah. But if they seek to approve the mitzvah in its entirety, again, look, it sounds strange, we say Potter. Potter means they're Potter from par haram davar in Atzibor. Certainly not a good basis. Aramai. Yachol yishurim, they became mitzvah, they become mitzvah yishurim, without kiras kolad gof yishurim. The Machayavim. So much like this. You would have thought ultimately again they are Potter. Now if you're going to say ultimately again where they uphold part and they want to mean the lateral part, they're Potter, and if you go ahead and if you uphold everything you're Potter, then when is your ever liability? Hanahavi Natasha is what kind of talking about. Ima, Davar Kuli Nisamashma. Maybe not. Maybe the Ne'elam Davar. How do you know Davar only means a detail? Maybe Davar means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Hablama the Ne'elam Davar. So much is okay, my master. I don't say, how do you speak in the phrase the Ne'elam Davar that there's only liability if you update the detail and not the mitzvah in its entirety? Ama'ulas Hariday the Ne'elam Davar. So the way we actually understand that the Ne'elam Davar is the Ne'elam Davar. Their eyes were blinded to a detail. The Gemara says, Kisya Amakra Ma'asu Akos Mikol Mitzvos. Mikol Mitzvos below Kol Mitzvos. So again, if Lord Shal Hutz says, and they did something Mikol Mitzvos, Mikol Mitzvos means like a detail from the mitzvah and not the mitzvah in its entirety. Rashi Amar Davar means Zaki Mamre. Maybe he's a Shabbat from Zaki Mamre. Again, we'll say, no, who's Zaki Mamre? The rebellious sage. That's the guy, the member of the Beis Din, who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. The Siddur is a Mamre, he called him in Davar. Those such men are going to give a card in the small. Mamre min had Davar below called Davar. After Davar below called Davar. Just like second Mamre, he's arguing on a detail. So to Param Davar, let's see what Davar means a detail. I'm going to be doing a shmuel. Eight days in Chayavim, actually, so again, just want to point out. All that was happening just there is that there's differences of opinion as to where to learn this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with the halacha, namely that halacha said is only par halam davar min hatzibor when Jason makes a mistake about a detail of a mitzvah. But if they make a mistake and they want to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately again is not coming to Bama. You don't know. In basic hayam very interesting. Actually, maybe the davar shenas to be more involved. So we'll say this is this. There's only par davar min hatzibor when Jason makes a mistake regarding something that the tzaddikim argue on. Okay, we'll see this about the davar that's pretty molten ball, but if they make a mistake regarding something that the tzaddikim agree with, ultimately they're potter. Now both sides. Remember again, what do the tzaddikim agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torah should accept anything that's explicit. What do they disagree with? Torah should about that. So I think the Gemara saying is like this. There's only high island government at Seabar. In a situation ultimately again where Jason makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately there's no power halam government at Sheba. Why not? My time up. Zil Kari Bay Ras. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class. Which means again, if Daisy makes a mistake in something that is explicit in the Torah, let's say that's negligence. That's negligence. Power halam government at Sheba, I will say, is where you see the see what's happening over here. It's where Daisy makes a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. It's not explicit. Okay, mistakes happen, but you make a mistake in something explicit. Even the tzaddikim know this. That's professional negligence, and with professional negligence, that's not par halam davar min hatzibor. Incredible. So you might say, 1 second, let's analyze this. None. So let's say, 1 second, because the examples that the Mishnah gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So Tanan, the first part I was saying about it, Yesh needed the Torah about Shemaratzim Kineged Yom Pater, Ba'aman, Shemaratzim Kineged Yom, Sid, the Sakrava, the Lamish Soferes, Echad Li'echad. We'll say this is this. But the halachot of Shemaratzim Kineged Yom, that when a woman bleeds on one day during certain days of the month, that she observed one corresponding day of Hara purity, that's actually municipally written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be, so again, we just said before that if anything is explicit, You open Param David at Tivar. This Gemara says, no, maybe the mistake they made was Zomi Kara Shayat Martia Udasira. They said that maybe initiating the with this woman is mutter, it's only completing the that's Asra. And that makes it. It also says the Pasuk Asmikara Ha'ara. So ultimately it says if the man exposes her nakedness, which means even initial deal without completing the act is still the Asra. So what's the mistake? Zomi Kedarka Sira Shelo Kedarka Shari. They said, it's only Bia Kedarka. It's only Bia Kedarka that's Asr. Bia Shelo Kedarka ultimately is Shunimutter. That's their mistake. It doesn't make sense. Haksik Mishkeve Isha. Kedarka Asr. I'm sorry, Mishkeve Isha. Well, interestingly enough, in the Torah first relations, it uses Mishkeve. Mishkeve is plural. It's plural, which means that there are two halakhically recognized acts of Bia that are both legitimate acts of Bia. Bia Kedarka, Bia Shelo Kedarka. So to make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, what is making a mistake in which is Torah from the Torah? This Gemara said, so what they're saying is like, if it's Bia Kedarka, even initially is going to be Asr, Shelo Kedarka, there might be with the Asr ala Sharia. If the Shelo Kedarka, then ultimately it's only completing the act that's Asr, but initiation of the act, ultimately again, is going to be Motor. So you can make that same mistake with general Hokos Nida, natural Safar and Kineri, don't tell the old one Kedarka, rather in reality, the making mistake is following. So the Ami, Ha'ara, the Isha, double who gets it. Ultimately, rather the mistake is about Hara, is initiating the art, and the thought was this only applies to maybe a bona fide Nida, but not Shemar Tzimtzum every day. So we're just trying to show how the case of Nida in the Mishnah is a mistake about a particular detail that is not explicit. The mistake they make is that a woman can only become a Zava during the day. Where would they get? They come to say, Kol Yinei Zava. Okay, so that's a good example. So they made a mistake. Only to become a Zava during the day because it says Kol Yinei Zava. That's the mistake. Only to become a Zava whenever she has a Zivus flow, whether it's by day or by night. Good. Next, so just trying to try each of these cases. The David's making a mistake in a detail. And I should say, in a non-exclusive detail. So here's an example. David said, "Here is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another." What's what? Ramai, Hotzah Ksiva. Hotzah, the prohibition to transport an item from one domain to another domain in Shabbos, is explicit. The Gemara says, it's an explicit person. So how can we say that there's a liability for this? Hotzah with the Asar Haknasa Mutter. And they say ultimately again, Hotzah, which means from Rishis Hayachid, Rishis Hayachid, is going to be Asar. But Haknasa, the reverse of that is Mutter. Levi Sema. Shami Hotzah Haknasa with Asira, Moshik Vizore Shari. Or they say, for example, transporting an item is Asar, but handing something or throwing something is Mutter. So again, an example of where they're making a mistake in a detail. None. So the Mishnah one day says, Avodah Zarah is Asr, but bowing down is Mutter. One second. Damai. Hamishtacha b'haksiva diksiv, lo tishtacha b'eh le'el acher. It's an explicit person. Don't bow down to another guy. The Ami, ki asir ishtacha v'yakidarka, haval lo shelo kidarka, sharia. They say ultimately, when is bowing down Asr? But that's the normal way to worship the idol. But if we bow down to an idol that's not the normal way to worship it, it's mutter. So that's the example. What's the example? It's Baal Pa'ar. How do you go and you worship Baal Pa'ar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Like you dedicate on the idol. Right? So the Maisa, again, let's say you bow down to Baal Pa'ar. I would have thought that I love the Maisa. You're Potter. That's a mistake they make. Remember, we've seen this back in Avodah Zarah. Certain forms of worship are also for all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right, prostrating yourself is one of those. And Gemara says, Levi said, "We're going to back on the Zupas and Dark with the Osras. This day teaches that Ragline. Or back on the rest of these Ragline, Sharia." Or the other mistake they make was maybe only full prostrational bowing. is also, right? But ultimately, again, non-full prostrational bowing is not also, which is a mistake. So that'd be an example of how I'm done with that. So bottom line, the Gemara is accepting this idea from Mishnah that the only time that there is par helam davar min hatzibur is when David makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that the tzaddikim would not agree to. I.e., it's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding an explicit detail, or they try to uproot a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, no par helam davar min hatzibur. Incredible. Mosai, Dalit on the days. But Yosef. In Kaddish Shabbos Mo, so about the following, we got to fill out the following. Let's say Beijing Paskins. There's no Malacha Kodesh. The Malacha Kodesh is plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no Malacha of Kodesh on Shabbos. Now, what is the Malacha in this situation? Here, meaning if you come over the Milsa, that it's a bit on Mitzas Nikir, Mitzas Dummy. On one hand, you can say like this. They agree that there's 39 Malachas, or at least that there are 38 Malachas, right? But they just disagree on this detail. So this is called constant the detail in the mitzvah. So therefore it should be subject to power of the Nazi. Oh, Duma, even the Ka'akarian and the Chalisha Komiket Kakiras Guf, or what they're doing with this psak is they're uprooting an entire malacha. So maybe uprooting an entire malacha is called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore there's no power on the mitzvah liability. What's the interesting shaila? So on one hand, they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's malacha. They're just disagreeing on one detail, i.e. one malacha. On the other hand, you could say no. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa. We're going in halacha uprooting an entire malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore no par helam davar min hatzibur. Let's analyze. So Tashma, again, going back to Mishnah's case, the Israel said the Israel that if you have a relation to the Shemer Tzom Kineged Yom, ultimately your partner. Ba'anai, ha'as karyon the Shomer Tzom Kineged Yom Kolikar. But they're uprooting this entire detail of the Rosai. The Mishnah says when David uproots the entire mitzvah, there is no par helam davar min hatzibur. We're trying to figure out over here is what happens when they're uprooting an entire detail that is part of a bigger mitzvah. So the Shemer Tzom Kineged Yom, they're uprooting this entire halach. I'm going to you say Shemer Tzom Kineged Yom. No, because you also remember again we saw before they were making a mistake regarding a detail about Shemer Tzom Kineged Yom. Not saying the Shemer Tzom Kineged Yom is mutter. Tashma, Yesh Shabbos B'Torah about a multi-Shlab and Pasuk. Remember again, based in Paskin, here's Shabbos B'Torah to carry something from Rishus Halabim to Rishus Shlabim. That night, they're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of Otsar. Which was a no. Hasam not the answer is already. What were they making a mistake? They were saying you're allowed to throw something, you're allowed to hand something. They're making a mistake regarding the detail. Touch not. Yisha will still come to the Torah and Mishnah that potter. Right? There is about the Zara, but if you bow down the potter, the Anai, they're uprooting the concept of prostration. Once again, no, the answer that. They're uprooting or they're making a mistake regarding a detail, a prostrational detail they're making a mistake about. So the Lord said, ultimately, the Gemara doesn't answer. Right? So now, the Yosef's Kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here. So based in Paskin, there is no malacha of plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding a detail of Hilchot Shabbos, right? And therefore, again, there's par helam davar min hatzibur, or no, they're uprooting an entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting of an entire mitzvah, and therefore, no par helam davar min hatzibur. So let's say, the Gemara reads one more kasha and then we'll answer this. The Gemara says, "Why does it say in Shabbos b'shviyas maho?" It's very interesting. Let's say based in Paskins, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So outside the Paskins, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first of all, we'll see why they would say that. So the Gemara says the night power, the husband son. Now, what would lead them to this? What would lead them to this is a mistake regarding the following parts. The Charish about Katzer Tishbos. So the pasuk says literally again, Charish means plowing, Katzer means harvesting. You shall rest. Is man dikta Charisha Ika Shabbos. So they pass me like this. When there's plowing, there's Shabbos. When there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. When is there no plowing? Shmita. So ultimately, again, so that was their mistake. So Beit Din Paskin, there's no Shabbos during the Shemitah year. So me, and then the kind of maybe Shani Shavuot, could be something just the humans as dummies. So we see like this, that on one hand, look, as much as they're being Mavatal Shabbos during the Shemitah year, but they're upholding Shabbos when during the other 6 years. So therefore, this is called the mistake regarding the detail, not uprooting a mitzvah. Even the Ka'akari, the Shvi is Kaskilas Aguftani. On the other hand, uprooting Shabbos for an entire year, maybe it's called making a mistake regarding the mitzvah in its entirety, and therefore no power of Nabi Natsibah. Marina Tashma, Nabi Sinistinava, Lakra Government Shivito, right? Kayit, the people mitzvahs, or the key of mitzvahs. Suppose listen to this. The Gemara brings another case. If you have a false prophet, right? And the Nabi comes along and he prophesizes, right? The Nabi comes along and he says, I prophesize, I've heard the word of God, and there's no longer a prohibition on idolatry. Basis for that, if that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, again, listen to this. The Bittul Mitzvah, the Kiyam Mitzvah, what happens if he comes along, ultimately, again, and he upholds part of the mitzvah, and he negates part of the mitzvah? If Shimon Omer is Potter, if Shimon says that he's Potter, when it comes to idolatry, even if he says today, right, Fridays you're not to worship idolatry, but the rest of the week you can. Ultimately, again, he's going to be liable. What do you see from there? Let me know. In Shabbos Kashiyas, Kedikol Mitzvahs or Kim Mitzvahs Tanishmanim. What do you see from there? You see from there that halacha and I saw when you play around or when there's a mistake regarding the detail, that is or a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial, but is still called a mistake in a detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. So I will say working backwards. Halacha ultimately again what you see in the Shabbos. Therefore, the case over here of where a person says, baby says, there's no Shabbos in Shemitah, that's considered to be a mistake in a detail. By extension, Rabbi Yosef's case, Bezdin makes the longest psak and they say, halacha l'maisa again, there's no malacha cholish, no malacha plowing, that is considered to be a mistake in a detail of a mitzvah, not in uprooting of a mitzvah, and therefore there is par halam davar mitzvah. So Rabbi Yosef, if you bring this all together, it turns out the following. Halacha l'maisa. When is the par halam davar mitzvah? Ultimately, again, only when Bezdin makes a mistake in something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, as evidenced by the fact that even the tzaddikim agree with it, no power halam davar mitzvah. Right? Furthermore, there's only liability when they seek to uproot a detail, but ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, and not seek to uproot, if they make a mistake regarding the observance of a mitzvah in its totality, no power halam davar mitzvah. In these cases, where again the Bezdin is making a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah bigadol remains intact, they will be liable for par halam davar mitzvah. Only Bezdin, you have the Achman Shato, Bezdin made a mistake, and one of the members of the Bezdin realizes the mistake. And let's see, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't always see it like this. The dramatic, or I should say, the progression in the Mishnah is dramatic. Right? Mishnah 1, Bezdin made a mistake, no one knows about the mistake, the individual acts. Mishnah 2, Bezdin makes a mistake, Bezdin realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately Reuben didn't know. Mishnah 3, Bezdin makes a mistake. The Yada Echad Mehen Shato, and one of the members of the Bezdin themselves now realizes Hebra. This is a mistake, and during the psak, no, we're not that. You guys are wrong. Or for that matter, again, Bezdin Paskin and the ranking of Bezdin. Yeah, Bezdin, the head of the court, wasn't there. Wasn't present. Or Shahaya Etaman Ger, or Mamzer, or Sin, or Zakin. Or there was a member of the Bezdin who was a convert, a Mamzer, and a Sin, and the Sin also were converts, or Zakin, or his old. Rabbi said, we're going to Shiloh Hayurah Levan. He was so old that he couldn't father children. Rabbi said, we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. Right? These are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're a Ger, if you're a Mamzer, if you're in a Sin, Din or your soul had kids. So again, essentially there was a disqualified member of the Beis Din. What's the halacha? Halei the pater. So essentially, if the Beis Din rendered the psak, so there's two cases over here. Right? Ultimately, again, the case number one, Beis Din rendered the psak, but before even the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, you're wrong. So there's already an awareness about the erroneousness of the psak from the beginning, ultimately again, in that case, or for that matter again, halacha l'maisa, there's a disqualified member of the Beis Din. In this case, his Beis Din will not bring a par halam down in that situation. It says over here, Ida, and it says over here, just like Ida, ultimately again, this is in the case of capital cases. Just like Ida over there refers to a unit, a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So to over here, by Param Dam Minatzibor, don't tell me being Param Dam Minatzibor is when everyone on the basin is fit for to be a basin. Says the Gemara, what's interesting. So if the basin issued the psak and the ranking member of the basin was not there, the psak ultimately again, there's no Param Dam Minatzibor. So the Gemara says, why not? So where do you know that from? I'm not sure, just a few times later, why is that we said before that if Beis Din made a mistake regarding the explicit details, so explicit that even the Siddukim agree with her, why are they pater? They may shahayu lahani lirmod for no love to, because they should have known. They should have had the knowledge and they did not do so. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating the case without the ranking sage is like not paying attention in school. Obviously, you have a ranking sage. Why do you have him? Because he's the smartest guy in the room. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Right? There's usually someone smarter. So ultimately, over here, there's an Beis Din. How do you go ahead and talk to without him? So sitting in session without the Beis Din is the same thing as making a mistake in an explicit halacha. Both of them represent professional negligence, and when it is professional negligence, there is not halam davar minat sibor. Ne'emar shak eidu ne'emar kan eidachi tulan lo. So it says, remember, let's say no to that. So stop over here for today, boys. Alright, I don't know if the quality was the best, but sometimes it's just about getting where you need to go, even if the trip is a little sloppy. Again, we made it after next week. Now we also, you can see the pages ahead are a little bit. The print gets bigger. Tremendous. Everyone. Good job, this. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone. Thank you, guys. Good job, everyone. Alright, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. First of all, our shir is sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Solomon Poret, Pollack, Sarah Bas Abraham, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, may the Neshamas have an aliyah, the family and the Chama. Thanks to Pollack Mishpach for the sponsorship. And also by the Wilbur family, in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Sarah Shevel Bas Binyamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yahrzeit was this past week. We hope that in the merit of our Hamator Neshama will have an aliyah and the family in the Chama. And so with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf A. 5. We are up on Dalit on the day by the Mishnah. The second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lined up in a lot of Turkey. By now, Imam is getting into the Sefes Hariyas. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of liquid than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din Shogigin, Va'asu Chalakal Shogigin. If Beis Din made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, B'shogig as well, or Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. It would be in par. So ultimately, again, they bring the par ha'elam davim natzi. This is a special cover that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Mizidin va'asu shogegin. What happens if Beis Din purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael, again, the shogeg, notice Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. The halacha is going to be in kisva usira. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kisva usira is another way of saying a personal chatas. So in this case, I will say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Beis Din was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. There's just personal liability through a regular chatas. Shogegin va'asim mizidin hara'iluk tu. If the Beis Din was shogeg, but the people knew Beis Din was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater. Then there's no carbon. So there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Because as we see, power ha'elam davar min hatzibur is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability. There's no chatas. Because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mizidin. The Gemara goes back to shogeg and va'asim mizidin hara'iluk. So we can infer from the Mishnah as follows: that if Beis Din delivered their ruling to shogeg, and Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted the mezid, hara'iluk. Ultimately, again, they are pater. They are pater. No power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Shogeg dunya the mezid. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg dunya the mezid, that if it was, what does that mean? That is chai. What's the case of shogeg dunya the mezid? They actually done shahoru Beis Din shechel of mutter. So Beis Din, once we had this case earlier, Beis Din asking mistakenly that chaylev was mutter. Then it's chalik no b'shumin, and then I will say what happens. I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of shumin. My chaylev and my shumin, which remember shumin is committed fat, chaylev is raised fat, gets mixed up, and I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention to eat? My intention was to eat shuman, but yet I ended up eating a chaylev. So we'll say what's that? So then you answer lema. I'm sorry. We'll say that would be a case of shogeg dunya denezid, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the tzak denezid, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, if shogeg, but yet again, if that's the case, that it can be inferred from the Mishnah, yet why did Rabbi ask that very question earlier? So what the Gemara answers, no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, if the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry, since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg. Since the beginning said mizidin va'asu shogegin, therefore the sefer just wrote shogegin va'asu mizidin. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, in order to be chayiv ultimately to the specific type of carbon, it has to be shogeg on the part of Beis Din and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg, then ultimately we're getting the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Says the Mishnah. Horu Beis Din, v'asu kol hakal olivan apir. So let's say the Beis Din delivers their erroneous psak. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Mevi'en kar. So we bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. So here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Beis Din. If that happens, mostly they bring up power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then ROTHSCHILD being par yisoy. So ultimately, again, was it for the Avodah Zarah? It's not just the par, but there's an additional soy as well. And Rabbi says, very interesting. He says, good days Shvat and Nabi and good days Chol. So he says the following. That ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the Shvatim sin, so every single Shevet brings their own par. So again, it was the same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes act, Klal Yisrael act from that husband. The Yudah comes along and says that each Shevet must bring their own Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. The B and Yud is part of the Shema Sarsi. And again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own Har as well as its own Seer, and 12 Harim and 12 Seer. Let's say, hey, Madam. When Shimon says, you do a Harim, Ubavodas become Shlosha Sachar. So basically this. Yud Gimel Seer. Har the start of the whole Shevet, and Har the start of the David. Mishnah has an interesting sheet. Yudah builds on Yudah. He says, what's that? The halacha is that for Par Halam Davar Tzibor, each Shevet brings their own, and what? David also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and David will bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 Seir. So the Gemara says, Holu Bezdin, Va'asu Zayin Shat and Oluban. What happens if Bezdin in Nineveh was an erroneous rule? And 7 tribes, so what's the next yesterday? 7 Shvatim, Oluban Apian, so we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of provinces. Let's say now, in this case number again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling, or the Gemara says, Oluban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So now look, it's in the entire. Ubavodas go up in the entire beside the Rebbe. So what's the Rebbe says? As long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Bezdin, that triggers the Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur issue. Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, Nevi'im Zayin Party. And Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. So it's Rabbi Yehuda Shikasa. And Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each Shevet, brings its own path. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, what about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches Parim, Ubavodas Yochav, Ches Parim, the Ches Shirim, Har B'Sar the Shevet, Har B'Sar the David. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sin go ahead and bring a carbon. Rabbi Shimon adds in the Vatavosai, he said, Bezdin brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Bezdin will bring its own additional carbon. Only Bezdin shall Echam and Ashvatim, but also Osa Shevet Apiyah, which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim, each of the Shvatim also have their own court? Let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim has in erroneously, delivered a wrongful tzak, and that Shevet acted on that tzak. What's the halacha? Also Shevet Yuchayit, Ushar Salash Shvatim Pnei Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda goes and will say that Shevet who followed its Bezdin is Chayit for a par, but the other Shvatim are Pasher. That from the Chachamim say no, Ein Chayavim Ela Al Horoya or Ela Al Horios. So here you go in the sector. Horios Bezdin Al Godin. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur will say is only brought if there is one Bezdin who delivers an erroneous ruling. In which case, in the test, that's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amad Haladas Yisrael Yishku V'lo Adas also Shevet. So I'll say, interesting way that someone is saying this Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we've already seen. So the Chum disagree, the Chum say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabban, so it's like we now have a fun round of 3 Machlokes in Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. Tan Rabban, Yadu Sheholu B'Tau Ma'Holu. Let's listen to this case. Let's say Bezdin realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong sak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says, "Yadu Sheholu B'Tau Ma'Sheholu, K'lo Maharu Bezdin Shekelim Mutzu B'Bigul Mikdas Pasuk Halachim Ba'apushot Gim Elev Bidan Davikan Shimigas Maisa Bilbad Vechad Bahora Ba'akak Yodi Shahoru Shalokuroi Ela Shetal Mashoru Ve'im Yodim in Alachilav Horu O Aladam. What's this in this case? Beis didn't realize that they made an erroneous ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous reading was. So they know either we permitted Caleb or Dan. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Rabbi Yisrael consumed both of these things. So Shabbos says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you Chayavim, you might have thought that there'd be a Parhalam Davim Natzibor Tamilomar, below Achatas. So the Pasuk says that the sin became known. Below Sheyodu Achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned. We try to again for a Parhalam Davim Natzibor. What does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher Chatu. So we'll say, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger the Parhalam Davim Natzibor liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Basin themselves, if Basin says, listen, we know we delivered the wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a Parhalam Davim Natzibor liability. Asher Chatu Shnei Shvatim Mevi'im Shnei Parim. Two tribes, went ahead and sinned. So we'll say they bring two parim, Shlosha, Mevi'im Shlosha. So we'll say a few tribes made a mistake. So ultimately again they bring three parim. Oh, Eino Omer Ella Chatu Shnei Yechidim. Mevi'im Shnei Parim. Chatu Gimel Mevi'im Gimel. Maybe even it's not tribes. And maybe ultimately again it's 3 and 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the Parhalam Davim Natzibor. Therefore again the pasuk says, Talmud Hakal Chayiv. The Kol Kal. So you want to the Kol Kal the Kal Chayiv. So therefore the pasuk says it is only the Kal who brings the Parhalam Davim Natzibor. Never in Ayah. But what does it mean? The Kol Kal the Kal Chayiv. Ketzad Chatu Shnei Shvatim Mevi'im Shnei Parim. Chatu Zayin Mevi'im Zayin. Usharsh, so we'll say, therefore, what do we learn from this? If 2 tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a Parhalam Davim Natzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a Parhalam Davim Natzibor. And furthermore, Usharsh Shvatim Shalochotim Mevi'im Al Yudei and Par. Thus, ultimately, again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Elu Shalochotim Mevi'im Al Yudei Achotim. The Ne'emar Kal, the Chayiv Al Kol Kahal V'Kal Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the Shita Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda Shita will say it's twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, that shevet brings a Parhalam Davim Natzibor. And we'll say Rabbi Yehuda's Shita is that called shevet the shevet ikri kal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by Parhalam Davim Natzibor is kal. The Torah says there's only liability when the kal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kal? Rabbi Yehuda defines kal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows the erroneous psak of Beis Din, in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a Parhalam Davim Natzibor. That's part 1. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a Parhalam Davim Natzibor for what? For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda's Shita. But ultimately, so therefore again, the Gemara says, the Chayiv Al Kol Kal V'Kal Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. The Yehuda ultimately holds that halacha l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a Parhalam Davim Natzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet, there's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. Listen to this. Mevi'im Zayin Parim, Ubeizim Mevi'im Al Yudei and Par. Shene'emar Lamata Kal, V'ne'emar Lamala Kal. Ma Kala Omer Lamala Beis Din Makal. Af Kala Omer Lamata Beis Din Makal. What's what Rabbi Shimon says? A little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a Parhalam Davim Natzibor. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, Who else brings the parallel sign? The base. The base. What he disagrees with is where Rabbi Huda's model, the non-sinning Shvatim, will also bring a par on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin, but yet Lamais again Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. Listen, Rabbi Shimon's model, the Shvatim who committed the Avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous stock of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous stock will also bring a par. That's the truth of Rabbi Shimon. And Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu Beis Din Levin Ayedei and Par, Vein Keturim. And what they last is the truth of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa is only the Beis Din who brings the par halam davar natzibor, never the sheikh. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only, say Rabbi Meir says Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. Was in Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring the par halam davar natzibor is when there's a majority of the cow, majority of Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the cow. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that Allah Chamaisa, when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only based in the Par Halam Davar Natzibor, not the Shvatim. Not the Shvatim. Ne'emar Kal Lamata, Ne'emar Kal Lamala. Ma Kal Ha'amar Lamala based in below Tzibor, Af Kal Ha'amar Lamata based in below Tzibor. Rabbi Shimon Elazar says, Mishmo. So in other words, what does he say? Rabbi Shimon Elazar holds, Chatu Shisha Shvatim, Bein Rubo Shalkal. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, O Zayin, or 7 tribes sin, Apapi She'inu Rubo Shalkal, even though what? They are not the majority of the cow, nevertheless, Nevi'in Par. So when Shimon Elazar comes along and says, we'll say he's coming to define what is majority. He's the majority to take on one of 2 points. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first wide line. Amar Mar, we know that Chatas, we'll say furthermore, what did we see in the Bright above? That the only thing we bring up higher is when the Beis Din is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they delivered. In other words, if Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling, Beis Din knows, we know we did something wrong, we just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a power handle of the Natsibur. We'll show the Chokah. Mankana, we'll say, who is the opinion who said this? Who is the opinion who said this? So the Gemara says, I'm ready to come with that. The low Rabbi Eliezer. So it's like before we get to who we know his life, we can tell you that it's not like. Not like Rabbi Eliezer. This nan, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha, Im Chelev Achal, Chayiv, no Sir Achal Chayiv. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is commenting actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in the second thesis where a person is not sure he's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Chelev or I'm not sure if I ate Nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating Chelev or for eating Nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate Chelev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? You ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. You want to say, Rashi points out over here that Halacha L'maisa Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, the Brisa doesn't reflect the idea of Rabbi Eliezer. Because it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, it will say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chelev, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you would take Rabbi Eliezer, no, you could even Rabbi Eliezer, why? Shani Yaakov would say, could be Tara Helon Dominic, that's was a little different. Why? Because the pasuk says, Asher Chata Alel. As well as the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv for, or I should say, that Paralam Dominic is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chatu Alel. So there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chatu Alel, for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher Chata Ba. Oh, bless you. Homi Baile Pratna Misase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if chatos if they are misasik. What say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avidya. In that case, everyone at misasik, everyone will agree that halot l'meis again. I am not chayiv chatos in that case. I time the Yehuda. So we'll say. So now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a par helam davam at seaboard ross. Remember again, shitas Rabbi Huda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. Now that what does Rabbi Huda say? What should we say? That even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Huda's shita? My time Rabbi Huda kasavar arba kahalik sibi. And Rabbi Huda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Parhel and David Natzibor. Right? He says kal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. Well, so what are these 4 kals for? Shad v'chayva kol kal v'kal. One is to teach you that what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called a kal. Is called an assembly unto its own. Unto itself. That's one kal. The chad lohorot li'lebeis u'maisa talei b'kal. What's the second one teaches me that Par Halam Tzibur is only when it brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibur who acts on the ruling. The Chad Ligerira. We'll say what is teaching me about Gerira. What's Gerira? We'll say the Halacha L'Maisa. Even the Shvatim who didn't sing bring Gerira to drag along. Bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did sing. The Chad L'Shevet Sha'asa B'Horaj Beis. And we'll say ultimately again, what is to teach me about the fact that if we'll say to the Gerashi, so the Chad L'Shevet Sha'asa B'Horaj Beis, it is time to say that the Maslis and Chodu Beis Sha'ach Min HaShvatim. It was a kind of Yehuda. Even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own Beis Din, the Rabbi says that's Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the shitas from the 4 times the fact that the word kal is used. Rabbi Shimon's model. Talasa Kalik Sivi. It says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Meinei kahal arche dikrau. Let's say that he doesn't actually the 4th kal. Why? Because that 4th kal appears in the phrase Meinei hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the kal, which means again they made a mistake. He says that one you can't actually lie because that's just an expression. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, how does he find? So one kal comes to teach me that each shevet has its own liability for following the tzak of the Beis. Utshrei Akrini, Ne'emar Nasakal, the Ne'emar Lamalakal. It says kal over here, it says kal over here. Malhalan Beis in the Makal, just like we'll say it says over here that Beis has to be with the Kal. Afkan Beis in the Makal. So we'll say over here we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Psak Halacha. Rabbi Meir, Kal HaKal Lo Darsh. We'll say the Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan Kals. Therefore, Hilchach Sheikh Halik Sivni violate. Therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 cows that are written wide. Ne'emar lemata kal v'ne'emar lemalakal. Ma'lahalan based in below tzibor. Afkan based in below tzibor. Let's say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the kal is referring to based in not the tzibor. So to over here, it's referring to based not the tzibor. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par helam davar min tzibor? It's the based. It's the Beis Din. Beis Din brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately get from the Gzeir Shem. Rav Shimon allows in my time off. Rav Shimon allows his logic. Sid v'haya imei ha'ida alma mi'utad sid me'inei. We'll say, you can remember on one hand, Rav Shimon allows it says as follows. The pasuk says v'haya imei ha'ida. And he understands me'ina ha'ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and see that it says, remember the Ruban in Mi'utalo. So we'll say, I want it, it says, Me'ine ha'ida, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin, yet it also says, Kilo Kala Ambishkaga. Kala Ana also means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember, the Ruba in the Utalo sounds like it's only the road, but not the mute. So in other words, Haki, it's like Asubab, Behin Guban Shakal. So I say, Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, Ozayin Apapishen Rubo Shakal, or 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, Chayavim. Ultimately, again, they are Chayav. What's the other days? Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, Zahorat, Kli, Rabbi Meir, Umaytz, Kli, Bekamina. Rabbi Meir, in order for it to be triggered, the psak halacha has to be given by the Bezdin, but the action has to be taken by the cow, which the Gemara says. What do we know? The Faminalu, Amarabaye, the American, the Pasuk says, Vahaya, Ime Ha'ita Nesta Lishkaga. The rest of the Pasuk says, that it will be from the eyes of the congregation, Nesta Lishkaga, the matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rabbi is from the passage from the that the entire nation acted inadvertently with would have just said the first passage, I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population sins, there's a part of doesn't therefore the passage that the entire nation is inadvertent. Ikas the Kala Ambishkaga, and the order just the Kala Ambishkaga, Hava Amina, Abdi, Faith in Bahadi Duba. I might have thought that Allah Sulaimai, the Basin, has to act together with his brother as well. Lachiksi, Bahayane, even Eskalishkaga. Aha, Kiksi, Vihani, the cry, Babo the Chokam. Once again, this was written in the context of Avodah Zarah. Lachinon Ene. This ultimately you're making Shabbat in to teach us that this halacha applies whether Basin is delivering an erroneous ruling about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a chiyuv. Good title. Holy Basin Sha'achad. Let's remember again what the Mishnah said. If the Basin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, we'll say again that does not trigger Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibur. Has to be the Sanhedrin. It says the Gemara Ivayilu. Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Baraz Beis Nagogo, Mi Maisu Shar Shvat Molo. Let's listen to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Baraz Beis Nagogo. Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda. So what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Nagogo? So one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Nagogo. So let's remember again. What does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam daharim natzibah. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Nagogo. Mi maisu shar shvatim olo. That's when we're going to read this model. Remember, also the tribes who did not commit an avera also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed an avera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Nagogo, to the other tribes bring for that one tribe only. Do we say the only time that the other tribes are going to cover is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes committed in the inadvertent sin based on the sacrifice, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about but again, one tribe, now remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is, one tribe is also called a cow. So Rabbi Yehuda's model, you can have, if one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Nagogo, they are going to bring a par helam davar minat tzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that much? I remember Said said before, in Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So, not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow. That tribe brings a par halam dalam minatzibah. That we know. That's whether that's halacha is allowed to see. But that's it is Rabbi Yehuda. The tribe, all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim who sing, then even the ones who didn't bring, but if there's only one tribe, obviously is not a rove, then the other tribes do not bring. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the shvatim bring a par helam davar minatzibah, by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all of the shvatim. We'll say that's the shayla. So what do they bring? What do the tribes bring? So they bring one card. The Shimon says, the Mishnah says, what do they bring? One card. The Shimon part. The Shimon says two parts. So what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon Tamye Boy, we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember, what she does Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Beis Din also bring. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin, so Rabbi Shimon's value should be 8 parts, 7 for the tribes, 1 for Beis Din. Rather, it must be what? We must be talking about a case over here where one shevet sin. So what's the case? The right. If the shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon less right? So we'll say if that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on this, if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? And Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par halam davar minatzibah in that case. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama money. And we'll say, who's the payment of Tanakama? In name Rabbi Meir, Haru Rabbi. Let's say, want to say, Rabbi Meir requires the majority of the structure for Param Dal Minatzibah. And we'll have Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. If you go Shechata Shevet Echad. And what's the case? The case is where one Shevet sins. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where one Shevet sins, who brings the Param Dal Minatzibah? That's one Shevet. And the other Shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. We all come out asking, what's the case over here? They go Shechatu Shisha Shvatim Bein Ruban Shalkal. What's the case over here? Is where 6 of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Right? Shimon ben Elazar. What's the effective Rabbi Shimon Elazar? Rabbi Shimon Elazar Omer. What's the first white line? Mishmo, Chatu Shisha, Bein Ruban Shalkal. If 6 of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, Shiva Abahu Sheina Ruban Shalkal, or 7 sin. Right, they're the tribal majority, no, they're not the numerical majority. The V and Par. What's the halach is? They bring a Par. So the Gemara says, Tashma. Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Shevet sha'asa b'horaz Beis Din. What's like if a Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal Beis Din. So what's that? Also Shevet Chayiv. Yishar Kol Shvatim Pur. So we'll say what? That Shevet is Chayiv, but all the other Shvatim are Pater. U'v'horaz Beis Din Agadol Abdu Shar Shvatim Chayav. We'll say, but if the one Shevet acted based on the instruction of the Beis Din Agadol, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be Chayiv Shmamina. So we'll say, Salach Lamansh and Halach Lamansh and Rabbi Yehuda. Let's be just going to by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a deal or a par halam davar minatzibah according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shape. But according to Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that shevet will bring a par halam davar minatzibah, but what? Not the other shvatim. But if one shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that shevet brings a par, and what? All of the other shvatim are activated as well. So it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a par. It's incredible. I'm not actually. That's the Tsunami the truth is, this is supported by our mission as well. Diktani, but also shevet al pihan. Right, the Pasuk says that particular shevet acted based on their word. Also, shevet chayiv ushar shalak kol hashatim ketulim. You tell me then that it's only that one shevet is chayiv, but the other shvatim are positive. If that's the case, lama liba nishma ushar shalakim ketulim. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other shvatim are positive. Hatana osa shevet chayiv. If since the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv, I would have understood that one. The chayvan the tana osa shevet chayiv the male yedano shar shalakim ketulim. Once the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv by definition on the other shvatim are positive, and the hakamash malon the behoras says you know the shar shvatim ketulim. Ava behoras Beis Din Agadol afidu shar shvatim chayovim shmamina. Rather than also we keep moving back to the Mishnah that it's only in the case ultimately again where a shevet is following the instruction of its own Beis Din, that shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be keturim. But if a particular shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that shevet has to bring a par halal down the Sibur, then what? The other shvatim must do so as well. Incredible sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. So again, whether or not we consider the halacha l'meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shittas Rabbi Yehuda said that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par helam davar minat sibur. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each shevet is called a kal. Not only that, but once one shevet has to bring the par helam davar minat sibur, then what? Every shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the high court of that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the high ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that shevet has to bring a carbon. The other shvatim do not. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Absolutely. Arvos, Ivailu, shevet echad shasawaras Beis Din Agadol. Let's listen to this. What happens if you have a shevet echad, one shevet? Sha'asavaras Beis Din Agadol. Was it followed the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin handed down erroneous ruling. You have one shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, my silos. What's now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was Shittas Rabbi Shimon? Shittas Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each shevet is called its own cow. Each shevet must go ahead and bring its own parallel davar minat sibur. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shalos will say as follows. What happens if one shevet acted on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, me minus all laws. We'll say, so ultimately again, what happens in that case? Me minus all laws. We'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? And the Gemara says as follows. Kashma, Mahim Nifin, what do they bring? Par Echad. Bring one card. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei Par. Rabbi Shimon says two parim. The Ma'askina, what's the case? What's the Bryce's case? If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sinned, Shnei Parim, what do you mean 2 parim? Shmona parim. So we'll say if 7 Shvatim sinned, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sinned, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Elah Zechata Shevet Echad. Rabbi, you have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sinned. Ubemai. We'll say, what's the case? If you want to say the shevet sinned based on the psak of its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon less lay. We'll say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe or a shevet follows its own Beis Din. One time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin Agadol. Rather it's Saras Beis Din Agadol, Sanhedrin. It is Bara. Tanakama money, but the news of Tanakama. Rabbi Meir holds
Really bring a pound of Tzibor, either when there's a numerical or tribal row. Se'i Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatanami Meister. But saying Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one Shevet brings in what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Elazar. But say rather again, it must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Elazar to the sign as we taught about. Tashma. They'll come to say, we all of Eno Chayev Ella Al Horaz Beis Nagad. The Chum say about that the only time you bring the power of government at Tzibur is when? It's an Allah for the mice again, they're following the Psak Halak of the Shon Hajjabad. My Chacham, what's the word that's coming? Even Rabbi Meir, this one I say is Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, a Meir holds that you even need a tribal or numerical majority. Allah Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Yakti say, that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shemami 9, we see that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikri Kaminala. Let's listen to this. So we'll say, it becomes denominated between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that, we'll say, the difference is Rabbi Yehuda, so we saw the differences already. What they both agree on is as follows, that even one Shevet is called a Kaf. Even one Shevet is called essentially Klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Ikri Kaminala. Amri Kesiv, Vayamo Yoshafat Bekal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, No Chatzah Hashem, No Chatzah Beis Hashem Chadasha. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshafat Lord Bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, Bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem Chadasha. Literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Chadasha. What it means that this was the place where they were in the Kaddish. Right? They made a Kiddush. It wasn't always the Kiddush. V'amru Tavul Yom Al Yikanis B'Machan Al-Adiyah. What's it happen to see that under Yoshafat, they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a Tavul Yom, we'll say a Tavul Yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but it still requires Harav Shemesh. Still requires the sunset in order to become Tahor. So they passed in that a Tavul Yom gets a Machan Al-Adiyah. But what's the point of it? The point over here is you see that Yoshafat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests, you see from the Mishnah of Yehuda from here, that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, Maybe Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. The Havanami Binyamin. Because you must remember again, here's this interesting like Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about it is that Yerushalayim is actually occupied by two tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the Lashon Kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achnami, that does not necessarily allow you that one tribe constitutes a Kal. To which the Gemara says, you're right, you can bring another raya. Yetziv vayomer Eli, heneni matzacha b'yisicha u'nisaticha lekahal amin. What's that? Baruch Hu says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to kahal amin. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is Yaled Le'ahishai. Who was born in that moment? Binyamin. So Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is, or even one tribe is called Kal, Shmanina, Hakikam Rachman. That is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalut L'cha Hashda, Kal Akrina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another Kal. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even one shepherd is called a Kal. Maybe perhaps this is what was wrong with Yaakov, They shuddered in this Karyas Kal. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called the Kal. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the Kal. 11 tribes are not called the Kal. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the Kal. So we'll say the Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately ends. So you see over here that what? That Lemaisa, again, even one tribe is called the Tav. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a Kahal, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal Yehuda. As once we stop over here, Hashem will pick up. We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos both times the daf will be in the afternoon. Send it out later. All right, so we'll say good morning or good morning. Let's begin. First of all, our shir sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy College in memory of Solomon Koret, College Sarah Bas Habram, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, and the Neshamas Hasan Ali, the family in Chama. Thank the College Mishpacha for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilder family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shingle Bas Naman Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. I hope that in the marriage of our Kamatar and Sham will have an aliyah and the family in the So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf Hey 5. We are picking up on Dalit Amud Days by the Mishnah. Second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lines up on the bottom. So hopefully by now, Imam is getting into the Sefas Harius. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of limud than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin, Shogigin, Va'asur Chalakal Shogigin. If Bezdin made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, Bishogig as well, or as Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. Would be in par. So ultimately, again, they bring the par ha'elam davar at tzibur. This is a special covering that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. What happens if Beis Din purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael again was shogeg, whereas Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be in kispa usira. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kispa usira is another way of saying a personal chatos. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Beis Din was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. There's just personal liability through a regular chatos. Shogeg va'asur mezidin harei l'ptur. If the Beis Din was shogeg, but the people knew Beis Din was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater, then there's no problem. So there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur, because as we'll see, power ha'elam davar min hatzibur is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no chatos, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mezidin. So the Gemara goes weiter. Shogeg and va'asur mezidin harei l'ptur. So we can refer to the Mishnah as follows: that if Beis Din delivered their ruling b'shogeg, but Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted b'mezid, harei l'ptur. Ultimately, again, they are pater. They are pater. No par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Ha shogeg dumyi demezid chayiv. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg,
no, I don't want to subscribe to the channel.
That if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogeg dumyi demezid? Ve'efi dami shehoru Beis Din shechil of mutar. So Beis Din, once we had this case earlier, Beis Din paskined mistakenly that chaylev was mutar. Then it's chalik lo b'shumen, and then I will say what happens. I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of shumen. My chaylev and my shumen, which remember shumen is permitted fat, chaylev is prohibited fat, gets mixed up. And I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating a chaylev. So I'll say, what's that? So then the answer is lema. I'm sorry. So I'll say, there would be a case of shogeg dumya demezid, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the psak of the Beis Din, to which the Gemara says, that's the case. Tiv shota, but yet again, if that's the case, that it can be inferred from the Mishnah, yet why does Rabbi Bar Chama ask that very question over us? Tanu Sefer Shogigin Ba'asum. So what's which the Gemara answers, no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying Shogeg.
Oh yeah.
Since the beginning said Mizidin Ba'asu Shogigin, therefore the Sefer just wrote Shogigin Ba'asu Mizidin. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately for the specific type of carbon, it has to be shogig on the part of Beis Din, and shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogig in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogig, then ultimately we can bring the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Says the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din. So let's say Beis Din delivers their erroneous psak, and what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Mevi'en par. So we bring a par ha'elam davar. So we'll say, here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be b'shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be b'shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of
what
Beis
the
Din.
fuck?
If that happens, mostly they bring a par. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then ROTHSCHILD may be in par v'soy. So ultimately, again, we'll say for Avodah Zarah, there's not just the par, but there's an additional soy as well. Rabbi Yehuda says something very interesting. He says, good base shvatim may be in good base part. That ultimately, again, if you're talking about a situation where all the shvatim
little bitch.
so every single shevet brings their own par. So again, I will say same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that each shevet must bring their own par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Maybe in your days, part of
there you
the
go.
again,
This
the
is what
mistake
is
is
this,
without
son?
Matzara, that each shevet
What
must
up,
bring
baby?
its own par as well as its own seer, for 12 parim and 12 seer. I'll say hey and David. Rabbi Shimon says, you give a parim, uba'avodas v'cham shlosha sar parim. So let's listen to this. We'd give a seer. Par b'sar l'chol shevet v'shevet, par b'sar l'beis. Rabbi Shimon has an interesting sheet. Rabbi Yehuda builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, and I will say the halacha is that for par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, each shevet brings their own, and what? Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, quote unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 seirim. So the Gemara says, Horu Beis Din, va'asu zayin shvat and oluban. What happens if Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? In 7 tribes. So we mentioned this yesterday. 7 shvatim, oluban al-piyad. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now, in this case, remember again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling, or the Gemara says Oguban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So that halacha is Mevi'en par. UBa'avodas Mevi'en par b'sar d'Ramir. So also Ramir says that halacha l'maisa, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor issue. Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, Mevi'en Zayin Parim. Rabbi Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. So this Rabbi Yehuda Shitasa. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Ushar Shvatim Shalochatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Mervian al Yedei and par. Ultimately, again, I will say, the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, Sha'at ilu shalochatu mervian al Yedei choti. Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. And Rabbi Shimon says, Ches parim, uba'avodas ochavim, ches parim, v'ches siirim, par b'sar l'chol the Shevet, par b'sar l'beis. And Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. What Rabbi Shimon adds in his letter is that Beis Din brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Beis Din will bring its own additional carbon. Only Beis Din shall echam min hashvatim, va'asa osa shevet apiyah, which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the shvatim, each of the shvatim also has their own court? Let's say one of the high courts of one of the shvatim, paskin erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that shevet acted on that psak. What's the halacha? Also shevet to chayiv, yishar kol hashvatim through the Rabbi. So Yehuda also will say that shevet who followed its Beis Din is chayiv for a par, but the other shvatim are potter. The chachamim say no, ein chayav ela al horoya or ela al horios. So the name of the secta, horios Beis Din agod. So we'll say the chachamim say no. Par helam davar min hatzibur will say is only brought if there is one Beis Din who delivers an erroneous ruling. And which Beis Din is that? That's the high court, the Sanhedrin. Shene amar b'kol adas Yisrael yishku v'lo adas also shade. So I'll say, interesting that the chachamim is saying this adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the chacham disagree. The chacham say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan. So we'll say we now have a fundamental three machlokas in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. Tan Rabbanan. Yadu shahoru b'tou ma'choru. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says, Yadu shahoru b'tou ma'choru. כלומר, הורו בעצם שחלם אותי בבידול מקצץ, פסוק חלפי באחוז שוט, גיל חלב בדם, זר אחד בשביל הסמייסה, בלבד, אחד מהורו, ואחר כך יודו שהורו שלא קרוי, אלא שטוב מה שהורו ואינם יודעים אם על החילב הורו או על הדם. So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we permitted chilef or dam, we just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So Shabbos says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you Chayavim, you might have thought that there be a par halam davar min hatzibur tamilomar v'nod achatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below sheyotu achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a par halam davar min hatzibur, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a par halam davar min hatzibur liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din says, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a par halam davar min hatzibur liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim mevi'en shnei parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring two parim, shlosha mevi'en shlosha. So we'll say if three tribes made a mistake, so ultimately again they bring three parim. Oh, eina omer ela chatu shnei yechidim mevi'en shnei parim. Chatu gimel mevi'en gimel. But maybe even it's not tribes. But maybe ultimately again if two individuals, an individual makes a mistake, he also brings the bar halam davar min hatzibur. Therefore again the pasuk says, Kamalomar hakal chayiv. B'chol kal, so you want to say b'chol kal chayiv. Well, so therefore the pasuk says it is only the kal who brings a bar halam davar min hatzibur, never min hayachid. But what does it mean b'chol kal chayiv? Ketzad chatu shnei shvatim mevi'en shnei parim. Chatu zayin mevi'en zayin. Usharsh. So we'll say therefore again, what do we learn from this? If two tribes sinned, each of those tribes brings a par halam davar min hatzibur. Similarly, if 7 tribes sinned, so 7 tribes bring a par halam davar min hatzibur, and furthermore, ushar shvatim shelo chatu mevi'en al yedei and par. So I say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin, bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shachidu elu shlochatim avin al yedei achotim. Lekach ne'emar kal lechayiv al kol kahal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So it's like, this is the sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda's sheet, I will say, is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability, that if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, that shevet brings a par to elam davar min hatziba. I will say, Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that called shevet v'shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par elam davar min hatzibor is kahal. Torah says there's only liability when the kahal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokas is going to be what? How do you define kahal? That Yehuda defines kahal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows the erroneous psak of Beis Din, in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par elam davar min hatziba. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par elam davar min hatziba for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's how we do the shita. That ultimately, so therefore again, the Gemara says, "L'chayiv al kol kal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda." So Yehuda ultimately holds that halach l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par elam davar min hatzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin shvatim shechatu. So listen to this. Medin Zayin param ubezim medin al yidei and par. Shne'emar lemata kal, v'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma kala amr lemala based in the makal. Af kala amr lemata based in the makal. So what's here Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par elam davar min hatzibor. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? I will say the Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin, but yet Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's in Rabbi Shimon's model, the shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin shvatim shechatu, Beis Din medin al yedei and par, vein k'turi. And I say last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa, it is only the Beis Din who brings the par elam davar min hatzibor, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. Say Rabbi Meir says Zayin shvatim shechatu. I say on Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par elam davar min hatzibor is when there's a majority of the Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the Klal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that so when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only Beis Din who brings the par elam davar min hatzibor, not the shvatim. Ne'emar kal lamata, v'ne'emar kal lamala. Ma kal ha'amar lamala Beis Din v'lo tzibor, af kal ha'amar lamata Beis Din v'lo tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says, Mishmo. So we'll say, what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar holds, Chatu shisha shvatim, vein rubo shakal. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sin, even though what? They are not the majority of the Klal, nevertheless, in the Vian part. So when Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. So the majority can take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So it's a first wide line. Amar Nar, we know that we'll say furthermore, what did we say in the Bryce above? That the only time we bring a par elam davar min hatzibor is when the Beis Din is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, the Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Beis Din knows, we know we did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a par elam davar min hatzibor. Mantana, we'll say who is the opinion who says this? Who is the opinion who said this? So the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Yutam Rabbi Timur Rabba, so lo Rabbi Eliezer. So listen, before we get to who we know it's like, we should tell you who it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. This man, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafshah, Im Chelev Acho, Chayiv, no Sir Acho Chayiv. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in the Sekas Pisus, where a person is naturally, he's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Chelev or I'm not sure if I ate Nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? So it's like the carbon for eating Chelev or for eating Nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate Chelev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right, you ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So I say, Rashi points out over here that Halachah L'Maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, the Brisa doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chelev, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you take Rabbi Eliezer, no, it could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yafad the Sid could be Par Helam David Natsi was a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says Asher Chata Aleh. Because what's the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv for, or it should say that Par Helam David Natsi that Par Helam David Natsi was triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chatu Aleh. So it's like, so there's a specificity. There's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chatu Aleh for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasam Nami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasam Nami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Hasam Nami Haksiv Asher Chata Bof. Bless you. Homi Bayale Pratna Misase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if you've chatos if they are misasik. I will say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasek, everyone will agree that halakha l'maaseh again, I am not chayiv a chatos in that case. Right? Time is W. So we'll say, so now we're going down. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a tar helam daven in that seaboard brought. So remember again, shitas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own power. Now that what does Rabbi Yehuda say? What should we say? That even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What does Rabbi Yehuda shita? My time Rabbi Yehuda kasavar arba kahalik siv. Rabbi Yehuda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parasha of Har HaLam David Tzibor. Right? He says kal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad v'chayva kol kal v'kal. One is a teaching that what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called a kal. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad lo rot libabeis no ma'isa talad the kal. But the second one teaches me that Par Helam Tzibur is only going to be brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the tzibor who acts on the ruling. V'chad l'grira. We'll say, what is teaching me about grira? What's grira? We'll say that halakha l'maaseh, even the shvatim who didn't sin, bring grira l'maaseh dragged along. Bring a korban on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. V'chad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz Beis Din. And we'll say, ultimately, again, what does it teach me about the fact that if we'll say for the Gerash says the Chal Shem Chasa Baraz Beis Din, he is not the safe as the Masisa Olu Beis Din Sha'ach Min HaShvatim. It was a kind of Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own Beis Din, that's Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the Shilos from the 4 times the fact that the word Kal is used. Rabbi Shimon's model, Talasa Kalik City. It says the word Kal 3 times. Hakahal, Kal Hakahal. Meinei Kahal Orche Dikro. Let's say, but he doesn't darshan in the fourth Kal. Why? Because that fourth Kal appears in the phrase Meinei Hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the Kal, which means, again, they made a mistake. He says that one you can't darshan why? Because that's just an expression. Kedami Inshi Meinei Diflanya. As most people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so-and-so. So once they hadn't seen that, so one cow comes to each means that each shevet has his own liability for finding exactly the reason. Utrei achrini ne'emar lemata cow, but ne'emar lemala cow. It says cow earlier, and it says cow over here. Malahalan basin cow. Just like we'll say, it says over here that basin has to be with the cow. Afkan basin in Macau. So over here, we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal lo darsh. Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan kal. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the two cows that are written wide. Nemar lamata kal v'nemar lamala kal. Malahalon based in below tzibor, Afkan based in below tzibor. I'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the kal is referring to based in not the tzibor. So to here is referring to based in not the tzibor. So let's remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par helam davar in that tzibor? It's the based. It's the Bezin. Bezin brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately yet from the Gzir Shem. Shimon Allah in my time of. What's Shimon Allah's logic? Sid v'haya ime'inei ha'ida alma mi'uta d'sid me'inei. So we'll say, again, remember, on one hand, Shimon Allah says as follows. The pasuk says, v'haya ime'inei ha'ida. And he understands me'ina ha'ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and Sid, and it says, so we'll say on one hand it says if a matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says kilo kala ambishkaga. Kala also means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember the ruba in the sounds like it's only the robe, but not the mute. So in other words, hakitza. Asuvav ve'im ruban shakal. So I'll say Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, chayav, and ultimately again they are chayav. What's the other days? Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, the Holat, the Bezdin. It was the religion of the Meir knows that in order for a power tzibur obligation to be triggered, the psak halacha has to be given by the Beis Din, but the action has to be taken by the cow, to which the Gemara says, where do we know that? From the Nalu, Amar Abaye, the Amar Kafir, the pasuk says, V'haya ime'ene ha'ida nesta l'shkaga. As well as the pasuk says, that it will be from the eyes of the congregation nesta l'shkaga. The matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rava learned from the pasuk from the Chala Abdishkaga that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Because the Rahman Levaya Minea Ibn Esther would have just said the first pasuk, Sahaba Amina Hakilu Miduka. I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population sins, there's a part of the government. Therefore, the pasuk says that the entire nation was in praise. And if it were to say I might have thought that Allah the basement has to act together with this Rabbi as well. Once I release it, was written in the context so ultimately we're making Zershava to teach us that this halacha applies whether based on delivering an erroneous ruling about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a fear. Good, right there. Holu Bezdin Sha'ach. So let's remember again what the Mishnah said. If the Bezdin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say again, that does not trigger Har Ha'elam Davar Minatzi. Has to be the Sanhedrin. So says the Gemara, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Ba'oraz Beis Nagadol, Mi Maisu Shar Shvatim Olov. Let's listen to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Ba'oraz Beis Nagadol. I'm sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, but so also what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Gadol? So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Gadol. So let's remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar min hatzibur. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Nagadol. Mi maisu shar shvatim olom. So let's remember again, Rabbi Yehuda's model. Remember also the tribes who did not commit an avera also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed an avera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Gadol, do the other tribes bring for that one tribe only? Miyaminoi shiva shatim v'lemaisu shar shvatim b'hadayu mishum de'ikaruva. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant is when you have 7 tribes? When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the second of these, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, but again, one tribe, and I remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a Kal. So Rabbi Yehuda's model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Gadol, running its psak, they are going to bring a par helam davar min hatzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one tribe? Remember, Said said before, in Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So let's say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a Kal, that tribe brings a par halam davar min hatzibur. That we know. That's whether that's halakha we'll have to see. But that's what Rabbi Yehuda. We try to do all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim who sinned, then even the ones who didn't bring, but if there's only one tribe, obviously is not a rove, and the other tribes do not bring. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. But once one of the shvatim is bringing a par helam davar min hatzibur, by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all the shvatim. So we'll say that's the shayla. Same thing. Special bracha. Says the Gemara Tashma. Mahin Nevi'im. So what do they bring? What do the tribes bring? So Parachas, they bring one par. The Shimon says, I should say this one. The Mishnah says, Mahin Nevi'im. What do they bring? Parachas, one par. The Shimon Shnei parim. The Shimon says 2 parim. The Gemara asking us, so what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon Tamnei Bai. So we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember what she does, Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Beis Din also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model, there should be 8 parim, 7 for the tribes, 1 for Beis Din. Rather, it must be 1. We must be talking about a case over here where one shevet sin. So what's the case? The man, if the shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon less like, right? So we'll say that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? And Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par helam davar min hatzibur in that case. Elalav b'horaz Beis Din agol. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Gadol. The Tanakama money. And what's the reason for is the Tanakama? You mean Rabbi Meir, Haru Rabbi. Let's say you want to say Rabbi Meir requires majority of the shvatim for Param Dal Ben Hatzibur. Hello, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. If you go Shechat Shevet Echad, then what's the case? The case is where one shevet sins. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where one shevet sins, who brings the Par Halam David and Tzibor? That one shevet, and the other shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. On the outcome, I asking you, what's the case over here? He goes, Shechatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Ruban Shalkal. What's the case over here? Is where six of the tribes, six of the shvatim sin, but they are the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and what's the effective Rabbi Shimon Elazar? Say the sign of Rabbi Shimon Elazar Omer. What's the first line? Mishmo. I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Elazar Mishmo. Chatu Shisha Vein Ruban Shalkal. If six of the shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, Shiva Apapi She'ena Ruban Shalkal, or seven sin. Right, they're the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical majority. Mevi Par. What the halacha is, they bring a par. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Shevet sha'asa ba'oraz bezdino. What's that? If a shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal bezdin. So what's the halacha? Also, shevet chayiv. Ushar kol hashvatim pturim. So we'll say what? That shevet is chayiv, but all the other shvatim are patur. U'ba'oraz bezdin agadol afilu shar shvatim chayav. We'll say, but if the one shevet acted based on the instruction of the Beis Hagadol, then what? Even the other shvatim will be chayiv shma mina. So we'll say, Salok Laman's with the Halach Laman's with Rabbi Yehuda. But we just went through interesting things, by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a chiyuv for a par ha'elam daven and atzibah, according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that shevet will bring a par ha'elam daven and atzibah, but what? Not the other shvatim. But if one shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that shevet brings a par, and what? All of the other shvatim are activated themselves. So we'll say, so it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of a shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a par ha'elam daven and atzibah. Incredible. I'm Ravashi. Ravashi says the truth is this is supported by our mission as well. Diktani, but also shevet al pihan. Right, the pasuk says that particular shevet acted based on their word. Also shevet chayiv, ushar shalak kalashat. Telling them that it's only that one shevet is chayiv, but the other shvatim are potter. If that's the case, lama liban, there's no shar shvatim turim. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other shvatim are potter. Hatana osa shevet chayiv. If since the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv, I would have understood that what? The chayvan the Tana osa shevet chayiv, the male yedano shar shvatim turim. We'll say once the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv, by definition of the other shvatim are potter. Alahak mashmalon the behoraz based dino the shar shvatim turim. About behoraz based nagada to the shar shvatim chayovim shmanina. Rather than what we gave you the guide from the Mishnah that it's only in the case ultimately again where a shevet is following the instruction of its own Beis Din, that shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be turim. But if a particular shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that shevet has to bring a par ha'elam daven and atzibah, then what? The other shvatim must do so as well. Incredible sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. We'll say so again. Whether or not you pass the halacha l'meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda is about saying that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par ha'elam daven and atzibah. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each shevet is called a kal. Not only that, but once one shevet has to bring the par ha'elam daven and atzibah, then what? Every shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the high courts of that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that shevet has to bring a korban. The other shvatim do not. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Actually, the Arvos Ibailu shevet echad shasawaras Beis Din Agadol. So let's listen to this. What happens if you have a shevet echad, one shevet? Was it followed the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin handed down the erroneous ruling. You have one shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon Me, my Silo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was Shitas Rabbi Shimon? Shitas Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own parallel daven that tzibor. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own par. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shiloh will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psach and the Sanhedrin Agogol? According to Rabbi Shimon, me minus O low. We'll say, so ultimately, again, what happens in that case? Me minus O low. So we'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says as follows: Tashma, Mahim Medin, what do they bring? Par Echad. Bring one par. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei Parim. Shimon says two parim. Am I asking him? We'll say, so what's the case? What's the Bryce's case? If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sinned, Shnei Parim, what do you mean 2 Parim? Shmona Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatim sinned, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sinned, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the Chata Sheva Tafan. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sinned. Uben Maya. We'll say, what's the case? Ilay Maboras, Beis Dino. If you want to say the Shevet sinned based on the Psak of its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon Leslie. We'll say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe or a Shevet follows its own Beis Din. One time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin Agadol. Ela Barat Beis Agadol. Rather it's the Raz Beis Agadol, Sanhedrin. It is Bara. Tanakama money. We'll say who's the Tanakama? Rabbi Meir Rabbi. We'll say Rabbi Meir holds. When we bring a pound of Tzibor, either when there's a numerical or tribal row. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatanami Meister. Most and Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one Shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring it as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Elazar. Or say rather again, it must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Elazar to the sign as we taught about. Tashma. The Chum say, we all love in Ochayet Ella al Horaj Beis Nagol. The Chum say, I will say, that the only time you bring a parallel daven at Tzibur is when? It's when Allah from the Mainz again and following the Psak Halach of the Sanhedrin Agad. My Chacham, what's the word of Chacham? Ilim Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, Rabbi Meir holds that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. And Allah Rabbi Shimon means, rather you have to say, will say, that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shemamina, and you see that this is correct. That they see we'll say the difference is Rabbi Huda. So we saw the differences in Rabbi. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a cow. Even one shevet is called essentially klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet echad ishvi kamerov. Amri Tichsiv, Vayamod Yoshafat Dekal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, Nocha Chatzah Hashem, Notzeh Chatzah Beis Hashem Chadasha. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood Dekal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, the Kal Yehud in Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem Chadasha. Literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Chadasha. Amar Rabbi Yochanan Shechikshu Dvarim. What it means that this was the place where they were mechadish, like they made a chiddush. What's always the chiddush? Va'amru tuvul yom al yukanis b'machan aliyah. What's it happened to see that under Yoshafat they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a tuvul yom was a tuvul yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but it still requires harav shemesh. It still requires the sunset in order to become tahor. So they passed him that a tuvul yom can't the machan aliyah. So we'll say, but what's the point over here? The point over here is you see that Yoshafat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests, you see from the Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yehuda learn out from here that even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, Maskif Ravacha Bayachom Imai, Dilma Sheni Yerushalayim. Maybe Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. Because you must remember again, here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about is that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Akinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a kal. To which the Gemara says, you're right, you can bring another raya. Yechsir bayomer elai, hineni matracha v'yisicha u'nisaticha lekahal amin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to kahal amin. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is yadad le'ahishai. So who was born in that moment? Binyamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes, Binyamin. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is called Kal, Shvanina, Havikam Rachman. This is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalid L'cha Hashda, Kal Akrina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another Kal. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even one shape is called the Kal. Maybe perhaps this is what Hashem was saying. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called the Kal. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the Kal. 11 tribes are not called the Kal. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the Kal. So we'll say the Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately had still have statements. Right? So you see over here that what? That Lamaisa, again, even one tribe is called the Kal. So the Gemara both is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a Kahal, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal Yehuda. Alright, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. And Shabbos, both times the daf will be in Yom Tov in the afternoon. I'll send it out later. It's Yom Tov in a good night. All right, so we'll say good morning, let us begin. Begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning share to fame. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, ROTHSCHILD, dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a schus and Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba, Benny Goldberg, Zaliyah for the show of his parents, Avram Ben Ashakinchas, Faber Ezel, Bas Yali, and the hope that American Hashem Yitzilos allow it given all problems will be answered during this holy month. Shmuel Levi Minutes, Lili Nishmas, David Plum's father, Rabbi Ari Plum, Rabbi Yitzchak, Ari Genachava, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron of the Bracha. All the learning sponsors, David Dugman, Lili Nishmas, Loi Ben Ari, Zichron of the Bracha, and our Dafyomi sponsors, Milt and Melanie Gertner, and many of Milt's father, Gilbert Gertner, Getzel Ben Avram, Zichron of the Bracha, the Open, the merit of the Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sav and Aliyah, families in the summer, all those who are for Shabbat, that with phone call, the Shabbat, the Shabbat, the Shabbat, the Shabbat, the hostages, the Shalom and the Kar, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidei. So with that, let us begin. We had a ridiculous amount of Gemara to do today. Right? Just okay, but we are going to Mir Hashem, get it done. We always get it done. So we get done. Gimel. Today's job is got Gimel. I think we're starting like in the second Sabbath of Sarah. But no, we're starting on days over days. Days over days. On 2B, and we are taking off in Mir Hashem. My Rabbi, how old should it be? My Rabbi,
Yeah, my Rabbanon. So we'll say, so remember again, we began, this is probably about 20 lines up on the bottom. So my Rabbanon. So we'll say, so remember again, we had a statement of the name of Rabbi Huda in the Shmuel. So Rabbi Huda said, you did Rabbi Huda. Right, Rabbi Huda said, these are the words of the Tana, Rabbi Huda. But ultimately, so remember again, our entire Mishnah reflecting the following view, which is that halacha l'maisa, am I about right? 20 lines up and running? Where did I answer? 10 lines from the top? Come on. I did not get that. Oh, that's embarrassing. I don't just go with me with this. 10 lines from the top? Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Roll. All right. I got this. Okay. Roll. So remember again. Oh, what did I do yesterday? What is it? Okay, so roll. All right, I got this. Now I get it. Somebody came over to me last night after Shabbos Shir. Somebody listens online. He said, Rabbi, what happened? The recording cut out in the beginning on the days of our days. Now I get it. Okay, got it. Okay, so you want to say as follows. Right. So then she says as follows. So remember again, the halacha is that if you have a Beis Din at Pasuk, right? And the Beis Din went ahead and said that halacha l'maisa, they said favor is mutter. So remember again, then you have someone either on the Beis Din or ultimately again sitting in the galley of the Beis Din. Who halacha l'maisa understands that the Beis Din is absolutely mistaken. Very sense mistaken. They still act upon that ruling. Halacha l'maisa, they're not part of the chayv and achakos, right? Because remember again, reliance on the Beis Din's ruling only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better and puts his full trust in the Beis Din, which makes sense for a regular person. But l'maisa, someone who understands, halacha l'maisa doesn't have that exemption. So says the Gemara, right? Keep going, man. No, we did this. Keep going, man. Right? Allah, thank you. Allah, keep going. Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. So you might give examples of this. Like these individuals, the Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, there actually points out over here, so these individuals themselves were not Dayanim, but they sat in front of the Beis Din, and that's how Sanhedrin days. But there was always like a black and better like a judicial bullpen, right? There were always rows of students who were there in case the Beis Din needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but halacha l'maisa again were fit for hora. They were fit for hora. Therefore, halacha l'maisa again, if they were to rely on an erroneous statement of the Beis Din, they would be personally reliable. I'm Rabbi. Can't keep this in mind. So 1 second. I got no. Basically, now someone like Shimon ben Azai or Shimon ben Zoma, if they think that the Beis Din rules that favor this mutter, they know that it's wrong. They know that it's an erroneous psak. If they were to rely on that psak and eat Caleb, that's amazing. That's intentional violation. We might as well using that logic. The Gemara says, ultimately again, if an individual commits an avera, ultimately he's chayv b'chatos. If he does so under the instruction of Beis Din, he is pater. Ketzad, what's the case? Holy Beis Din shechelev mutter v'noga la'echad mehen shetau. It is the Mishnah yourself. Right, so ultimately Beis Din asking that chelev is mutter, and one of the members of the Beis Din realizes that Beis Din is mistaken. Or, for example, someone's, they have a comment who's fit to be a judge, is sitting there in the Beis Din, and ultimately, again, he relies on the ruling. You might have thought that such a person would be pater. Tamaloma, ba'asosa achos. Yochid ha'osa pi'atzmo chayiv. If an individual acts on his own volition, ultimately, again, he is chayiv ba'horaz Beis Din pater. Ultimately, again, but if he does with the instruction of Beis Din, he's pater. So one says, the problem is like this. These individuals are still acting with the instruction of Beis Din, but at the end of the day, they know better. So how does this stay? Shabbat said, this is as eliminating mishkat hasal. So what we're asking over here is, so what is the case of a Talmid Chacham who relies on the erroneous psak of a Beis Din, right? Ultimately, again, who again knows that the Beis Din is wrong, but ultimately, again, it's still called shogeg. What is that case? Shabbat said, this is as eliminating mishkat hasal. If you go to Yada Da'asr, He knows that it's aser. He knows that chaylev is aser. The katai, watch this. The mitzvah l'shmoa divrei chachamim. Le'di'inami the Torah mitzvah l'shmoa divrei chachamim. So I'll say this is quite interesting. What's the shogeg over here? The shogeg over here is like this. The Talmud Chacham knows that the Beis Din is wrong. But what he's not sure about is a difficult obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. So he thinks to himself, oh, maybe that biblical obligation applies even in situations where it's clear that the rabbanim are wrong. That's the shogeg of this case also. So again, it's not amazing, because he's not intentionally, he's intentionally eating Caleb, and he knows that Caleb is also, but his feeling is like this, that Lamaisa, there's a mitzvah to listen to Chazal. So perhaps the mitzvah to listen to Chazal ultimately is, even if you know they're wrong. Now, by the way, it's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say in the Pasuk? Rashi says, do not veer from the words that they tell you right or left. What does Rashi say? According to the Gemara, Apilu Omrim, Al Yamin Shu Small, Val Small Shu Yamin. Even if the Beis Din tells you that the right is left and the left is right, you have to listen. So one could erroneously glean from that even if the Beis Din tells you that Chaylev is mutter, but you know that Chaylev is aser, that you should still listen or you can't still listen. Again, Kamash Mola, no, not that far. And therefore, again, such an individual would not be shielded from personal liability. He would be chai b'chatos, but yet he's still called a shogeg. Right? He's still called a shogeg. Not a shogeg regarding Caleb, but a shogeg regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Incredible. Let's go like this. Yaakov, Hatom Batzmo Chai. So it says very good. Mishnah said, here's the rule. Any person who essentially acts of his own volition is always going to be chai b'chatos. Remember, we're talking about cases of shogeg over here. So when we say chayiv, it means chayiv b'chatos, which is carbonic liability for inadvertent commission of an avera, certain averas. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he's going to be chai b'chatos. Acted as a result of the Beis Din's instruction will be part of the chatos. So tell me the Beis Din last year, only Beis Din the other shetal. So listen to this. Chazu, go ahead. So you want to say, tell me the Beis Din. Let me give you an example of that. Take two pastors, Caleb is mutter, and then I'm going to say what happened. Beis Din realized that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted. Chazu, go ahead. So I want to say, what's the problem? But Ruben didn't hear about this. Ruben only heard the first part, didn't hear the second part, right? So Ruben heard that Beis Din asking that Caleb is aser, but he did not hear, Caleb is mutter, but he did not hear that they recanted that psak. So he acted on it. Someone says, of course, it's going to be potter. Someone says, how the heck can you right? You might say, you're right. First, the Mishnah went ahead and the Mishnah says the case, and then the Mishnah just espoused the principle. Good. I'm not going to Mishnah. Okay, so what's it is actually that not yesterday. That's just Chazara. I'm not going to Mishnah, right? Zug Divrei Rabbi Huda. So the Gemara says like this. All of this up until now, right? So we've been operating with one core principle, which is when Beis Din passes and makes an erroneous psak, an erroneous ruling, and the individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is potter. He is shielded from personal liability because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of the Beis Din. That's what we're operating. Now, I will say, up until this Gemara right now, we have assumed everyone agrees with that statement. Comes on the Rebbe saying in Shmuel, this Zul did Rabbi Yehuda. That's what Rabbi Yehuda about Chum say Yaakov Chasabaras Beis Din Chayiv. Ooh, the Chum calling the Chum say not true. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of Beis Din, at the end of the day, he is Chayiv. There's personal liability even when you act under the instruction of Beis Din. And therefore, again, just plugging this in, Beis Din says Caleb is mutter. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice zafted piece of Caleb, right? And that's dinner. Chacham are going to say he's liable. Not us, because again, it's shogeg. To be clear, it's not made. It's shogeg, but it's still going to be liability. Moses, okay, let's unpack this. Right? So essentially, what we have over here is in Machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and the Chachamim. Yehuda says individual acts based on psak of Beis Din, he is potter. Chachamim say he is chayiv. So my Rabbi Yehuda, who's Rabbi Yehuda? The Sanyo in Nefesh Achas Tefeka B'Shkaga Ba'asosa Hari Ilugili. So if you look at this phrase in Nefesh Achas Tefeka, You have essentially three limiting or exclusionary phrases. Therefore, what does this teach us? If you act in your own position, you commit an error inadvertently. You do so based on the psak of the Beis Din, so again, that's ultimately Rabbi Yehuda. My Rabbi, what's the Rabbi? Isayo, Adayin Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, Chayavim, Shem Beis Din Medin Al Yudei Kal. So what's going to happen over the course of the next daf is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth two concepts. This idea of our Mishnah, that Beis Din Paskin, ultimately again delivered in a erroneous individual acted on it, is there liability for an individual chatas or not? Well, as you mentioned in yesterday's daf, which is for today's daf, there is also another concept which is par ta'alam government which means Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and the majority of the congregation, now we're going to discuss what congregation is, but the majority of Klal Yisrael acts on that psak. Then that requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? That we're going to see. So that's the most jumping to over here for just a moment. Desanya. Adayin Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the erroneous psak of Beis Din, Chayavim. You still, the individual members of Klal Yisrael, you have to bring a chatas. Why? Shem Beis Din Medin Al Yudei and Par. It's interestingly enough, it's the Gemara saying over here that if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the psak of the Beis Din, minority is going to have to bring a chatas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no par ha'elam government at Sibor, and therefore again, the Klal Yisrael is not covered by that carbon. Because they're not covered by that carbon, everyone has to bring their individual chatas. Love Kal Shechatu, and again, I will say, we're going to see this sugya. Right now it's being mentioned over here, we're going to delve into Bam Government at Sibor. Love Kal Shechatu, you put it. But at the end of the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Ultimately, again, they should be putter. You would have thought that therefore they should be putter from individual chatas liability. Why? Shari Beis Din Medin Al Yudei and Par. Because the Beis Din is going to bring up par halav government at Tzibor. Amudomar me'am ha'aretz. Ati l'ruba v'ati l'kula. Wow. Okay. So now watch this. Rabbanan saying like this: you would have thought that when there is a par halav government at Tzibor, ultimately again the individuals would be parted from the chatos. Kamash malon me'am ha'aretz. The am ha'aretz, the nation of the land, the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal kabbalic liability. So therefore, Rabbanan is saying even when a par halav government tzibor is being brought, the individuals must still bring their individual chatas, which shows you what? That even where there is liability on the part of the Beis Din, and the individual is acting on behalf as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, there is still personal kabbalic liability. See what it says. So that's our machlokes. So Rabbi Yehuda says when the individual acts under the instruction of Beis Din, no personal kabbalic liability, no chatas. That one is saying, no, even though you're acting under the instruction of the Beis Din, right, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is still personal kabbalic liability in the form of a chatas. Incredible. So Gemara says, just another goes over there, actually deny. What's the case over here? Even though the shitty that's myself, we're talking about over here, that individual just acted of their own volition without the instruction of Beis Din, just made a mistake. Beis Din shalom bara, and Beis Din didn't deliver a psak, then Beis Din might have been a tiny. Ultimately, again, obviously, Beis Din has nothing to do with this. Shalom bara is Beis Din. Beis Din means Ma'aseh shalom bara. Beis Din never passed me. Just talking about a situation where people just made a lot of people just made the same mistake. So obviously, again, it's personal liability. Ela bara. Now, the most remember the case where the Beis Din did issue up an erroneous psak. Baha iksid me'am ha'aretz b'sheiras ma'aseh b'chsid. So there's a problem. When the pasuk is me'am ha'aretz by the obligation of chatas, the book says Lashon sheiras ma'aseh means that Klal Yisrael, whether it's some individuals, minority, even a majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistaken understanding, nothing to do with the psak of Beis Din. So this way, by Shiras Maisa, Elo Lav, Hafka, is what it means to say. Here we go. Miut Kal Shechatu B'Shiras Maisa, when the minority of Klal Yisrael sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not a psak of Beis Din, they made a mistake. Chayavim, ultimately, again, they're chayv b'chatos. Each individual, why? Shem Beis Din are you there in par b'horav? Because Beis Din is not bringing a par ha'elam davar minat tzibor order. Ha, as the Gemara says, Ha, Hein Chayavin, Yachol Ravatzi B'Sha'asim Shiras Mais Yukturin. You might have thought, therefore, the majority of Klal Yisrael commits an Avera, the Shiras Maisa of their own volition, that ultimately, again, they should be Pater, Shari Beis Din Mevi Aleihem. Ultimately, again, so ultimately, again, even when the majority sins, when the majority sins, if it was not a horatz case, if there was no psak, ultimately, again, they're kind of chatas. I'm going to pop off. Meanwhile, why you say it? Jump maybe no one brings a covenant in that circumstance. He might hear the Kamahadar Maruba with you, but if that's the case, then why are you looking for the majority to create a sense of liability? Lav Niflau, the meal to Balra, and the lady Matai Balra. It must be because even when a minority goes ahead and acts on the psak of the beast, then ultimately again there's going to be liability as a result of the ruling. Then a Hada Berisha Amuta, the Mechayim Shiri Rasmaisa. So the Gemara said, let's go ahead first, look at a case for the meat from minority that will be chayav shivas ma'aser, so acted of their own volition, and then we'll find the case ultimately again of liability for the majority who acted with shivas ma'aser. Alalav, the law mahadra amir to mechayim b'shivas ma'aser. But rather again, from the fact that we're not looking for a case of miut, of minority, who are liable for their own actions. When a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, they are going to be chayav. That's another way of saying the covenant contrast. The shalom bara shingas myself ultimately again, and when Allah they act even out of psak of Beis Din, ultimately again they will be chayav in chatos as well. Okay, bottom line, let me go a little quickly. The bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what Rabbi Yehuda said. Rabbi Yehuda helped us to understand that which we thought was fully agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to machlokas. Here's the takeaway. Here's the one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this incredibly beautiful yet somewhat complex journey. We have a fundamental machlokas tanai. If an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of the Beis Din, is he chayav a carbon katas or not? Beis Din said Caleb is mutter. Reuven said great, always wanted to have some. Goes out, eats Caleb, finds out Beis Din was wrong. Reuven's a shogeg, obviously he accidentally, is he chayav a katas or not? You know what you're going to go say, so just understand. Had Reuven accidentally consumed a piece of Caleb, what were in halacha? Carbon chatas. Here, Reuven, interestingly enough, acted based on the psak of the Beis Din. If you see any mistake, is he chayav a chatas? Rabbanon, sorry, Rabbi Yehuda, no. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts as a result of the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that machlokas. That's going to be our machlokas for today. We're going to see it play out a number of different ways. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. Nifty. Both the Mishnahs that you quoted, right, were both what we call stam Mishnahs, which means without attribution. The Gemara said, how do you know the first one is Rabbi, the second one is Rabbanon? The Gemara says, in the opposite. No, because who is the one who ultimately darshans a miyut? That's like the me'ama aretz. Ki agav Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda says, "What's the top of Gimel? Zos Toras ha'olahi ha'reilu shlosha miyutim." So again, it was the my darshans again. Zos Toras ha'olah. There are three limiting phrases, the three limiting words in this. Here, Rabbi Yehuda, who darshans miyutim. Therefore, it makes sense to attribute the grace of the possibilities. Again, Ani Omer, well, what's the smokeless of Rabbi Yehuda? But perhaps I can't get fully established as Rabbi Yehuda. Because Rov Kal, Shechatu, so we'll say, so now again, we're jumping back now to Par Kalam Davin today. We have not learned this sugya. But again, Par Kalam Davin, which literally means Par, a bull offering. Something, a piece of information, has been hidden or obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation Beis Din issued an erroneous psak, and majority of Klal Yisrael relied on it. Okay, so now watch this. They tell you, if the majority of Klal Yisrael sin, Beis Din are you in power? So Beis Din, according to this version, Beis Din is the one who brings the power halam daram nasim. The individual doesn't bring it. Beis Din brings this carbon on behalf of Klal Yisrael. And I'm going to say, now watch this. If you think that this is Rabbi Yehuda, listen to this. Ha'amar, Sibo Hudamai Si Beis Din Lo. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, Machlokes number 2 that I want you to remember. When there is a par halam davar in Atziba, that is a Beis Din issue erroneous ruling, the judge of Klal Yisrael relied on it. Right now, carbonic liability, par halam davar in Atziba. Who brings that carbon? Watch this. The Snan. Rabbi Yehuda Omer. So we'll say, well, let me just say it's outside. The Rabbanan say that ultimately again, it is the Beis Din who brings it. Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, Klal Yisrael brings it. The Tzibur brings it. Now, what does that mean? The Tzibur, like there's one power for Klal Yisrael, there's multiple powers for Klal Yisrael. That we're going to see, but just again, that's not focus number 2 to kind of keep in your head. This time, here you go. And you know, it's fascinating. When you don't know, Shiva Rosa and Gimel Amid Aleph 3a, 6 lines after the top. This time, you don't know. Shiva Shvatim Shechatu Median Zayin parts. So listen to this. There's 7 tribes. Now, we'll say, remember again, what does 7 tribes represent? 7 tribes represents majority of Klal Yisrael. Now, interestingly enough, not necessarily numerical majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that in so many exciting things to come. I don't know, next week when we finish this now. Right, so let's say, so let's say again, right? 7 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead and commit an Avera. So what's the halacha? Now again, we'll say this all children, Nevi'im Zayin Parim. Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, last one line, Rashi, Zayin Shvatim, to Habu Lov Shvatim. That's the majority of the Shvatim of Klal Yisrael. Nevi'im Shiva Parim. So it's interesting. So obviously, one par per Shevet. Now, some Rabbi Yehuda, the Shevet Echad Ikri Kal, so Nevi'im below Beis Din. So listen, there's a lot actually happening over here. First of all, in Rabbi Yehuda, you see that it's the people who bring the power, not the Beis Din. And it's also interesting to see that according to Rabbi Yehuda, each Shevet is considered its own car, considered its own congregation, and therefore each Shevet must bring its own power. Nachman and Shmuel, Sudu Rabbi Meir. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. So let's say, so therefore again, right now where we are is we have 2 machlokes in Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan. Number 1 is in our Mishnah. The Rabbanan say ultimately again, Rabbi Yehuda says the individual shielded from personal liability when he relies on separate basis. Rabbanan say no, you're liable. And machlokes is showing 2 Ba'al and David Tzibur. The Rabbanan say Beis Din brings it. Rabbi Yehuda says Klal Yisrael brings it. Nachman and Shmuel, Sudu Rabbi Meir. These words are there. About Chachamim, the Chachamim say, Yochid Shasa Ma'alas Beis Din Kai. So as I see interestingly enough, Rabbi Nachman says, it's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the opposite. It's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the Kana of Mishnah, but it's not anything for Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir is one who says, ultimately again, the individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts on the advice of the Beis, or the Tzak of the Beis. But the Chachamim say ultimately again that he's Chayim. So you must say, my Rabbi Meir, my Rabbanan. What are these both things doing? Here we go. Holy Vasu, Beis Din Paskin, that Chayim is Motor, and Ruvain went out, or individuals went out, and ate it. And Meir Potter from the Chayim. And Meir says, you Potter, and ultimately again, Chachamim say it's Chayim. Man Asr. So we'll say, what does this mean? Who is doing this? Who is performing this hate? Because if you look at Lashon HaBaisa, it's interesting. It says, Holu v'Asr. They paskin and they ate. I just use Chayim as the example. So I understand the paskin is being done by the Beis Din. Who went out and committed the Avera? Because also, this is not singular. It's not Holu v'Asr, but it's Holu v'Asr. Who's doing this? Even in the Beis Din, so let's say again, if it's Beis Din who passed in and Beis Din who went out and then acted, they ate the chaylev, so my time is Rabbanan the Chaylev. Ultimately, as well, so once again, this is Har Halam Davan Siva. So ultimately, again, say if it's the Beis Din that passed in and the Beis Din that went down and ate the chaylev, then why would you liability for part? The whole Beis Din, but also you would have thought like this: if Beis Din went ahead and passed in, and the Beis Din themselves acted on their own staff. You might have thought that ultimately again there would be liability, right? Kamalomar, so Par Helam Government Sibo liability. Kamalomar, Kakahal Boss. No, Par Helam Government Israel acts. Maisa Talar the cow, Vala Tluya the base. The action is dependent on Klal Yisrael, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership in the commission of sin. So ultimately, again, Beijing is delivering the erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael are the ones who are acting on it, which indicates that saying Beijing is shivering, and then Beijing are the ones that acted on it. Which means there might be fatness liability, but ultimately, again, it's not power having done in the Sibor. Ella, rather you have to say, Holy Beijing the Asu Rov Cow. It must be that ultimately, again, based in Paskin, and what happens? And what happened? And halacha l'maisa, the majority of Klal Yisrael acted upon it. So that's the case. Might come to the protest. Why would Rabbi say? Why would Rabbi say that the potter from Par Helam Davin and Sibor? That's a paradigmatic case of Par Helam Davin and Sibor. And Allah, Holy Page, and rather will say what happened. Holy Page, then Va'asu Yit Cow. Rather, what happened over here? Beis passing that came with his mutter. A minority of Klal Yisrael came along and acted on that psak. Okay, so now we'll say watch this. So Malcolm Mefagi, here's Machlokas, Marsava Yachid Chasabaraz Beis in Potter. One opinion, namely Rabbi Meir, holds that when an individual, by both sides, you consider an individual up until what point in time? Till it's the majority. Right? In other words, there's no difference between a minority of Klal Yisrael and ultimately again an individual. It's the same thing. So again, Halacha l'maisa, when an individual sins, Rabbi Meir holds when he does so based on the psak of the basin, he's going to be potter. Myself, as a common other hold, Yachid Shasa Maraz, based in Chayit. Now, the evil individual act based on the instruction of the Beis Din, he's still going to be Chayit a personal chayit. So we'll say this is a machlokes. So again, we're just referring to it. Before we said the machlokes was Rabbi Yehuda coming. Now again, the Gemara suggesting that we're not going to suggesting that it's Rabbi Meir. But it's the same machlokes. Incredible. So it's Amar Papa. Before the Amar. So Rabbi disagrees. He says, not true. Not true. Everyone agrees that when an individual acts based on the psak of the Beis Din, that he's going to be partner. He does not have personal liability. No chatas liability in that case. Alright, so what's the machlokes of it? This is fascinating. And the Beis Din mashal melot tziva kamefri. This is incredible process. So let's check back now. Par Helam Davin Atzibor. So remember again, when do you bring Par Helam Davin Atzibor? When do you bring it? All right, who brings Par Helam Davin Atzibor? Who brings it? Machlokes, good. Little pop quiz there, right? Machlokes, right? Machlokes is if the Tzibor ultimately again isn't good. So just keep that in mind, right? And when ultimately again, when do they bring it? So now here's the thing: when do they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of bodies has to sin based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din. So here's the machlokes. We'll say, watch this. What's the machlokes over here? And the Beis Din machlokes could become a figure. Does Beis Din count towards the calculation of the majority of Klal Yisrael or not? Let's say, and again, so let's say with the Beis Din, the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Without the Beis Din, it's a minority. It's a big difference, right? Halakha is a big difference. So does the Beis Din themselves count in the calculation of the majority? So we go, Mar Shabbat Beis Din Mashal Tzibor. One opinion says yes. Mar Shabbat Beis Din Mashal Tzibor. One opinion says no. And again, we'll say, we're going to see, like I said, this is not the Sugya Par Helam Davin Atzibor. The good news is when you get there, you're going to be armed with so much incredible information, it's going to be a breeze. You might tell possibilities, Holy Beis Din Asu Rov Cow. The other possibility is also what happened over here. They have a typical case, Beis Din Paskin. The majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and committed the Abirah. And Man Chacham, Rabbi Shimon, the Amar, Sibor Maisi, Beis Din Maisi. Wow. So apparently both sides, there is a third opinion, Rabbi Shimon. So up until now, it's Machlokes. One opinion says, Klal Yisrael brings the power. Other opinion says, Beis Din brings the power. But now there's a third opinion that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, the Beis Din brings the power. Klal Yisrael brings the power. Powers for everyone. Everybody saying, Shevet Chasabaraz, Beis Dino. What's the other possibilities? What's the Machlokes? We're just trying to figure out different ways to frame this Machlokes. So maybe Machlokes is like this. What happens? I will say every Shevet has their own court system as well. What happens if a Shevet, the entire tribe, acts based on the advice or the halachic instruction of their particular Beis Din? So I say, Uman Chachamim, word of Chachamim, Yudin Bisanya, Shevet Shasem Araz Beis Dino, also Shevet Chayiv. So this is very interesting. If the Shevet went ahead and acted under the instruction of its Beis Din, the Shevet will be Chayiv. Very Levi's okay, go on. Shechatu, or the other possibility was to watch this. Very interesting. Shechatu Shisha V'Nibut Shalkal, or Shiva Ava Bishem Shalkal. And what's this in the following case? Still part of the Mitzvah. So let's say again you have a situation where 6 tribes sinned, but they are the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sinned, so you have the tribal majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? So once it's actually a Pascal nice, we're going to see this later on, that for establishing majority can be established in one of 2 ways. Either numerical majority or tribal majority. Either one of those 2 will create a majority ultimately again for Par Halam Davan in that Tzibur. Incredible. So fine. Amravasi, let's say fascinating. Maravasi says, so let's say, again, takeaways over here, takeaways, still say Machlokas. Whether it's Rabbi Huda and the Chachamim, or any of the Chachamim, still say Machlokas. Individual acts as a result of a mistaken or erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Is there individual liability for a chatas or not? Machlokas. That's our overarching machlokas. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and sub-machlokas as well. In other words, to keep in mind, who brings the Hayalim Davam Tzibur? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? Is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go along. This is fascinating statement. I'm Rabbi. Let's get ready for this. It's a bara. This is a wild Gemara. And let's say, so number again, for Hayalim Davam Tzibur. What do you need? What do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but the power is only brought because the majority of Klal Yisrael sins as a result of an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Rashi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by overwhelming statement, by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz do not count in this calculation. Shnei Amar, why is that? Shnei Amar, Vayas Shlomo Va'is Yehiyas Echad. We saw after Shlomo Melech broke the Beis HaMikdash, he made a big yamtiv. The Chavi saw Imo Kal Gadol, and which Shlomo Melech was a large assembly in the Levot Hamas ad Nachal Mitzrayim. From Levot Hamas until the border of Egypt, which essentially are the territorial borders of Eretz Yisrael. When they celebrated for 14 days, you want to understand, if they see the Klal Yisrael, Imo, Kal Gadol, Levot Hamas, because understand, it already says that all of Klal Yisrael came to celebrate with Moshe. Right? Why does it then have to say a Kal Gadol, a large assembly, a large congregation, and then giving the borders from the Levot Hamas up until Mitzrayim? Why do that? Shmamina, we'll say, watch this. It is only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kahal, that are called the Assembly of Israel. The Jews outside of Eretz Yisrael are not called Kahal. So let's say this is an incredibly and overwhelmingly striking Gemara. You look at Rashi just for a moment. Rashi says, "Halach Harov Yoshei Eretz Yisrael, the Osim Shebachutz Haaretz Eino Min Hamim." It's a little bit of an abrasive statement, right? Ultimately, again, the Jews of Chutz La'aretz, ultimately, again, are not part of the town. Not part of the town. But they're also not part of the town of Chutz La'aretz. So let's say, so this is a fascinating halachic concept as well. Klal Yisrael, or we should say Kahal Yisrael, is made up of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz are still bona fide Jews, but we do not count towards part of Kahal Yisrael. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, for this purpose, of the Kahal and Davan Tzibur, majority is only calculated based on the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael, not the Jews who live outside. We see a lot of different examples of this. For example, Yovel becomes Doraisa when in Eretz Hashem, Rosh Yisrael, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see that there are certain things that only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael count towards the total tally. We'll say it's an overwhelming thing for us to contemplate, and the truth is, we feel this. You feel that when you're in Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something bigger. That's it. The most wonderful, even aside anything else. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, by definition, your neshama feels, I am part of something bigger than myself. The greatest challenge of Chutz La'aretz is that ultimately, again, we're proud Jews, we're having you a part of something beautiful, but that feeling, you can have that feeling of Kehillah, it's very hard to create, but that feeling of Kahal, ultimately, again, it's something that is not felt in Chutz La'aretz. Kehillas Yisrael is only in Eretz Yisrael. That is only felt there. Strong, vibrant, beautiful Jewish life, you can find in many places, even outside of Eretz Yisrael. But Kahal Yisrael, only in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Pshita was a very interesting case here. So Pshita, Merubah ben Ismatu, Hain Pugud Rabbi Rabbanon. I got a lot more to say, by the way, on that how you saw Eretz Yisrael, but absolutely no time. So Eretz Hashem will come back to it. So Merubah ben Ismatu, let's listen to this. So this is a very interesting case. Let's say, at the time that Klal Yisrael sinned, it was a majority, but by the time you get around to going out and doing the Karban, it's a minority. So how does this happen? Rashi says, people die. So now there's no longer a numerical majority. In other words, the number is not. The Rashi says, Pshita, Rumen ben Ismatu, we go Shaulu Bezin, Basilo Kalapian, Skaibu Lahabi Parvelo, Speaku Lahabi, Ach Nismatu, Shemesu Mitzas. It's a very interesting case over here. At the time when based in Paskin, and the people committed the Avera, we were the majority. Now, at the time of the actual bringing of the Karban, it's a minority. People die. So what's the halacha? So Pshita, Merubah ben Ismatu, Hainu Pugud B'Shem Rabbanon is Machlokes. That's Machlokes B'Shem Rabbanon. Mu'atari ben Israel. What happens was at the opposite. Based in Paskin, ultimately again a minority sin. But now when we get ultimately again the Psak halacha, it's a majority. So the Gemara says, what happens there? Nine. Keep reading B'Shem Rabbanon. B'Shem Da'azal Basi Yediyah. Machayev. Rabbanon Da'azal Basar Chata Patri. So what's interestingly enough, the fundamental machlokes is, when do we establish liability? Is it ultimately again what we call Basar Yediyah at the moment of awareness, or is it Basar Chata? Ultimately again at the time of the bringing of the Karban itself. I should say, Basar Chata means the Avera, Basar Yediyah means the moment ultimately again that we have an awareness of culpability. When do we establish majority? You must mind, it is Barak. Rabbi Shimon is not just going Basar Chata, he even goes Basar Yediyah. The Abi Yediyah, the Chata, the Chiyah, Yediyah, the Chata, Yishamas. Maybe Rabbi Shimon means both Yediyah and Chata, where it's just Yediyah awareness, but ultimately again, not in a majority by the actual commission of the faith. Through its his library, the MK, Lacey Yashta, and Rabbi Shimon, Chata, the Yediyah boy. Rabbi Shimon requires both the majority, both at the time of Yediyah and Chata. Okay, interesting. You buy the next case. Only based in Chelev, Mutter, Ba'asim Nir Kakao. Mutter, listen to this. Based in came along and Paskin, Chelev is Mutter. Okay, then what ended up happening? A minority of Klal Yisrael acted on the Psak. Fine. Then what happened? Based on Levi's their mistake, and ultimately again retracted the Psak. So then what happened? The Chazir based in behind the Holy. Then based in Paskin again. Chelev is Mutter. Right? The say to yourself, that's so crazy. How can you make the same mistake twice? And what's the answer? Look in the mirror. How can you make the same mistake twice? Life is filled with most of us making the same mistake twice or 222 times. Like, most of life is actually not making new mistakes. Most of life is actually just repeating the same mistakes over and over and over. One of the most frustrating things that often we encounter in the Torah process is the inability to right ourselves, and the inability to kind of get the rings on the same stuff. I mentioned this a number of times already. When we come to Yom Kippur and we do tshuva, because I think for many of us, it's not the pshat that we say our faith, we're like, Look at this. I was in a Chetish this year. I never did this Avera before. This is incredible, right? And diversifying, spiritually diversifying, right? I didn't know others. Most of us, interestingly enough, do not come to Yom Noram with Muchatar. Most times. What do we come? What do we come with? The same Simaveris. And it's a Simaveris that I've been doing for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. The same stuff. Because change is hard. Change is incredibly difficult. So don't be so surprised that a Beis Din issues the same erroneous psak more than once. We make the same mistake more than once throughout our journey of life. So anyway, so Beis Din, so again, part one, Beis Din passing Chilul is Mutter. Chilul is Mutter. A minority of fathers were acting on that. Then what happened? Beis Din passing again. Chilul is Mutter. And we'll say what happens. And we'll say, what's the Shiloh? Do these two minorities combine to form a majority, therefore triggering the obligation of Har Halam Davar Natsima? Great kasha. Right, so now remember, two individual minorities, both back there, exactly the same Beis Din, both with the same Avera Chila, but two different Piskei Halacha. Do they combine to form a majority or not? So Kevin Dishnei Yidiyos, on one hand, there's two different kinds of awareness, therefore they shouldn't combine. Oh, Dilma, Kevin, the Idi Chilib, or maybe because they're both Chilib, they should combine. Then Kim Saloma Kevin, the Idi Chilib, or Mistari. Miut Bechilib Shalakeva, Miut Bechilib Shalagabi Dakin now. Okay, so let's say you would say that two instances of Chilib do combine. What happens if there's two types of Chilib? The first time Beis Din asking that Chilib on the stomach was mutter, and the second time they said Chilib on the kidneys are also. So two different types of Chilib, erroneous Chilib, Piskei Halacha, combined. So you must talk about that Chilib with a trade tricos. You understand? Why don't we say this? You know they're both called Chilib. They're two different types of Chilib, therefore they don't combine. Oh, Dilma, Chilib, the Igi Chilib, Mitzari. Oh, no, since they're both Chilib, they should combine. Then give us one of Shem Chilib, Mitzari. Miut Bechilib, or Miut Gedam now. What happens if I say, Beis Din first passing Chilib is mutter, and majority of Christ saw 8 Chilib. Then they retracted that psak. Then they passed in blood is mutter. And a Miut of Klal Yisrael went ahead and ate blood. Who those two minorities combined to form a majority for Har Halam Davar Natzibor? On one hand, you could say, oh, that guy came over to train Yisurim, the Chayban Yisurim Shava, well, it's time. On one hand, you could say, look, there's two different prohibitions. And ultimately, again, the Yisurim are not the same. For example, I'm going to look like, Chaylev doesn't apply. He's not Yisur Chaylev, let's say, by a Chayv. So the Yisurim are not the same. Odilma, Kevan the Yisurim Shabbat, the Kabbalah Shabbat, on one hand, there is similar, right, or the same carbonic liability, perhaps that should create a majority. Then things like Kevan the Yisurim Shabbat, the Kabbalah Shabbat, maybe since there's both same carbonic liability, right, because they both have the Chatos, ultimately they can combine. What about Miut Bechilib or Miut Avodas Kohavim? What happens if the Beis Din Paskin? You can eat Chilib. Minority ate Chilib. Then Beis Din Paskin, Avodas Zaros Mutter. We'll say, do not go to this Beis Din. Right? A minority ultimately, again, then they said that Avodas Zaros Mutter. And a minority did that. Cannot combine to form a majority. Therefore, say, the Isur is different, obviously, and the carbonic liability is different. Aldilma, Kevan, the Igi Karisu, Mistai. On the other hand, both of them are Karis, and therefore they should combine. What is my answer? Take it. Right? The Gemara says ultimately again, take it. The Gemara leaves this question open. Watch this. What happens in the following case? Beis Din asking that Chilib is mutter. Right? And then what happened? A minority of the Kehillah, minority of Klal Yisrael, went ahead and ate. And what happens? Umeis also Beis Din. And then the Beis Din died. Members of the Beis Din died. Okay, now what happened? Another Beis Din came along. They also passed him Chilib is mutter, and as a result, another minority of Klal Yisrael ate Chilib. So say, what's up? So now, what's the Shiloh? So the Gemara says, do those two minorities combine together to form a majority? So the Gemara says, I'll leave it behind that. I'm a Beis Din, my single to buy the fall. The harm less than so obviously, according to the opinion that says that Beis Din are the one who brings the Har Halam Davar Natzibor. So of course, again, there's not going to be any liability because the first Beis Din is dead. It has to be the same Beis Din. So the Gemara says, what's the Shiloh? Is according to the opinion that says that it's the Tzibor that brings it. So what's the halacha of mine? Tzibor Hakai, it's the same Tzibor. It's the same Tzibor. They ask it erroneously on the two different what they did, but it's the same Tzibor. Therefore, they should be Amadeus. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, Dilma, Yukia, what's the thing about like this? If the cycle was 8 years, I'd be ahead. Just gonna think about it. Right? Oh, Dilma, Yukia, that we based in the whole body maintains. Or on the other hand, no, I need the same days. Right? Even though it's not the days that's bringing ultimately again the product, I still need the idea of that same days, and that's lacking. So what's that? What's it? Which we learn answers again. Take it. Right? We'll stop over here for today. Shkoya, absolutely incredible. We are good. The truth is, all kidding aside, and already by Shabbos, the data actually gets. You notice the print gets bigger. Like the pages get a little bit shorter. We'll be fine. Share from our side. All right, everyone's gonna have a great day, everyone. Yeah, we'll be fine. I could do that. I'm going to leave it before Shabbos. Let's see, I'm back to look first at tomorrow's dot. See how good the profile is. All right, you want to say good morning, such a stos Baruch Hashem. Oh, what the wrong myself. What my bodies are. All right. Get excited. All right, let's try that again. Good morning on both sides. The great is the close. Baruch Hashem. To be able to begin the second with so what's for Andy's plus mother Zelly of our human Rosh Hashanah. This is the Mishnah. Are you Ben Achover? And are David Goodman, Lili Nishmas, Tony is not with them. America, Nisham Sad, Clemens, and from the old, I've been told for the Israel. British our holy soldiers to be successful before Massey again. Firstly, with that, let us begin. So, Mazel Tov, first of all, the second of the Zara. Again, Mazel Tov. Exciting. And now we're going to the second Haris. For those of you who are documenting, very interesting, different kind of Nisach. Guys, see it, get ready. Fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structure that and some of the other sectors that we have seen, but again, for a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha, but perhaps we have in Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph, Holud Beis Mitzvos Ha'amuros B'Torah. Also, the dapim are a little bit bigger, as you know. Holud Achas Mitzvos Ha'amuros B'Torah. We're going to be preoccupied with at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Beis Din Pas made a mistake, and as a result of their mistake, and something that was the mistake that they made, and with this guidance, and Beis Din, Kidon Shaholu Sheft Mordor. Some days, like forbidden fact, human infallibility that exists within Judaism. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the first out of the things, right there. What you're missing, you got it. You can one Avera. Most of us have done more Averas over again. Literally again to dismiss how great the person is Rashi's example is mutter. From blood, what? Up in the us, and the Jews are moving her to Psak of the days. And he said, "Oh, I always wanted to eat blood." So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has dam. Okay. So now what's the halacha? The halacha is shagat apis. So again, see now he was the base of the Psak of the days. So the us in mind. What are we talking about? A case where Beis also stay. Also, he's been biddick and he then committed the act afterwards. But also, what things did he follow ahead and followed it? What's the halacha? Now, what's that? Normal. Who ate blood or really favorite foods? Carbon shackles. Offering again, we'll get into balancing this session, but you go ahead and you normally go ahead and bring a contest. That's fine. In this part of moving, why doesn't moving have to bring a hatos? It makes a tell of it. Now, of course, the act he made on the sack of Beis Din. So he has the sack of Beis Din blood, and then for halacha night. So it's like, so that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Beis Din. Rashi says it's the first line of Rashi. The Beis Din va'as. So the Mishnah is I do this. He ate the flavor based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now watch this. Total Beis Din passing that flavor is mutter. Right? Forbidden fat is mutter. Now again, let's say obviously one of the dissenting judges is to or for that matter again, it was another time Talcum that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. the psak is wrong. Now, so now what happens? But nevertheless, this member of the Beis or this Talmid Chacham still followed the psak. He's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at chiluf. I know that psak is very important. This is the person knows the psak is wrong. I said the Mishnah. When I had so ba'asak reihen, but days and the thing that we can soon get after. So, right? So, individual makes sense, but he knows better. And he is psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going. What's that? Interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to the Gemara is advice, and he does it anyway. Is going to be liable. There has to be more to the case. Which next, why the Gemara says at the end of the day, shield no liability when you could say that I didn't. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is, and you fuck, let's say this is Mishnah. That's multiple. What's that? Because remember, you're not going to get a cut. You can't bring a chatas because chatas is right. So the mezid is no chatas. Only the shogeg is chatas. So that's how I'm going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv b'pashas means chatas, and the shogeg. Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. With the and the individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatas because they acted in good faith. If they issued a wrongful psak, no, it's a wrong psak. Again, I will say, by the way, it has to knows that it's an erroneous psak. You know, not. That person knows the psak is wrong. That's Mishnah Harius. Our first Mishnah Harius. But we all run. Now, we see Machlokes Rav Shmuel and Rav Dini about so now the shadow erroneous ruling. The verbiage is the If you notice again, Rabbi adds in one word. What's the one word? You are permitted to act on this psak. He says, is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded, based must have also added to act. Shabbat says because without There's a statement of information, or there's a statement of fact. When they about to act, they that is the word lasos. In order for this to be, it's not atan laso. And right, you're allowed to go and eat. Okay, so they're asking and they're giving hora, they're giving instruction. Rabbi says, halacha l'maisa. That's what ultimately again. Shmuel says, yes, it was. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rabbi's logic? No. Makes this time is confused. So let's analyze this. Yeah. Over here. So we're gonna right now, so on the left, on the right side, just notice the tumble. And I will say, Abai is coming along, ultimately get in his position. No. Is a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look. Zokim Mamre Lilo, so Zokim Mamre is literally again someone yield to the majority. Such a for this is to yield to the majority, you're undermining social system. What's it? Remember about this? I said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority go over to the defendant and say, no, that's it. No, I really believe you. What could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that if you're hot. I'm yield to the majority. So watch this. Because of the that's exactly and he held before. There was to his tent. Beis Din was doing it. See them here. Here. The same you taught in that time. La. That to be a formal. First of all, and explicitly indicate you can. It's just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole on the psak of Beijing, which was in a way articulation of the halacha. And Abai is just proving this point. And so after we also learned is that we not say, like I said, we're all where right, but I don't Of course we know each other. What's your name? I know. So we've seen this case. Right, sees 8 unique halachas, even 8 What? As Menachem Shulchan said first, he said, I just want to go on the record. Right? So the night said, you should be good at Kiyah B'Rabbanan. So again, what's in that one? The Kilka is with other men. What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven. Right? And now, so what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, she is chayeves. Now again, now why wasn't watch this? Plus, what isn't formulated psak? It says ultimately again, nothing. Yep. Action. Right across and not in the right. Awesome. Actually, so we'll say so again. How about the music? This is all Rabbi is being honest. So back up a Gideon's version. That he gives a psak. He was a look. You might have tell what it is. Tarim Atamasos. Shmuel said now again. Exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a basin is always needs to. When he says, and the putting the Palazos. That's the end. son of the previous version, thy obviamente. Again, we're I'm gonna be out of Bahalot, man. Hey. What's up? Basing is saying that something is telling you, oh, both versions. So you can place the thing is like redeemed. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that and give it that if someone Joseph, remember again, what happened? What happened? She said, I have part one. Went ahead. Amazing. So what's I see now? Yeah. Probably. We'll do first. Hold on, base and shakir the water. Get ready. Base. Okay. Caleb the Shuman. Now one second. Now watch this. So get ready for this. Basin, part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said. One is Caleb, one is Shuman. Shuman is. His intention is to eat. And he eats the Caleb. So Ruben. Sack for the basin. Yes. Not the Caleb So what's like, this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi Mishnah, different. Is more oh, he's dead. Skip. Love it. I love so again, just two versions of Rabbi over here. So the Gemara says, most of the Pshita of the Rabbi fucking wide line, Holy Beans, Lean, Shifting with Mutter. So basically, passing is in the and if Ruben went ahead and acted accidentally, based on exactly the base did, so much as Shogig al Pihen Ramali. So Allah says, why do you need that lesson of Shogig al Pihen? Just say Pihen. Okay. Potter ultimately, this can't. Custom covered, so to speak, under the sack of Daisy. So you might say, 1 second. Real. He licked the people. Okay, maybe not. Maybe. Let me put this. Next. In fact, everyone is act.
Dude, your audio is perfect, dude. You're talking about
This is okay, so you might this some good metric for carbon fat loss. A carbon fat is so that is take a person who brings a carbon fat loss all você sabe se usa esse exclude, quando se exclude, uma and this they don't bring a carbon off. It's the hard people. Taylor. Bring the car. Taylor. So what?
I'm like just laying the shoe in the real pad.
You know, mashed.
That's all good. I mean, they're going to forget about this as soon as we get a
house. Situation that is called the 51. One. Even though we don't eat all of it. Brony. These represents and some I'm done. These kind of well, these things. Finished. All right, let's try that again. Good morning, Rosai. It's great to Hashem to be able to begin with Sechas Harios with the right theme on it this night. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Kosu Shachar Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem and Drushos this year's Yizukus to the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Habar in the October, Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah Shaloms of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Fegorez and his mother Fegorez's Bas Sally, and hopes that all the tefillos of our children, Yetzer Hashem, and all of Klal Yisrael will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmuel Yehuda Benedict, Eli Nishmas, Okay, and from David from father Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh Ben Achava Ben Yaakov Zikron Bracha, and we can learn sponsor David Goodman, Rabbi Nishmas Lori Ben Aryeh Zikron Bracha. We can learn about how all of the Misham Sadna, the families and all those who need to worship and take close to yourself. The Israel should American should make home, our Hasidic Shalom and the Torah. Allow our Holy Soldiers to be successful, the whole Master. Well, so with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, the second Sahar Rizal. Again, Mazel Tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. And now we go to the second Saharius. The second Saharius, for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you've seen it. There's been a very interesting different kind of the sect, as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready, because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other sections that we are seeing. But in Yetz Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah based on the Bible. Only the Hebrews will abo al achas mitzvos ha'amuros b'Torah. Also the datim are a little bit bigger, as you know already. But again, it'll flow. It'll flow in Yetz Hashem. Only based on the abo al achas mitzvos ha'amuros b'Torah. Well, so here's the case, and this is going to be the central piece that we are going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in pasking and based in making mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately again we can end pasking as something that was asr really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an avera. Take a look at the first Rashi on that. Holu Bezdin, you don't show Holu Shechelev Odam Mutter. The simple case, Bezdin asking that Chelev, right, for giving back, or Dam is mutter, or blood is mutter for consumption. Bezdin made a mistake. Right? Because remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Farshim bring down Torah goes out of between multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Like you have to wonder to yourself, Moshe Rabbeinu sin, you got it. You got an Avera. One Avera. One Avera. As most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? That Moshe Rabbeinu did in his entire life. And the Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Bezdin makes mistakes. So Bezdin asked him, and let's just use Rashi as an example, they went ahead and they said that Chelev is mutter. Blood is mutter. Now what happened? The halacha yachid ba'asa. And the individual from Ruben heard the psak of the Bezdin, and he said, I was going to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has dam. Okay, he drinks blood. So now what's the halacha? The asa is shadad api. So again, now he committed now. Also, remember, as far as Reuben is concerned, Reuben just acting on the advice of the psak of the base. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives a couple of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where Bezdin also ate blood together with Reuben, so they also made a mistake. Whether Bezdin did it and Reuben committed the act afterwards. Whether Bezdin didn't follow their psak at all. Just Reuben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, both said, normally, if you ate blood or you ate Chelev, right? If you ate Chelev, the shogi, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Kavim chatas, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the kabbala's and Hashem. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatas. That's the halacha. In this case over here, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is part of Reuben does not have to bring a chatas. Why doesn't Reuben have to bring a chatas? If they should tell him against it. Because Reuben did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of Bezdin. And Stam, a person has no reason to believe that the psak of Bezdin is flawed. And therefore, halakha l'maisa, he's parted from the chatas. Incredible. So as I said, that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Bezdin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the way, Potter, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines of Rashi. Melahavi kispo sira, holo v'tala bebezdin va'asapir. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if Bezdin delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Reuben doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chiluk based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking through it. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Total Beis Din, let's say same case. Beis Din passed that chiluk is mutter. Right? Forbidden fat is mutter. One of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, this is mistake. Now again, I will say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right, he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Oh, Talmud Rurai La Ra, Bahala Fasapia. Or for that matter again, there was another Talmud Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a Talmud Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now what happens? But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din or this Talmud Chacham still followed the psak. Right? He's like, hey, why not? Right? Just like, this is my one shot at Kiddush. Like in my Jewish life, right? Beis Din went ahead and asking that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is either a member of the Beis Din or a ranking Talmud Chacham. So they know, this person knows the psak is wrong because why not? Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Gemara said, the Mishnah says, Bein sha'asu va'asimayim. Whether Beis Din actually ate the chaylev and this guy went ahead and ate with them, Bein sha'asu va'asak lehen, or Beis Din ate the chaylev and they consumed it afterwards, Bein sha'asu va'asa, or Beis Din didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the psak of Beis Din, harei zeh chaylev. Interestingly enough, this individual is going to be chayav, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayav. Now, I was like, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss. It sounds like a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in a minute. Next, why the rest of the nation will tell the basis? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you could say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Zaklau. We'll say this is the says the Mishnah. I told the Atzmo, Chayiv, I told the Beis Din Potter, if one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're Chayiv. Now we'll say that, remember again, if one eats chiluk amazing, what's your liability? Right? You Chayiv Malchus, right? Because remember, you're not going to get a you can't bring a chatos because chatos is only blood for shoulder. Right? So if you, the mezid is no chatos. Only the shogun is chatos. So that's how we have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv b'tashas means chatos, chatos must mean that there's some element of shogun. So what's the shogun in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is that Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and the individual follows that psak. The individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatos because they acted in good faith. If Beis Din issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, again, I won't say by the way, if you notice by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak, right? Not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the Beis Din himself or a ranking Talmud Chacham. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. We'll say First Mishnah Arias. Incredible. Amar Shmuel. The Olam. Alright, sorry, this is over. Amar Shmuel. The Olam ain't Beis Din chayavim ad shomel lahem mutar machim. So also, so now we see Machlokas Shmuel and Rabbi a little bit just about the mechanics of it. So now I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. So now the shadow is, what exactly does Beis Din have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amr Shmuel, we all know in Beis Din Achiyom Lahem Mutarin. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Beis Din says Mutarin. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat chaylev. They have to say it like that. Okay. The being in Arga Amar Achiyom Lahem Mutarin Atem Lasos. If you notice again, the Dini adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Dini says, saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Beis Din must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and continue based on this psak. Permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. You might say, my timer. Now, what's the reason for that? Why does the Dini add in that word lasos? So Dini says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information, or there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate, or there's no direction from Beis Din that you're allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbi requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Beis Din, which would then mean if Beis Din says, mutar, right, chaylev is mutar atam lasos, you're permitted to go ahead and eat chaylev, or mutar atam lachol, right, you're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay, so when Beis Din is questioning and they're giving hora, they're giving instruction. The Dini says, that's where the individual acted on that Beis Din's advice, that Beis Din's son. Ultimately, again, the individual would be pater. But according to Dini, if Beis Din would just say mutar matam, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Dini's logic? The facial digmara hura. Because Beis Din's psak is only final when number one they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar, and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately again that's when Beis Din's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. So somebody else explained that Rashi's on both sides. So we know right now it's on the left, on the right side, but we just noticed it's on both sides. Rabbi, I find another thing. Rabbi says we also know that Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again Rabbi's position. We also because of the so we're going to get a lot from the rest of it. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a minute. Chazar Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Yedilo, Hora Lasos, the Mash of the Kingdom, Mutar Atam Lasos. Okay, so because of that. So Zakin Mamre is literally, again, someone who is outnumbered on the Beis Din, but refuses to yield to the majority. So such an individual actually to be executed. Part of this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how Beis Din works. It works in the majority. So again, remember, I'm not by it. Unless it's going to go back to Marcus days. Remember Marcus? As you says, remember, the Gemara says that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the Italian and say, this is good, I'm saying, let's regret. I would agree with you. I love the idea of using the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're part of the Beis Din. Once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone's in. So Zakin Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Because of the Euro, let's say the Zakin Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach the Limei Kidar Shalimei, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before. Pater, ultimately again, he's pater. Now let's say, so in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believed it, not in line with the way the Beis Din is doing it, he's pater. You don't have to skip it. However, hora lasos, but if he passes and he says, Evra, you can act on this psak, then, what do you see from here? That for Beis Din to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say mutarin atem, but rather what do they have to say? Mutarin atem lassos. For business psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Bezdin, which turns out to be erroneous. Erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. Rabbi is saying, but it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. Requires no more articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on this psak, lasos. And Rabbi is just proving this point. I'm Rabbi Yalo. Yeah, we say, I'm real somebody's Torah based in Vinase, it's what like I said, it's very all incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things I will say, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. So like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? I know you. But so that feeling is a lot like that. Like in other words, like I see something. I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this, Torah based in nothing. So we can see this case. Right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. 8 Echad comes along and says Reuben's dead. So remember again, one of the unique halachas, one of the unique situations in halacha, where we believe in 8 Echad. Right? We believe in 8 Echad to allow women to remarry. Remember again, once you've seen this, this is a kula, this is a heter for what purpose? And again, what? Excellent. Mishum iguna akilu barabba. So let's not consult myself first. He said it right, so we're going like that. Right? Mishum iguna akilu barabba. So again, listen, now watch this. So hold of a basin in Himas. So let's say basin got the 8 echad, and they passed in, okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. The whole of the law, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relations with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I must say, now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came home. Right? Reuben came home. So now both sides. So now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Tayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is Hayabas. Now again, not Hayab Nisa, not that one for adultery, but she is Hayabas a carbon. Now why? Well, watch this. Because remember again, what was the psak of Bezdin? The psak of Bezdin was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and you then came back, ultimately, again, she wouldn't have any personal liability. Now, she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Bezdin formulate the psak? Bezdin says, ultimately, again, Bezdin says, Horla Bezdin Likinasa. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Bezdin? Bezdin doesn't just say mutter. Bezdin says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up with Dini's position that the way a psak of Bezdin is formalized is mutter la'asos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying condition. I'm Ravina. Ravina says, we also learn this. Holu based in La'aval Aksi from this is how the Torah. So we'll say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at actually Holu based in La'avar, it's almost right across and actually right. Holu based in La'avar, the Mashma Holu based in Asos, the Ina Zmura, or Asif actually no more Mutar Atam Asos. So we'll say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Holu based in La'avar. It's a Mishnah. So if you notice, what's not sure of the Mishnah? Bezdin Kaskin La'avor. La'avor means what? Bezdin says something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rabbi's version. This is all Rabbi is being honest. Back up Rabbi's version that when a Bezdin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, if Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, Allah L'maisa, They are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, Sulami, and there's nothing more to talk about. So we just have this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the mic drop, right? That's it. We're done. We're done over here, nothing more to talk about. I was interestingly enough, speaking down here, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So I'm a Shmuel, in Beis Chayavin, actually, Mutarim Atem Nasos. Shmuel will say now again, the positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Beis Din is all Beis Din needs to say is Mutarim Atem Nasos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. Reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the psak of the Beis Din is Mutarim Atem Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in the Lasos. Rabbi in Arizah Omar Afidu Mutarim Atem. No, even if Beis Din just says it's mutar nigmara halal. That's the end of the psak. And Allah, when I say that the individual acted based on that, it is shielded from personal liability. I'm Rabbi. So now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rav Dini. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rav Dini. In this version, he's questioning Rav Dini, bringing all of the same proofs. Abaye, but Rav Dini, that's not how we learn. Right? Chazar, the Iro, the Shana, Olime, Kedash, Olime, Potter, Horabas, Ostayik. Zakim Mamre. So again, we have to go through all the cases again. But Abaye says Zakim Mamre. Zakim Mamre is only going to be chayiv when, not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha and if you act on it, that's when he's chayiv. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, from Rabbi Yawa, Bahalotinan. Rabbi Yawa is 1 second. What about the Parvalotinan? Holu. About Bahalotinan Haki. Holu la Beis Din Linase. Locham the Tokala Hayavis Karban. Shloitila Elinase. In case Beis Din gets instructed to be married, their psak is only binding with what they say, mutter and action. So you see here, Beis Din's psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amravino, Bahalotinan. Ravina says, go a second. Holu Beis Din Achis Mikolas Amrabat Ola. Right, on Mishnah. But clearly the verbiage of the Mishnah is Beis Din is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha makes you act on it, and you want to say su lo mi. So interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we ask it, is like with deeds. And therefore, again, just to understand, the way that Beis Din would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, halacha l'maisa, they are shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the Mishnah. Next, quotation Mishnah. Remember again, what happened? So part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this into Chaleb, right? So Beis Din Paskin, Chaleb is mutter le'echol. They're not in Chaleb. Okay? So now the individual went ahead and ate Chaleb. Ate Chaleb based on Sakin. Beis Din, now it says, the individual had and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, why do we need that word shogeg? I was going to say, think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Reuven is not really intending, because as far as Reuven is concerned, he's got a psak reason that says that he's doing his mutter. It turns out that it was an accident, but what he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you need the word shogeg? Which we want to say, Rabbi, shogeg la'asu, listen to this. This is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes from 30 different ways. This is really quite fascinating. La'asu, watch this. Horu Beis Din shekeh l'mutter. Get ready. Beis Din paskin, Chaleb is mutter. Okay, now what happened? Finis chamiklo Chaleb b'shumah. I won't say it, now watch this. Va'achlo. So get ready for this. Beis Din, part one of the story. Beis Din went ahead and said that Chaleb is mutter. Okay, next, part two. Reuven has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is Chaleb, one is Shimon. Shimon is permitted fat. Reuben, his intention is to eat the shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the shuman. So Reuben, watch this. So Reuben ate Caleb. But Reuben didn't really eat Caleb because of the psak of the basin. Right? Reuben ate Caleb because he just got confused. Comes along Rava, and Rava says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Reuben is perfect. Reuben is perfect. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak based out there that says that Caleb is mutter, if a Jew ends up eating Caleb inadvertently, either because he's following the psak of the right, or because it just gets mixed up, he's mutter. Both sides, and that's wild. That's why, right? Because remember again, in this case, Reuben's Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the basis. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be clutter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must like, I'm going to show you that. My whole basis is going to mutter. Based when I said it's not Caleb is mutter, then it's Caleb the Shuman. And the Reuben mixed up a piece of Caleb with a piece of Shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating Shuman ba'achlo Potter. Potter ultimately again is Potter al pihem mamish. So let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases embedded in the Mishnah, right? Because this is how the Mishnah reads. Ba'ala hayakim ba'asa shogeg al pihem. So there's two different events here. There's shogeg and there's al pihem. Al pihem is the case that we've been talking about up until, which is Bezdin said that Caleb is mutter lachol. Reuben goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's absolved from personal liability. And then the case of Shogeg is actually a different case. Rabbi wants to posit. The case of Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his Caleb and his Shuman. He eats the Caleb. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be potter ultimately again because such a psak and basin exists in Israel. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So the mercy leave it down. The others say, Rabbi says, Shogeg al pihem the potter. An alternate version of Rava, or opposite version of Rava, Shogeg al pihem. It's only an accidental commission of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves within a personal liability. First part of the will say, Aval is Talib lo Caleb b'Shimon ba'achlo chayim. And halach l'maisa, Reuben just gets mixed up between his pieces, right? And halach l'maisa, he will be liable. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita, again, just two versions of Rabbi. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita le Rabbi from Ubayla Bachama. So something which was obvious to Rabbi was actually a kasher Bachama. Ubayla Bachama was the second white line, Holy Bezin, Shekhi with Mutter. So Bezin Paskin, so Bezin Paskin that Caleb is Mutter. Then it's Halib lo B'Shimon. But then again, Reuben had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Caleb, one Shimon. His intention was to eat the Shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Caleb. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. There's got Mahu, what's the halacha? Rabbi says, Tashma, halach hayach also shogeg al pihem. If Reuben went ahead and acted accidentally based on the Bezdin, the Gemara says shogeg al pihem lamali. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of shogeg al pihem? Just say pihem, al pihem, that's it. Asiyeh holu Bezdin shekil is mutter in his halib lo Caleb b'Shimon ba'achlo potter. Ultimately, again, in order to improve this case, where again Reuben got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating the Caleb. He's still going to be potter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the psak of David. The Gemara says, 1 second. Yoma shogeg al pihem with the potter. Aval nishalib lo Caleb b'Shimon ba'achlo chayim. Maybe not. Maybe Reuben is only potter, but he managed to act in the direction of the psak of David. But if his stand makes another mistake, who says that he should be potter based on that? Should be chayiv. He did the alternate version of this, Amar Rabba, Tashma, halach yachi ba'asa shogeg al pihem. So if an individual would have went ahead and acted the shogeg based on psak of Bezdin, so he must my lot shogeg al pihem with the potter. Isn't it only in the case where you can manage to act based on the psak of the Bezdin that is going to be potter? Aval nishalib lo Caleb b'Shimon ba'achlo chayim. But if halach l'maisa, he mixes up the pieces of the psak of the Bezdin. He just has a mix up in his own house. Then he should be chayiv. Yilma o shogeg oti o al pihem. Maybe not. Maybe halach l'maisa again. That's what the Mishnah is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's shogeg or al pihem. Ultimately, Alpiyah means he literally acts based on the psak of the Beis Din, and Shogeg means he has his own mix of judgment. Incredible. So I just want to point that out here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that if Beis Din Haskins, it is permitted to eat halal, right? Mutter atam le'achol halal. All right, mutter and go le'achol halal. So everyone agrees if Ruben acts on that psak, he's going to be butter. Going to be butter. Shaila just is if now Ruben has a mix-up in his home. Two pieces, halal and shuman. He wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the halal. Is he chayiv or potter? So this is the machlokes. What if Big say he's chayiv? His inadvertent consumption of halal has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. Other versions say he's going to be potter because once there's a psak of the Beis Din out there in the belt, right, that halal is mutter, ultimately again he's going to be covered by that. Incredible. So Gemara says the pluta. In reality, this is part of the bigger machlokes. Total Beis Din should halal mutter is this Beis Din asking. Gemara just pointed out there's only three different machlokes. Total Beis Din should halal mutter. Beis Din asking that halal is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both sides. That's part one. Part two. Ruben is in his house. Ruben has two pieces of meat. One is halal and one is shuman. Then his chalipot halal the shuman va'achol. He mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the halal. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chai. Okay, here it is. Here is what's so explicit not like this. Rav says the Potter, you're covered under the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your action has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din, and therefore you're going to be Chai. By the way, Chai what? Chai b'chatas. Because remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. This is still a case of shogeg. But so as in Meisrei, the Gemara is the kasha. Me'am ha'aretz. So what says so ultimately this is the nefesh achas tachat b'shkaga me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa achas mitzvos Hashem asherlo te'asena b'Hashem. This is the concept of covering chatos. Right, the person commits an avera inadvertently. So the Gemara says me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa fat l'mumur. This comes to exclude a mumur. Because once remember again, the concept of chatos is totally predicated on the notion of children. A mummer, which is someone again, as we saw back to our Sanhedrin days. A mummer is someone who fundamentally rejects Mishpah. So ultimately, and sins with intentionality, ultimately again is exempt from a carbon chatos. Doesn't mean that. Hashem ben Yossi Omer, Hashem b'Shem Eno Tzarech. Harei Omer, Asher lo te'asena b'shgaga v'ashem ohoda. So what is very interesting. When it speaks about again a carbon chatos, what does it say? Talking about a person ultimately, again, when they bring a carbon chatos, Hashav Midiyaso may be carbon al Shiriyasa. So we'll say, here's the good metric for carbon chatos. A carbon chatos is for inadvertent avera. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon chatos for inadvertent commission of the idea. That's what we call hashav mi'idiyasa. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shiviyasa. That's the type of person who brings a carbon chatos ultimately again for their inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a carbon chatos. Most is obviously this exclude. Where is this exclude? If somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulder. So that would exclude a mummer. Then Isa, lo shav miyadiyasa. Now, was it interestingly enough, applying this to our case, let's try to apply this to our case. So the question our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was halal, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak phase. So why should you be chayav b'chatos in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatos is I bring up carbon chatos for committing an avera b'shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera, I had the knowledge. But in this case, again, even if someone wait, it's halal. Reuben has said, so what? So what? Beis Din said that it's mutter. So why should we have a couple of chatos in this case? Incredible. Rabbi Shalom Shami Yaso. Papa Kasara Yochanan. Even if he was Yada Lahu Lebeidina Hadribahu. Because again, so really what it says is like this: since when Beis Din finds out that their psak is erroneous, obviously Beis Din is going to walk it back. Hadar, so the Gemara says, Nami Hadar, and then when Ruvain hears that Beis Din retracted their psak, obviously again he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore the Gemara says, Shami Yasot Hamidabay. Essentially the Gemara says is like this: we still call this a case where if you had the knowledge, you would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps removed. As Beis Din found out that their psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuben finds out that the psak that Beis Din is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayav chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Very good. Amar Rava umod derav shino mashlin l'ROTHSCHILD. Okay, so what says now? Okay, this is now another topic over here. So I'll say we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Beis Din is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through. There's going to be another case where Beis Din delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority probably follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called Har Ha'elam government Tzibor, special covenant law. Now, in order to bring that covenant, you need 51% of the crowd to go ahead and follow the owner's psak. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the crowd in scales. And who is the determinant, right? Who is the guy who's going to put the scales? It's Reuben. Right, so again, watch this. So Beis Din passing Chilad is mutter. 50% of Klal Yisrael, 8 Chilad, facing the psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuben. What does Reuben do? All eyes on Reuben. Reuben's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces of corn. He's going to and sugar, right? And he needs to eat the shuman, the committee piece, but he doesn't eat the Chilad. Everyone agrees that Reuben does not count towards the Torah. Right? Reuben does not count towards the Torah. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that Reuben is not acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Reuben is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuben is personal liability, or Reuben is himself in personal liability because of the psak of the Beis Din, let's say for calculating the 51% for Par Helam Davin of Sibar, you can't say that Reuben is acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Okay. My time, what's the reason? Dishkaga. Actually, Kulon, Dishkaga Achas. Because for Har Helam Davin of Sibar, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuben is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. But again, separate halacha. So we'll say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, what we end off with over here is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the Beis Din, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of the things is liability because his behavior consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. On the other hand, it is in the belt, right? In the world, it is the psak of the Beis Din that says Kone is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Fundamental matter. It's something we'll see the Next. Beisha asu va'asu iman. Lamali v'mispachalayim. So what's this? Remember again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Beis Din said Chilad is mutter. And then it says, whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first. He did it, then Beis Din, he did it by himself. So what do you need all these cases for? To which the Muslim is Mr. Kalam, Ishal Resha. So the guy is going to be doing the Mishnah why Lozu Afsu Katan. So we'll say, so Lozu Afsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, but the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say all of it, it's understood. Ella Seifa, from the few that the Mishnah is coming to highlight liability. Why don't you all the cases? Or the cases should really be framed in the reverse. So we'll say, other days, which the Gemara says, Zu, Bein Sarach Lamar Zu Katanim. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes even I can extrapolate the cases from each other. It's interesting. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Fine. The other Achamean, case was Samaritan again. What was the last case of the Mishnah? Bigson delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking Chacham, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats Caleb. What's the halacha? He's chayav. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be chayav. So watch this. Also, if you notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, right, Talmid Chacham, interesting. Person is a Talmid Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought to myself, if you're any type of person who is not allowed to rely on the psak of the days in Yisrael, someone who is gomer means learned, and sabr, Rashi says, maybe davar mitov davar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately, again, apply knowledge to different areas. In other words, maybe we're only talking about someone who really is fit to be a dayan. Fit to be a dayan. Aval, gomer velo sabr, and if someone has a lot of knowledge but they don't know how to extrapolate, well, maybe you got to have both of these qualities in order to be exempt from personal liability. Rabbi says, L'hora, come here with southern Mishnah. That's not true because the Mishnah itself says, Roi L'hora. Who is a person who is Roi L'hora? A person who is both Gomer, learned, and Sabir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it to one scenario to another. If we would have just said, Ra, how about me, Gomer the Sabir? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and Sabir. About Gomer below Sabir, no. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, maybe you would be exempt from personal liability if you rely on the Beis Din. Tana, Roi La. The Mishnah is Se'ati, Gomer below Sabir below Gomer. So what's incredible? Therefore, again, the Mishnah uses Rosh Hara. Hara actually also has coming to limit to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have a lot of information, or you know how to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this psak is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Keep going on. Here's a good example of this. What would be a good example of someone where if you relied on the psak of the Beis Din, they would not be shielded from personal liability. Keep going on. Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. Okay? And Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. Like these individuals, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to say, if you look at Rashi says over here on the right hand side, Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, Yoshim b'fnei Chachamim, these were Chachamim who were like sit before the Dayan. They were sitting in front of the judges in the Beis Din, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person the Mishnah is talking about. I'm going to buy it. Ki agavna mezit. I want to say, here's the problem. Okay, so let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Zoma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they hear the Beis Din say that Chaylev is mutter. Chaylev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak of Osai, so the Mishnah said they're chayiv v'chatas, not sure of personal liability. What? If they act on the psak, they will say, what are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. So what are you talking about coming chatas? They should actually be liable for music. They'll say, now watch this. This is incredible. Well, the time Hodisanya Ba'as Sa'achos, Yochida also be actual chayiv for us, based in butter. Yeah, also the Pasuk says, if an individual does of his own volition, he's chayiv. Ultimately, Allah's bathing is part of case such total bathing, shakir of mutter, the bathing paskin, shakir of mutter. All of us are going to stop over here for today. Pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Catch up in Svachim. Let's say, good. Shkoyach, everyone. So, guys, stop mid-discussion. But again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the Talmud Chacham case tomorrow. Shkoyach, everyone. Okay, have a great day. And we'll say, Master on starting the second series. All right, let's try that again. Good morning, Rosai. A great Izachos, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin the second series with the right humor this time. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Pilsum Shach of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the Shem Toshos this year's Izachos. And Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Habar and Cover Ben Goldberg, for Alias and Shomas of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Fega Reis and his mother Fega Reis and Bas Zeli, and hopes that all the tefillos of our Kila Merchant Hashem, all Klal Yisrael, will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmini Yudinavitz Ilu Nishmas, as I from his father, Rabbi Yitzchak, Ali Ben Achvaga, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Mizracha, and our become learning sponsor, David Goodman, Ilu Nishmas, Lori Ben Ali, Zichron Mizracha, the American Talmud Torah. All of the Nishmas Adonai, we have families, and from all those who were for Shabbat, and all for Yisrael. We start with the American Shimon home, our message is to Shalom and Baruch, for our very soldiers to be successful, before Maaseh. So with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, the second Samuel Zara. Again, Mazel Tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. Baruch Hashem, and now we come to the second series. The second series, for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you've seen it. So again, a very interesting, different kind of Masechta as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, that is just exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other Masechtas that we have seen. But in Mitzvah Hashem, where it's also a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and not experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Olu Beizin La'avo Al Achas Mitzvot Ha'amiros B'Torah. Also, we got them a little bit bigger, as you know, keep that already. But again, it'll flow in that session. Olu Beizin La'avo Al Achas Mitzvot Ha'amiros B'Torah. Also, here's the case, and this is going to be the central piece that we are going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in Paskin, and based in made mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately again, and it asking that something that was Asr really was Mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committing an Avera. Take a look at the first Rashi in that. Holu Bezdin, you go Shaholu Shechelef Odam Mutter. The simple case, based in Paskin, that Chelef, right, forbidden fat, or dam is mutter of blood, is mutter for consumption. Bezdin made a mistake. Right? Let's remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept. Which is why the first bring down Torah goes out of between multiple sons to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? You wonder to yourself, what's going to sin? You got it. You committed an Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? And Moshe Rabbeinu did in the entire lifetime. The Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even based on mistakes. So based on custom, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said that Caleb is mutter. Or blood, now what happened? The halacha yachid ba'asam. An individual called Ruben heard the psak of the base, and he said, he's going to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has dam. Okay, he drinks blood. So he says, now what's the halacha? The asam is shagag apiyah. So again, now he committed, now also remember, as far as Ruben is concerned, Ruben is just acting on the price of the psak of the base. So now the Gemara's Mishnah gives a couple of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where Bezdin also ate blood together with it, so they also made a mistake. Whether Bezdin did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. Whether Bezdin didn't follow their psak at all, just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now we'll say, normally, if you ate blood, or you ate chaylev, right? If you ate chaylev, you showed me what's the halacha? What's the halacha? It's carbon chatas. Carbon chatas, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the Kabbalah in session. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring in chatas. That's the halacha. In this case over here, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is Potter. Reuben does not have to bring a chatos. Why doesn't Reuben have to bring a chatos? It may shetala the base. Because Reuben did not act on his own volition. Now, of course, he acted on his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of Beis Din. And Stama person has no reason to believe that the psak of Beis Din is flawed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, he's Potter from the chatos. Incredible. So I'll say, so that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Beis Din goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the way, Potter, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines of Rashi. Nelahavi kispo sira, holo b'tolo Beis Din ba'asapi. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if Beis Din delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Reuben doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chaylev based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking for Reuben. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say same case. Beis Din passing that chaylev is mutter. Right? Forbidden fat is mutter. One of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, this is a mistake. Now again, let's say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right? He was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Or for that matter, again, there was another time Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Rabbi said, now what happened? But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din or this Chacham still followed the psak. I was imagine the fact, right? He's like, hey, why not? Right? This this is my one shot at failure. Right, in my Jewish life, right? Beis Din went ahead and asking that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. I know the psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is either a member of the Beis Din or ranking Chacham. So they know, this person knows the psak is wrong. Because why not? Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Mishnah says, they sha'asul ba'asiman, whether Beis Din actually ate the chaylev and this guy went ahead and ate with them, they sha'asul ba'asach rehen, or Beis Din ate the chaylev and he consumed it afterwards, they sha'asul ba'asach, or Beis Din didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the psak of Beis Din, harei zeh time. So interestingly enough, this individual is going to be tried, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be tried. Now, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss. It sounds like a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course it's going to be liable. There has to be more to this case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why the rest of the nation will tell about this? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you could say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Zaklau. Listen, this is the rules of the Mishnah. Hatola bi'atzmo chayiv. Hatola the Beis Din Potter. If one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. Now listen, remember again. If one eats chaylev b'mizis, what's your liability? Right? You chayiv malchus, right? Because remember, you're not going to get you can't bring a chatas because chatas is only brought for shogeg. Right? So if the mizid is no chatas. Only the shogeg is chatas. So that's how we're going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv b'kashas means chatas, chatas must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what's the shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to, is if Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of achatas because they act if Beis Din issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak. Again, I want to say, by the way, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak, right? Not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the Beis Din himself or a ranking couple. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. Listen, Mazel Tov. First Mishnah in Horus. First Mishnah in Horus. Incredible. Incredible. Amar Shmuel. The old love. Alright, salvation's over. Amar Shmuel. The old love. Ein Beis Din Chayavin Ad Shemol Lahem Mutar Matter. So now, we see Machlokes Rav Shmuel and Rav Dini a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now, I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. So now, the shaila is, what exactly does Beis Din have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, we all know in Beis Din Chayavin Ad Shemol Lahem Mutar Matter. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Beis Din says Mutar Matter. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat kale. They have to say it like that. Okay. The being in our Amar Ad Shemol Lahem Mutarin Atem. Notice again, the Dini adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Dini says, saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability and to act based on the psak of Beis Din must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. You're permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. You might say, my time, huh? Now what's the reason for that? Why does this mean add in that word lasos? So Dini says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information, or there's a statement of fact, that there's no mandate, or there's no direction from Beis Din that you're allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbi requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Beis Din, which would then mean if Beis Din says, mutar, like Caleb is mutar atan lasos, you're permitted to go ahead and eat Caleb, like you're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay, so then Beis Din is questioning and they're giving hora, they're giving instruction. Rabbi says, that's where the individual acted on that Beis Din's advice, that Beis Din's son. Ultimately, again, the individual would be puzzled. But according to Rabbi, if Beis Din would just say, mutar matam, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rabbi's logic? Because Beis Din's psak is only final. Remember, when they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar, and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately again, that's when Beis Din's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. Good. So okay, this is what else is to point out. Rashi's on both sides. So right now, so left on the right side for the Shmiras, it's on both sides. So Rabbi, Afar and Antim. Rabbi says, we also know, Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again Rabbi's position. Afar and Antim, we also learn this. Chazal Yidol, so we're going to get a lot for the rest of it. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Just a quick look at Rashi to just begin. Chazal Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Yidol, Hora Lasos, the Mashma Kikuma Mutar Atin Lasos. Okay, so before we do that, so Zakin Mamre is literally, again, someone who is outnumbered on the Beis Din but refuses to yield to the majority. And what's it? So such an individual actually to be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how a Beis Din works. It works in majority. So again, you might say, I'm not by it. I must again get back to our Marcus stage. Remember Marcus? So remember, you might have said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the time and say, this is a total lecture. I really believe it. What could I do? I was in my life. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're part of the Beis Din. Once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is in. So Zakin Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Chazal Yilo, that's the Zakin Mamre, goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach the Limei to their Shemimik, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before. Pater, ultimately again, he's Pater. In other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes it, not in line with the way the Beis Din is doing it, he's Pater, he's not excluded. However, Hora Lasos, but if he passes it and he says, Evra, you can act on this psak, then what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That for Beis Din to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say Mutarin Atem, but rather what do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Lasos. For Beis Din's psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis Din, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. Rabbi is saying, but it only works if the psak was ability articulated in a particular way. Requires some more articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on the psak, lasos. And Abai is just proving this point. I'm really out of it. Yeah, so after we also learned this whole lot based on the Nase, I said, all incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things in us, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you. But like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? I know you. But so that film is a lot like that. Like, in other words, like I see something. I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this: Korla Beis Din, nothing. So we've seen this case, right? Rachel's married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. Abe Echad comes along and says Reuben's dead. So remember again, one of the unique halachas, one of the unique situations in halacha, where we believe in Eid Echad, right? We believe in Eid Echad to allow women to remarry. Remember again, what we've seen this. This is a kula. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember again, what? Excellent. Mishum iguna akidu barabar. There's Menachem Shulchan said it first. He said it. I just want to go on here. Okay. Right. So So again, what's in our watch list? So all of the Beis Din is in us. So let's say Beis Din got the Eid Echad, and they passed it. Okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. The Halcha, the Kilkala, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relations with other men outside of marriage. Okay. Now what happens? I must say, now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came home. Right? Reuben came home. So now both sides. So now what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayev misa, not that one for adultery, but she is chayeves b'karban. Now why? Once I watch this, because remember again, what was the psak of Beis Din? The psak of Beis Din was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and then came back, ultimately again she didn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Beis Din formulate the psak? Beis Din says ultimately again, Beis Din says, Horla Beis Din likinase. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Beis Din? Beis Din doesn't just say mutter. Beis Din says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up the Rabbi's position that the way a psak of Beis Din is formalized is mutter lasos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. I'm Rabina. We also learn this. Holu based in Lava, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Holu based in Lava, it's almost right across from Rashi to the right. Holu based in Lava, the Mashma Holu based in Rasos, the Ino Gemura, or Asim Achiyom, Turn Atam Rasos. So again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Holu based in Lava. It's our Mishnah. So if you know this, what's not sure of the Mishnah? Based in Paskin La'avor. La'avor means what? Based in said something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rav Dini's version. This is all Rabbi is bringing all this back up Rav Dini's version. That when a Bezdin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, if Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, Halacha l'maisa, they are shielded ultimately against any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, Sulo Mubi. And there's nothing more to talk about this. We just have this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the Microsoft, right? That's it. Right? We're done. We're done over here. Nothing more to talk about. Now, what's that? Interestingly enough, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Amar Shmuel, in Beis Chayav, actually Mutarin Atam Nasos. Shmuel is mostly now again. The positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Beis is all Beis needs to say is Mutarim Atam Nasos. Right? So this is Shmuel. I'm sorry. I reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that in the lashon of the psak of the Beis is Mutarim Atam Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in the Lasos. Rabbi and Arda Omar Afidu Mutarim Atam. No, even the Beis just says it's mutar nigmara hora. That's the end of the psak. And Allah Ta'ala said that the individual acted based on that, they will be shielded from personal liability. I'm Rabbi. So now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rabbi. In this version, this question Rabbi, bringing all of the same proofs. I'm Abaye. That's not how we learn. Right? Chazer the Iro, the Shana Odin and Kedash and the Butter, Horla, so Skayit. Zaki Mamre. Again, we have to go through all the cases again. And Abaye says Zaki Mamre. Zaki Mamre is only going to be Chayit when, not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha and if he acts on it, that's when it's Chayit. What do you see from here? But it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, Rabbi Yara, Vahalotzman. Rabbi Yara says, 1 second, what about the Parvalotzman? Holu. About Vahalotzman Haki. Holu Labdate and Lunase. Rocha, the Shokalah, Hayadas Karban. So the Kira Elina says, some things Asian gives instructions to remarry. Their psak is only binding with what if they say mutter and action. So you see from here, Asian psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Amravino, Bahalo Tana, but I think it's going second. Holu says, by Amishka. Actually, the brothers and the Mishnah is basically saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha means you act on it, and you actually pursue low needs. Also, interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha means really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha means that the new custom is like a feed. And therefore, again, just to understand the way that Bezdin would normally go ahead and structure their psak, they would say mutter. Number one, again, the ruling that is permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone follows, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, Allah can remind you that you'll get from personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the show. The halacha yachid the next location. The halacha yachid the asa shogin afiyan. Remember again, what happened? So now I have part one. Part one is let's just plug this into Chaleb, right? So basically asking Chaleb is mutter le'achel. Le'achel Chaleb. Okay, now the individual went ahead and ate Chaleb. Ate Chaleb is in second. Basically, Shabbos says, now it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, the niskin the asafiyam shogeg lamri. Why do you need that word shogeg? Okay, think about it. Interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak thing that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident, but what he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, V'chala hayachid, v'asa al pihem. The individual came along and acted based on their words. Why do you need the word shogeg? Which we mentioned. And Rabbi, shogeg la'asir, this is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different ways. This is really quite fascinating. La'asir, watch this. Horu Beis Shekeh Lemota. Get ready. Beis Paskin, Caleb is mother. Okay, now what happened? It is coming from Caleb the Shuman. Now let's say, now watch this. To get everything. Part one of the story. Beis went ahead and said that Caleb is mother. Okay, next, part two. Reuben has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is Caleb, one is Shuman. It is permitted from every fact. Reuben, his intention is to eat the Shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the Caleb. So Reuben, watch this. So Reuben ate Caleb. But Reuben didn't really eat Caleb because of the sacrifice. Right? Reuben ate Caleb because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Reuben is confident. Reuben is confident. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak based out there that says that Caleb is in Butcher, if a Jew ends up eating Caleb inadvertently either because he's following the psak of the Bezdin, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's confident. Both sides, that's wild. That's why. That's because remember again, in this case, Reuben's Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be mutter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must let's show you last night. Whole business in the mutter. Bezdin when it said Caleb is mutter, it is Caleb the Shuman. And then Reuben mixed up a piece of Caleb with a piece of Shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating Shuman, but also Potter ultimately again is Potter. Al PM Mami. So let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases in Bedouin Mishnah, right? Because it's not a Mishnah reading. B'chala hayachid ba'asa shogeg al PM. So there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al PM. Al PM is the case that we've been talking about up until now, which is Bezdin said that Caleb is mutter la'achol. Reuben goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's himself and personal liability. And then the case of shogeg is actually a different case. Rabbi wants to talk about. The case of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his Caleb and his Shuman. He eats, but Caleb he didn't need to. He's still going to be Potter ultimately again because such a psak and Bezdin exists in the world. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So you must read it down. The others says, Rabbi says, shogeg al PM with the Potter. An alternate version of Rabbi, or opposite version of Rabbi, shogeg al PM. It's only an accidental condition of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves you of personal liability. First part I never said. Aval is Caleb lo Caleb b'Shumah ba'achol chai. And halach l'meisa, Reuben just gets mixed up between these pieces. Like in halach l'meisa, he will be live. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita, again, just two versions of Rabbi over here. So the Gemara says, Milsa the Pshita, the Rabbi coming by the Rabbi. So something which was obvious to Rabbi was actually a Kasher Rabbi. By Rabbi goes the second white line, holy Bezdin, Shekhi with Mutter. So Bezdin passing, the same way, so Bezdin passing that Caleb is Mutter. Then it's Hamid Lo B'Shuman, but then again, Reuben had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Caleb, one was Shuman. His intention was to eat the Shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Caleb. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. There's that Mahu, what's the halacha? Rabbi says, Tashma, Halach hayachid ba'asa shogeg al PM. If Reuben went ahead and acted accidentally based on psak of the Bezdin, the Gemara says, shogeg al PM Ramali. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of shogeg al PM? just say PM method. CA, Holu based in Shakir with Mutter, and it's Khalid located the Shimon Ba'af Lopater. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again, Ruben got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating the Khaled, he's still going to be Potter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the sack of the one second. Dilma showing up here with the Potter, about the Khalid located the Shimon Ba'af Lopater. Maybe not. Maybe even if only Potter, and not act in the direction of the sack of the basin. But if he stands next to another mistake, he says that he should be Potter based on that. Should be tired. If you're the only alternate version of this, I'm a Rabbi, Tashma, Halach Yachid, the also showed up here. So if an individual really went ahead and acted the Shogeg based on sound of Bezdin, so you must Myla, Shogeg, Alpiyam, Legal Puzzle. Isn't it any in the case where you didn't manage to act based on the sound of the Bezdin that is going to be puzzled? How this Khalid located the Shimon Ba'afro family. But if Halach myself, he mixes up the pieces of you. The second of the basement, he just has a mix up in his own house that he should be tired. Dilma, Shogeg, Opi. Maybe not. Maybe Allah so again, that's what the significant coming to say. They give you one of two cases. There's Shogeg or Alpi. Ultimately, Alpi means he literally acts based on the sound of the basement, and Shogeg means he has his own mix up. Incredible. So let's just sort of point that over here. So this is really fascinating. Right? Everyone is agreeing that if based on customs, it is permitted to eat halal. Right? Mutter akam la'achol halal. All right, mutter and go la'achol halal. Everyone agrees if you didn't act on that sack, is going to be butter. It's going to be butter. The challenge just is if now Ruben has a mix-up in his home. Two pieces, halal and shumer. He wanted to eat the shumer. He accidentally eats the halal. Is he chayiv or butter? So this is the method. This is the method. One of the things we'll say is chayiv. His consumption of halal has nothing to do with the sack of the basin. Other versions say no, it's going to be butter because once there's a sack of the basin out there in the belt, like that halal is mutter, ultimately again he's going to be covered by that. Incredible. So when it says the mutter, in reality this is part of the bigger method. Holy days and Shakir and Mutter, this is based in Paskin, yes, you know, it's funny that the very things in the process. Holy days, Shakir and Mutter. Based in Paskin, that Halal is Mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now, both sides, that's part one. Part two is Ruben in his house. Ruben has two pieces of meat. One is Halal and one is Shuman. Then it's Chalifo, because of the Shuman, Ba'achlo, he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the Halal. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chayiv. Okay, here it is. Here it is. So it's explicit, not this. Rav says the Potter is covered under the sack of the basement. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the sack of the basement, and therefore you're going to be Chayiv. Now, by the way, Chayiv what? Chayiv what? Chayiv Achatas. Because remember again, this is still a case of Shogeg. Still a case of Shogeg. But so the Master Meisrei, the Marriage, the Kasha, Me'am Haaretz, or Me'am Haaretz Ba'asom Shah, so we'll say, so ultimately, this is the Nefesh Achas Tachas HaMishkaga, Me'am Haaretz Ba'asom Achas Mishkos Hashem Asherot Hashem Abashem. This is the concept of Kabbalah Tachas. As the person commits an Avera inadvertently, so the Gemara says, Me'am Haaretz Ba'asom Shah, Fat L'Mumon. This comes to exclude Amamah. Is also remember again the concept of Tachas is totally predicated on the notion of Shogeg. A mummer is someone again who is so back to us on hedging days. A mummer is someone who fundamentally rejects the God. So ultimately and sins with intentionality, ultimately again is exempt from a public practice. Doesn't mean a practice. Shem Ben Yossi Omer, Shem Mishra Inosar, Hari Omer, Asher Lote Asena, Bishkaga, Va'ashem Ohoda. So what's this very interesting? When it speaks about again a public practice, what does it say? Talking about a person ultimately again when you're in the covered canvas, Hashav Yasov may be covered out to the Yasov. So that's a good metric for a covered canvas. A covered canvas is based for an inadvertent aberration. I mean what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a covered kachos from an inadvertent condition of the other. That's what we call Hashavni Yaso. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shivudasa. That's the type of person who brings the carbon karkas ultimately again for the inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a carbon karkas. So most obviously would exclude. If somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their children. So that would exclude a mother. When Esau, lo shav yasa. Now, what's interesting enough, applying this to our case, applying this to our case, so our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he not abstain? Why not? There was a psak favorite. So one second. So why should you be tied to chatas in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatas is I bring the carbon chatas for committing an avera b'tzogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone Reuben, it's Caleb. Reuben has said, so what? So what? Jason said that it's mutar. So why should we have the carbon chatas in this case? Incredible. Because again, so really what it says like this. Since when Basin finds out that the psak is erroneous, obviously Basin is going to walk it back. And then when Reuben hears that Basin retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, the Gemara says, Shami is Yasa Kavimaday. So essentially, the Gemara says like this. We still call this a case where if he had the knowledge, he would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps from me. Had Basin found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuben finds out that the psak of Basin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayav b'chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Very good. Okay, so one says, okay, this is now another topic over here. So let's say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Basin is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through on it. He's giving another case. If Basin delivers an erroneous psak, and in regard to the follows the psak, that's a different situation. That is called par ha'elam government, special covenant brought. Now, in order to bring that covenant, you need 51% of the crown to go ahead and follow the owner's stuff. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the follow stuff. And who's the determinant, right? Who's the guy who will put the scales? It's Reuben. Okay, so again, watch this. So basically, constantly, Caleb is mutter. 50% of follow spell. 8 Caleb, facing psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuben. What does Reuben do? All our son Reuben. Reuben is sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces of time for them, Caleb and Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon with him, and he ends up eating the Caleb. Everyone agrees that Reuben does not count towards the children. Right? It really does not count towards the children. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Reuben is not actually basically the psak of Basin. Reuben is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuben is personal liability, or Reuben is himself in personal liability because of the psak of Basin, let's say for calculating the 51% for par helam w at Seabar, we can't say that Reuben is actually based on the psak of Basin. Okay. Moderat, and Rabbi's Amaraga, Moderat, and Rabbi Shimon, Mike, I want the reason, Dishkaga, Achi Kulan, Dishkaga Achas. Because for Har Helam W at Siba, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuben is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. And again, separate halacha. So we'll say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, what we end off with over here is a fundamental machlokas. And what is that fundamental machlokas? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the basis, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of the things is liability because his consumption has nothing to do with the sack of the Beis Din. On the other hand, there is in the belt, right in the world, there is a sack of Beis Din that says Chayil is Moshe. Does that sack absolve him or not? Next. Beisha Asu Va'asu Iman. Lamali the Mistakaran. So also see again, the Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Beis Din said Chayil is Moshe. And then it said whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first. He did it. Then Beis Din, he did it by himself. What do you need all these cases for? So which is most other mistake around. So again, I say in the Mishnah why Lozu Afsu Katan. So we'll say Lozu Afsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah. The Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say all of it. It's understood. Ella Seifa is the Piva Equity. The endings is come to highlight liability. What are all the cases? All the cases should really be framed in the reverse. So we'll say on the days, which the Gemara says Zu. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. Bottom line, there is additional information in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes even though I can extrapolate the cases from each other, it's interesting. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Fine. The other Achaman, Oshatol Kamparvailala. This was another again. What was that case? Last case in the Mishnah. Gives and delivers the erroneous sack. You're allowed to pay it. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking Kamkacham, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous sack, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats tail. Ultimately, again, the individual. This individual ultimately again is going to be tired. Essentially, watch this. If you notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, right, come Chacham, First was to come Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought to myself that the only type of person who is not allowed to align with exactly the reason it's new, someone who is Gomer means learned, and Sabir actually says, maybe it's Davar himself, Davar. Someone is able to extrapolate, and ultimately, again, apply knowledge to different areas. In other words, maybe what we're talking about someone who really is fit to be a diamond. This could be a diamond. How about Gomer will Sabir, and if someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate, well, whereas maybe he's not got both of these qualities in order to be exempt from personal liability. Abaye says, Lahora, come here to southern. That's not true because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is the person who is Roi Lahora? A person who is both Gomer, learned, and Sabir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. If you would have just said, raw, I would have thought like this. It's only someone who both Gomer and Sabir. About Gomer below Sabir, but perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, then maybe you would need some personal liability if you're allowed. The Beis Din, Hana, Roi, La, Ra. The Mishnah is said to be Gomer below Sabir below Gomer. So what's incredible? Therefore, again, the Mishnah used Rosh for Ra. Ra actually also has a limit to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have a lot of information, or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sack is wrong and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Right, you are just going on. Here's a good example of this. That will be a good example of someone where if they relied on the sack of the Beis Din, they would not be shielded from personal liability. They're going on. They go Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. Okay, like Shimon Azai, Shimon Zoma. Like these individuals, Abai, and let's say, Rashi says over here on the right hand side, you go Shimon Azai, Shimon Zoma. So Yoshim with Mechachamim, by your Udin Lahora, these are Talmudic Chachamim. were like sit before the Dayan, they were sitting in front of the judges in the basement, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person who is talking about. Rabbi, Ki Gavna, Mezit. And I said, here's the problem. Okay, so let's at least begin this, and I read it to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they hear the Bezdin say that Chalev is mutter. Chalev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak that was saying, so the Mishnah said they're chayiv v'chafas. That's really what personal liability. Why? If they act on the psak that was saying, what are they? What are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when you talk about coming to Kafash, they should actually be liable for Mezid. They'll say, now watch this. This is incredible. You have also the passage says that the individual does of his own volition, he's chayav. Ultimately, he says, Torah's baby, he's not the case such. Torah's baby, Shakir is mutter. If basically has skin, Shakir is mutter. I was there for this, that's all there for today. Let's pick up. Don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Scratch up in this bucket. I say, good, Shkaya, how do you want to start with this? Again, stop mid-discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the Tom talking piece tomorrow. Shkaya, how do you want? I guess that's another great day. And we'll say, Master, I'm starting with Secretarius. Alright, try that again. Good morning on both sides. Great to be able to begin with Secretarius with the right humor this time. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Filter Shach of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year's Yizuchus. The Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Habarim, Lord Rabbi Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah for the Neshamas of his parents, Avram ben Asher Pinchas, Fegares and his mother Fegares of Bas Zelik, in the hopes that all the tzilos of our Kiyah and Meretz Hashem and all of Klal Yisrael will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmoni Ali Radinovitz, the Ilu Nishmas, Rabbi Ari Flom, David Flom's father, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achavar, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Uvracha, and our week of learning sponsors, David Goodman, the Ilu Nishmas, Roy Ben Aryeh, Zichron Uvracha. We open the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Sadna, we have the families, and all those who need a report, that happen to the full Israel. The Yisrael, we should Meretz Hashem bring home our hostages, Shalom and B'charov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, before Maaseh Yedehim. But so with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, Mesach Avodah Zarah. Again, Mazel Tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. And now we come to the Secretarius. The Secretarius, for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you've seen it. And again, a very interesting, different kind of Masechta, as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready, because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other Masechtas that we have seen. But Emir Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen or not experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Holu Bezdin La'avo Al Achas Mitzvos Ha'amuros B'Torah. Also, the dapim are a little bit bigger, as you may have picked up already. But again, it'll flow. Hashem. Horu based on la'avo al achas mitzvos hamuros b'Torah. Well, so here's the case, and this is going to be the central case that we're going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in Paskin, and based in made a mistake. And as a result of their mistake, ultimately, again, and they Paskin that something that was asur really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an avera. Take a look at the first Rashi and Odam. Horu Bezdin, Kibosha Horu Shechelev Odam Mother. Simple case, Bezdin Paskin that Chelev, right, forbidden fat, or Dam is mutter of blood, is mutter for consumption. Bezdin made a mistake, right? Supposed to remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Mepharshim bring down Torah books out of its way multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? If you wonder to yourself, no, Moshe Rabbeinu sin, you got it. It's again an Avera. One Avera. One Avera. One.
Averos. Most of us have done more Averos since we got here this morning, right? Than Moshe Rabbeinu did in an entire lifetime. Yet the Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally, again, to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Beis Din makes mistakes. So Beis Din Paskin, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said that Chelev is mutter. Or blood is mutter. Now what happened? But the halacha yachid la'asa. An individual called Ruvain heard the psak of the Beis Din. He said, "Oh, I always wanted to eat blood." So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has down. Okay, he drinks blood. So he says, "Now what's the halacha? The halacha of shadad api." So again, so now he committed. Now, also remember, as far as Ruvain is concerned, Ruvain is just acting on the advice of the psak of the Beis Din. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives a couple of variations. Bein sha'asu ba'asim line. Whether we're talking about a case where Beis Din also ate blood together with Ruvain, so they also made a mistake. Bein sha'asu ba'asla halahem. Whether Beis Din did it and Ruvain committed the act afterwards. Bein shalo asu la'asa. Whether Beis Din didn't follow their psak at all. Just Ruvain went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, we'll say, normally, if you ate blood or you ate chelev, we'll use chelev as a better example, right? If you ate chelev, the shogi, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon chatos, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the kabbalah and Hashem. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatos. That's the halacha. In this piece over here, the Mishnah is introducing us to is pater. Ruvain does not have to bring a chatos. Why doesn't Ruvain have to bring a chatos? Because Ruvain did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of Beis Din. And some a person has no reason to believe that the psak of Beis Din is flawed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, he's pater from the chatos. Incredible. So as I said, that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Beis Din goes ahead, and if you look at Rashi by the Potter, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines in Rashi. Melahavi kispo sira holov v'tchala beBeis Din va'asapia. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if Beis Din delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Ruvain doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chelev based on the instruction of Beis Din. Now, Beis Din's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking for Ruvain. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say same case. Beis Din paskins that chelev is mutter. Right, forbidden fat is mutter. One of the members of the Beis Din realized this. No, this is a mistake. Now again, I will say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right, he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Or for that matter, again, there was another Talmid Chacham, not a member of the Beis Din, but a Talmid Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. Now what happens? But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din or this Talmid Chacham still followed the psak. Right? He's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at chilul. Right, in my Jewish life, right, Beis Din went ahead and paskin that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. It's either a member of the Beis Din or ranking Talmid Chacham. So they know, this person knows that psak is wrong. And he goes, why not? Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Mishnah says, whether Beis Din actually ate the chelev and this guy went ahead and ate with them, or Beis Din ate the chelev and he consumed it afterwards, or Beis Din didn't do it at all, but he decided to follow the psak of Beis Din, So interestingly enough, this individual is going to be chayiv, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayiv. Now, both say, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss
sounds like a very strange case. If he knows that the psak was wrong and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why the rest of the nation tell the basin? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day you are not shielded from personal liability. Zakval. We'll say this is the rule, says the Mishnah. Hatola biatzmo chayiv, hatola beis din pater. If one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. Now we'll say that. Remember again, if one eats chilul b'mezid, what's your liability? Right? You chayiv malchus, really, right? Because remember, you're not going to get you can't bring a chatas because chatas is only brought for shogeg. Right? So if you eat the mezid is no chatas. Only the shogeg is chatas. So that's why we're going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayiv b'pashas means chatas, chatas must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what's shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is if Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatos because they acted in good faith. If Beis Din issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, again, I will say, by the way, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak. Right? You know, not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the Beis Din himself or a rank income kafa. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. We'll say Mazatov, our first Mishnah in Harius. Incredible. Amr Shmuel, the old one. All right, celebration's over. Amr Shmuel, the old one. 8 days in Chayavin Achemulahan Mutar Matam. So I'll say, so now we're seeing my focus, Rav Shmuel and Rav Dimi, a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now I understand the principle. Right, the principle I understand. So now the shaila is, what exactly does Beis Din have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amr Shmuel, we all know in Beis Din Chayavin Achemulahan Lahem Mutarinat. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Beis Din says Mutarinat. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat chelek. They have to say it like that. Okay. If you notice again, Rabbi adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Rabbi says, saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Beis Din, Beis Din must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. You're permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. So you must my time. Now what's the reason for that? Why does Rabbi add in that word lasos? So Rabbi says because without lasos, there's a statement of information or there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate or there's no directions from Beis Din which are allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Rabbi requires the word lasos in order for this to be like instruction from Beis Din, which would then mean if Beis Din says mutar, right, chelev is mutar atam lasos, you're permitted to go ahead and eat chelev, and really mutar atam lachol, right, you're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay, so then Beis Din is casting and they're giving hora, they're giving instruction. Rav Dimi says, halacha l'maisa, that's where if the individual acted on that Beis Din's advice, that Beis Din's psak, ultimately again, the individual would be patur. But according to Rav Dimi, if Beis Din would just say, mutar matam, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rav Dimi's logic? Because Beis Din's psak is only final when number one they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutter and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately again that's when Beis Din's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. Good. Fine. So okay, good. What's about else? So just point out Rashi's on both sides over here. So we're gonna right now it's on the left on the right side, but just notice it's on both sides. I'm Rabbi. I find another thing. Rabbi says we also now will say Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again Rav Dini's position. We also learn this. So we'll say we're gonna get a lot thrown at us today. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Chazar Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Le'ilo, Hora Lasos, the Mashma become a Mutar Atan Lasos. Okay, so before you get that, so Zakin Mamre is literally, again, someone who is outnumbered on the Beis Din, but refuses to yield to the majority. So we'll say, so such an individual actually can be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how a Beis Din works. It works on majority. So again, remember, I'm Rabbi, I must have never get back to Marcus days. Remember Marcus? As I said, remember, you might have said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the defendant and say, no, listen, I'm sorry, I'll let you go. I really believed you. But what could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that. If you're part of the Beis Din, once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is in. So Zakin Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Chazali Yiro, let's say the Zakin Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach Valimei Kider Shalimei, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before. Potter, ultimately again, he's Potter. That will say, so in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believed it, not in line with the way the Beis Din was doing it, he's Potter. You don't execute him. However, Hora Lasos, but if he passes it and he says, Evra, you can act on this psak, then what do you see from here? That for Beis Din to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say mutar natem, but rather, what do they have to say? Mutarin atem lasos. For Beis Din's psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis Din, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in faith, you're shielded from personal liability. Rav Dini is saying, but it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires no more articulation of the halacha. That's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on this psak, lasos. And Abai is just proving this point. I'm Rabbi Abba. We also learn this. Like I said, all incredible cases. We've seen one of the exciting things, I will say, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things. It's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you. But like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? I have no idea. But I do. So that film is a lot like that. Like, in other words, like I see something, I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this: Horla Beis Din, so we've seen this case, right? Rachel's married to Reuven. Reuven goes overseas. Abe Echad comes along and says Reuven's dead. So remember again, one of the unique halachas, one of the unique situations in halacha where we believe in Abe Echad. Right, if you believe in Abe Echad to allow a woman to remarry. Remember again, you've seen this. This is a kula. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember again. What? Excellent. Mishum iguna akilu baradon. That was Menachem Shulchan said it first. He said it right. I just want to go on. Okay, good. Hey, so Mishum iguna akilu baradon. So again, we'll say now watch this. So Horula Beis Din Lehina. Let's say Beis Din got the Abe Echad, and they passed again. Okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. For Halfa the Kilkala, and she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I will say, now remember, and then what occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven. Right? Reuven came home. right? Reuben came home. So now both sides. So now what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayev nisa, not that penalty for adultery, but she is chayeves b'karban. Now why? We'll say, watch this. Because remember again, what was the psak of Dazin? The psak of Dazin was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and Reuben came back, ultimately again she wouldn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Dazin formulate the psak? Dazin says ultimately again, Bezdin says, Horla Bezdin Likinasa. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Bezdin? Bezdin doesn't just say mutter. Bezdin says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up with Dini's position that the way of psak of Bezdin is formalized is mutter lasos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. Rabbi, we also learn this. Holu Bezdin La'avar La'akas Mikomisos HaMuras B'Torah. So I'll say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Holu Bezdin La'avar, it's almost right across from Rashi on the right. Holu Bezdin La'avar, the Mashma Holu Bezdin La'asos, the Ino Gemura, Hora Asam Achiyomu Mutarm Atam La'asos. So we'll say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Holu Bezdin. Holu Bezdin La'avar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's called the Mishnah? Bezdin Paskin La'avar. La'avar means what? Bezdin said something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rav Dini's version. It's all Rabbi's being honest. So back up Rav Dini's version that when a Bezdin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act or act in a certain way based on this. And then, if Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, and the individual acted upon that, halacha l'maisa, they are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. Which the Gemara says, Sulam Nigi, and there's nothing more to talk about this. We just had this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the mic drop, right? That's it. We're done. We're done over here. Nothing more to talk about. Now, what's that? Interestingly enough, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So, Amar Shmuel, in Bezdin Chayavin Action Mulahem, Mutarim Atan Masos. Shmuel will say, now again, the positions of Shmuel and Rav Dini are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Bezdin is, all Bezdin needs to say is Mutarim Atan Masos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry, a reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the second Bezdin is Mutarim Atem Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in the Lasos. Rav Dini and Arda Amar Afidu Mutarim Atem. No, even if Bezdin just says it's Mutar Nigmara Hora. That's the end of the psak. And Allah, even if the individual acted based on that, they would be shielded from personal liability. Rabbi, so I must say, so now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rav Dini. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rav Dini. In this version, he's questioning Rav Dini, bringing all of the same proofs. Abaye, that's not how we learn. Right? Chazar the Ira, the Shana Odimet, Pidar Shalomei Pater, Horlas, Oskayif. Zakim Mamres. Again, we have to go through all the cases again. But Abaye says Zakim Mamres. Zakim Mamres only going to be chayiv when? Not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha and if you act on it, that's when it's chayiv. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lasos. Next, Rabbi Yav says 1 second. What about the five halotran horu? About halotran hakib horu la bezin linase. Same case, Bezdin gives instructions for women to remarry. Their psak is only binding if what? If they say mutter and action. So you see from here, Bezdin's psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Ravina, Ravina, see for 1 second. Right, our Mishnah. But clearly the verbiage of the Mishnah is Bezdin is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha ma'aseh you can act on it, and the Gemara says su lo. So interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass in, is like Rav Dibi. And therefore, again, just to understand, the way that Beis Din would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, halacha l'maisa there will become personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the Mishnah. Next, quotation of Mishnah. So let's just remember again what happened. So now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this into Chaylev, right? So based in Paskin, Chaylev is mutter le'echol. They're allowed to eat Chaylev. Okay. So now the individual went ahead and ate Chaylev. It's a based on Sakna. Based in Shabbos says, now it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, why do you need that word shogeg? So I was supposed to say, if you think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right, Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak Beis Din that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. So what Gemara is bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you need the word shogeg? To which the Gemara says, shogeg la'asi. Listen to this. This is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different case. This is really quite fascinating. Last see, watch this. Horu Beis Din shechela mutter. Get ready. Beis Din paskin chelev is mutter. Okay. Now what happened? Now watch this. So get ready for this. Beis Din, part one of the story. Beis Din went ahead and said that chelev is mutter. Okay, next, part two. Reuven has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is chelev, one is shuman. Shuman is permitted fat. Reuven, his intention is to eat the shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the chelev. So Reuven, watch this. So Reuven ate chelev. But Reuven didn't really eat chelev because of the psak of the Beis Din, right? Reuven ate chelev because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Reuven is pater. Reuven is pater. Since there's a psak Beis Din out there that says that chelev is mutter, if a Jew ends up eating chelev inadvertently, either because he's following the psak of the Beis Din, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's pater. Both sides, and that's wild. That's wild, right? Because remember again, in this case, Reuven's chelev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be pater because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So we must, let's go. My Torah Beis Din when it said chelev is mutter, it is chelev b'shuman. And then Reuven mixed up a piece of chelev with a piece of shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating shuman. Ba'achlo pater. Pater ultimately again is pater. Al PM mamish. So let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases embedded in the Mishnah, right? Because this is how the Mishnah reads. Shogeg al pihem. So there's two different events here. There's shogeg and there's al pihem. Al pihem is the case that we've been talking about up until now, which is Beis Din said that chelev is mutter le'echol. Reuven goes and eats chelev. Okay, he's absolved from personal liability. And then the case of shogeg is actually a different case. Rabbi wants to posit. The case of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his chelev and his shuman. He eats the chelev. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be pater ultimately again because such a psak from Beis Din exists in the world. Incredible, absolutely incredible. So we must read it down. The others say, Rabbi says, shogeg al PM with the pater. An alternate version of Rabbi or opposite of the Rabbi, shogeg al pi. It's only an accidental commission of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves living a personal liability. First part I'm going to say, but if halacha l'maisa, Reuben just gets mixed up between his pieces, right? Then halacha l'maisa, he will be liable. So the Gemara says, Milsa the so again, just two versions of Rabbi here. So the Gemara says, Milsa the pshita the Rabbi coming by the Rambam. So something which was obvious to Rabbi was actually a kasher Rambam. By Rambam goes the second white line, Horu Bezdin, Shechel is mutter. So Bezdin Paskin, the same thing also. Bezdin Paskin that Chel is mutter. Then it's Chali Lo B'Shuman. But then again, Reuben had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Chel, one was Shuman. His intention was to eat. The Shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Chela. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. What's the halacha? Rabbi says, Kashma. If Reuben went ahead and acted accidentally, based on sack of the Bezdin, the Gemara says, Shogeg al Pihan Lamali. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of Shogeg al Pihan? Just say Pihan, al Pihan, that's it. Lasiye, Holu Bezdin Shechil Mutter, and his Chalid al Chele B'Shulem Ba'ach Lopater. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again, Reuben got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating the Chele, he's still going to be butter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the psak of Bezdin. The Gemara says, 1 second. Vilma Shogeg al Pihan with the butter, Aval Mitzchalit al Chele B'Shulem Ba'ach. Maybe not. Maybe Reuben is only butter, and he managed to act in the direction of the psak of the Bezdin. But if he still makes another mistake, who says that he should be butter based on that? It should be Chayev. They give the Amri alternate version of this on the Rabba Tashma. Halach Yachid Ba'asa Shogeg al Pihan. So an individual Reuben went ahead and acted the Shogeg based on psak of Bezdin. So the Gemara says, My love Shogeg al Pihan with the butter. Isn't it only in the case where Reuben managed to act based on the psak of the Bezdin that he's going to be butter? But if halacha l'maisa, he mixes up the pieces, not the psak of the Bezdin, he just has a mix up in his own house, then he should be chayiv. Dilma, o shogeg, o pi, o api. Maybe not. Maybe halacha l'maisa again. That's the tradition is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's shogeg or al pihem. Ultimately, al pihem means he literally acts based on the psak of the Bezdin, and shogeg means he has his own mix up at the time. Incredible. So I just want to point that over here. So this will be fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that in Bezdin Paskins, it is permitted to eat chaylev, right? Mutter atam la'achol chaylev. All right, mutter and go la'achol chaylev. So everyone agrees if Reuben acts on that psak, he's going to be butter. The shaila just is, if now Reuben has a mix-up in his home, two pieces, chaylev and shuman, he wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the chaylev. Is he chayiv or potter? So this is the machlokas. What opinion will say is chayiv? His inadvertent consumption of chaylev has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. Other version says no, he's going to be potter because once there's a psak of the Bezdin out there in the veld, right? That chaylev is mutter. Ultimately, again, he's going to be covered by that. It's incredible. So Gemara says the pota. In reality, this is part of the bigger machlokas. Holy Bezdin Shechel Mutter. This Bezdin Paskin. The Gemara just pointed out these already pre-existing machlokas. Holy Bezdin Shechel Mutter. Bezdin Paskin. That's Chaylev is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now, both said that's part one. Part two. Reuben is in his house. Reuben has two pieces of meat. One is chaylev and one is shuman. Then it's chaliflo chaylev is shuman. Ba'achlo, he mixes up the pieces and he inadvertently ends up consuming the chaylev. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chayiv. Okay, here it is. Here is the most explicit method. Rav says you're potter, you're covered under the psak of the Bezdin. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin, and therefore you're going to be chayiv. By the way, chayiv what? Chayiv b'chatas. Because remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. This is still a case of shogeg. But so the Master Meisrei, the Gemara is the kasha me'am ha'aretz. Or say me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa. So what says ultimately, and this is the nefesh achas tachat ha'bishkaga. Me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa achas mi'mitzvos Hashem asher lo te'asana b'Hashem. Is the pasuk by Kabbalah Chatas. Right, the person commits an avera inadvertently. So the Gemara says, "Me'ama aris basosa, prat l'mumor."
this comes to exclude a mummer. Because we'll say, remember again, the concept of katas is totally predicated on the notion of shogeg. A mummer, which is someone, again, as we saw back to our Sanhedrin days, a mummer is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Kashmir, so ultimately and sins with intentionality, ultimately again is exempt from a carbon katas. Doesn't mean a katas. Rishon ben Yossi Omer, Rishon Enotzalach. Harei Omer, Asher lo te'asena bishgaga va'ashem ohoda. So this is very interesting. When the Torah speaks about again a carbon katas, what does it say? Asher lo te'asena bishgaga va'ashem ohoda. Talking about a person ultimately again when they bring a carbon katas. Hashab Midiyaso, maybe carbon al Shividaso. So we'll say, here's the good metric for a carbon katas. A carbon katas is good for an inadvertent avera. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon chatos for inadvertent commission of the avera. That's what we call hashav miyaso. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shividaso. That's the type of person who brings the carbon chatos ultimately again for the inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a carbon chatos. So most obviously, who does this exclude? A mummer. If somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulder. So that would exclude a mummer. When Isa, ha lo shav miyasa. That was interestingly enough, applying this to our case over here, but applying this to our case. So the practice, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuven known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak based. So why should you be chai b'chatas in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatas is I bring the carbon chatas for committing an avera b'shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone Reuven, wait, it's Caleb. Reuven said, so what? Jason said that it's mutter. So why should we have a carbon chatas in this case? Incredible. Because again, it's really what it says like this. Since when Beis Din finds out that their psak is erroneous, obviously Beis Din is going to walk it back. So the Gemara says, and then when Reuven hears that Beis Din retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore the Gemara says, Shami is Yaso Karimabay. So essentially the Gemara says is like this. We still call this a case where if he had the knowledge, he would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps removed. Had Beis Din found out that their psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuven finds out that the psak of Beis Din is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chai b'chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Okay, so says now. Okay, this is now another topic over here. So okay, which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Satan is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through on it. There's going to be another case where Beis Din delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority of Klal Yisrael follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, special carbon that's brought. Now, in order to bring that carbon, you need 51% of the cloud to go ahead and follow the one psak. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the Klal Yisrael, and who is the determinant? Right? Who is the guy who's going to tip the scales? It's Reuben. Right, so again, watch this. So Beis Din Paskin Chilib is mutter. 50% of Klal Yisrael, 8 Chilib, based on the psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuven. What does Reuven do? All eyes on Reuven. Reuven is sitting at home. He's got two pieces in front of him, Chilib and Shuman, right? And he needs to eat the Shuman, the committed piece, but he ends up eating the Chilib. Everyone agrees
that Reuven does not count towards the Torah. Right? Interesting. Reuven does not count towards the Torah. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Reuven is not acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Reuven is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuven is personal liability, or Reuven is himself in personal liability because of the psak of the Beis Din, let's say for calculating the 51% for Par Helam David Tzibor, you can't say that Reuven is acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Okay. My time was the reason because for Par Helam David Tzibor, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuven is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. Again, separate halacha. So let's say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, what we end off with over here is a fundamental machlokas. And what is that fundamental machlokas? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuven went ahead and ended up eating challah, not because of the psak of the Beis Din, but because he got confused himself, halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one of the things is liability because his challah consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. On the other hand, there is in the belt, right in the world, there is a psak of Beis Din that says challah is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Fundamental machlokas. So we'll see that on Next. Beisha asu va'asu iman. Lamari the Mishnah Kalan. So let's remember again, the Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Beis Din said challah is mutter, and then it said whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first of all. He did it, and Beis Din, he did it by himself. So what do you need all these cases for? To which the Gemara found in Mishnah Kalan, Bishlam Aleisha. So again, I said in the beginning of the Mishnah why Loz Aksu Katana. So let's say, Loz Aksu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, but the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say everything. It's understood. Ella Seifa, if you enter by the entrances come to highlight liability. Why are all the cases? Well, the cases should really be framed in the reverse. So let's say on the days, which you might say, Zoo, they start one my Zoo. So again, you're the stylistic idea. Sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even though I didn't need to say something else. So the bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, even I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Fine. The other Achaman, always they call from case of again. What was the next case? Last case of the Mishnah. Beis Din delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to keep Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking chacham, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats Caleb. What's the halacha? He's chayav. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be chayav. He says to you, watch this. So if you notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, right, comes chacham ve'ro'oi lehora. Interesting. Person is a comes chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought to myself that the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the psak of the Beis Din Yisrael, someone who is gamer means learned, and Savar Rashi says, Meidin davar mitov davar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately, again, applying knowledge to different ways. In other words, maybe what we're talking about someone who really is fit to be a diner. Fit to be a diner. Haval, gamer v'lo savar, and if someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate, well, whereas maybe you got to have both of these qualities in order to be exempt from personal liability. Only Rabbi says, Lahora, gamer v'savar. That's actually because the Mishnah itself says, Roi lahora. Who is a person who is Roi lahora? A person who is both gamer, learned, and savir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. If it would have just said Allah, I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and Savir. Aval Gomer Velo Saver, low. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, then maybe you would be exempt from personal liability if you're on a basin. Tana Loi La La. In Mishnah Yisrael, if you Gomer Velo Saver, Saver Velo Gomer. So what's incredible? Therefore, again, the Mishnah uses Rosh Hara. Hara actually refers to the limit to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Saver, you have up your, you know a lot of information, or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this saf is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Here's a good example of this. Right? Will be a good example of someone where if they relied on the psak of the Bezdin, they would not be shielded from personal liability. They go man. Rabbi going Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. Okay, like Shimon Azai, Shimon ben. Like these individuals, Rabbi, and also if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here on the right hand side, you go Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Zoma, Yoshim Lefnei Chachamim, Hayirud Min Hara. These were Talmidim Chachamim who would like sit before the Dayanim. They were sitting in front of the judges in the basin, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person that we're talking about. Abaye, Ki Agavna Mezitu. And we'll say, here's the problem. Okay, so let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Zoma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they hear the Bezdin say that Chelev is mutter. Chelev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak that was saying, so the Mishnah said they're chayiv b'chatas, not shielded for personal liability. But if they act on the psak and they say, what are they? What are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it's about coming chatas, they should actually be liable for amazing. We'll say, now watch this. This is incredible. Well, the time is, you guys also the pasuk says, if an individual does on his own volition, he's chayav. Ultimately, the Horaz Bezin is mutter. Kesad Horu Bezin Shechelev mutter. If Bezin paskin, Shechelev is mutter. We're going to stop over for today. We'll pick up. Don't worry. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. Catch up in this bathroom. You know, I say, good stretch. Everyone start with this. Again, stop mid-discussion. But again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the common topic piece tomorrow. Have a great day. I will say, most of us starting the second Sardis. All right, now again, good morning on both sides. Great to be able to begin the second Sardis with the right humor this time. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Filter Tzach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem and Drushos to this year's Yizuchus. The Torah Stavos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Habar Lula Kavah Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah Ben Shamas Atsu's parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Thegares and his mother Thegares with Bas Zeli, and hopes that all the tefillos of our Kila Ner Hashem and all of Klal Yisrael will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmoni Ali Ledinovitz, the Ili Nishmas, Rabbi Ari from David from Father, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Gena Chaver, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Lebracha, and our week of learning sponsor, David Goodman, the Ili Nishmas, Roy, and then Aryeh Zichron Lebracha. We open the American Bar Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Sadna, we have the families, and all those who need to report heaven to the hopefully Yisrael, to the Shroff, to the Ner Hashem, bring home our Hasidic, Shalom, and Karov. Allow our holy soldiers to be successful. So with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, the sacrifice of Holy Zara. Again, Mazel Tov. What an accomplishment, so exciting. And now we come to the second Sarius. The second Sarius, for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you've seen it. So again, a very interesting, different kind of Masechta as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready, because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other Masechtas that we have seen. But in Yirtzeh Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and not experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph. Holu Beis din la'avor al achas mitzvos ha'amuros b'Torah. Also, the dapim are a little bit bigger, as you may have picked up already. But again, it'll flow. It'll flow in that section. Holu based on la'avor al achas mitzvos ha'amuros b'Torah. Well, so here's the case, and this is going to be the central case that we are going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Based in Paskin, and based in made a mistake. And as a result of their mistake, ultimately, again, and they passed as something that was usher, really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed an avera. Take a look at the first guy standing down. Holu bezin, kigon shaholu shachelev odam mutter. Simple case. Based in Paskin, that chelev, right, forbidden fat, or dam is mutter, or blood is mutter for consumption. Bezdin made a mistake, right? Let's remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Farshim bring down Torah goes out of its way multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? You ever wonder to yourself, what's in the sin? You got it. You're doing an avera. One avera. Most of us have done more averas since we got here this morning, right? Than Moshe Rabbeinu did in the entire lifetime. Yet the Torah repeats it over and over and over again. Why? Literally, again, to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Bezdin makes mistakes. So Bezdin Paskin, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead and they said that chelev is mutter, or blood is mutter. Now what happened? The halacha yachid la'asa. An individual called Ruvain heard the psak of the Bezdin. He said, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has dam. Okay, he drinks blood. So he says, now what's the halacha? The halacha of shagad api. So again, now he committed. Now, listen, remember, as far as Ruvain is concerned, Ruvain is just acting on the advice of the psak of the Bezdin. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives a couple of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where Bezdin also ate blood together with Ruvain, so they also made a mistake. Whether Bezdin did it and Ruvain committed the act afterwards. Whether Bezdin didn't follow their psak at all. Just Ruvain went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, we'll say, normally, if you ate blood or you ate chelev, maybe we'll use chelev as a better example, right? If you ate chelev, the shogi, what's the halacha? Carbon chatos, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of the mechanics of the kabbalah in their session. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatos. That's the halacha. In this case over here, what the Mishnah is introducing us to is pater. Ruvain does not have to bring a chatos. Why doesn't Ruvain have to bring a chatos? Because Ruvain did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice. But again, he acted based on the psak of Bezdin. And some person has no reason to believe that the psak of Bezdin is flawed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, he's pater from the chatos. Incredible. So I'll say, that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Bezdin goes ahead, and if you look at Rashi by the pater, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines in Rashi. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that if Bezdin delivers an erroneous ruling, an individual acts upon that ruling, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Ruvain doesn't have to bring a chatos when he ate the chelev based on the instruction of Bezdin. Now, Bezdin's liability, different discussion. Right now we're looking for Ruvain. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Let's say same case. Bezdin paskin that chelev is mutter. Right, forbidden fat is mutter. One of the members of the Bezdin realized this. No, this is a mistake. Now again, let's say obviously that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right, so he was in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Talmud V'Rurai La'Ra, or for that matter again, it was another Talmud Chacham, not a member of the Bezdin, but a Talmud Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, the psak is wrong. Now what happens? va'asa al pihem. But nevertheless, this member of the Beis Din or this Talmid Chacham still followed the psak. Right? It's like, hey, why not? Right? It's like, this is my one shot at chilus, right? In my Jewish life, right? Beis Din went ahead and asking that it was mutter. I know that psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. This is either a member of the Beis Din or ranking Talmid Chacham. So this person knows the psak is wrong. He figures, why not? Beis Din went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Gemara said, the Mishnah says, whether Beis Din actually ate the chaylev and this guy went ahead and ate with them, or Beis Din ate the chaylev and he consumed it afterwards, or Beis Din didn't do it at all, but he decided to follow the psak of Beis Din, so interestingly enough, this individual is going to be chayiv, right? Which makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he knows. He knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous psak, and therefore halacha l'maisa, he is going to be chayiv. Now, both say, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss the sense of a very strange case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in the Gemara. Next, why the rest of the nation shall tell the basin? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you could say that I did what I did based on the psak of Beis Din. But if you know that the psak of Beis Din is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Zakval. We'll say this is the rule, says the Mishnah. Hatola biatzmo chayiv, hatola bebeis din pater. If one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. Now we'll say that. Remember again, if one eats chilib b'mezid, what's your liability? Right? You're chayiv malchus, right? Because remember, you're not going to get a you can't bring a chatas because chatas is only brought for shogeg. Right, so if the mezid is no chatos, only the shogeg is chatos. So that's why we're going to have to define what this case is over here, because in order to say chayiv b'tashos means chatos must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what's the shogeg in this case? Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But bottom line, what the Mishnah is introducing us to, is if Beis Din issues an erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatos because they acted in good faith. If Beis Din issued a wrongful psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, again, I will say, by the way, if you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak. Right? Not someone who thinks that they know. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the Beis Din themselves or a ranking Talmid Chacham. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. We'll say Mazel Tov, the first Mishnah in Harius. Incredible. Amar Shmuel. Alright, celebration's over. Amar Shmuel. Le'olam, 8 days in Chayavim, Achim Lahem Mutar Matem. So now, we're seeing my focus, Rav Shmuel and Rav Dini, a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now, I understand the principle. Right? The principle I understand. So now, the shaila is, what exactly does Beis Din have to say when they deliver this erroneous ruling? So again, Amar Shmuel, Le'olam, 8 days in Chayavim, Achim Lahem Mutar Matem. So Shmuel says the verbiage is Beis Din says mutar matem. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat chaylev. They have to say it like that. Okay. Rav Dini min Arda Amar Ad Yomer Lahem Mutarin Atem Lasos. If you notice again, Rav Dini adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Rav Dini says, not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Beis Din, Beis Din must have also added in the word lasos, and you are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. You're permitted to act based on this psak. So very interesting. You might say, my time, now what's the reason for that? Why does Rav Dini add in that word lasos? So Rav Dini says, because without lasos, there's a statement of information, or there's a statement of fact but there's no mandate or there's no direction from Beis Din that you're allowed to act based on this. So therefore, Redeeming requires the word la'asos in order for this to be like instruction from Beis Din, which would then mean if Beis Din says, mutar, right, chalev is mutar atam la'asos, you're permitted to go ahead and eat chalev, or really, mutar atam la'asos, right, you're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay, so then Beis Din is hastening and they're giving hora, they're giving instruction. Rabbi says, halacha l'maisa, that's where if the individual acted on that Beis Din device, that Beis Din, ultimately again, the individual would be pater. But according to Rabbi, if Beis Din would just say, mutar matem, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rabbi's logic? The facial nigmara hora. Because Beis Din's psak is only final when number one, they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutter, and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately again, that's when Beis Din's psak is complete. So let's analyze this. Good. Fine. So what's about else to point out? Rashi's on both sides over here. So we're gonna right now it's going left on the right side, but just notice it's on both sides. So Rabbi, Rabbi says we also now will say Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again Rabbi's position. We also learn this. So we'll say we're gonna get a lot thrown at us today. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Chazar Rashi says, Zakin Mamre Le'iro, Hora Lasos, the mashma become a mutar atan lasos. Okay, so before you get it, so Zakin Mamre is literally again someone who is outnumbered on the Beis Din, but refuses to yield to the majority. So such an individual actually can be executed for this transgression, which makes sense because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how a Beis Din works. It works on majority. So again, the Gemara says, I must never get back to Makis days. Remember Makis? Remember, the Gemara said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the defendant and say, listen, so I'll let you know. I really believe you. But what could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do it. If you're part of the Beis Din, once the majority decides on something, that's the psak, and everyone is in. So Zakin Mamre refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. So the second Mamre goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach, and he continues to advance the psak that he held before, pater, ultimately again, he's pater. I will say, so in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes, not in line with the way the Beis Din was doing it, he's pater. You don't execute him. However, hora la'asos, but if he haskins and he says hevra, you can act on this psak, then what do you see from here? That for Beis Din to give a binding psak, it's not just enough to say mutarin atem, but rather what do they have to say? Mutarin atem lasos. For Beis Din's psak to be a formal psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you can act based on this halacha. So it's just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of Beis Din, which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. Rabbi is saying, but it only works if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. Requires more articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on this psak, lasos. And Abaye just proving this point. I'm going to be out on it. We also learn this. Horula based in the Nase, all incredible cases. We see one of the exciting things I will say, one of the really exciting things is as we go through that film, even if we don't remember everything, sometimes we see things, it's kind of like seeing someone in shul where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again, right? But I don't know you, but like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? But that film is a lot like that. Like in other words, like I see something. I'm like, I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. So again, the Gemara says like this: Horla Bezdin, being nothing. We've seen this case. Right, Rachel's married to Reuven. Reuven goes overseas. Eid Echad comes along and says Reuven's dead. So remember again, one of the unique halachas, one of the unique situations in halacha where we believe in Eid Echad. Right, we believe in Eid Echad to allow a woman to remarry. Remember again, also seen this. This is a kula. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember again, what? Excellent. Mishum iguna akilu barabah. That was Menachem Shulchan said it first. He said it right. I just want to go on that guy. Right. So again, we'll say now watch this. So hold of a basin in the Guinness. Let's say basin got the Eid Echad, and they pass again. Okay, Rachel, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. And she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I will say now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven, right? Reuven came home, right? Reuven came home. So now both sides. So now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves v'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayev nisa, not that one for adultery, but she is chayeves v'karban. Now why? We'll say, watch this. Shelo v'tiru la ela lihinasa. Because remember again, what was the psak of Bezdin? The psak of Bezdin was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in immoral behavior. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and Reuven came back, ultimately again, she wouldn't have any personal liability. Now, she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Bezdin formulate the psak? Bezdin says, ultimately again, Bezdin says, Horla Bezdin liching nase. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Bezdin? Bezdin doesn't just say mutter. Bezdin says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up Rabbi's position that the way a psak of Bezdin is formalized is mutter la'asos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. Rabbi says, we also learn this. Horu Bezdin la'avar la'achshmi kamusas hamuras b'torah. So I'll say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Horu Bezdin la'avar, it's almost right across in Rashi on the right. Horu Bezdin la'avar, the mashma Horu Bezdin la'asos te'ina t'mura, hora asam achiyomu mutfarm atam la'asos. So we'll say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Horu Bezdin. Horu Bezdin la'avar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's the Lashon of the Mishnah? Bezdin paskin la'avar. La'avar means what? Bezdin said something is mutter, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rav Dimi's version. This is all Rabbi is being all this back up Rav Dimi's version. That when a Bezdin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way based on this. And then, if Bezdin's ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that, halacha l'maisa, they are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability, which the Gemara says, and there's nothing more to talk about this. We just had this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the mic drop, right? That's it. We're done. We're done over here. Nothing more to talk about. Now, what's that? Interestingly enough, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Amar Shmuel, in Bezdin Chayavin Achiyom Lahem Mutarim Atem Lasos. Shmuel will say, now again, the positions of Shmuel and Rabbi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Bezdin is, all Bezdin needs to say is Mutarim Atem Lasos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry, reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the psak of the Bezdin is Mutarim Atem Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in Lasos. Rabbi and Arda Amar Afidu Mutarim Atem. No, even if Bezdin just says it's mutar nigmara hola. That's the end of the psak. And Allah L'maisa, even if the individual acted based on that, they would be shielded for personal liability. I'm Rabbi. So I will say, so now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rav Dimi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rav Dimi. In this version, he's questioning Rav Dimi, bringing all of the same proofs. Amar Abaye, v'halotnan haki, but Rav Dimi, that's not how we learn. Right? Chaza v'ira v'shana olim kidar shalim pater oralas oskayif. Zakin Mamre. So again, we don't have to go through all the cases again. But Abaye says Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is only going to be chayiv when, not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people, this is the halacha, and you can act on it, that's when he's chayiv. What do you see from here? But it's not enough to say mutter, you also need what? Lashos. Next, from Rabbi Yawa, v'halotnan. Rabbi Yawa says, 1 second, what about the v'halotnan? Horu. About v'halotnan haki. Horu l'beis l'ninose. V'hilcha v'kil kala chayav es karban. Sh'lo la l'ninose. Same case, basically gets instructed for women to remarry. Their psak is only binding if what? If they say mutter and action. So you see from here, Bezin's psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Ravina, Ravina says, 1 second. Toru Bezin Achas Nicholas Rabbi Torah, right? Our Mishnah. But clearly the verbiage of the Mishnah is Bezin is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha means you can act on it, and he wants to sue lo. So also, interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass him, is like Rav Dimi. And therefore, again, just to understand, the way that Beis Din would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, halacha l'maisa here will become personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the Mishnah. Next, quotation of Mishnah. So let's remember again what happened. So now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this into Chelev, right? So based in Paskin, Chelev is mutter le'echol. So now Chelev. Okay, so now the individual went ahead and ate chelev. Ate chelev based on the sakna. Based in Sabosa. So now it says the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says v'nisni v'asal pihem shogeg lamri. Why do you need that word shogeg? I was supposed to say, think about it. Interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak Beis Din that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. But what Gemara's bothered by is, why don't you just say v'halach hayachid v'asa al pihem? The individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you need the word shogeg? To which the Gemara says, Amrava shogeg la'asi. Listen to this. This is very interesting. Rabbi says because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different case. This is really quite fascinating. Let's see, watch this. Horu Beis Din shechelev mutter. Get ready. Beis Din paskin chelev is mutter. Okay. Now what happened? Finis chalif lo chelev b'shumen. Now we'll say. Now watch this. Va'achlo. So get ready for this. Beis Din, part one of the story. Beis Din went ahead and said that chelev is mutter. Okay. Next, part two. Ruvain has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is chelev, one is shuman. Shuman is permitted fact. Ruvain, his intention is to eat the shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the chelev. So Ruvain, watch this. So Ruvain ate chelev. But Ruvain didn't really eat chelev because of the psak of Beis Din, right? Ruvain ate chelev because he just got confused. Comes along Rabbi, and Rabbi says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Ruvain is pater. Ruvain is pater. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak Beis Din out there that says that chelev is mutter, if a Jew ends up eating chelev inadvertently, either because he's following the psak of the Beis Din, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's pater. Both sides, and that's wild. That's wild, right? Because remember again, in this case, Ruvain's chelev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be pater because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must let's go. Amrav Shulki lesson. My total Beis Din was there. Beis Din when I said Caleb is mutter, and his Chalid lo Caleb b'Shuman. And then Reuven mixed up a piece of Caleb with a piece of Shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating Shuman v'achlo Potter. Potter ultimately again is Potter al PM mamish. So let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases embedded in the Mishnah, right? Because listen how the Mishnah reads. V'hala hayakim v'asa shogeg al pihem. So there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al pihem. Al pihem is the case that we were talking about up until now, which is Beis Din said that Caleb is mutter lechol. Reuven goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's absolved from personal liability. And then the case of shogeg, exactly different case. Rabbi wants to posit. The case of shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between his Caleb and his Shuman. He eats the Caleb. He didn't mean to. He's still going to be potter ultimately again because such a psak from Beis Din exists in the world. Incredible, absolutely incredible. So the Gemara says, others say, Rabbi says, shogeg al PM with the potter. An alternate version of Rabbi, or opposite version of Rabbi, shogeg al PM. It's only an accidental commission of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves Reuven of personal liability. First part I will say, but if halacha Reuven just gets mixed up between his pieces, right? Then halacha he will be liable. So the Gemara says, so again, just two versions of Rabbi here. So the Gemara says, so something which was obvious to Rabbi was actually a kasher b'chama. The Bayram b'chama was the second white line. Holy Beis Din shechilid mutter. So Beis Din passed. The same case will say Beis Din passed that chilid is mutter. Then it's halid lo b'shuman. But then again, Reuven had two pieces of meat in his house. One was chilid, one was shuman. His intention was to eat the shuman. He accidentally went and ate the chilid. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. What's the halacha? Rabbi says, Tashma, if Reuven went ahead and acted accidentally based on sak of the Beis Din, the Gemara says, shogeg al pihem lamali. So Rabbi says, why do you need that lashon of shogeg al pihem? Just say pihem, al pihem, that's it. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again, Reuven got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating the chaylev, he's still going to be potter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the psak of Beis Din. The Gemara says, 1 second. Vilma shogeg al pihem with the potter, aval mischali lo chaylev b'shurim ba'achol chayim. Maybe not. Maybe Reuven is only potter, but he mamish acts based in the direction of the psak of Beis Din. But if he still makes another mistake, he says that he should be potter based on that. The alternate version of this, Rabbi Tashma, Halach Yachid, Ba'asa Shogeg al pihem. So if an individual Reuven went ahead and acted the shogeg based on the psak of Beis Din, so he must Maila Shogeg al pihem with the potter. Isn't it only in the case where Reuven managed to act based on the psak of the Beis Din that is going to be potter? But if halacha l'maisar, he mixes up the pieces. Now, the psak of the Beis Din, he just has a mix up in his own house, then he should be chayiv. Dilma, o shogeg, maybe not. Maybe halacha l'maisar again. That's what the Mishnah is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's shogeg or al pihem. Ultimately, al pihem means he literally acts based on the psak of the Beis Din, and shogeg means he has his own mix of alcohol. Incredible. So I just want to point out over here, so this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that if Beis Din pastors, it is permitted to eat chaylev, right? Mutter atem le'achol chaylev. All right, mutter and go le'achol chaylev. So everyone agrees, if Reuven acts on that psak, he's going to be potter. The shaila just is, if now Reuven has a mix-up in his home, two pieces, chaylev and shuman, he wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the chaylev. Is he chayiv or potter? So this is the machlokas. One opinion will say he's chayiv. His inadvertent consumption of chaylev has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. Other versions says no, he's going to be potter because once there's a psak of the Beis Din out there in the belt, right, that chaylev is mutter, ultimately again he's going to be covered by that. Incredible.
So the Gemara says, in reality, this is part of the bigger Chodesh. Horu Beis is Shechir the Mutter. Listen to this. Beis in Paskin, the Gemara is just pointing out there's already a pre-existing Chodesh. Horu Beis in Shechir the Mutter. Beis in Paskin, that Chilad is Mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both said that's part one. Part two, Ruben is in his house. Ruben has two pieces of meat. One is Chalev and one is Shuman. When it's Chaliflo, Chalev is Shuman, Ba'achlo, he mixes up the pieces and he inadvertently ends up consuming the Chalev. What's halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chayiv. Okay, here it is. Here it is. We'll say so explicit focus. Rav says you're Potter, you're covered under the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din, and therefore you're going to be Chayiv. By the way, Chayiv what? Chayiv what? Chayiv Achatas. Remember again, this is still a case of Shogeg. This is still a case of Shogeg. But so the Gemara says, the Gemara is the Kasha. Me'am ha'aretz, me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa, so what says, ultimately, and this is the nefesh achas kachata b'shkaga, me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa achas mitzvos Hashem asher lo te'asena ba'Hashem. This is the pasuk about Karban Chatos. Like the person commits an avera inadvertently, so the Gemara says, me'am ha'aretz ba'asosa, prat l'mumar. This comes to exclude a mumar. Because we'll say, remember again, the concept of Chatos is totally predicated on the notion of shogeg. A mummer, which is someone, again, as we saw back to our Sanhedrin days, a mummer is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Hashemah, so ultimately and sins with intentionality, ultimately, again, is exempt from a Karban Chatos. Doesn't mean a Chatos. Rishonim ben Yossi Omer, Rishonim Eno Tzara, Hari Omer, Asher lo te'asena, Bishgaga, Va'ashem, O Hoda. So what's very interesting? When the Torah speaks about again a Karban Chatos, what does it say? Asher lo te'asena bishgaga va'ashem o hoda. It's talking about a person ultimately again when you bring a Karban Chatos, Hashav midiyaso levi Karban al shivibasa. So we'll say here's the good metric for a Karban Chatos. A Karban Chatos you bring for an inadvertent avera. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sinning? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a Karban Chatos for inadvertent commission of the avera. That's what we call hashav mi'viyaso. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe Karban al shivibasa. That's the type of person who brings the Karban Chatos ultimately again for the inadvertent sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a Karban Chatos. Most of obviously would exclude. A mummer, lo shamid yasal. If somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a Karban on their shoulder. So that would exclude a mummer. When Isa, ha lo shamid yasal. That was interestingly enough, applying this to our case over here, but applying this to our case. So the pastors, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak basis. So 1 second. So why should you be chayav b'chatos in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatos is I bring the Karban Chatos for committing an avera b'shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if so, Reuben, wait, it's Caleb. Reuben has said, so what? Beis said that it's mutter. Why should you have the Karban Chatos in this case? Incredible. Let me say, Allah Shami Diyaso, Amra Papa Kasar Rabbi Yochanan, Kevan Dechi Nisyada Levu Lebeidina Hajibahu. Because again, it's really what it says like this. Since when Beis Din finds out that the psak is erroneous, obviously Beis Din is going to walk it back. Hadar, so the Gemara says, Levu Nami Hadabei, and then when Reuven hears that Beis Din retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So the Gemara says, Shami and Yaso Karinabay. So essentially, the Gemara says it like this. We still call this a case where if he had the knowledge, he would have abstained. In this case, it's just 2 steps removed. Had Beis Din found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuven finds out that the psak of Beis Din is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayav b'chatos in this case. Amra Papa,
I'm sorry. Amar Rabba, Umod Rav, Shino Mashlim ROTHSCHILD. Okay, so what's that now? Okay, this is now another topic over here. So let's say what we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're dealing with up until now. What's happening in this case is Basin is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through on it. There's going to be another case where Basin delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority of Klal Yisrael follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, a special carbon that's brought. Now, in order to bring that carbon, you need 51% of the cloud to go ahead and follow the orders of Psak. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you had 50% of the cloud Yisrael. And who is the determinant, right? Who is the guy who's going to tip the scales? Which is Reuben. Right? So again, watch this. So based on Paskin, Chilad is mutter. 50% of cloud Yisrael. 8 Chilad, based on the Psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuben. What does Reuben do? All eyes on Reuben. Reuben's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces in front of him, Caleb and Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon with him. It is each, but he ends up eating the Caleb. Everyone agrees that Reuben does not count towards the total. Right? Reuben does not count towards the total. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Reuben is not acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Reuben is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuben is personal liability, or Reuben is himself in personal liability because of the psak of the Beis Din, let's say for calculating the 51% for Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, you can't say that Reuben is acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Okay. And Rabbi Umod Rav Sheino Mashlim ROTHSCHILD. My time was the reason Ishkaga. Actually, Kulan Ishkaga Achas. Because for Par Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuben is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. Again, separate halacha. So we'll say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, what we end off with over here is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha l'maisa, if Reuben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the Beis Din, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On one hand, one opinion says liability because his Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. On the other hand, there is in the belt, right in the world, there is a psak of Beis Din that says Caleb is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Fundamental machlokes. We'll see that I'm on it. Next. Beisha asu va'asu iman. Lamali l'mistak alayim. So let's see. Remember again, the Mishnah brought down like a whole bunch of variations of cases. So Beis Din said Caleb is mutter, and then it said whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first, and then he did it, then Beis Din, he did it by himself. What do you need all these cases for? To which the Gemara mistak alayim. So again, I understand the beginning, why Lozu Aksu Katan. So we'll say, Lozu Aksu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, where the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say all of it, it's understood. Ella Seifa, if you better claim violation, but the end of the Mishnah is come to highlight liability. Why do I need all of the cases? Well, the cases should really be framed in the reverse, and also other days, which you might say, 2 things are so again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this even though I didn't need to say something else. So the bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. Right? The other after man, again, what was that? That's case the Mishnah. Beis Din delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking Kafir, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats Caleb. What's the halacha? He's chayav. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be chayav. Says the Gemara, watch this. If you notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, right, Talmid Chacham, ve'ro'in leholah. Interesting. First says a Talmid Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought to myself that the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the psak of the days in the shul, someone who is gomer. Gomer means learned, and sabir actually says maybe davar mitov davar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately again apply knowledge to different ways. In other words, maybe we're only talking about someone who really is fit. If someone has a lot of knowledge but they don't know how to extrapolate, well, maybe you have to have both of these qualities in order to be exempt from personal liability. Rabbi says, come here to southern Mishnah. That's not true because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is a person who is Roi Lahora? A person who is both Gomer, learned, and Sabir, knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. Is what I meant to say. If it would have just said Meorah, how about Gomer the Sabir? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gomer and Sabir. About Gomer below Sabir, no. But perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, then maybe you would be exempt from personal liability if you're lying based in Kana Roi Lahora. The Mishnah is Seati with Gomer below Sabir, Sabir below Gomer. It was incredible. Therefore, again, the Mishnah used Lashon of Hora. Hora actually means limits to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have you know a lot of information, or you know how to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this sack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Right now, who's a good example of this? Right? Will be a good example of someone where if they relied on the psak of the days, they would not be shielded from personal liability. Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Soma. Okay, like Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Like these individuals, I'm going to have I say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here on the right hand side, you know, Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Soma, Yoshim is make a coming, these were coming who were like sick before the dilemma, they were sitting in front of the judges in the basin, and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person this is talking about. I'm going to buy it. And we'll say, here's the problem. Okay, so let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Soma, who obviously were ranking sages, and they hear the Beis Din say that Chelev is mutter. Chelev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak of Osai, so the Mishnah said they're chayiv v'chatas, not shielded from personal liability. What? If they act on the psak and they say, what are they? What are they? They're amazing. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it comes to chatas, they should actually be liable for amazing. I say, now watch this. This is incredible. Well, the time Hadisanya Bas Sosa Afos, Yochida also Nibias Wachayev, Horaz based in Potter. Yeah, also the Pasuk says, if an individual does on his own volition, he's chayev. Ultimately, if they Horaz based in his Potter, Kesad, Haru based in Shechil of Mutter, if they see Paskin, Shechil of his Mutter, I was going to stop over there for tonight. So pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're fine. Catch up in this fucking, you know, I say, good, Shkach, everyone, start with this. Again, stop mid-discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the coffee case tomorrow. Shkach, everyone. Everyone's have a great day. And we'll say, Master, starting the Secretarius.
much insanity is going to happen. As always, I always keep the guests and anything that I have up my sleeve a complete surprise for you. But if I told you what was going to happen on these 2 nights, you would be pumped. And plus, you already know all your favorite regulars. And, of course, Rick Diaz versus Hans Kim for eternal regularship on the show. Battle of 2 absolute autistic titans. Who knows what can happen? A lot of special treats, a lot of special guests. It's going to be like the 10-year anniversary show, but on absolute steroids. Super pumped. Get tickets now and support your favorite show in the world. The #1 live podcast started with 14 people in a tiny little room. Now we're going global. That's KillTonyLive.com for the amazing 2-night event, December 30th and 31st. You're going to be sick of your family, have some laughs, enjoy 2 nights of Kill Tony Live. Anything can happen. KillTonyLive.com. Here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony. It's Who's ready for the best fucking day of their lives? Oh, it's Mr. Redman, everybody. You did it. You all win. You're the #1 live podcast in the world. Kill Tony, brought to you by Gel Blaster, the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Hall Law Firm, NinjaPartyBus.com. You can now get shuttles for the December 30th and 31st shows at HEB Center, so arenas that we're doing this weekend. Austin Security Guard Service, KillMerch.com, and ConnectMobileHealth.com, which get our features. Look at that fresh hair right there. We had the Mothership Christmas party this week, and full recovery. Thanks to ConnectMobileHealth.com. Go to night feature and use the code KILL15, save 15%. What a hand for the band. Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Paul Beamer on the horns, and Bowling on the electric guitar, John Keys on the keys, and this is our good friend Dean Magnus on the bass guitar, everybody. Fun show, and then before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. NinjaPartyBuses.com, where you can reserve your ride to the arena on the 30th and 31st sold-out shows in Austin, Texas. For this show, it's pretty cool, right? Hey y'all, this episode of Kill Tony is brought to you by Zimmix Toothpicks. Zimmix brings you a totally satisfying, convenient, and flavorful way to cook cravings, get a boost of energy, and simply relax at the end of your day. I absolutely love these things. Use them on the airplane all the time and anywhere else where I can't smoke cigarettes. I mean, you guys know what it is. Remember when massive vape clouds, ashtrays, and dipstick were awesome? Now there's an easier, cheaper, less messy, and more subtle way to cook cravings with Zimmix Toothpicks. The best part about Zimmix is that you really can use them anywhere with 2 milligrams per day and some 3 milligram options. Zimmix Toothpicks are long-lasting, extremely affordable, and available in 6 delicious flavored choices for that man. You can subscribe to Zimmix for over a year. 2 years before they became a sponsor, I've been using Zimmix. They are amazing. delicious toothpicks with flavors that keep me coming back to Civics. Also, if you need a boost of energy, try their Sip Energy B12 and caffeine toothpicks.
You guys have seen us use Civics on the podcast. Now it's time to find out for yourself. Go to CivicsToothpicks.com today and use code KILLTONY10 to get 10% off your order. That's CivicsToothpicks.com, promo code KILLTONY10. Must be 21 to purchase more smoke glass with Civics Toothpicks. Hey y'all, if you need a little something to get you through the holiday season, then listen up. Freeze Pipe has you covered with freezable pieces that cool down clouds by over 300 degrees so you can actually relax instead of coughing up a lung. The secret is Freeze Pipe's glycerin chamber. Just put the chamber in the freezer for 1 hour for instantly chilled, icy smooth. Sweet hate these, we love these. Right, man?
It's amazing. It feels so good going down. This year, when Grandma's asking why you're still single, our weird cousin won't leave you alone. Let Freeze Pipe take you away from it all.
No doubt about it, American owned for over 7 years. Try our favorite way to light up by visiting thefreezepike.com today and use code Tony for 10% off your entire order. That's right, shop holiday sales running until Christmas or use code Tony for 10% off at thefreezepike.com. High quality glass, market leading glycerin technology. Order today to smoke like royalty without paying a king's ransom. Hey all, when you're partying hard this holiday season, when you need to recover fast, you turn to Liquid IV. It's not just for people playing sports or running marathons. It's tiring drinking all that holiday beer, am I right? And that sweet, sweet eggnog, right, man? You need to stay hydrated. Liquid IV gets you hydrated 2 times faster than water alone. Just 1 stick has 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink and 8 vitamins and nutrients for every day. Wellness, we love it, right, man?
It does have a nice combo pack. It has 3 of the best flavors. Check it out. I love all the flavors, but my favorites were grape. It's like a fruit punch. Liquid IV now comes in sugar-free. There's no gluten, soy, dairy, GMOs, and no artificial sweeteners either. Sugar is replaced with an amino acid allulose blend, which has the same taste and texture of table sugar.
Your favorite table sugar, regular Liquid IV hydration multiplier, sugar-free, in bulk nationwide at Costco. You get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use code Tony at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code Tony at liquidiv.com. Hey y'all, holidays are stressful and it's time to take something off your plate by putting HelloFresh on, and HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit. They send pre-portioned ingredients for delicious recipes straight to your door. It's way cheaper than takeout. You won't need to go to the grocery store, wait long lines, or spend all day trying to decide what to eat. HelloFresh makes it easy with over 45 recipes and more than 100 seasonal add-on items to choose from every week. They're all delicious, and you truly can make your own hit. We eat them all the time. I absolutely love them. Red Man loves them. Speaking of which,
Man, I love the fully loaded tequilas. You gotta try them out. They're so easy. Chicken sausage, chickpea soup. HelloFresh even has easy breakfast. Quickly whip up before you run to work and fast 10-minute lunch.
go to HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree and use code KTShowFree for free breakfast for life. 1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree with code KTShowFree. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? It is a goddamn pleasure, you know. I take the liberty of booking every single one of these shows. I don't know in a specific order. Sometimes it's beauty and chaos. And tonight's one of those nights where it's everything under the fucking sun. I present to you one of the funniest guests in the history of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, new special coming out December 26th. Truly, one of the best guests, one of my favorite comedians in the world. Make some noise for the great powerful Sam Talent, everybody. Sam Talent is here. Truly, one of the best. If he's not already, he's gotta be one of your favorite comedians on the planet. Lord the woman. Sam motherfucking Talent is back.
Hey, everybody, thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Make some fucking noise for Sam Talent. We're in it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Sam's been on a few of the best episodes we've ever had. The last dinosaurs with the amazing Dr. Phil.
I'm glad Adam's not here to fuck up everything. He'll be the funniest guy ever alive.
Yeah, anyways, Dr. Phil is so funny. We were talking about a voltage, but we were just halfway through, we were just setting him up. Just watching.
I was at the top.
Yeah, we were watching a
I was
podcast.
transfixed. It was like watching a corpse through a piece of green bottle glass. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen. And I wasn't jealous. He was fine.
New special The Toad's Morale debuts tomorrow on Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast YouTube channel. So make sure you check that out.
Please watch it.
Yes, and we're going to have fun tonight. You know how this works. And I am pleased to announce that we actually, you guys will not believe this, we have a record amount of signups tonight for Austin, Texas, right? As of right now, 218 signups. That was one flying.
I bet 14 of them are funny. It's a hobo jungle back there right now.
It really is.
People are trading salt for bullets. It's insane.
Yeah, no, it's fucking absolutely wild. The mix amongst those people are geniuses that are just trying to survive. Some of them sign up every week.
A lot of people who have held a baby's head underwater for 30 seconds.
Yes, that's the majority. But if I move one of their names, I think in 60 seconds, you know their time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then once they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Mayor. And I interview them and we find out more about them with our esteemed guest, esteemed talent. And I'm now pre-rolling what will be the first comedian out of the method. So when we get them from a bar next door, I think we should get the show started with one of our regulars. So I think you know how this goes. Every single week, this guy does a new 60 seconds on an interview to start each episode, selling out all over the world. When we found him, he was living in a van going to 10-person open mics. Ladies and gentlemen, he goes into a wild success story. His name is Hans Kim.
Thank you. The ceilings in Ryan Redband's club are so high that that's where I go to fly my drone. Yeah, sorry. I didn't start out like that. Obviously, I like that one. I don't think everyone who's patriotic is a loser, but I do think everyone who's a loser is going to be a little bit patriotic. If you got nothing good going on in your life, you're like, well, at least I'm here. But yes, it's very sad to know that Joe Biden is still president. I hate Joe Biden so much that I'm racist against white people. Look at this guy walking around like he's the president. Thank you.
Alright, Hans Kim ultra light tonight. I like it. Hell yeah. How we feel, Hans? Right? Yes, what did you think about this sweet performance by Hans Kim?
I'm a big fan of Hans off stage. Thanks. Last night, I saw him after the Christmas party here, getting choked out by one of the tour staff, while 8 other members of the security team were throwing $1 bills. It looked like the rape of Man King. They got raped yesterday.
That's actually funny. I totally forgot about that. You just reminded me that I was watching Hans. How did that start? You told the security guard that you could beat him in what? Was it jiu-jitsu or wrestling?
Well, I saw these 2 animals just going at it.
They were wrestling.
Yeah, these two door animals.
Well, no, it wasn't. That's not the door guys. The door guys are comedians. Those were the security.
Those are the security animals with some of their Jesus.
Yeah, literally killers, like black belts and purple belts and blue belts, and then there's you like technically.
Yeah.
How did that happen? How did you jump in though?
Well, they were just going at it, really upping the aggression level in the room, and I was like, this is just so primitive that we should be comedians, we should be having this. So I go in to stop them, and
To break it up.
yeah. And then one of the guys in Riley was kind of looking up to me. And I was like, Riley, don't make me.
What did he say that was licking on you?
Well, you know Riley, you know the way that he is. He's just sort of like.
I literally don't know Riley. Nobody here knows Riley. You're talking about Riley like he's on like a sitcom.
Okay, honestly, he really didn't do anything wrong. I was looking for a fight. I saw them there. It looked like fun. I wanted to join in, so I just grabbed the body and started going at it.
It did not work out, believe it or not. I'm trying to figure out what really happened, and it just keeps getting weirder. What else is going on in life, Hans?
You know, my girlfriend is stupid, I found out.
How stupid is she?
She recently asked me if Japan was a country. And I said yes. And she's like, she looked it up. She's like, no, it's a nation state. That's a country. Dumb bitch.
It's an ethno state. They only let Japanese people.
They should.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Do you like the fact that, like when you find out things like that, do you respect her more or less?
You know, it means it's going to be easier to get what I want. So yes, I do enjoy having an advantage over people that I love in my life.
What do you want out of your passport, babe?
I just want my green card and I'm out of here. No, I'm just kidding.
Have you been doing hard drugs again lately?
Just marijuana. No, I haven't been doing hard drugs. No,
Why do you say it like a lot of people have been accusing you of doing hard drugs? No, I'm not doing hard drugs, Dad.
I have been pretty good about not doing hard drugs. I've been doing mushrooms like once or twice or 3 times a week.
Anything fun happen when you're on mushrooms? What do you like to do?
I was on an airplane. I missed my flight. But look, I'm rich now. I have a lot of money.
You were on your head before tonight's set or something? You said you were on an airplane and you missed your flight. How good were those mushrooms?
I love the mushrooms. They're from nootropics. Check them out. Sorry, just to go into this one.
Alright, we're gonna get rid of him. There he goes. Hans Kim, everybody's having a panic attack. We're gonna interview Commissioner of the show tonight. A rare treat. I've never seen him leave so fast in his entire career on the show. I think Riley chucked him a little too long last time. That was almost impressive. That was the best I've ever seen him do. I don't know what just happened exactly. And now we go to the bucket, so it's going to be interesting. We have to build momentum out of a bucket from here. Let's see what happens. Anything can happen. Blah, blah, blah. You get it. Anybody can sign up. Let's see what happens here. Tony Cruz, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted with Tony Cruz.
Sometimes when I masturbate, I stick a skin up my ass so I can feel the rainbow. Yeah, guys, I'm a Southern Targaryen. I got a blowjob from a retard. I call that Radiohead. She said so good I fell asleep afterwards. It was a ZZ Top. One of Joe Biden's favorite band is it's probably the Who. Because I look good. Yes, because there are 90 pieces squirt in my face, remind me that my fucking squirt. You know, squirt just squirting all over the place. I told him, baby, if you keep running, you'll make me charge for it. I'm going to blast the way she'll pick at you. That's when I put up the old bubble so I can't break his memory and start giving him slow pose. Slow pose.
There he is, Tony Cruz, everybody. Unbelievable because, I mean, he's got the look, the cadence, the delivery, and he's got nothing behind it. You should be so much more funnier than you are. Did you the material
and the man. It's the movie and the man, you know. It's,
I understood. Thank you, Tim. Yes. That came through. The punchline is what didn't translate. Yes, it was the radio part. Why would the radio be retarded? Because the gentleman in the movie. What movie? Radio. What movie is it? Radio. Okay, so what? Is this a coordinated attack? Oh, I mean, cracked or something. Radio. You fucking idiot. 2002 movie. And you guys are losing your minds over it right now? Never fucking heard of this. You know, Rabbi Jr. Why would this be a super comedy with fucking... This was not a comedy, you know. It's a very serious mistake. It was a true story. It's a super comedy. I think it didn't hold up, so it's funny now. Yeah. It's mentally disabled, so they know what it is. They got the only black guy to not make a film dance. That's what it was about. Yeah. Cuba Gooding Jr. was the retarded guy? Yeah. Okay, lady, shut the fuck up. Film Radio's biggest fan over here. He speaks in a very condescending tone. Yeah. I liked a lot when he got to like 45 seconds and he was like, looked at us like, oh, God, they have to do another joke. And then he went to the Pokemon material. The reference is more than that joke, I'm just saying. The reference is there's more. Oh, my God. Can you do all the 151? Get there. Yeah. She looks the tag in there. I thought she was a Jinx, but she was a Mr. You're not going to believe this, radio fans, but I know nothing about Pokemon as well. I mean, I'm really out of the loop for this, and I have no references I can make right now. Me too, man. So, tell us about you. How long have you been doing stand-up? Just over a year. Well, I've been here in Austin. Oh, man, I started in Dallas. I'm from a small town called Silver Springs. So it's Northeast Texas. I mean, that's right. You appear as you're raised around a lot of surfers, so that makes sense. You smell it the night before Easter. Yeah, it's a small town. It's a good town. That's something a little known fact about my town, right? In fact, is it a little known fact about your town? You're going to love this little thing. They're finding out about Silver Springs. They say anything that could be real. You're going to love this. They have glass bathrooms in their downtown, and it's weird on the outside, but you can see everything around you. So, and there's also even place where kids splash around. So during the daytime, if you're a pervert, you can. Anyways, it's... If you're a pervert, I have a disclaimer you can say. That's kind of what we think is there for, you know, just anywhere. Did you say that was a fun fact? The old glass bathroom. Not a lot of people know we got glass bathrooms down there. It's basically I'm leaving women around the asshole taking a bath some shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm using the public bathtub bathrooms. I love my home, so it's good. It's cool. What else is cool about it? There's two black people in there. He knows exactly the amount. Sulphur Springs doesn't seem like very little to me. It is segregated by just one of these little MLK still has a black side. What was that last part going to be? And then there's Mexicans. Oh. The old Cesar Chavez Street. I like how each neighborhood makes it quite clear what you can expect. And then you got your good old George Washington Boulevards and Albuquerque, baby. I'd like to be. Anyway, forget about the Jew corridor. It's really popping off this time of year. I've had one woman on my podcast. I have a podcast on my team. What name did you just drop? Yeah. Real segue into your podcast there. Very smooth transitions. Almost completely unnoticeable. Seems like you had no intention of trying to do that in your life. You got pulled out the bucket here. I'm glad you took your hat off during your set so we know the hair's not attached. What do you do for a living looking and talking like you do? Toad taster. So you can lick a toad and tell you exactly how old you are. I do the fetish. keep that for you. Answer your question.
Sorry. I started thinking about feet. Sorry.
Do you money? What do you do for a job?
Yeah, I had a good job during COVID. I was essential, so I made a lot of money during that period. So I've been living off the savings. Essential employee, so
What were you doing?
manufacturing. Sorry.
I don't believe anything you're saying. I'm wearing crystal meth.
It was making the virus.
I got paid a lot of money.
I kept Silver Springs running, brother. That crank tower there, goddamn city. How are we going to keep the black people from going to the good target in this world of gangs now?
What type of situation were you raised in? Is it like a trailer? Is it like a farmland trailer? And were your parents together when you were a kid?
Yeah, they were together, and they were long past Rabbi full time, so she didn't have to experience that bullshit. Yeah, man, it was very bad. She
I'm glad my mother did not have to look people in the eye.
That's why I moved to the city after COVID because, man, in my small town, they didn't even buy me to get fuck. And nothing changed.
Nothing at all. Nothing. Do people talk about how nothing had changed their life?
Everybody was kind of, everybody was solid, everybody was changing more like
So you're raised in a trailer. Let me ask you this before I let you go, because this is a long interview.
What's 3 plus 2?
I want to know Tony Cruz. That really is your name, because you don't seem like a Tony, you're a Cruz. But I want to know what is in your life raised in a trailer, Sulphur Springs, Saturday? What's the white trashiest thing you ever would been part of? Like in your life, if there's one thing that you remember like doing or being part of out there in Sulphur Springs, or perhaps anytime after that.
Half Mexican.
That was earlier, then there was another question. The question was,
I mean, that's
what do you think the trashiest thing you would trash? Brown trash, forget white trash. What's the brown trash?
half Mexican is great.
Have you ever answered a question before? You know what? I'm going to go back to 3 plus 2. I'm going to see if you have this.
I was hoping to say half Mexican would make them laugh, talking shit about Mexico.
How would that make them laugh?
Bad jokes, I guess.
Let me rephrase the question. You answered honestly. What's the trailer trashiest thing about your childhood or your upbringing? And then you get to go after this. Just answer honestly. You answered that one perfectly. There we go. Very good. People are amazed at your ability to answer an honest question.
That's what I mean.
So you would rob the other trailers for the groups?
No, we would go to the house they were in.
Okay.
They do the shit wrong, so you just, you can't do that now. There's green cameras, you can't do that.
Right.
White trash,
Yeah. It's actually pretty open. Well, Tony, congratulations. Fun stuff. Here's a little joke with my friend. Make some noise for Tony Cruz. Is that an awe for a little joke? Is there an awe out there? Is there someone with emotions that likes expressing them? Yeah, let's keep it moving. You guys having fun yet? Alright, good news for you guys. This next bucket pool has an I in parentheses next to it, which means they are inside of the room. They are one of you. So that's usually like a first time or something like that. Make some noise for your next bucket pool. Ashley Seta, everybody. Ashley Seta. Ashley. Here she comes. Right from the middle of the room. Taking a very long time. You're going the absolute wrong direction. There you go. Literally almost walked into a wall and backwards. She went away from the stage and that way. Literally couldn't go worse direction. Okay. Can you please? There she is. Yeah. How many of you like it when people do good on this show? How many of you like it when people do bad on this show? 60 seconds uninterrupted for Ashley Satire.
Holy shit, y'all. It has been a week. My sister got her PhD earlier this week, and I'm on kids Friday, so I think that we can all imagine, this is probably because of so, going on and participating in the parents' stories. Let me tell you some embarrassing shit that's happening in my life. Let's go. Cross country runners, I hope there's a couple of y'all out there. You guys are good. Alright, we're all good. I'm assuming everybody else did beer runs. I feel that. Alright. I ran cross country in high school. That was a hot minute ago. I was fucking awful. I was so bad. They made me run varsity one time, and the only time. And, I'm running, and they have a golf cart behind you, and it is just tailgating my fucking ankles, man. And I'm like, oh my god, this shit is real. I am the slowest person alive.
Okay, Ashley Satire. Holy shit, you went for it. No preparation whatsoever.
That minute went so fast.
How many D covers ears? There's 4 senses.
I didn't even hear me out, you know what I mean? God damn.
Okay. Where are you from? Sulphur Springs?
I'm from Austin, Texas.
Everybody's pissed. Honestly, like, God damn it. Wow, representing Austin, Texas. So I'm guessing this is your first time attending stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
Good. That's a good answer. How do you think it went?
Probably not that great, but that's all good.
So, Ashley, what made you want to try this tonight?
Basically, why not? I highly doubt it. I actually listened, and you guys fucking did it.
Some answers for you on it. Why not? So that's very rarely. When I get asked a question on the show, and I'm probably answering why not. The why nots would be the people that are prepared or wanted to do this for years or perhaps even months. Sign up for the show, and then you come up here like if John Benet Survivor or trying to put on a pageant type of I tell y'all some embarrassing stories about me. It's like a mad pageant. It's like one of those like a Purina dog pageants or whatever. It's like, look at this one eating. This one just stand-up comedian dog or a microphone in front of her.
I've heard a lot of comics try and ask the comic question to start a bit. I don't know if there's a more alienating question to ask a comedy crowd than who does cross country. Read the room, Ash. Come on. These people barely have feet. They got the sugar syndrome. You're up here bragging in your cool sweater. Come on, Ash.
Are you like that sweater?
Same respects, yeah. This is so us.
So cross country, I missed it because I was bored out of my mind. Cross country, you said that you do that?
I actually would not even run at this point.
You said you're a shot put kind of girl, right? Why is that a groaning? Why are you groaning at that?
Brock Lesnar's daughter. His genetics are strong.
I've actually grown more into the sport of watching football and drinking beer while I do it. Yeah, back in the day I was alcoholic.
The only thing you've ever run away from is abuse. abusive relationship. No, you stay.
Oh, no. I am the abuser, so yeah, it's funny. Let's go. Just kidding. Hi, girl.
So you do to them your stand-up act?
Basically.
So lock the door from the outside. You must listen to some embarrassing things about me.
She should have to do it like from that glass toilet in San Francisco.
As long as I'm not ones outside of that window, I'm fine with it. Like, I'd rather be in it. I don't want to be waiting on that. Thank you.
Okay, so what do you think is horrific too? Yeah, I know. What do you think the funniest thing you've ever done is? Has anyone ever told you like, Ashley, you're so funny? Has there been like a time, or is this just you're just really just shooting for it? It's like the half-court shot in a professional game. Like, we're gonna let this person shoot, and if they do anything at all, it won't be surprised.
I mean, I think the funniest thing I've ever done is being right here with you guys.
Wow. It's funny, like you talk, you sound like a hot chick when I'm watching. The words, do you guys kind of hear like the fucking greatest thing I've ever done? I'm just like, it's not magical. Fuck that. I'm just like, you're right. It's okay. Everyone's a grody audience tonight. Let me tell you something. Blaming the awkwardness of this ain't gonna be Here's a little joke book, Ashley. Whoa, good catch. She's built like a catcher, everybody. Catcher, shot put extraordinaire.
You should talk about that more. They're like, don't sign up if you don't want to be a comedian. Don't waste people's time. It's not funny.
I know it goes without saying, but yeah, definitely don't sign up if you're retarded. Alright. Came out of the fucking big voice from Trey Campbell. Trey is next. Oh shit. Big voice from Trey.
Hey everybody, I'm Trey Campbell. I'm on the autism spectrum. I'm the same as everyone else. I just got more vaccines. Thank you. It's so crazy. A lot of older women come up to me. They're like, "Oh my god, it's so cool. You're on the autism spectrum. So is my son." I'm like, "Does that mean we're not fucking?" Who wants to fuck their kids? Am I right? Any Lizzo fans in here? It's crazy. There's allegations going around that she made her backup dancers eat fruit out of a sex worker's vagina. And I think those allegations are unfounded because we all know Lizzo doesn't know anything about fruit. Am I right? Lizzo is my dream threesome. So there's two. So I'm so excited to be here. As a kid, I would always carry around a wire coat hanger, and they would be like, "Trey, why do you have a wire coat hanger?" I'd always say, "I've had this since I was in the womb, y'all."
Holy shit, look at this. I mean, where do we begin? Trey Campbell.
How you doing, Tony?
Wow. I've been looking for a new William Montgomery, and I think we found him, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I'm drunk enough, so.
William's still drinking. William's sober now. You're adorable, huh? Do you only come around during the Christmas times?
Looks like Santa. I'm the elf on the shelf.
That's a fucking sturdy shelf, right? It's a steel shelf.
It's dope.
You look like a shelf in the same plastic.
Let's hope you're not on the casting couch.
Oh, no.
Goodness. Good. It's good to see you again. Were you on in LA? Was it Austin?
You invited me.
What?
You invited me.
Invited you?
Yeah, you said me and William would do our
I
thing.
saw you on the street. Yeah, and I told you to come do a thing with William, and then you did.
I did.
That's right.
What's he doing on the street? Biting the heads off a chicken?
What were you doing? I'll never remember exactly.
Probably trying to find out.
You're an Adderall addict, huh? That is so interesting. What do you like to do after having Adderall?
You know, I like to watch old NBA highlights. I like to watch the Chicago Bulls take on the
This is
Atlanta
the second person in a row that does not sound like nothing. Is anybody with me? Ralph gave me acid a few days ago. Either I'm having fucking flashbacks to that. These people do not. Why do you sound like that?
I think it's because of the lack of testosterone.
She's nodding. You know what a sexy woman bands nodding at that joke. You're an actor. How old are you?
I'm 28. I know, it's crazy.
Why do you... It's a tough 28. What has happened to you? Why do you think you aged so much?
You think I aged? Thank you. I've been trying to look older, so.
There you go. It's like you're absorbing the rest of the kids you've lost.
I was the one getting lost.
Oh, man.
That's funny. Well, you know, you take what you can get.
You're telling me. I'll settle for this. I'll settle for this 13-year-old that looks 50.
I'm so glad you think I look cool. I've always been told I look young.
Why you D?
Well, because he's blind. That's funny.
Thank you, Troy.
You're welcome.
He's incredible. I mean, you are a spitting image. 28 years old, and he looks like the mayor of Lunchland. It's incredible.
Well, you know, it's been annexed, so I can't let him wear it. I shouldn't have told that.
Okay. What do you do for work? What arcade games do you put up the quarters on? Exactly.
It's funny, I work at the Slicker Group, so in Houston.
Oh, yeah. We love that place. Old school fucking territory. And you live in Houston?
Correct.
Right. And, are you gay?
No.
You just sound like that?
Yeah, you know.
I do know exactly how it is. I literally know how that is. Yeah. Yes. Everyone knows. I know. That is life. I still have to ask. So what's your... Have you been getting laid by girls at all?
I got this one woman, she's, we went on a date to defeat a dialysis, so we just...
You guys got dialysis together?
Yeah, she had dialysis, not me. I'm gonna get dialysis in the future, if you look at it. But no, we went to Davita, and then we went
You
to...
say DeVita like it's a fan Italian steakhouse. We went to DeVita. The restaurant now, the dialysis clinic.
It was crazy.
Tell us why you had a great time. What was so crazy about it?
She just kind of told me about her dead parents the whole time. We just kind of chilled.
She's a romantic.
I took some Concerta before bed. It was great.
Some what?
It's basically like Adderall, but it's different.
What's the difference between that and Adderall? Health insurance.
Yeah. Now he hit the nail on the head. It is health insurance.
Guys, yes, and trying it now is good. Yes. I feel like your sexuality is trained. That's true.
That is funny. I do love trains.
You do? No shit, brother.
When I was a kid and I discovered porn, I saw there was a train category, and I was like, dope. Thomas the Tank Engine's fucking another female train.
It was a boy train?
Yeah, I think so.
Thomas the Train Engine fucking a female train. I've never heard of a female train before.
I don't think there are.
Actually, I think there was one on stage right before you. Shut up. Shut up. We gave Nicole Dominic a round. Don't make fun of women, but keep calling this kid retarded. Who cares? It is incredible, this look. It looks like you're down to clown and clown to downs at the same time.
I am a recovering juggalo, so
What does that mean to you?
I used to be a juggalo, but now I've kind of left that life behind.
Too much Fago for you.
As you can tell,
You have a race car on your shirt and a Chevy. How good car do you drive?
I drive a Chevy Cruze. It's also a house.
And your neighbors? Oh, that was Tony Cruz, your train camera. That's right. He's going to make a Cruz connection there about the wasn't he? You look like a Japanese animator driven American.
I went to like a Japanese accent, but I don't know.
Let's hear it. Oh, you know, okay. Do some more out here.
Are you sure, Tony? I brought dishonor. This is stupid. I should not have done this.
Did anyone ever told you that you look like a wizard, but like a cheese wizard?
Now this would be the first time.
I can't tell if you're
I can't either.
Shit. How long are you visiting Austin for?
I can come back.
There you go. Good to know. I'll have you back on so much whenever you have.
Thank you.
There you go. Shake hands, everybody. We're having fun here. Alright, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Jonathan Candy, everybody. Jonathan Cando, perhaps, or Candy. Jonathan. Where's Jonathan, everybody?
Hello, everybody.
So I'm a little nervous.
I was like around 12. I was trying to look up some stuff on the internet. You're not supposed to. But I was trying to look up something more relatable to me. So, like in the description, it says, like, 18-year-old, 19-year-old. I'm like 12, so I'm trying to type in 12-year-old girl. Nothing came up, but so I tried 13. Nothing came up, so I final offer, I tried 11-year-old. Nothing came up. But so I had to settle for adult tits. Looking back, that's actually a good thing that wasn't there. And I didn't know, but I had to go for the dark web for that. I didn't know at that time. But anyway, did anybody see in the news recently, like, YouTube? I was 12. I guess, yeah.
There you go. Rolling in with the meal. Is it Jonathan Candy? Candy?
Kendo.
Well, you can't do comedy. I'm so sorry. It's adorable. How long have you been trying stand-up for?
This is my first real set.
Right. Okay. The premise is good. Yeah. Everything else was bad. Seems reversed from Tony Cruz. What else is in the news? You know, that's what I'm wondering too.
I can tell you real quick.
You got what? Jonathan? What is it? Go ahead.
Like a few months ago, there was a woman in the news that was she was arrested for trying to hire a hitman for her son. There was two problems with that. She went to rentahitman.com. Also, the second problem that we had, the son was only 3 years old. So,
Deep Madness is leaving the show. It's incredible. No.
Why didn't she just leave the son in the hot car like an adult?
Okay. So you're more like a shock and awe. What do you do for work?
I'm a truck driver.
You're a truck driver? A timid young truck driver? How old are you?
29.
Man, I'm a I will have to finish that truck. She would have got away with it. Yeah, she definitely would have got away with it. I've heard a lot of pedophile jokes, and usually they're funny. It's really hard to make a pedophile joke. It really is. It really is. I feel like I was molested after that. So, Jonathan, let's talk about your real life. What are you passionate about? I haven't seen you smile yet. You seem like security on this service. Driver's phone piece of shit right now. That's okay. Two racing shirts in a row, by the way. Very bizarre. I don't know what's going on here exactly. Yeah, no shit, asshole. Sounds fun when you say it. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that voice. Anyway, is that who I think it is? Wait a second. What the heck? Ladies and gentlemen, my big brother, one of the greatest comedians on the planet Earth. I do believe that it's Ari Shamir and Mark Norman. And here's the thing. We are under an invasion of sorts. Home sweet home. As the typical Israeli is going over other people's property. Some Palestinians being pushed out of the way. It's Ari Shamir and Mark Norman. Yeah. It wasn't easy. I had to sneak him out of a Hamas bunker. We got him here. It's an honor that 25,000 Palestinians were killed in Lebanon. Yes, Harvard hates this guy. Genocide. It's okay. You interrupted this kid's panic attack. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here we go. I just got demonetized. We got a blur for that. Hell yeah, circumcised. Who would have known? Who knew he was circumcised? The serial number was on his dick. Is that a defined penis head? You have a yarmulke at the tip of your penis. That thing was incredible. Shane Gillis, you look terrible. Hey, Gary. That's me. It's just starting with the dream. Yeah, it's true, man. You miss a real flat line. This is his first time ever doing being in front of the television. So, you don't know. You have any idea? Decent. Version until it's a better reaction. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen both guys take before. You did it. Sheathunderwear.com. Sheathunderwear.com. Sheathunderwear, the absolute best. We all wear them 100% of the Christian Rocker Chubby. Too bad Team Andis fixed that. You could have heard that, Dick. The blind guy? Sorry, bastard. Second blind guy. Here he goes. Losing all the blinds. That's what we call him now. Love it. Ari, it's his first time on stage. What do you have any advice? Did you see the absolute shit show before you got up there? He was the only tiny dip on stage. Yeah, true. I'll tell you. 5'6", 5'7" on the good. Good God. What do you think about strips from two leaders of pussies. Wait, what did you just say? They can't manage. Okay. You heard what you wanted to hear. I think I did. All right, so John, what's going on? How long, man? What did we miss? Very good, but he's a nice kid. It was his first time. That's great. First time class. Johnny, they call me over. She toast him. I'm doing the Lego move. Thank you. John, the craziest thing about your life, do you ever have any childhood trauma or save anybody's life? Do you have any special skills or talents? You've seen the show before, right?
can't read 'em. Oh no.
Is this from the movie Radio? Get out of here. There he goes. Jonathan can't lose. Hey, Joe, there he goes. Jonathan's
Jonathan.
Alright, before we get to this next fucking poll, we have a golden ticket winner who's ready to debut another minute. He has cerebral palsy. Make some noise for the legend. Return of a legend. Martin Phillips, everybody. Martin Phillips is here. Hilarious. Doing it again, an extremely strong minute. An unbelievable performance. Oh yeah. Yes, absolutely. You did miss something else that leans hard with a rock like you. I think your squiggles all around. He's got that Michael J. Cox, you know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, dude. You've noticed in your set, I do believe you have the word limping confused with limping. It's limping season for you. Absolutely, you have a natural limp walk. Speaking of limp ski, man, this has been the same limp 3 times. Limp and juice. Do you have CP? Actually, I bet you have photography. I look like you have a bunch. I think God got you. You fall down the stairway. I like the glasses and the ask me the comments like, oh, so. Made this image. God's always cool. I don't think you should be having one-on-ones with children. Oh, you're a teacher? That's gonna be a lot of fun. So Martin, what else has been going on? You've been here in Austin, or you're just visiting? What's going on? I live now.
Washing machine. We're making fun of the special needs guy. What are you doing, Ari? Come on.
That's why I'm speaking about the shit. This is like my game. For the first 7 for stillness. Moment of calm. Have you tried anything for that? Like I've seen some videos where like they get people like some things. Can't you just say that you're dying? It seems like if you came in and you're like, I'm dying, I don't believe you. They give you the fucking wish. Have you ever tried anything like ketamine or anything that calms down? It's street crack. Have you ever tried street crack? I'm at the cracks in the streets actually caused by the product. Have you tried duct tape? Just encasing your body in it? Cocoon man.
How long have you been doing comedy? Oh, shit. I think I saw your special on Twitch.
Have you tried a lot of things that normal people do in a funny way? Did you play any sports growing up or anything like that? You seem like you'd be good at it. You can't do it? No, we don't have one. I don't fit in them, so I've never tried that. See, I just calls that a belt. Fuck hard was just wrong. You have any special moves in the bathroom? I got some other when you're inside of that.
Yeah, your human vibrator.
What is that thing? What are some of your favorite things to do? Like, is there a specific position or things that your favorite thing in the bedroom for you?
Happy to be there.
Presence is your favorite position. Position of present. Have you thought about like having kids? You can raise kids, but never move your own children. They're scared of you. Martin, another unbelievable performance. Congratulations. Saturday night, All right, back to the bucket we go, ladies and
other day, and it's pretty hard to shop for dads. They always have everything they need. So whenever his birthday comes around, I just give him flowers. I think it's weird, but you know, what else am I supposed to put on his grave? I don't think, look, alright, he's dead, but at least now he's more emotionally available. So that's pretty cool. You know, he used to run marathons when he was alive. Now he can't run away when I want to talk about my feelings. So it's pretty cool. We scattered his ashes off of Penn Harbor in New York. Not by choice, that's just where the plane exploded. But beautiful ceremony. What's crazy is that it did happen, a plane crash. It happened 2 months after 9/11. Isn't that crazy? And so nobody gave a shit, basically. That a bunch of Dominicans just floated in Queens. You know what I mean? It's just, but it's weird to be jealous of 9/11. Okay. Every year I'm just bitching about it like some mistress bitching about her boyfriend's housewife. Right? Like, what does she have that I don't have? An inside job, bitch.
Wow. What insane. Holy shit. What's that time? Unbelievable. Wow, John. Have you been on this show before?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Welcome back.
First time at the mothership was great.
Absolutely. And a fantastic set.
Thank you.
Mexican.
Right, indeed.
Come across stage, John. How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years now at this point.
8 years. Most of it in New York. Do you live here?
I do. I've been here for about 2 years.
Oh, shit. What do you love about Austin, Texas?
Yeah. It's nice. Sky.
Nice. Yeah, we do have a sky here.
Yeah.
It is wild. What's the roads?
Just my uncles. That's it.
The Jews, you missed them.
Yes. I do actually miss the Jews.
And your dad was really in that plane crash.
Yeah, it was Flight 587. It was 2001. It happened 2 months after 9/11. It was crazy.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Study, I'm interested in controversial plane crashes, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That you are interested in that. That's fucking great.
No, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. I'm forgetting the name of the fucking
Actually, love it.
channel, but yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's funny thing here,
Right.
so yeah, reverse calendar jars.
I guess not just a guy in the back, like someone else.
It's just rocking.
Did your dad call you from the phone on the plane? He didn't call you when he was alive. Why would he call you on the plane?
That's what shit dad does.
Yeah. He was okay. He did the best he could.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a rapist. Fucking theater.
I was a piece of shit also. I was a piece of shit teenager. So that's also on me. He did call me before he got on flight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I was too high. So I said, can I call you back?
He was high too for a second.
Yeah, he was.
And it all came crashing. So, what does your mom do? Is she in your life?
Yes. She's our therapist, sort of, but she's not licensed as a teacher, so now she's just working with mentally challenged adults.
The last guy that was up here.
Yeah.
Just keeps having the kids drop plane crashes. What was your dad doing? Did your mom almost go on that trip, or was he traveling to divorce?
This was crazy because he's Puerto Rican. He was on a flight to the Dominican Republic, but everything about his death was just very Dominican. Like once that he died, we found out he had a secret family in DR. Yeah, sort of. He just got married and she had kids, and it was just a whole thing. We just didn't even know about it.
So you're coming back here about 8 years, 9 years.
I've been here 8 years now, but yeah. I just kind of do mics, a lot of mics. I'm very introverted, so I'm not good at the whole networking thing. So I just kind of go, and then I'm not getting booked because of it. friends were there, so we figured.
He's a comedian down the street.
Yeah, he does comedy.
Who's funnier, you or him? Did he sign up tonight?
No, I would have loved to have that moment, but no.
Absolutely.
He's not gonna make him eat the whole cake.
He did not make it down there, so no.
Stairs.
There were stairs, so he didn't go. So we got to hear it.
Fantastic set.
Funny.
Yeah, that's great.
Absolutely.
I'll be back with the secret show Thursday.
You already have one of these? There you go. Melissa Diaz.
Alright, thank you.
On to the next one. Alright, so Melissa Diaz, everybody. Keeping it flying through, ladies and gentlemen. Your next comedian.
We're gonna drink.
She's married. Makes noise for your next comedian, Trenton Tebow, everybody. Trenton Tebow. Trenton Tebow.
Hell yeah.
Well, my girlfriend broke up with me recently, and that sucks. It sucks because I have the same taste in women as black guys. That kind of kills my self-confidence. It's like, that's the last group of guys I really want to compete against. Like, if it was just me and Asian dudes, and if they go overweight black women, that'd be a dream come true. Listen, I have a type, and it's type 2. A little bit about me. I'm fat, ugly, straight. So basically, I'm 2/3 of a trans man. I'm like a natural trans though. I was born with a dick, and then I grew tits.
Trenton Tebow.
Way to pull it out.
I'm excited. Moving Ari's pants going back on. A sad moment in history.
If you're here, who's working at Buc-ee's?
If you're here, who's killing all the nurses? Yeah.
I'm actually, I'm working at Popeyes as an anniversary hire.
Do you really work at Popeyes?
He's the only pink employee.
What do you do for work?
I actually do work for a restaurant, and then I also build handmade swim baits for a lure company.
Swim baits?
Yeah. So this is swim. It looks like a fish. It's priced so like $150 to $400 for fishing lure.
And it looks like they're swimming. It goes like that.
Yeah, basically.
I didn't have to look at it. So, man,
I built it. Context clues.
okay. So you're like a real true country fucking bumpkin, am I right?
You would be exactly correct.
It takes a real fucking middle of nowhere boots to make fishing lure. So I want to find out more about this treacherous lifestyle of yours. When I get to let this man with full-blown AIDS get to the restaurant. It's a specimen. Yeah, it's bloody urine for sure coming out of his head. Tell us about your trashy childhood.
It's a lot better than what you think it would be, honestly, but listening to me. No, I have been successful.
It's like you on lunch.
I spent a lot of time in Louisiana.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up about 3 hours north of here, west of Fort Worth. Near Wells, Texas.
You ever heard of Sulphur Springs?
Tuberculosis. Yes, ma'am.
That's where they shot some of the movie Radio. So, Trenton, tell us more about you. What do you like to do for fun? What are some interesting things about Trenton?
I'm pretty boring. I like to fish. That's about it. Come on, you pet animals too hard. I really don't have much of life. I've been hitting the bar So,
How long were you with her for?
I'm sorry.
How long were you with her for?
I was with her for like 2.5 years. I have no idea. She just decided to leave me on September 11th.
September 11th. Oh my goodness. Did she at least say how long you were first?
No, she didn't. Not a fake history about it.
At least you'll never forget.
You're real lucky now. That's a good point, Seth.
What play the Jewish music during that joke? We know who really did 9/11. Such a coordinated attack. Alright, so she broke up with you on 9/11. Where was this? Was this at your place? Was this at What did she say to you when she broke up with you? Just tell us what she actually. I'm tired of your hell-raising treatment. You spend so much time with that catfish pit, you come home with all types of dog food between your fingers. When you want to put it in my hole, no more than that, brother. I don't want any kibbles in my beds. Jackson.
Basically, I told her we were going to get married, so she said, but I can't do this anymore.
You told her not to get married.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's crazy. She was hoping.
So is it weird not talking to your sister again?
So why didn't you want to get married?
Former relationship really ruined that for me, so
Tell us what happened there.
I was just with another chick for like 5 years, and like pressured me to get married, and I just fell out of love with her, and so
And it ended up with every relationship ends up going bad for you because they want to marry you.
yeah, basically that's how it goes.
That's what
It's flattering.
Are you a formed comic or something?
It's not impressive at all.
So now you're single. You think you're going to be able to lure in someone else? Or are you going to be a masturbator forever? Fish make jokes, folks. They won't be floating around all nothing.
I was actually Dr. Nico was like a 55-year-old cougar the other day.
She was fishing too.
Yeah.
Fishing.
And then I missed the hint and didn't follow her back to her hotel room.
What was the hint? Hey, you want to go fuck Kim?
Yeah, I got menopause in about 20 minutes. She was basically like, oh, I'm tired after she was on playing with my hair and my leg.
Played with your hair. She's like, your face is the same color as my pussy.
And then like 3 days later, I was hanging out at the same bar and I went home with some gal. And it turned out to be her niece.
So then you're just hard as a rock. Then what happened? You met the niece.
Yeah, I slept with the niece and now the inside of the picture.
That's how it goes. How old's the niece? 17.
27.
Circle condoms or no condoms?
Condoms, no. Since
What kind of condoms? Do they have a special kind for Billy Goats?
since I'm just trying to fuck around now. I was in a long-term relationship, so I'm going to go last. I was supposed to go out for a camp at Fort Worth, and I got hit by a semi on the way there.
Were you in your car?
I was in a truck, yeah.
Oh my God.
Really?
Yes.
What happened?
I was sitting in traffic on I-20, and we stopped, and this semi didn't. And it turned into a 6-car pilot, and I was on my way actually to Hyannis to issue support with my shirt.
Yeah, did you get paid? Did you get the lawsuit? Hell yeah.
I'm guessing you don't have the best lawyers. Well, Your Honor, I stopped and they didn't. I rest my case. Nothing. Objection.
The truck driver was Ukrainian.
Oh, so they definitely
good decisions, all right?
I love it. Trenton, a very, very fun performance. Congratulations.
There you go, man.
Yeah. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get back to the bucket, here's one of the great regulars in our history. Fucking Forks. Make some noise for Great and Powerful. Cam Patterson, everybody.
I hit that guy in so much already. I did that, nigga. I went surfing for the first time last week. I didn't like it. I mean, I was teaching back to surf. You were gay. That was weird. You know what I'm saying? If not because you were gay, we just all out in the ocean. I said you could rape me or something. I don't know. I don't swim good, so it was a bad time. I'll tell you this. All I saw was like a sunset. Just like a beautiful sunset. It was so dope. Did not kiss right, man. He just looked at me. He was like, that's so beautiful. He says, kind of like heaven. I said, yeah. If heaven was real, wait a minute. I don't know in the middle of some fucking atheists. Like, yeah, what the fuck? He don't believe in miracles. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. That's wild as fuck. Yeah, that's my business. That's it. Yeah, there we go.
You can't swim good?
I love my eye. Let me teach you the best black swimming I've ever seen. Because you're talking to full of rocks. Yeah, that's the issue. I got no problem with it. That shit was fun. The surfing was cool. I like it. So,
You stood up.
That's crazy.
It's mostly balls. It's really mostly balls. What else is going on? What else is going on? If you surf, what else did you do in LA? Anything crazy?
Me and Laser were supposed to fuck some porn stars.
Sounds good.
Yeah, crazy, right? So listen, porn stars come to the show. I'm thinking most of them deal, they would fuck other bitches showing Tinder Laser at the bar. This was insane, right? So we get back to the BB, and the bitches drive past me. So I'm about to bitch to young man. I'm a wedding creeping in front of the park. And you know, I'm like, what you mean now? What happened? There's 4 bitches in the car, 4 stars. Uncle Laser said, what happened? And he said, the main porn star bitch got a text message from her dad. Her dad said he was finna kill himself. He was finna kill himself. And her heart didn't mean to change shit with the fuck. I'm gonna talk real something. I hope that nigga is dead. I hope you did it, dog. There you go. I hope you fucking did it. Your daughter is a porn star. Fucking you lost already, dog. It's over.
She was like, I'm gonna fucking black guys. Like, that's it. Four I was okay with. That's where I draw the line.
It's interesting. These are really out of order here. Normally, the guy kills himself and then they become a porn star. This is like a or something.
That shit was cool. He waited. Like, he was like, I can sing for it. She was like, she was fuck lazy or something.
Patience.
Who's your favorite pornography star? My favorite porn star. Who the fuck is that? One of the greats. He was like our Cosby. Oh yeah. Why we jumping up in this? That's the same. You have to do it backwards.
Solving racism with great.
That was crazy. I like Pinky because she got fat pants. She got fat Pinky. Yeah, she you know Pinky. Yeah, research. You know Pinky. This guy knows Pinky. Yeah, everybody knows Pinky. She a big bitch now. I love big bitches. That's the fucking problem. I love all types of women. I love all women. All women are good.
Oh yeah, we can confirm Pinky got
Pinky got big as fuck. No, look at this.
Right man already had that pulled up. Yeah, it's weird.
it's his own page.
All the time.
Pinky XXX.
Is that a African-American lady?
Yes. I mean, look at those sunglasses.
They make me really quiet. It's better. It's just all gentrifiers.
Damn. Pinky got us. That's real.
Wow, yeah. She looks like David Lucas. I don't know. That's a bad idea.
Cam, you did it again. Another amazing performance. So much fun. That goes to great Cam Patterson.
Go see Cam live. It's very fun.
He really is. Check the dates. He's going to be in Florida this weekend. What time will Cam Patterson, everybody? Alright, back to the book we go. 60 seconds goes to Nick Mew or Mummy or Mama. Nick Mama. M-U-M-M-E.
Hey, Mama! What the fuck is going on? There's a show called Pick That Ride, and they get a mom and 3 kids. They're like, oh, she has a big radio. You know, just a car.
I will say good morning. Good morning. Sorry for the short breaks and technical issues. Thank you to Jeremy Rassin for resolving them. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, because we talk about yourself, dedicating all the training instructions this year. And it's us, who bestowed us for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Elul, Habalim, Ritomer, Ben Goldberg, found Leah from the Shem of his parents, Avram, Ben, Usher, Pinchas, Hagar, Ezel, Bas, Zelig, and in the hopes that all the tefillos of Klal Yisrael and those here in the Shul Baruch Hashem will be answered. Shlomi and Liva Dinitz, and Ili Nishmas, with Ali Flons, David Flons, Fadi, Harad Yitzchok, Ali Ben Achal, Yaakov, Shikon, Bracha, and our week of learning sponsors, David Kudman, and Ili Nishmas, Rory, Ben, Ali, Yitzchok, Bracha, Yotam, and Medvan, Kamatol, all the Shalom, Savin, Ali, the families in the Chama, all of those who need refuah, Shavin, Kibit, Holy Israel, to the Torah, Shemir, Hashem, and Choma, Hastikish, the Shalom and the Korov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the Chol, Amna, and say Yedehem, and indeed see a month and a year ahead of the Solos Fellows of Klal Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. Shachianu, Vikimanu, Vigianu. We are Zochar Meretz Hashem to close out Mesechus Avodah Zarah. Very exciting. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Ayin Hey on the days 75b. 75b, the Yitzchak Bar Yosef, Zavan Mana de Marda, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from before it gets wide. Right, that's what I say from the bottom. Right, from before it gets wide. Right, we got this, let's go. Says Gemara, but Yitzchak Bar Yosef, Zavan de Marda, Le'oviko Pavi. So Yitzchak Bar Yosef bought the utensil called the Marda utensil. Rashi points out over here that this Marda utensil was made of earth and manure. Part of it together made into utensil, and he was going to total it. Rabbi Yaakov Shlevi is the person who made Rabbi Yochanan. Klima tacos hamur b'parsha. No, you only have to immerse metal. So again, this type of utensil, which was made out of earthenware, and manure does not need to be immersed in the mikvah. I'm going to ask you, and I'll say that I thought a ton of halacha on myself. That a lot, or everything we're seeing in the singing is all halacha on myself. Next, interesting story. I'm going to ask you, how do you focus? What about glass? What about glass? What is the status of glass? Now remember, again, this is a dual question, both in terms of pressuring as well as in terms of tevila, immersion. So how do you focus? So what's the very interesting? It says glass is treated like metal. Why is glass treated like metal? Because glass, if it breaks, we can melt it down and reform it just like metal. Therefore, it has the status of metal utensils. So obviously, for the Gemara sounds like so partial, in halacha, this is a very big matter. Yes, what is the status of glass? Both in terms of this glass, the dust, soil not absorbed here. Really, the question is not as much in terms of absorbency, but rather again, tevila. Do you have to immerse glass in a mikvah prior to use? So how do we pass him? We pass him yes, but interestingly enough, without a bracha. So we do immerse glass in a mikvah, but no bracha, which is why generally if you're going to take glass to a mikvah, always good to take it along with a metal utensil. That's what makes the bracha on the metal, and ultimately again develops upon everything else. Interesting halacha. Kunya. The word for kunya is fascinating. What's kunya? So Rashi says over here, Rashi says, we lost so short galas, but also the focus shop either. So clay kunya is an earthenware utensil that is covered with, either is literally the ledge, but it means metal. So at its base, it's an earthenware utensil covered with metal. So now let's say what's the shaila? What's the status of the utensil? On one hand, at its base, it's earthenware, no tevila. On the other hand, it's covered with metal, which requires tevila. What's the status of such a utensil? So the says, one says we judge the utensil after its beginning, so therefore it's an earthenware utensil. And one says, no, we look at it after its end. Ultimately, again, it's a metal utensil, it's the coating. And Hilchasa is sulfo. And ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, we judge it ultimately, again, like its end. Therefore, it's considered to be like a metal utensil. We look at the coating, and the coating essentially determines the identity of the creed. It looks like just saying this. A fascinating child, where does this come up? Fascinating it up. Glazed china. Glazed china. The glaze is actually glass. China, of course, is earthenware. Does one have to total glazed china or not? So it's big focus. Is it called china, earthenware, therefore it doesn't require tefillah? Or no? Ultimately, again, it's glass, and therefore halacha l'maisa again does require tefillah. All right. So we'll go on to that, Rabbi. The Gemara says that happens. Just also, by the way, again, we don't have enough time for this. We have to go through this as well. But interestingly enough, there's a little bit of mafokis. Rashi tells us over here exactly what is the definition of clay kunya. This is also sugya and fluid. But again, just so you understand, that's the sensitivity. Do we look at the clay based on what it is at its core, or do we look at the clay based on its coating? That's the fundamental mafokis. You might even ask some other question. Mashkanta mai. Very interesting. What happens if you have a utensil as collateral? Right? I have a utensil of a non-Jew given to me as collateral. Now, both saying that interestingly enough, It depends on the arrangement, but very often it is common that the lender had the right to use the collateral. So let's say, for example, again, I lent money to Apple. Apple gave me a Kli as collateral, so I have a right to use it. But what's the Shiloh? The Shiloh doesn't require tefillah, doesn't require immersion in the mikvah prior to my usage. So I'm Rabbi Ashi, let's say first one line. I'm Rabbi Ashi. I'm Rabbi Ashi. Abba, Mashkin, Abba, Kabin, Kassim, the Kashba. The actually the Ishtidish. In the instance, my Rabbi Ashi said one time, so my father lent money to an Akum. The Akum gave him a silver utensil, and father first immersed it before he used it. The interesting enough, Rabbi Ashi says, hello, Yadana. And what I don't know is, Imishum the Kasala Mashkanta Kizvini Daniel, Imishum the Fuzzy, the Oligo Fuzzy, the Daikin the Shakia. So I know my father immersed it before he used it, but I don't know why he did that. Did he do that because he felt that something collateralized was like a sale, and therefore my father felt that he was the owner of this object? Or was it because he felt that the most probably the Akum was not going to repay the debt? So because he wasn't going to repay the debt, therefore again, what was my father going to take his payment? Ultimately, again, the collateral. And that's why he went ahead and essentially owned this. So I know my father immersed it before he used it, but I'm not exactly sure why. Okay. So now we get into the kish, there's a little bit of the halal. So that is much more to be last feeling, like immersion in the mikvah. Now we're jumping back a little bit more to kasher. It says the Gemara, if one goes ahead and takes utensils, purchases utensils from an Akum, so the bar shorish tanish behind not giving the hand to hold it. So if it was an item that was never used with heat. So the utensil that was never used with heat, right? So what do you need to do? Just immerse it in the mikvah and you're good to go. That's all. The bar shorish tanish behind shorish. You don't process ketonius filters, madivim the hand to hold it. If it's items ultimately again that were so again, I should say differently. Category 1 is items that were never used. So I purchased something from an Akum new. What do you have to do with that? Immerse it in a mikvah and you're good to go. Second category, items used cold. I know you bought drinking glasses from the Akum. Never used with any kind of heat. Allah, what do you need to do? Clean it off, wipe it down, immerse it in a mikvah. So but let's say you bought utensils that were used with heat. Keep going. Hayolos, Akum Smusu, or Mechanic Hamin, Magilan, the need to hold it. Anything used with heat. And in this case, we're assuming heat means liquid, otherwise, let's say it was used with water. Liquid or it was used for cooking, but again, there was a liquid medium. Ultimately, again, if it was used with a liquid medium and heat, then kashrut is hagala, boiling water. We're going to see how exactly hagala is accomplished in just a little bit. Or any items used with fire, for example, Hashiput, Askalos, light, sticks, skewers, Malabnon, or kasher with fire. So it's like 4 categories. New utensils, all that requires tefillah. Utensils that are only used cold, ultimately wash it off, like clean it off, to mikvah. Items that were used with heat, but with a liquid medium, hagala, boiling water. Items used with heat, direct fire, ultimately again what we call libun, going ahead and kashering with fire. It's incredible. So it's interesting enough, what happens if you went ahead and you bought a utensil from an Akum and you did not kasher it? Right? You didn't kasher it. What's the status of the food that you cooked in it? One opinion says that the food cooked inside of it is aser, the other opinion said mutter. It's not a contradiction. Both kasher, hakiman dominating gam aser, hakiman dominating gam mutter. Okay, so those are the previous focus we saw. The assumption is that any of the absorptions in the pot ultimately again are one thing, but are not, they're much more dormant. So the shaila is, what's the impact of those dormant absorptions when they come out and get mixed in with my kosher food? So one opinion says no say tam with gam is mutter. One says asher. Well, the man no say tam with gam mutter. So you don't think for having the asher mona hating mishkach. 1 second. If you don't know say tam with gam, is if you hold that no sin tam l'ktam is mutter, so then how do you ever have a prohibited situation of using the utensil of a non-Jew? In other words, if you say that in general the obstructions that come out of the pot are not really value-adding, so then what's the case in the Torah about using the utensils of a non-Jew that would be prohibited? So you I'm not here, but you're right. In general, the Torah is only asking a kedera basil. And Abosai basil means the utensil used within the last 24 hours. The assumption is within the last 24 hours, the absorptions are active. That's the biblical prohibition case. Anything past 24 hours is only going to be rabbinically prohibited. You can't literally, so if that's the case, the only time you should be unable to use the utensil of a non-Jew is when within 24 hours of his last use. And after 24 hours, it should be fine. Gemara says, technically, you're right. But what are we concerned about? We're concerned that if you actually use the utensil of a non-Jew 24 hours after his last use, you'll come to what? Use it within 24 hours of his last use. Incredible. So looks like that is incredibly important, and this detail is very important. Absorptions within 24 hours of use are active. After 24 hours of use are dormant. This has a variety of conscious ramifications and implications. The Igar, the Yerabasi, the other thing we'll say the truth is even absorptions within 24 hours, still, it's not like the actual flavor itself. Ultimately, again, it is still considered to be somewhat, what I call puzzle. Still a little bit compromised in some way. Remember this back there. Let me hear if Amnon ROTHSCHILD. So this is incredible. So if Amnon raised the foundation of ROTHSCHILD, tonight we learned Hashikutin Ba'askala Melabnan Bar. Ultimately, again, I'll say, so this is spits, skewers. How do you kasher it? Fire. Direct nose, literally you take a flame to it. By the time you got to touch it, you know, interestingly enough, if you contrast this with sacrificial law, and I will say, interestingly enough, there's a whole set of halachas about kashering utensils that were used with karbanos. Why? What's the issue by karbanos? Because remember, interestingly enough, a carbon has a window for consumption. Bless you. What's the status of the carbon after that window has closed? What is it called? It's called nosal. Interestingly enough, the nosal designation applies to absorptions as well, which is quite fascinating. So therefore, you have to be careful about kashering utensils used, let's be careful about kashering utensils used for kachim. Listen to this. By kachim, by kavanas, hashipon ba'askara, so if you have a spit or a skewer, ultimately used for kachim, magilin b'chanim, you go ahead and you kasher it with hot water. So what's interesting, we just said before that skewers and spits, which are used in direct contact with fire, how do you kasher it? With fire. Here it sounds like hagala. Hagala is the process of boiling water, which again we'll discuss in greater depth in just a moment. Why are you comparing karbanos, ultimately again, to utensils purchased from non-Jews? It's two different things. And I'm going to say, watch this. This is a profound distinction. By an apple, the absorptions are absorptions of Isser, absorptions of prohibition. That's in one way. By karbanos, the absorptions ultimately again are permitted. So it's like we're going to see this is a theme. Whenever the absorptions ultimately again are of a permitted source, the kashering process ultimately is going to be more lenient. When the absorptions are from a prohibited source, you need a stricter form of kosherization. Allah says as follows: so. Well, again, that's fine. I understand by kachim, when the absorptions went in, they mutter. But when they come out, well, which means is the longer they stay and they become nosar, then they become asar. So what does it mean when we say that we do hagala by kachim? The Gemara says shkifa umarika. That also refers to the process of scrubbing and washing. And I will say, by the way, good news, because in Eretz Hashem, just a little bit after Holidays, we're going to finish up Seder and Seeking. And we'll get into touching, and we'll discuss a lot of these processes in Yetz Hashem in greater depth. But again, when it comes to utensils used for sacrificial purposes, halacha l'maaseh, again, there's a process called mariko u'shtifa, which again literally means washing and scrubbing. Amar Rabbi, read dummy mariko u'shtifa b'tzon hagala b'chamer. Rabbi, what are you talking about? Mariko u'shtifa is done with cold water. Hagala is done with boiling water. Ela Amar Rabbi, yagid alav leil. Rabbi says, if I say this, washing of yagid alav leil, maybe from the pasuk in Yod, literally means its friend will comment on it. Which means also that sometimes mysteriously, the Mishnah doesn't write everything explicitly, but expects you to learn out something from a different context and apply it over here. Look at actually this one. Yagid alav leil. So Myanmar Mishnah Mechavet al Shalkachim, Mishnah Sunim, Mishnah Sunim, Shalkachim. The idea over here is learn out these two processes of kashering for kachim and kashering for an akum, or for the objections of an akum, and learn them out from each other. So whatever applies to one process, ultimately will apply to the other. Now again, that's not going to be true Allah for me. So it's just a havamina. So Tanahacha, Libon, Muadin Hagala. So it says over here that you do Libon and also Hagala. Tanahasim Hagala, Muadin Libon. I'm going to love her. Now this is, it doesn't make any sense. If that's the case, then literally again the processes for kashering for kachim are the same as kashering for utensil from an akum. If that's the case, listening the listening of chada the igat achisi. We should at least at some point lump all of the halachas together, and then again in the individual respective places you could just focus on one. Then I'll be able to say, oh, whatever applies to one situation applies to the other. Rabbi says no. The reason by touching, ultimately, again, that would not worry about absorption, is very interesting, is because the utensils are constantly used. Because the utensils are used, essentially, there's an automatic kosherization process one day to the next. The absorptions of the previous day's karbanos come out in the cooking of the next day. Therefore, essentially, the absorptions themselves never have the opportunity to become nosar. Why? Because since the utensil is constantly being used, whatever was absorbed comes out before it becomes nosar. This Gemara says, that's fine, do not shlomim. That works well, for example, by shlomim. For example, shlomim. You have 2 days and 1 night for shlomim. So that makes sense. So let's say again, I'm offering a shlomim on Tuesday. I'm offering shlomim on Tuesday. So halacha l'maaseh I have Tuesday and Wednesday, which means that when I go ahead and I use the utensil on Wednesday, the absorptions of shlomim are coming out before they become nosar. That works well for something like shlomim. Elachatos, even the yom v'layla mis'atla. Let's say chatos, you only have 1 day and 1 night. By the time you get around, so let's say I offered up a chatos on Tuesday, so I've got Tuesday and Tuesday night. By the time I use the utensil ultimately again on Wednesday, the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Elachatos given the yom v'layla mis'atla, kimavasha ba'a'idna, when I use it now. Now, by the way, it is Wednesday. The Gemara says, chatos haber nosar. Like the Nevasha Balamachar, O Shlomin, O Chatos, Kapalit, no said the Chatos Kapidna, the Chatos is Shlomin de Lamachar. By the time I go ahead and I use the utensil on Wednesday, the absorptions are already nosar. So the nosar absorptions are coming into the carbon that I'm cooking today. Amigo Sifa, if you Nevasha Chatos Ha'idna, no problem. Because when I use it for a chatas on Tuesday, what do I do? It's very interesting. Interesting. So let's say, they are not that if you use the utensil for a chatas on Tuesday, what would you do afterwards? That same day, use it for a shlomim. That way, again, on Tuesday, the chatas absorptions came out, and now the new absorptions are shlomim absorptions, for which you have 2 days and 1 night. Therefore, the Gemara says, the chatas to the machar, ushlamim ge'eslo, b'hadi hadadi kashalom zmanaru. Because this way, again, the chatas ultimately again of tomorrow and the shlomim of yesterday mixed together inside of the tree are the mavasho shlomim to the machar. And that's the Gemara says, which is a great idea, a great fact, but it has the issue, Hagala nami lo b'boy. If that's the case, you shouldn't need Hagala. Because remember, again, in this situation, ultimately, again, the absorptions I have are totally permitted absorptions. To which the Gemara says, you're right, Kasha. That is a good point. Papa said, high kali, high low kali. So Papa says, here's the difference. Absorptions of karbanos versus stam absorptions. Ultimately, again, kali literally means to become solidified. If you take a quick look at Rashi, this is in the third line in the wide lines. And second line into the wide line. And saying, Papa Amar, high kar, high low kali, the old one, the touch of the seal of it, with the Kashi law, and fire report. Kimasnin or Johnny Dikir or Big Bakari, I did on the Bashmi with Koshaita, this Kasha have the other self of the back and stuff. So what's very interesting. The man wants to make the following distinction. By the utensils I purchased in an apple, it's possible that the utensil wasn't used regularly. Because it wasn't used regularly, therefore, the absorptions hardened, whatever this means. Because they hardened, I need a more rigorous kosherization process. Conversely, by touching, the utensils were used all of the time. Because of that, the absorptions were, I guess for lack of a better term, loosened. Because they were loosened, therefore, they are more easily extractable. Therefore, the way you catch it, ultimately, again, touching is just simple hagala, boiling water, whereas by the utensils of an apple, let's say again, for a spit or for a skewer, you'll need reboard actual fire. Very interesting distinction. Rabbi says, no, and that's what I will say again. Let's do this a little bit quickly because the conclusion is really the same way that we started. So in reality, how do we get into all this? What was the Gemara's problem? The Gemara said, if I purchase spit or skewers from an apple, how do I capture that? Right? Fire, right? Reboard. It was used with fire, right there, contact with fire, no liquid medium. Therefore, the way you capture the fire. Interesting enough, the Gemara said that if you go ahead and you have skewers that are used for carbonos, how do you capture it? Hagala, boiling water. I don't understand why the distinction. Bottom line about the things of actually if you don't mean Haka Hokela Bala, Haka Isula Bala. I will say herein lies the fundamental distinction, which is what is the nature of the absorption? When the initial absorption was an absorption of Isser, you need a more rigorous form of kosherization that matches the exact form of absorption. When, however, the absorption was of something permitted, ultimately, again, even though it later on becomes prohibited, you need a more, or you could suffice with a more lenient form of kosherization. So that's why when I purchase spit or a skewer from an apple, it's absorbing trace. You need a more rigorous form of kosherization, one that matches absorption. How did the skewer absorb? How did it absorb? Fire. How are you going to get it out? Fire. By carbonos, it went ahead and it absorbs permitted absorption. Therefore, you could use the most lenient form of kosherization. What is the most lenient form of fashion? What's the most lenient form? Hagala. What's it, by the way? We live this all of the time, which is like, for example, if you kasher utensils for Pesach, interestingly enough, technically speaking, you can pretty much use Hagala on many, many things. Why? Because interestingly enough, although we're machmir, we do leave but Chumash is considered right? Chumash is a permitted absorption before Pesach, right? It's permitted absorption. Therefore, it allows us to take certain leniencies with kosherization. So this is incredibly important to show. The Gemara says, so therefore, Hamokala myself, generally, the kosherization process has to mirror the manner of absorption, right? That's our four categories. However, technically speaking, if the object, if the key, the utensil did absorb something permitted, under certain circumstances, you can go ahead and use a relaxed or more lenient form of kosherization. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. Maybe that's real talk. Even if the Kabbalah is still a Kabbalah, but here's the problem. Even by Kabbalah, while it's true that the absorption was a permitted absorption, but we said before that when the utensil goes, that when you're extracting the absorptions, they have become prohibited, right? Because now, ultimately, again, they are no sir. The Gemara says that's fine. No isil isur de'ingay. Right? At the end of the day, however, by the time they become no sabosai, they're not the end. Right? They're not tangible. They're intangible absorptions. So even though they do become prohibited, we're dealing with an intangible that was originally permitted, and therefore we can be made of. So therefore, the Gemara says that if you purchase spit or skewers from a kaplan, you have to kasher it with ribun with direct contact with fire. Interestingly enough, if you want to kasher the spits or the skewers that are used for sacrificial purposes, hagala, boiling water will suffice. Incredible. That kamalabno, both in general, when you kasher something with fire, right, with fire, ultimately, again, how much, to what degree, on our money, until the outer layer of the metal comes off. He did so much the other end that Rabbi said, if you try this today, it's not going to work. Just like getting a second spoon, the Gemara discusses, that when kashering with ribun, with metal, you have to allow the metal to heat up until it glows. If you try that on your utensils today, it will not work, right? Because our metal is treated. So this is reflective of untreated metal. Okay, the king said Magiddo. And we'll say, how do you do Hagala? How do you do Hagala? Boiling water? How do you catch with boiling water? So the Gemara says, so the easiest way is, take a big pot, boil it up with water, then take whatever the item is and what? Dip it into the boiling water. But that is Hagala. Yorek Gedolah, right? But how do you catch the big pot? Whereas I understand how to catch the smaller things. Take a big pot, boil water in the big pot, and immerse the smaller items in the big pot. What happens if the item that you have to capture is the big pot itself? What do you do there? You kind of my Tashma, so Rabbi Katia, sorry. So they were going to a big pot. That was going to answer Rabbi Katia. And I will say, ultimately, Rabbi Katia had to capture it. So what did he do? He's fascinating. Ahadrele on the base, Ahadrele. Gadatno Derisha Atuma, and now you are Mayim Ba'arsifa. So like how do you did something very interesting? He took dough, let's say, and he essentially built a lip around the top of the tree. Now why was he doing that? He wanted to allow the water to overflow the top of the utensil, right? And again make sure that it hit the lip. So the Gemara says, Rabbi said, Man chacham in the other kiyandos. This is a caveat. What a chacham. What a great idea. Right? Who could have done this if not for Rabbi Kadia? Right? What a great fact. The Gemara says, Hasavar, because what does Rabbi Kadia, the Rosh Hashanah is nearby, the Rebbe says, this phrase, this is the key to everything in Hilchos Kashrus. Right? I should say in the halachas of Kashrus. What Rabbi Kadia said, Hasavar, Kibolo, is the way it comes out. Therefore, not bolo, but it's also but it's also. And this is very interesting. But the Kadia felt, the lip of the utensil often absorbs. So we'll say the lip doesn't necessarily absorb like the rest, right? Because the rest of the utensil is direct contact with the liquid. Often the lip, how does the lip absorb? It's like this plastic, it's also, it's like sprinkling, like what's the word? Spritzing, right? It's like spritzkeit, that happens around, the lip. So the Kadia, interestingly enough, Rabbi Kadia, so when you read this Gemara, you think, this is great, because Rabbi Kadia is going to open the lip to ensure that the liquid overflows and touches every part of the lip. Interestingly enough, apparently, Rabbi Kadia was not so concerned about the liquid kind of touching every part of the lip. He just wanted the liquid from the top to be able to spritz up and at least touch the lip in that way, because that's how the lip initially went ahead and absorbed. And I will say, that is how you touch the interesting enough if you are touching the pot. So so again, if you touch the pot, easy to touch the pot, you take water, don't use the pot for 24 hours, it makes it a non-benyomo. That way, any absorptions are ultimately, again, dormant. That's number one. And number two, you do need the kosherization to go along the lip of the pot as well. So generally what we just do is we just allow the liquid to overflow the pot a little bit. Does make a little bit of a mess, That is what's necessary in order to accomplish it. Unless, of course, you want to make this dole as a Rabbi did, whatever you do, you have to finish. Obviously, bad idea to finish. Right. But the mindset, at least eventually, I know somebody will come up with this, right? A pot lid, I'm sure it exists, right? Some type of pot lid that you can put around the pot, allowing the water to overflow the side, the lid, but at the same time, again, not creating a major mess. Both sides. The point to remember over here, Kibono Kacheta. That phrase, again, in general, in the halachos of kashrut, if you ever want to know, well, what mechanism or what manner to, or what mechanism do I need to kasher this utensil, it's very easy. The way it was used is the way it's going to be kasher. Used with fire, kashered with fire. Used with liquid, kashered with liquid. Why? Kibolo, kapoto. Ultimately, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. So I will say, by the way, you should just know, this is a tremendous yisod in our personalistic growth as well. Man is compared to a kli. Man is compared to utensil. So we'll say we add this. This is our liturgy in Yom Noram is filled with this. When I stand before you like the utensil filled with embarrassment over what I've done. Because like a kli, so I say it's interesting, like a kli, you're cooking a kli. And what happens? Like you finish cooking, you clean out the kli. You look at that kli from the outside looking in, what does that kli look like? It doesn't look like new. But meanwhile, the effects and the history of that cooking are contained in the walls. That is the same way. At the end of the day, what I do, I will say, sometimes you can't see what I have done on the externality of my faith. Right? The externality looks good, it looks pristine, it looks pure, but anything and everything I've done is retained within the walls of my personalistic faith. And sometimes we think that because of that, it's contained within the faith, that there's no hope for me, there's no rebounding for me, there's no second chances for me. Just like the queen can be kasher, I can be kasher as well. Whatever is absorbed into the negativity, I can get it out. Can you get it out? Kimbolo, if you want to get out the negative absorptions in yourself, you have to act. Again, it's not just enough to do a whole bunch of good things. I have to ask myself, how did it get in here? How did it get in here? What did I do in my life? What were the decisions I made? What were the behaviors that I engaged in order to allow the negative absorptions in? And it's only once I understand the process about how it got in can I go ahead and figure out how to get it out. You see, the mistake we make with tshuva, is we like to do fun tshuva. What's fun tshuva? You're like, there's no such thing as fun tshuva. Yes, there is. You know what fun tshuva is? Fun tshuva is like, I'm going to take on this, I'm going to take on that, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to do that. It's fun tshuva, it's exciting tshuva, right? We love that. There's only one problem, only one little itty-bitty detail, which is, it doesn't actually work. Because the only form of tshuva that actually works is really introspective tshuva. So I've got to look inside the pot, I've got to see all the schmutz that's been absorbed, and I've got to figure out how would it get in there. But you see, we're so scared to do it because we're so scared to just confront ourselves. But what we forget is there's nothing to be afraid of. Because the great news is, whatever came in, I can get out. I can get it all out. But I have to be brave enough to confront the absorptions. I have to be brave enough to confront the accumulated schmutz inside my personalistic pot that for some of us has been accumulating over decades because I've never had the courage to look inward. So instead, what I do is I get new pot accessories, right? I take on this, I put on a new lid, I got some silver polishes, everything is great, except I haven't confronted. We're so scared to confront because we think that when we see what's damaged inside, there's no hope for bettering ourselves. But that's not the case. Kibolo, kapoto. Whatever I put in, I could get out. But I first have to figure out how it got in there. Then I have to figure out all of the broken behaviors, approaches, lifestyles that allow the schmutz to come in. And then in Yos Hashem, I will be able to find a way to extract it. Incredible. I will say, let's go. And then the second Sanhedrin. Okay, right, so this guy. Okay, the Sultan is clearly trying to derail the end of Avodah Zarah. See, he wants us to stay in Avodah Zarah. This is what happens over there. All right. Okay, so now it says as follows. The Gemara says, so a knife, how do you go ahead? And capture a knife? So the Gemara says you rub it down and it's tar. So the what do you do ultimately? The Gemara says it's fascinating. What do you do with the knife? You plunge it 10 times into the ground. Virgin soil, hard soil. So apparently the act of plunging a knife 10 times into the ground. Now what does that do? That removes some part of the external layer of the knife, removing the schmutz. Now the pashtos, ultimately, again, what that does is that removes anything external. It will not do anything, ultimately, again, for internal absorptions, right? So, for example, if you have a knife, ultimately, again, that was, let's say, used with non-kosher cold items. So it could very well be that plunging it into the earth 10 times will remove what we call shamus, external schmutz. Whether or not that actually works, again, for absorptions, different discussion, but pashtos not. So the Gemara says as follows. We'll be sacking up plus two which are a smooth knife that does not have any indentations. If you have a smooth knife that does not have any indentations, plunge it into the ground 10 times and you're good to go. So let's say, two qualifications: virgin soil, which means like hard soil, and number 2, ultimately no indentations in the knife. I'm not going to read that something. Here it is. What does that work for? That works for you to use the knife with something cold. With something goes. Rashi says, right across. So that's very interesting. So if you have a non-kosher knife and you want to use it, let's say, to cut a loaf of bread, or to cut something called to cut an apple, you can do that if you want. Plunge it into the ground, virgin soil, hard soil 10 times. Because what does that effectively do? It removes anything that's on the exterior of the knife. And you're allowed to have local mice again, then use the knife ultimately again for something cold. But if you want to use the knife for something hot, then what? Hagala. Then you need a formal normal kosherization process. I will say, listen to the Gemara is often a great story. The Yehuda, Ubaki Bar Tuti. Listen to this. Yehuda, Ubaki Bar Tuti. Now, those are Baki Bar Tuti. Good news. Yehuda Baki Bar Tuti was sitting in front of Shavuot Mountain, King Shakur. And King Shakur, I will say, was a, Rashi says, he ultimately, again, was a Persian king. So once I watch this, I see what come out as slow. So what happened? So they thought that for King Shakur, not for sickness, but to use. I could talk about the next one. Pasak Mahavei Lebaki Batu. So what happened? King Shakur took a knife, he cut off a piece of the so he ate it, then he cut off a piece of the so he gave it to Baki Batu. Then what did he do? Hazard Dotsa Sarazini Ba'ala. He then went ahead and took the knife. King Shakur, listen to this. King Shakur went ahead and took the knife. He plunged it into the ground 10 times and then cut a piece of an esrog for Yehuda. So King Shakur went ahead and captured the knife and gave it to Yehuda. Amalek Baki Batubi, Balgad Allah by Yisrael. So Baki Batubi was a little bit offended. He's like, hey, I'm a Jew too. I'm a Jew too. So why didn't you capture the knife and give us his wife? Amalek, Mar, Kimli Bigadei, and Mar no Kimli Bigadei. So there are 2 versions of the story. So ultimately, in the first version, so King Shakur said to him, listen, Rabbi Yehuda, I know as being a pious person. You, I don't know you to be a pious person. Rashi says, Rabbi Yehuda, Mashla Anibon, Shukolish, Lo Yochal Dava Isser, Avad Bechor, and he walks in Shekon Parish Bekakra. King Shakur said essentially to Bati, listen, Rabbi Huda, I know him to be maxed on practice. So, like, he's not going to, even if I don't catch it, I don't know, like, well, yeah, so you, I don't know you could be so firm. Well, I said, I watched this. Keep it down. Me, open the version, I'm a name. It's got my Abata Porta. King Shapon says, Bati Bartuvi, I know what you did last night. Now, what does that mean? Rashi points out to them, my Abata, the Derek Parsim, Limsa Nashim Laksani, which is a Shigo and Balai, Shaba, Kigo, Bati, and Libo people. So apparently, Persian hospitality was that when you were a guest, instead of the king, they send women to your room. So apparently, Bati Bartuvi didn't say no to the offer. Rabbi Yehuda did say no to the offer. So King Shapur said, listen, obviously, again, I'm not judging you, like Bati also quite some hospitality over here, right? So ultimately, King Shapur says, listen, Bati, I'm not judging you, but obviously you accepted the hospitality. Rabbi Yehuda did not. Therefore, Rabbi Yehuda ultimately clearly is of a higher spiritual caliber. I will say the story itself is quite dramatic. It's interesting that this is the last story in the Sefer Avol Zohar, which is quite that way. Now, what's the soul? See, I will say, it's important. We saw this many times in the past, and especially Jews have this. You don't see this necessarily in other religions. Jews sometimes feel very uncomfortable, especially in Gullus, right? In Gullus, wearing our faith on our sleeve. Right? Again, for whatever the reason, like we're uncomfortable. People are uncomfortable telling their employer about all the Jewish holidays that they need to take out. Business lunches, like somehow, again, like I don't know, what should I do? What shouldn't I do? It's less prevalent now, but even wearing a yarmulke, in the workplace, for some reason, Jews are always uncomfortable. And I will say, so much of the Sefer Avol Zohar is about keeping ourselves different from general culture. And I think the major takeaway from this story is, if you are a proud Jew, others will come to respect you for doing what you are. If you wear your values and are unapologetic about your values, in the eyes of the Akum, in the eyes of society, at the end of the day, you may get asked a million different questions, but society will respect you more for it. But when you are apologetic about who and what you are, or you try to somehow obscure or hide who and what you are, people won't respect you. If you don't respect your identity, don't expect others to respect your identity. Bati Bartuni, by the way, Tosis has a whole thing over here that Bati Bartuni was actually an emancipated slave, and therefore perhaps would have been permitted to be with these things. In other words, Bati Bartuni, you don't have to even look like you did anything wrong. That's not even it. But in the eyes of King Shapur, Bati Bartuni, you don't wear your religion on your sleeve, right? You don't come across as a person who's mocking on your Judaic values. Okay, that's fine. Do what you want. I'm not judging you. But if you're not careful with your beliefs, don't expect me to be careful with your beliefs. But my Yehuda is a proud Jew. Is a proud Jew. And when a Jew is a proud Jew, the world will never agree with you. The world may never even like you. But the world respects people who respect themselves. And the world respects principled people who live their lives in consonance with their principles. Even King Shapur, who's a great tzaddik, even King Shapur, swear out Yehuda, and ultimately again the Sefer. I'll just end off with the following notes. The Masechta ends, and save the dates. See you in the Meretz Hashem a week from last night. Sorry to already notice on this. But this is how the Masechta ends, right? It's Hadrin Alav Hasocha Esachol, Uslika Law, Masechta Avol Zohar. So, like, literally, again, we'll return to Hasocha Esachol. That's the name of the parak. Hasocha, and that includes Masechta Avol Zohar. The Chosa of the Room says something so incredibly beautiful. He says like this. He says, Hadrin Allah Socha. He says, our avodah in life, like Antigonus says, is not to worship HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again because of style, because of reward. Like our avodah in life ultimately again is to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu because we have the great privilege to be servants of the Ribono Shel Olam. When we reach that level of service for the sake of service, we create such an incredible infusion of holiness in this world that nothing besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be served or will be believed. And the Rabbi says that's the meaning of this verse. Hadra Allah, a socha. We have to bring to a close this shkar. We have to bring to a close this model of worship that's about what we're going to get out of it. And if we're able to bring ourselves to this highest level of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, service of Hashem, not for schar, but just for the sake of service, then what? Slika la nesachas avodah zarah. Avodah zarah will stop to exist in this world when we bring ourselves to the highest level of service to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is not service for a work, it's service for the sake of service. We've spent the last 75 days, Baruch Hashem, 75 days, literally learning anything and everything about Avodah Zarah. And what's the great takeaway message? Whereas all of the Avodah Zarahs and all of the Avodah Zarahs had simply disappeared into the sands of time. Yet here we are learning about them, but not from them. Here we are learning about them and recognizing Hashem, Matov, Helkinu, Umayna, and Dorah. How fortunate we are to be able each and every day to claim eternity. This is eternity. So is eternity. The Rebbe from Olam is eternity, which is why thousands of years after this Avodah Zarah only live on these pages. Therefore, also, we are still here, we are still growing, and we are still done. Which deserve on your section. We continue to use this receptor as a springboard to see the following in everything else and the greatness in what we have. And that greatness should bring us closer to our HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to bring us to a relationship with Him. We don't serve because of what we're going to get out of it, but serve because we have the privilege to serve, the privilege to connect. And may that connection with Hashem through our journey, through our future Mesechus, fuel our journey in the years ahead. Mazakav on Mesechus Avodah Zarah. Holiness in Hashem begins tomorrow. The journey continues, and together in Hashem, we'll continue to serve for the sake of serving, continue to serve in a way that brings us closer, continue to serve in a way that makes us better Jews, better people, better Ovdei Hashem for many years to come.
How about one more time for the best stand man in the land? You're ready to election John Bees on the keys, Pete Madness on the bass guitar, Paul Beaver on the horns, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. The drawings of your local artist, Chris Rogers, is in. It's a new William Montgomery. These are available for sale in the lobby with some brand new exclusive Bill Tony merchandise.
Check out the Sunset Strip, sunsetstrippatx.com. Merry Christmas.
We love you. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. Merry Christmas, y'all.
All right, so let's say good morning, good morning. Squats. Okay. I will say good morning, a great Baruch Hashem to begin the week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thanks. The Dutch and Club Rights our annual Hamilton sponsor for dedicating all the training drug shows this year. In the Swiss, we saw Trouble Time. We saw our Hamilton sponsor for the month of Elul, Abadi and Latova, Penny Goldberg. The Aliyah from Shomer for his parents, Avram Ben Akakunkos, Vega Razel, Vas, Zellig, and in the hopes that the Tfilas, the miracle of our entire people will be Miskabel on high. This Elul and the Mamshem, Shmuel Yeliv Yehilu Nishmas, Rabbi Ali Flom, Harad Yitzchok, Ayu Ben Hakaber, Yaakov, Father David. We hope that American Rest Hashem of all of our Tfilas. And our week of learning sponsors, double good names, Yehilu Nishmas, Roy Ben Aryeh, Zichron Lebracha. We hope that American Rest Hashem all of the Nisham Sav Naliyah, the families in the Kama. That's Hashem, Coach Parker, Shemir, home. All of our hostages, the Shalom and the Kar, our holy soldiers, who success in the Kama Seiday, and truly shed the soul of all of our Mitzvah and Meretz Hashem this month, and in many months. And of course, another special life Kapsula, cover of Vidal Rosenwood on the engagement of his son, and Mazel Tov, to the brother of the pastor, that posting was beautiful. Simcha Baruch Hashem, and the Shrach is passing down to the football, to Shartova in Mitzvahs. And those of you that let us begin, we have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, a really great dot ahead of us as we amazingly enough make our way towards the end of Avodah Zarah. So today's dot is Ayin Hay 75, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Ayin Daled on the base 74b. Where did we leave off? Okay, that's still a little bit helpful. What was I saying? Where? Dara Shama? Amar. 7 lines. 2, 4, 6. Amarabba, perfect, thank you. All right, I say great, thank you. Amarabba, 7 lines up from the bottom, thank you. Say with the Mas Nisin, I saw the Rabbana. Good, right, we ended that. Darash Rabba, Nava or Sasa. So the Gemara says a Sasa. So says, remember again, we've been talking about the use ultimately again of a Kli, and in the event that, let's say, the Kli has absorptions being used from an Akum, ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, how do you deal with that? So now Rabbi says something very interesting. Na'ava or sasa. Now what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, so Rashi is about 3 lines into the wide lines. Na'ava or sasa. Hagat hirsicho baroski. If you have a wine press, and ultimately again that press was used by an akum, and now you want to go ahead and utilize it, ultimately again for Jewish use, so you could scald it. Boiling water. If you put boiling water ultimately again on the press, that'll go ahead and render it fit for use. So again, that halacha, just I'm going to tell you coming attractions because it's very exciting. On Amid Bays in Meretz Hashem is going to become the primary sugya of kashering. That's what we're going to see again, how essentially when things go in, how do you get them back out? So hold on before we draw any conclusions. But again, Rabbi introducing this idea that essentially if you scald the press, ultimately renders it for use. Rabbi is just a side point because we just mentioned Rabbi. When Rabbi would go ahead and send, we will say gulfi are empty jugs, earthenware jugs. When he would send empty earthenware jugs, tarpanya, that was a place, what would he do? Now remember again, when it comes to earthenware, there's one thing we know about earthenware, which is highly absorbent. So you got to be careful with it. So now Rabbi is sending empty earthenware jugs tarpanya. He wants to make sure that they don't get used for anything that's going to render them problematic during the course of their journey. So what would he do? Listen to this. The Gemara says, so he would turn the jugs upside down in their bag. Right? So instead of having right side up, meaning the top of the jug, the opening of the jug sitting upward, he would turn them upside down. And he would go ahead and literally like wrap the opening of the bag. So this essentially was a double simon, right? A double simon. Number one, the jugs were placed in an unusual way, top down, right? So or bottom up, ultimately again, and then the outside of the bag was actually sealed as well. So this double simon was enough to ensure that the akum would not tamper with the jugs when they're being transported. Kasavar, so remember again. Remember again, we talked about the difference between, let's say, jugs and a wine press. What's the difference? Wine press is used episodically. Stuff doesn't sit in there. As opposed to jugs where items are ultimately kept in there for a longer duration. So because of that, that's why the jugs have a bigger issue in terms of taste infusion. Okay, so therefore, again, Rabbi felt that halacha l'maisa, once you know that things are used for a longer duration, Chazal would gozer on them even for episodic use. So now we go back to the beginning of this sugya. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah spoke about this idea that if you have a wine press, essentially, what was the issue with the press? The issue with the press is that the press was often sealed with pitch. Pitch apparently has a little bit of a negative odor. How do you take care of the negative odor of the pitch? You mix in wine, which is fine if it's a Jew that's doing it, but if it's an akum that's doing it, you have a little bit of an issue. So therefore, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that halacha l'maisa, how do you deal with this? So the Mishnah spoke about 3 different types of presses. There was a press that was made, a wine press that was made out of stone. And again, the Gemara said that halacha l'maisa, just wipe it down. Menagva. If it's made out of wood, Rabbi says wipe it down. Chacham say you have to peel off the sealant, and ultimately again, if it's made of earthenware, everyone agrees can't be used. So Rabbi says, now we're asked the $1,000,000 question: when we say wipe it down, what does that mean? What exactly is that process of wiping it down? It's very interesting. So how do you go ahead and wipe down the press, rendering it fit for use? Rav Amar ben Mayim. Rav says you just wipe it down with water. Rav Bachana Amar be'efer, with ash. You essentially scrub it down with ash. So 1 second. Rav Amar ben Mayim v'lo be'efer. Rav Bachana Amar be'efer v'lo be'mayim. So it's strange. So is Rav saying you only use water and not ash? And again, is Rabbi saying you only use ash and not water? Ella, Hey, 75a. Rav Amar ben Mayim, Behu Adin La'efer. Rav Rachana Amar Li'efer, Behu Adin La'mayim. Oh, ultimately, they both mean about say what's involved in the quote-unquote wiping down process, both water as well as ash. So you scrub it with ash, you wash it down with water. And the Gemara says, and interestingly enough, below Pligi, they're actually not even arguing. Why? They're talking about two different types of presses. Habri Tibasa, Habri Beshta. One is talking about a press that is wet, and one is talking about a press that is dry. If the press is wet, ultimately, again, the first thing you do is you apply the ash, scrub out the moisture, then wash it down with water. If the press is dry, then the process ultimately again begins with water. But I will say that the process ultimately again of readying the press. Remember again, I want to point out this is a very specific case of a press that was treated with a sealant. Right? The issue over here is that the wine mixed in with the sealant. So now again, you have to wipe it down. How do you wipe it down? Essentially, ash and water. Which one comes first? Depends on what the status of the press is. If the press is wet, start with the ash first, then go to water. If the press is dry, start with the water and then go to ash. Interesting. Sometimes the way to go ahead and ready the press for Jewish use requires 2 steps. Sometimes it requires 3 steps. Now what is this in the book? So here's this interesting. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Tarti tlas, Berutibasa, Tarti, Efer Mayim, Yabeshta tlas Mayim, Efer Mayim. Now let's see what Rabbi is introducing is as follows. At the end of the day, in order to ready the press for use, you're going to have to do a final wash down with water. So sometimes the kashering process is 2 steps, sometimes it's 3 steps. How so? So if it's dry, it's going to be 3 steps. Water, ash, water. If it's wet, it's going to be 2 steps, just ash and water. Okay? So we're going to see essentially something is not focused. Well, that's Shmuel says, Slas Dalit. Shmuel says, no, sometimes the kashering process is 3 steps, and sometimes it's 4. How so? Again, so Rashi points out over here, if halakha l'maisa, if the press is wet, so it's going to be again ash, water, ash. Ultimately, again, if it's dry, then it's going to be water, ash. Well, you'll see again water, ash. Surah Masnilachi, but the Visa Masnilachi, Beiravan Yishmei Rav, Las Dalid, Yishmol Amar Dalid Hey. So again, here's what's interesting about this. Everyone is agreeing halacha l'maisa that it's the same ingredients for the wiping down process. What are the ingredients? Or what are the pieces? Water and ash. You must have a look, Pligi. Marka chashev maya basrai, or mar loka chashev maya basrai. So let's say, here's what's interesting. The issue is after the ash, you're going to have to apply water. Now, why do you need water after the ash? Why? To go ahead and remove the ash. So the machlokes Rav and Shmuel is that last application of water considered to be part of what we'll call the hadacha, part of the menagi, part of the wiping down experience, or ultimately, again, just a utilitarian step in removing ash? Okay, so that's the machlokes. That's why one calls it a 3-step process, not counting the last water. One calls it a 4-step process. What's the takeaway? That ultimately, again, if you have a wine press that was sealed by an apple, and again, I want to point that out here, we're talking about also wine presses that were never really used by the apple, right? The issue over here is just the sealant. not the usage. Now you want to render it fit for use, ultimately again for a Jewish press, for a Jewish wine press, no problem. Minagvan, what's involved in minagvan? Wiping it down both with water and ash. How much water, how much ash? That's going to depend ultimately again on the state of the press. Incredible. So what's the interesting piece over here? What's the status of this gurgi da'aramayna? Now what is it? So we look at Rashi. Rashi it's the last line of the intermediate wide lines, right before the lines get really wide. Gurgi akolim ubalazuk. So see, the karchin also svivos hatapuach shelo yispazu ha'anava mikover akor. Okay, so both sides. So remember, you have a wine press. What do you have in a wine press? Number one, you have grapes, right? Number two, the press itself is made up of multiple parts. One of the most basic part, how do you press the grapes? You go ahead and you place a board on top of the grapes, right? And you apply pressure to the board that squeezes it. Now, obviously, you want to make sure that the grapes themselves don't scatter. So what would you put on top of the grapes? Some type of netting, some type of mesh netting to keep the grapes together. So the Gemara says that's called gurgi da'armai. Rashi has a second girsa afterwards, but let's just go with this. Gurgi da'armai. So in other words, what happens if you have a gurgi da'armai from an akum? If the akum used it, now can I use that ultimately again for my grapes? Rabbi Abba to Yisua, Harishayu Gitav Ubeis Habat Tmei, and he says into this. So Gemara brings a riot, interestingly enough, from not the laws of Yayin Nesach, but interestingly enough, the laws of Tuma and Tara. So let's say a person ultimately again, he's got his wine press, his bago, his olive press became Tamei, Ubikesh Lasos Tara, and now he wanted to purify them. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Hadakim va'adashim va'halulavim madich. So straight and that is the board, right? Adashim, lulavim are like the brooms that you use to get scattered grapes or scattered olives. Madifan, all you need to do is rinse that off. Just rinse that off and you're good to go. Ha'akolin sham etzarim v'sham biscuits. The netting. So whether it's made of reeds or other types of materials, minagvan. All you need to do ultimately again is minagvan is that lashon we had before. Sounds like wipe it down. The shal shifa, the shal gemi, but if it's made out of some type of reed, ultimately again miyashnon yud beis chodesh. We let it sit unused for 12 months. Now, this is very important because we will see this concept that sometimes for kashering, time is all you need. Miyashnon yud beis chodesh. Mishnah says no. Essentially, you let it sit unused from one pressing season to the next. Which the 1 second. So Shimon sees in this Tanakama. Tanakama said, don't use it for a year. Shimon says, don't use it from one pressing season to another pressing season. The Pashtos, how much time is there between pressing seasons? A year. The Pashtos, it's hard to say the same thing. No, sometimes it happens, just let the harvests work out. Sometimes you can go from one harvest or one pressing to the next pressing. There's an earlier crop, a later crop. So sometimes it's not exactly a year. Rabbi Yossi says, if you want to be metaher, again, I will say, in this case over here, my wine press and all its accessories, or my olive press and its accessories became tamei. Now I want to make it tar. What do? Magilam verostin or choltin benezis. Literally, again, put it in boiling water, or pour boiling water on it, or choltin benezis, or scald it with olive juice, which effectively is the same thing. I scald it. So that's what we will call later on. We'll know this process as hagala. Hagala, kashering something with boiling water. Shimon says, manichan tachas tzinor shemeimav mekalkin. Place it underneath a faucet or a pipe that has constant flowing water. Or the mayon shemeimav rotzin, or by a stream that's water is flowing. The Gemara says, and put it there. The kama. How long do you have to leave it there? Ona, or an ona. We don't know how long an ona is going yet to it. So once I just want to point out, remember, why are we doing this? Because the Gemara is talking about this idea that if I went ahead and I got, let's say, a wine press and all the other pieces, all the other wine press accessories from an akum, so now what can I do with it? So the Gemara is trying to say, essentially, the process that one would use to go ahead and purify a wine press from Tumah and Tara, from Tumah to Tara, would effectively be the same process that the wine press would undergo to go from what we'll call, Yayin Nesach to ultimately, again, Jewish wine. That's the Gemara says, Yayin Nesach, Tach Amru B'Tara. So the Gemara says the same process we use for Yayin Nesach is the same process we use for Tara. The Gemara says, of course, that doesn't make any sense. Klape Nayav, the Tara's kind of the process we just outlined was the process ultimately, again, from Tumah to Tara. The Gemara says, you're right, Elo, Kidera Sham B'Taras, Kach Amru B'Yayin Nesach. This same process that we just outlined, ultimately again to bring a press, a wine press, an olive press from Tumah and its accessories, from Tumah to Tara, ultimately again will be the same process that you could use for Yayin Nesach. So therefore I will say ultimately again, a little bit of a machlokes over here. What exactly do you need to do to mutar the accessories and the press itself? Or whatever the process was for Tumah and Tara, that is the same process ultimately again that will work from Yayin Nesach for that to use for Jewish use. By the way, Kama Ona. So remember again, one of the things the Gemara said is one of the ways to go ahead and be mutar everything is essentially leave it under flowing water for an Ona. For an Ona. What's an Ona? I'm going to be Rabbi, I'm going to be Yochanan. O Yom O Laila. Either a day or a night. Now listen, what is not 24 hours. What it means is a daytime period or a nighttime period. In other words, the Pashtos, 12 hours. 12 hours. Now let's say, interestingly enough, the Gemara Rabbi Chana She'ina, Rabbi Chana Bar She'ina, Amra Abba Chana, Amra Yochanan, Chatzi Yom, Chatzi Laila. In other words, half the amount of a daytime period and half the amount of a nighttime period. I'm going to show you Yitzchak, for what Pligi is not arguing, Habi Tikufas Nisan, the Tishrei, Habi Tikufas Tammuz, the Teves. So let's say, this is very interesting. During the times of Nisan and Tishrei, right, which essentially is like your fall and spring equinox, right? So ultimately, again, the days and nights are the same length, 12 hours, right? During ultimately Tammuz and Teves, which essentially is the summer and the winter, days and nights are not the same length. So bottom line, interestingly enough, what Ona means is 12 hours. That's an Ona. That's an Ona for 12 hours. Right? Ultimately, again, but sometimes you could just say a night Ona or a day Ona, and it's also 12 hours. Sometimes it's half a day, and that comes to a total of 12 hours. Okay, good. The Gemara says as follows. Hani Revaki Daramai, the Mazya Madichin, the Amra Menagdis. What's an interesting case over here? Take a look at Rashi. Ravaki Mishmeres Kimin Sakin Shinotzim Ben Shmur Mahotzinina. So let's say, so this is also like a netting. A netting. Mishmeres literally means like a sieve or a funnel. So this would be like a type of netting that you would put the crushed grapes in. Why would you put the crushed grapes in there? Because they're still liquid. Even after you crush them in the press, you put like the grape pulp into this netting, and gravity does a lot of work, just allowing the wine to come out. So the shayla now is, if I have this type of netting from an akum, and now again he's used it for his own wine, so the shayla is, under what circumstances can I use it for me? So the Gemara says, Hani Ravaki Garamai, the Mazya Madich. Rashi says the Mazya, if it's made out of human hair. Because sometimes it was common to make this type of netting out of human hair. So Madichan, all you need to do is simply wipe it down, rinse it off, and you're good to go. You're good to go. So apparently human hair wasn't considered to be a very absorbent material. So because that, just wipe it down, right, and you're good to go. The Amra, if it's ultimately made out of wool, the Nagvan, ultimately, again you have to do this process of niduf. Right, that requires a bit more of a drying. You have to kiss. Now if it's made out of wool, miyashnon, you have to let it sit for a while. Got kitchi sharli. Now if there's knots in the netting, then obviously part of the kosherization of the nuts is undo the knots, right? Which makes sense because if wine gets absorbed in nuts, we're going to undo the knots. Fine. So it says, Hani dekuli v'chalsad da'aramoi. So ultimately, I will say, so these baskets over here, so these dekuli v'chalsad da'aramoi, so the Gemara says, the chiti, ultimately the chabli, the tsuri madichan. So Rashi says over here, so ultimately, again, if they're sewn together, the Chavle Itsuri, again, these ropes of Tsur, so the Gemara says, maybe fine, you just wipe it down. Again, so most of these are all just different materials that these utensils are made of. So maybe you can wipe it down on the base. The tzivsa minagvon. If it's made, Rashi says, the tzivsa is min geni, some type of reed. Ultimately, again, then you need the process of legal. The kisna, if it's made out of wool, the yashna, you have to essentially let it sit for a while unused. The iskul, the kitri, and if it has knots in it, shari, you have to undo the knots before going and using it. Itmar, what's the interesting case over here? This will take us to the Mishnah. Itmar, ama aret shahoshik yodo legat, the naga bashkolos. Interesting case. And ama aret, and we'll say, what's the assumption of ama aret? What's always the assumption of what when the Gemara talks about Amma Aretz, what's one of the determinants of an Amma Aretz? Kumatara, right? It's not about Tulchol Shabbos and things like that. Kumatara, and Amma Aretz is not making Kumatara. Shabbos say, by the way, if you think about such a profound Mr. skill, what is the greatest source of life ignorance? And what is the greatest paradigmatic example of life ignorance? If you don't know what is Tameh and what is Tahar, you're going through life blind. If I can't tell the difference between Tuma and Tana, then ultimately again, Ein Amaratzis, Ein Ignorance, Gidola Mizo. No one knows everything. But the most important things you need to know in life is what is Tameh, what is Tahar, what is good, what is bad, what is kosher, what is treif. What are the things I should be engaging in, and what are the things I should be distancing myself from? If I don't have enough awareness, enough knowledge to know that, then unfortunately, Chazal said, you're in bad shape. You know, if you don't know a lot of other stuff in Yiddishkeit, okay, you can learn it. But the inability to distinguish between that which is tummy, that which I don't even need halachic tumah and halachic tara, but life tumah, life tara, then unfortunately, again, the Gemara says that's an Amma Aretz. So in this case, again, let's go back to the halacha, not the hashkafa. Amma Aretz, Shalosh together with that. Here's the problem. I have a wine press. And Amma Aretz comes along and he puts his hand in my wine press. Why? Why do people do a lot of things that they do, right? Why are you touching my stuff? Because why are you touching my stuff? Right? So again, for whatever. You know, there's a famous story. The story actually has like a number of different versions of it, but one version of the story is that the Baal Shem Tov was walking with his Talmud Mufach, the Maggid of Nesrich. And they were walking out just like in the fields in nature. So Moshe says, the Maggid of Nesrich was walking, and what did he do? Just not thinking, he pulled the leaf off the tree. So Moshe says, what are you doing? So Maggid said, he's going to say, you do all the time. Now you didn't even know what he was talking about. I said, I'm not making it up. What am I doing? So, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, and then the Maggid understood. He said, I just pulled a leaf off the tree. He said, that leaf has a tachlis in the world as well. That leaf has an avoda in the world as well. Like, that leaf here is served to some purpose. You think it's just here for you to pluck it off? It has an avoda. And I always thought, like, there's two tremendous lessons from that story. Number one, the Baal Shem Tov was teaching his Talmud mindfulness. See, if you're walking and just pluck something off without thinking, the problem is right there. I did something without thinking. A yid never should do something without thinking. The entire avoda of the yid is to live with mindfulness. So everything I do, again, there's a kavanah. It doesn't mean I don't make mistakes. But when I say again, there's a kavanah, there's a mindfulness. That's lesson one. Lesson two is that everything in this world has a purpose. It's not just us. Everything in this world has a purpose. And lesson number three, even beliefs, right? Even beliefs, everything has a pathways in that ROTHSCHILD. I remember as a child, I'm not sure I'm sharing this. My grandmother was a kind of rough on my grandparents when they came to this country to work. They went to the Bronx a little bit, and then they went to Vineland, New Jersey. My grandfather was a chicken farmer in Vineland, New Jersey. So they had acres and acres of land. By the time you were a little bit already, they sold off most of it. They only had like 10 acres. But they had, so summertime, we went to camp. We just went to Vineland, New Jersey, which was much better. And I remember I used to storm. My grandmother would take us outside, and she would always say, look at the trees. It's strange. So the trees are gathered to that HaKadosh. It was the most beautiful and profound thing. To this day, my kids also to this day, whenever it's like windy, I always find myself mesmerized by the trees, and I'm just always watching them gather to HaKadosh. It's such a beautiful imagery. But again, that's Baal Shem Tov was saying to the Nagid also. Everything gathers to HaKadosh. There's a song of Tefillah that all of nature sings. Don't get in the way of nature. Let nature do its thing. This is not like a tree hunting structure. I'm just saying, let just, sometimes we say, we kind of become, as human beings, become like a little bit self-centered, that it's all about us. Everything in this world has its tachlis and everything has Hashem. And anyway, bottom line, don't touch other people's stuff, right? That's the thing. So the Amoraz comes along, he touches my grapes. He touches a cluster of grapes. Now, obviously, what we're talking about over here is the clusters are in the press. So what happens? So the Gemara says, now the shaila is, Rabbi Chia Chaz Amar Eshka B'Kol Siyosatmein. So I say, it's not focused. Now, what's the status of the grapes in the press? So what opinion said, that cluster, and ultimately again, everything immediately around that cluster are all tamei. The chalagat kula Torah, but the good news is, the rest of the press is tar. So essentially, the cluster and the immediate surrounding clusters, problematic. Everything else is going to be tar. The Chadam, the other one said, Kalagat Kula Namitina. The other opinion said, no, everything in the press is tamei. Oh, okay, so both sides. So that's pretty dramatic. So according to the first opinion that said, but Allah again, it is only the actual cluster that was touched, and the surrounding clusters are tamei, but the rest of the vat is tar. What about the following case? If you find a sheretz, if you find the dead raisins in the olive press, ultimately, again, it's only the tamei, the place where it has contact. But if there is olive oil flowing in the press, then ultimately, again, everything in there is tamei. So once I say, interestingly enough, why is it that by the olive oil, everyone agrees that everything is tamei, but yet again, by the wine press, there's this opinion that says that it's only we'll call it the cluster of contact and the immediate surrounding clusters that are tamei. The Gemara says very simple. Hasam lo mifsak lo midi, hacha mifsaki ashkolos. This is a very big difference. In the olive oil case, when there's oil, the oil kind of brings everything together and makes it into one mess. By the clusters, there's individualized clusters. So you could see that someone would say it is only the contact of cluster and the immediate surrounding clusters that will be tamei, but everything else remains tar. As opposed to the olive press where there's oil everywhere, the oil is going to combine everything. The Gemara says, so ultimately again, the Rabbanan asking, like the first opinion, that when the Amaretz touches the cluster of contact is tamei, the surrounding clusters are tamei, but the rest of the vat ultimately again will be tamei. Now we must be talking about also here a vat that is not obviously flowing with wine, right? Because if it's flowing, there could be some wine on the bottom over there, but if it's flowing with wine, then it's like the olive oil case. So it must be a case of where the clusters themselves might be some wine on the bottom, but not submerged in wine. Incredible. Now we come to the last Mishnah in the Masechta. Incredible. Our last Mishnah. And this, by the way, get ready. This is going to be such a fun sugya. This is great, great stuff. Halacha l'maisa. We're going to have to find the opportunity in Yos Hashem to be able to go ahead and have a share together as well on these sugyas. So here we go. Mishnah. Get ready for this. So now, I'm sorry, no more Yayin Esach. No more Yayin Esach, right? You have your fill of Yayin Esach. Again, we'll have Yayin Esach in a little bit, but now what we're doing is we are fundamentally entering into the laws of kashrus, specifically the laws of hechsher kelim, kosherization of utensils and vessels for Jewish use. Here we go. So watch this. I purchased a utensil from an akum, a used pot. I purchased a utensil from an akum. So that's now the shaila is, now again, if there's one thing that we have taken away from this entire sugya of Yayin Esach, is that what? Is that utensils absorb. Utensils absorb. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, when I go ahead and I purchase a used utensil from an akum, I have to be aware that there are absorptions in that utensil. So the shaila is, what do I do about it? So watch this. So again, we'll have to see exactly what this means. So that which is normally immersed should be immersed. Now Rashi says, what does this mean? Look at Rashi in the Mishnah for a short line. So we're going to see that when we purchase a utensil from an akum, there are really two steps involved in rendering it fit for Jewish use. Number one is kosherization, which means extraction of any non-kosher absorptions that may be in that utensil. That's step one. After the utensil has been kosherized, then you require tvila, immersion in a mikvah. Immersion in a mikvah has nothing to do with absorptions. Immersion in a mikvah has to do that whenever a Jew acquires a utensil, be it used or new, a Jew consecrates and inducts that utensil into his religious service. Here alongside, the beautiful thing is everything that a Jew does in this world is avodas Hashem. It's all avodas Hashem. Even my eating is avodas Hashem. How do I show that? I get my utensils, and what do? I bring them to the mikvah, which you want to say is incredible. The same mikvah, right, that I use for Tum and Tara. Okay, today we have like a Kalim mikvah, right? But conceptually, it's the same thing. Conceptually, same mikvah. So the same mikvah that I use to take myself from the state of Tum and Tara is the same mikvah that I put my utensils in, ultimately again to ready them for Jewish use. Everything that a Yid does is a davar shebetusha is holy. Therefore, my utensils must be ready for consecrated use. The most incredible thing. So therefore, technically speaking, if you look at the Mishnah really opening up over here, if you have a utensil that doesn't have any absorption issues, whether because, let's say, it was only used cold, so never absorbed, or it's brand new, all you need to do is take it to a mikvah and you're good to go. Next. Yad lahadil, yadil. If ultimately, again, it was used, now we'll talk about this, if let's say the utensil was used with boiling water, then ultimately, again, you kasher it with boiling water. Yolabing bar, yalbin bar. If, let's say, the utensil was used with fire, ultimately, again, you kasher it with fire. For example, hashipot ba'askala, a spit or a skewer, malagmin ba'ar, which are used with fire. So let's say I buy a spit or a skewer from an akum, right? So the Bashas use it for his non-kosher meat. I kasher it with fire. Hasakin shafat tahora. Ultimately, again, a knife. How do you kasher a knife? You rub it down. Well, we'll discuss exactly what this means. But you rub it down and it's tahor. So let's say it's so incredible. So now I'll say it's a lot to unpack over here. So let's go. So turn up. The kulat sweep and tvila by one sa'ah. Like I say, again, every utensil that you use always requires tvila immersion in a mikvah of 40 sa'ah. A mikvah of 40 sa'ah is just a bona fide mikvah. So I'll say, so again, remember, this is whether you are purchasing the utensil used or new. Again, process. If you're purchasing the utensil used, then step one is kosherization, kashering, and then immersion in the mikvah. If you're purchasing it new, you don't need kosherization, so therefore you just go straight to immersion in mikvah. What type of mikvah? A mikvah 40 sa'ah, which I will say is just a regular mikvah. How do you know that utensils require immersion in a mikvah? Like where do you get that from? So we must Amrava the Amakra called Davar Sheyavo Ba'ish Tabiru Ba'ish Vitaer. And let's see, we're going to see, interestingly enough, the concept of kashering of utensils. Like the concept of kashering and then immersion all comes from the war with Midian. The war with Midian is fascinating. Christ goes to war with Midian, and they come back, Baruch Hashem, with spoils of war. So Moshe Rabbeinu tells them, Chevra, before you use anything, you have to kasher it. So we're going to see, Moshe Rabbeinu says, Kol devar sheyavo ba'ish tabiru ba'ish. Any utensil that was used, let's say, by the Midianites with fire, you have to kasher with fire. We're going to see that the method of kosherization mirrors the manner of usage. And then it ends on, it says, vitaher, and you should purify it. Now, I will say, that extra vitaher, that's an extraneous word. The Torah adds on another purification process after kosherization. What's that additional purification process? We'll say, what is that? Immersion in mikvah. So now, the need to immerse your utensils in a mikvah comes from the extra word, vitaher. So the Gemara tells us about pasuk taracheres, kanibakav, lavakavas, v'dok the meinida. Now the Torah says you have to immerse the item. The meinida, now meinida usually means a mikvah. Shomer nishet tzarech hazar shlishi ushli. So we'll say, I might have thought that the utensils require sprinkling on the 3rd and 7th days, just like someone who's coming. Someone who's coming to my space, they require sprinkling on days 3 and 7. So I thought that a kli requires that as well. Kamalomar, ach. Therefore, the pasuk uses ach. Every time you have ach is mechamed. It distinguishes. So in other words, that you don't need hazah and shlishi and shvi. Imkein, not kamor meinida. So why does the Torah say that you should go ahead and put the utensils, the meinida, into waters of nida? Why? Is to this mayim shenida tovelas bahem. It means use the same waters that a nida uses. Hadi omer arba'im sa'ah. What type of waters does a nida use? Ultimately, again, a mikvah of 40 sa'ah. So just like a nida needs a mikvah 40 sa'ah, so too utensils require a mikvah of 40 sa'ah as well. So the Gemara said, interestingly enough, if you notice, therefore, the Gemara is giving us two derivations for the notion that utensils require immersion in a mikvah. Number one, vitaher, and number two, the meinida. The obvious question is, why do you need two? So I'll tell you why. Itzrich l'mikta vitaher, itzrich l'mikta b'meinida. You need both of these drushes. Why? Iksi vitaher. If it would just said vitaher, halamina vitaher, kol dehu, I would have thought you just need to immerse it in some water. Doesn't need to be a mikvah 40 sa'ah. Any amount of water will do, and you're good to go. Therefore, again, the Torah says, Chazer Rachmana, the meinida. Torah says the meinida teaches you what? No, it's got to be a bona fide mikvah 40 sa'ah. Because of Rachmana the meinida, and if we just said meinida is very interesting, Havamina, Herav Shemesh Kinida. You must remember again, in order for a woman to be tahar, what has to happen? Let's say, for argument's sake, you have a woman who's a nida who goes to the mikvah on day 7 of her 7 clean days. That right? What's the halacha? She's not tahora until when? Nightfall. So I might have thought that just like a nida requires nightfall, maybe Kalim after the building of the mikvah also require nightfall. The Gemara says, Chazer Rachmana v'taher la'alter. Ultimately, again, therefore the pasuk says v'taher, which means no, as soon as you immerse the Kalim in the mikvah, ultimately again they are tar. So we'll say, this is ridiculously exciting. This is probably the most exciting thing that's happening today so far. Which is about like now we know the source for the concept of Tvilas Kalim. So if somebody asks you, you're walking out, by the way, how do you know that you have to immerse Kalim in a mikvah, be that whether it's used or new? Oh, funny you should ask. We learn it out from the war with Midian. The Torah adds in the word taher and meinida. Ultimately, again, in between those two, what do we learn? We learn that halacha l'maaseh kalim, whether they're used or new, needs to be immersed in a mikvah. What type of mikvah? A regular bona fide 40 sa'ah mikvah. When do they become tar? Immediately upon immersion. Incredible. Let's go back to a little bit. Afilu kalim chadoshim b'mashma. Now listen, interestingly enough, now here's what's fascinating. So remember, the halacha of tivilas kalim, right, of immersing your utensils in a mikvah, it's learned out from Midian. In Midian, what kind of utensils were they dealing with? What were they dealing with? Used utensils. And yet, interesting, Rabbi says, the halacha for tivilas kalim is even new utensils. As we mentioned, the Gemara says, Daha Yishanim Velibnon Kichadashim Gamu Bafilo Achi Baitia. What's the ayah? This is fascinating. What is the status of the utensil after you kasher it? What's the status? Like new. Right? It's halachically, it's just like new. Yet, what's the halacha? Even after you go ahead and you kasher the utensil, what do you have to do? Immerse it in the mikvah. Essentially, the halacha says like this. There is no difference between a utensil that has been kashered and a brand new utensil. They're the same thing. So just like you have to kasher, just like you have to immerse a utensil ultimately again that was kashered, so too you have to go ahead and immerse a brand new utensil as well. Now what I'll just mention, Now, what I'll just mention is that remember the order here is very important. Immersion can only occur after kashering. If you immerse and then kasher, you'd have to immerse again. Tevila can only be done on a quote unquote new utensil, whether it's actually new or like new. So the order over here is very important. Rav Shesha says, so if that's the case now, that you have to immerse Jewish utensils, listen to this. Maybe your pair of scissors. Now, literally, Zuzi decided means like clothing scissors. In other words, maybe you should have to immerse everything. In other words, not just utensils for food, but why not immerse everything owned by a Jew? Tzimar says, Amalei, please more in the parasha. So again, it's because that's not the topic of Midyan. The topic of the parsha of Midyan ultimately is clear from the way that Moshe Rabbeinu was speaking to the Jewish people. He says anything that was used by fire, put it in fire. Anything used with water, put it in water. So clearly Moshe Rabbeinu himself ultimately again is talking about utensil preparation. Therefore, again, those are the only types of food items or food utensils that require both kashering and then immersion. One more piece of also going to stop for today. I will say one last important piece of halacha. Furthermore, what does tvilas kelim apply to? It only applies to items you own. It does not apply to items you borrow. So if a Jew goes ahead and borrows an item from an akum, now again, if you borrow and you want to use it, you may still have to kasher it. But it does not require tevila. Tevila's immersion of utensils is only on something that a Jew owns, not on something that a Jew borrows. Again, if you're borrowing a non-Jew's utensil and you're going to cook with it, use it, then again, you have to kasher. You can't use it without kashering. But tevila, immersion of utensils in a mikvah, only on items owned by a Jew. I will say much, right? That I found this exciting. Much more, not finished. Much more about this in Retzi tomorrow. A lot of great halacha as well. I will say tomorrow, last day of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Stay tuned for details for our upcoming seal in Retzi Hashem. Have a great day. Have a great day, everyone. All right, so we'll say good morning. What? All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Pilsen Shpach of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year as his chus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Haba Alinu Latova, Benny Goldberg for Aliyas Neshama for his parents Leonard Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, his mother Peggy Fega Rezel Bas Zelig, and I hope that in Eretz Hashem all of the telos of his holy Kirula will in Eretz Hashem be answered over this coming month and in the months ahead. Shmuley Aliva Dinovitz, Leili Nishmas David Flum's father, Rabbi Ari Flum, Yitzchok Aryeh Ben Harab Yitzchok Aryeh Ben Hachava Rabbi Yaakov. Our week of learning sponsors, David Goodman, Leili Nishmas, Roy Ben Aryeh. Our Dafyomi sponsors today. It's a very beautiful sponsorship. We have Matt Lewis in honor of his father's birthday. A happy birthday and a welcome to Mark Lewis with the following message. In honor of Father's birthday today, may it continue to be an inspiration to us all. Adnei Esrim Shanim Tovos, we love you very much. Beautiful, beautiful. The reads from all of us. We didn't pay for it. You didn't pay for it, but again, we all love you. Really, absolutely beautiful. So touching, Baruch Hashem. Also, just so you know, sometimes the most beautiful ways in which we connect with our loved ones. Going to a baseball game is great, right? And going, hanging out on a Sunday is great. And those are all beautiful things, important things that we often do with our children as well. But Baruch Hashem, the ability to bond over Torah, the ability to connect, create a connection through Torah is the true bond that lasts throughout the generations. It's beautiful to see a father and son bonding like that. And then, not here, I don't know what happened, but His Gemara is here. His Gemara is here, so we must. Okay. Anyway, a beautiful, beautiful dedication in honor of our beloved. You know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see if he comes back. I'm gonna see if he comes back. About beautiful dedication in honor of Ari Lerner today. But we'll wait to see if he returns in the next session. He might already be 7 hours ahead, so you know it's outside. Okay. It's standing outside. Is he building? Is he coming in? What you got? What you have to say? Hi, brother. Yeah, dedication's not that good. I'm just saying, like, it's like a lot of program, bro. I know, okay, let's get started. We'll see. I'll get touch them up here. We get to do it over the course of this year. I know, so today we have the great response to begin the week with the Mishnah. And taking all in for the last couple of days of Avodah Zarah. It's been great to do Avodah Zarah all of these days. But Hashem, beautiful. That comes out wrong when you say it, but you understand what I mean. Beautiful. When the Sefas Avodah Zarah, the Bachshim Tzolin, begin the week with Avodah Zarah, and the Hashem close out the week. Who knows what the journey is going to take us? Says the Mishnah, Elu Asurim, Rosh Hashanah. Top of buying down, today's got to 74. Top of buying down, Elu Asurim, Rosh Hashanah. The following items are also. And again, the issue is so intense that in a mixture, even in the smallest and most minute amount. What are they? What are these items? Number one, GUINNESS. Number two, Avodas Kohabet. Now listen, I was actually interested. If you look at Rashi says over here, there are certain things that have such an acute level of prohibition that when they get mixed into a mixture, even if they are in 1,000 to 1 ratio, or 1,000 units of permitted items to 1 unit of this prohibited item, they're not buffer. So GUINNESS is a good example of this. Like you get a little bit of GUINNESS into a lot of other wines. Ultimately, again, it is not going to be buffer. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi GUINNESS, Rashi says, Chodis ve'elef chaviyos. So it's interesting, Rashi doesn't frame this as a case of a drop of wine falling into a lot of, like a barrel of kosher wine. Rather, Rashi says that the case, interestingly enough, is a barrel of GUINNESS that actually gets mixed up with other barrels. Again, we'll discuss the distinction between wine falling into wine versus barrels getting mixed with each other. Okay, in any event, so GUINNESS is what we call Asur B'Chol. Ultimately, again, there was a very special dedication to our Chaver of Ari Lerner. The learners, as you know, Nirtz Hashem are making Aliyah, Nirtz Hashem tomorrow, Tuesday. So Tuesday, Nirtz Hashem, the Sha'al Tova U'Mislachas. So the shir is dedicated in honor of Rabbi and his incredible Hakar Satov for the coffee. And the coffee means so much, and the coffee takes so much. I saw that it's not going to show this a lot. So just the luxury specific Hakar Satov for coffee from all these brothers. Again, this was a group initiated, coordinated by Dr. Josh Rosenblum. So the following individuals sponsoring in honor of Ari: Josh Rosenblum, David Plum, David Schwartz, Gedalia Rosenblum, Moshe Abramson, Moshe David Hartman, Milt Kurtner, Doby Giffer, Gabby Cohn, Woody Tuck, Catherine Eldam, Steve Galaska, Yoni Frager, Zebby Daniel, Josh Erez, Jeremy Lasson, Ari Omen, Ari Grossman, Mark Lussman, Alan Wiseman, Moshe Durant, Mike Shigardin, Shmuel Karachkin, Paul Pellick, Menachem Shofar, Shmuel Silver, and Doby Elman. If you're on that list, you are no longer welcome to copy. That's how I do it. Bring your own. That's it. And I just a very small Hakar Sashal from all of us here. We are going to miss you incredibly, but it's a happy session for this next chapter in your family's destiny. And really tremendous Hakar Sashal for all of you this last night, for everything you've done. However, as I mentioned at the Shasha, this just that people don't know this, but that they do know it. You know, it's not just that Ali has coordinated coffee. Ali has sponsored the coffee. for years and years and years. Ali has sponsored the coffee. It's been a financial investment. It's learned how to use Mishpacha. Yesterday, Shabbat Shabbos, we wrote a new Mishpacha about Hashem stepped up to take on this mantle. Although again, if you'd like, if you would like to share in this, you could speak to us. You could tell them, because understand, it's representative of many of the things that happen. Like generally, whether it's true or anywhere in life, things happen and kind of often we just show up and we assume that they happen without realizing that absolutely nothing in this world happens by itself. Everything happens because there are dedicated people or persons behind the scenes who express singular dedication to making sure that things happen. Everyone notices when things don't go exactly to plan, but the 98% of the time where everything runs so beautifully and so systematically is because there are people like Rabbi who are just there without any fanfare, without any recognition, without any accolades, without any thank yous, right? Just to ensure that the rest of us, Baruch Hashem, are able to plug in. Rabbi, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you, we love you, we appreciate you. If we haven't said enough in the past, hopefully we shall get it now before you go. And thank you so much for modeling for us, for meeting needs, not only to be an Eved Hashem, but also to be a committed member of unity, committed member of a shir, committed member of a chabura, and just tremendous. Thank you. Want to say that? Okay, let's continue. Thanks for finally coming in, by the way. Yeah, appreciate it. You guys are talking. Alright, so let's say, so then again, now back to the show. We're dealing with the items ultimately, again, that are not double, right? Again, and if you go ahead and you introduce them in any amount, ultimately, again, they're not double. Next, I've always so covered. So here's what you think is. Look at Rashi says over here, what's that? Rashi says, let's say you have a little statue. This statue has to come and worship for idolatry, but it gets mixed in with other statues that are not idolatrous in nature. Okay, so let's say ultimately again, Avodah Zarah is not bottle. Next, Oros Ibuvin. So we'll be back to see what's Oros Ibuvin. This was a Avodah Zarah where they would go ahead and they would extract the animal's heart through its hide. Remember, this was a first Indiana Jones. We talked about this, right? So remember, so you go ahead and you're extracting the heart through the hide. So remember, the way you were able to tell this was because there was a hole in the middle of the hide. So you were able to see this. So again, obviously, this is Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it's not called. So Oros Ibuvin is just another example of a Oros Ibuvin. Shine skull. Shine skull is an ox that is stoned, that is put to death because it killed someone else. It becomes Asher Ba'ano. So because it becomes Asher Ba'ano, now you're going to see exactly like what the common theme in all of these items are. Next, Eglah Rifah. Like again, remember, you find someone who's murdered between two cities, you don't really murder them, you measure to the closest city, the elders of those cities come out, and they perform a process called Eglah Arifah. You decapitate the calf. The calf, again, is Asr Ba'anot, supporting the Sola. So when again, a person undergoes saras. Part of the purification process for saras is you have to bring birds. Those birds, ultimately, again, if they get mixed in with other birds, again, are not bottle. They're not bottle. Again, what's the ramification of saying it's not bottle? What does that mean? Therefore what? The whole mixture is going to be Asr. So it's going to be a tremendous thing. So you can imagine playing any of these things, any one of these prohibited items gets mixed into a mixture of like items. No matter how many permitted items you have, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. Next, Seir Nazir. So remember again, the hair of a Nazir. So after the Nazir finishes the term of his Neged Zilus, he cuts his hair, and so that hair ultimately again is Asr Ba'anor. If it gets mixed in with other hair, prohibits the entire mixture. Petra Kamar, firstborn donkey. Firstborn donkey has sanctity. If it's not redeemed, ultimately again, Asr Ba'anor gets mixed in with other items, and Asr is the entire mixture. Basar B'chara, milky meat. Milky meat. So again, we'll say the halacha is milky meat. Remember again, most of us don't do this way anymore. You can't create a mixture of milky meat mentioned 3 times in the Torah. Why 3 Right? Once it's not even you can't eat it. Number two, and like you say, number one is traditionally you can't eat basa b'challah. Number two, you can't eat milk and meat cooked together. And number three, you can't get hanal, you cannot get benefits from basa b'challah. So basa, if you have a milk and meat mixture that gets mixed in, let's say, you know, in a very simple case, you have a piece of meat. Remember, basa b'challah is only kosher meat and kosher milk. So you have a piece of meat that is cooked in milk. Then that piece of meat gets mixed in with 1,000 pieces of kosher meat, of regular meat. Halach l'maisa, the Mishnah says, the entire mixture is asur. Basa b'challah, not bottle. Sin shaleach. This is the incredible, by the way, right? Sin shaleach. Sin shaleach is the goat. Remember again on the kippur. What's how incredible is it? Chodesh Elul, they have a reference now to Yom Kippur, right? I know for those of you who were there Shabbos day, we got to the Hebrew roll, we got to do something that was so beautiful. I love the picture. He did the meeting from Mara Cohen during Kedusha, which was tremendous. Like, yesterday, he didn't get wake you up during Elul, obviously, Shilpa before the David. Again, these little, like, giraffes, these little, like spring things, like yummy the run that come and remind us, not fear, but like excitement about what is coming ahead. So Sin Shaleach, on Yom Kippur, there were two goats that were offered up. One seir was lasher, offered up as a carbon. The other was thrown off the cliff. Sin Shaleach. So again, if that goat gets mixed in with other goats, ultimately again answers the entire mixture. Next, Kulish Nishkatu Ba'azara. Shows an interesting case over there. Kulish Nishkatu Ba'azara means if you slaughter an unconsecrated animal within the precincts of the base of Mikdash, that animal becomes Asur Ba'anar. If that meat, let's say, would then subsequently get mixed in with other pieces of meat, answers the entire mixture. Asurim Ba'osim B'chosher. So most of the common denominator in this group is that these items are insert, and ultimately again they prohibit in a mixture in any amount. In any amount, say the most minute amount of prohibition of any of these items gets mixed into a mixture of like items, the entire mixture is prohibited. Incredible. So the man says, now here's our problem. What does this mean? Like, in other words, what is the, these are obviously like a lot of random things over here, but there must be some type of common denominator that unites them. Now, let's say that's what exactly is the common denominator? What's the thread through these items? So most say this is very interesting. What is a double shalom? In halacha recognizes that items fall into one of two categories. There are many more than two categories, but for our purposes, one of two categories. There are items which, if you look at them individually, they are insignificant, and they're only significant if you, let's say, for example, if you sell them in we'll call it in bulk. What's a good example of this? Let's say a bean, a lentil, right? No one goes and buys a lentil. I don't know how you buy lentils. A couple of lentils, a pound of lentils, a ounce of lentils. I don't get that much. I'm just saying, so whatever it is, a bag of lentils, right? No one shows up and says, right, you don't go to Macron, you don't go to the shop, right, and say, no, I'll pick a lentil. It doesn't, right? So let's say, versus items that, let's say, no, you would buy them by the unit. By the unit, what's a good example of that you would buy by the unit? Shakti by time to the Gemara, eggs were an example of this. Right? Exactly. Today, I don't think you can buy an egg, right? You can't go to the store and buy an egg. Right? So again, so you buy egg, you buy it. But quickly comes to the Gemara, an egg was a good example. You buy an egg. So you can buy it, obviously you can buy this unit, you can also buy it individually. Whenever an item is reckoned as an individual unit, in halacha that is called a davar shebeminyan. Literally, again, an item that is counted. In halacha, davar shebeminyan is given a higher level of importance. To the point that often in halacha, a davar shebeminyan is not batal. It's not batal in the mixture. It does not become nullified in the mixture. So Gemara says, Tanamaika Hashem. So what's coming denominator about these items in the Mishnah? Each davar shebeminyan kachashem. So ultimately, again, if the common denominator is that all of these items in the Mishnah are a davar shebeminyan. Davar shebeminyan, then listening nami tracking close nevela. Again, both sides, you can add other things like that. For example, let's say you have an nevela steak. right? What's an available steak? It's a steak that comes from an available animal. That's also double sugar baby. Right? Yeah, we'll say, we know the halacha is that if a piece of nevela falls into a pot of kosher meat, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? It's bottle. It is bottle b'shishim. So in other words, if you're telling me that every davar shebamiyim, every item that has individualized unit importance is never bottle, whoa, there's a whole bunch of stuff that should fall into that category. For example, like a piece of nevela meat. A nevela steak is a davar shebamiyim. You would go to the store and buy one piece of nevela meat. Therefore, it's a davar shebamiyim. And if that's the common denominator, the davar shebamiyim is not bottle, why not include that? On the other hand, maybe the common denominator in this Mishnah is that all of these items are asr ba'ana. And maybe what the Mishnah is saying is if you are asr ba'ana, if you have to do it for benefit, then halacha l'maisa, you're asr b'choshu, and you never bottle. If that's the case, listening nami chametz b'pesach. Then include chametz. Actually, what's chametz? Chametz is not necessarily done for the minion, but ultimately, again, it isn't a halal. So why not include chametz in the category here as well? On the kiva abba, the given this not enough, but high kind of characteristics. The Lord said, what is unique about this Mishnah? Every item here in this Mishnah has both of these qualities. Number one, davar shebaminion, and number two, the isur hanal. That is the common synonym. So what I say, any item that is both asr ba'ana, you can't get benefit from it, and has individualized unit importance. Is ultimately, again, is a davar shebaminion. If you have those two qualities, then halacha l'maisa, you're not bottled in a mixture. You're not bottled in a mixture. You might say, I've been listening, I go to talk, Rimoni Badan. So if that's the case, why don't you include two other items? I go to talk, and we'll say, I go to talk, ultimately, again, really are, a gozi fach is nuts, walnuts from fach. It's actually a phrase. Rashi says, a gozi fach, it's in the white lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in. Makom, the Rimoni Badan. So again, these were high quality nuts and high quality pomegranates. So that Rashi says over here, in Shal Arma, O Shal Klaya Keranim, in this Arvu Ba'elef, Kulam Yuduku. So ultimately, we're going to say, again, these were considered to be very precious fruits. So if, let's say, again, they were also, for example, let's say you had a gozi fach or a mori banan, or Allah, or Klaya Kerem. If they fall into a mixture, they would also never be bottled. Why would they never be bottled? Because both the asr ba'ana and a davar shebaminion. So why not? Why not go ahead and include those as well? Which the Gemara says, Hanarei Harkam. Harai v'arba orla, harai v'klaya kan klaya karen. Gemara says, they already mentioned elsewhere. Okay, they already mentioned elsewhere. Fine. I've been listening to Karos, Shal Balabayis, in the English Chametz b'Pesach. Gemara says, okay, but why don't you add on the following item? Why don't you say, let's say, Kikaros Shabalabayis? Now, what's Kikaros Shabalabayis? What is that? Ultimately, again, that means a householder's loaf. So let's say there's baker's loaves, which are loaves that are made by a baker. This is because balabais, which again, halacha l'maisa again means an individual's loaf. An individual's loaf is considered to be more kosher because, like, it's no, the right word is like it's individual. It's individual, artisanal, and it's a person's own loaf that they're making. Therefore, that's a davar shebaminion, and that's considered to be more kosher. So why don't you include that as well? Ultimately, because then you have chametz b'Pesach, which is asr ba'ana, and if it's a homeowner's loaf, it's a davar shebaminion. Why not include that as well? Because man shamis Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Moses asked because Shabbalabais. Okay, so what was the kind of Rabbi Akiva? And then Rabbi Akiva went ahead and added this to the list. Okay, Hari Elu. So Mishnah said Hari. Remember again, what's interesting about this Mishnah is the Mishnah begins with a cloud, with a principle, and ends with a principle. That's why I said begins the statement. These items are usher and created even in a minute amount. And then Mishnah got by saying, Hare Elu Asurin Ba'osim B'Koshu. These usher and are usher in a minute amount. So when it says Hare Elu is obviously trying to say what? It's trying to say these items, but it must be excluding something. Says the Gemara, what is it excluding? L'mi'ut davar shebeminyan, the lav isur hana, inami l'mi'ut isur hana, the lav davar shebeminyan. So we'll say, bottom line, here's what the Mishnah teaches us. Any item that conforms to these two qualities, number one, it is asr b'hana, right? Asr b'hana, ultimately again, you cannot get benefits from it. And number two, it is a davar shebeminyan. It has ultimately again, it has individualized unit importance, is never bottled. Is never bottled. And therefore, again, the Mishnah ends up with the principle of saying that if you have an item that has one or the other quality, ultimately, it will be bottled in a mixture. Now, both sides, you see, I've got up a little bit Mr. Haskell, and if you want to know what the power of the year is, right? Because how could it be that after thousands of years of what we have had to endure, that we are simply not disappeared into the sands of time? If you think about it, both sides, every Jew has these two qualities. We are Asr Ba'anon, and we're Davar Shebeminyan. What does this mean? The youth has a neshama. It's important to understand the neshama is not yours. It's not mine. Like Elokai neshama shenasata bi. You gave me this neshama. Like the Balatanya writes, what is the neshama? Elek Elokah ma'al mamish. The neshama doesn't belong to me. It's not mine. It's a Kodesh Baruch. And as much as the Lord gives it to me, He allows me to use it. The Ribono Shel Olam always retains ownership over it. That's why, no matter how badly I mess up in life, no one is beyond repair. Why? Because there's a piece of yourself that you cannot mess up. Because isn't it the most incredible thing? There's a piece of yourself, no matter how badly you try, no matter how many avenues you do, like even if you put your mind to it, I'm going to mess up everything in my life. Like, God, some people actually live like this. Right? Intentionally, unintentionally, I'm going to mess up everything. You can't. You can't. There's a piece of you that is untouchable. There is a piece of you that is unsoluble. I don't know if that's the word. But there's a piece of you that you cannot compromise. That is your neshama. That's why tshuva is always possible. Why is tshuva possible? Because there's a piece of me that's always holy. Because it's a piece of me that's not really mine. It's a piece of me, ultimately, again, that is the Ribono Shel Olam. There is a piece of me, therefore, there is Asr Ba'ana. There is a piece of me that's Asr Ba'ana. I can't fully access it. That's the most, when I talk about people, somebody in the clip starts a tshuva, but it says part of like that, this esoteric piece of tshuva that we can't fully wrap our head around, is because tshuva is rooted in the power of the neshama, and the power of the neshama defies comprehension, because the neshama is not me. The neshama is the Ribono Shel Olam inside of me. So, as crazy as it sounds, there is a piece of me that is Asr Ba'ana. That's number one. And I'll say, every Yid is a davar shebeminyan. Every Jew is a unit of individualized importance. As much as we are all part of the same cloud, as much as we are all part of the same nation, and so much of our strength comes from being part of the whole. And we have a necessity to be part of the cloud, so often put our own individual needs aside in order to be part of the collective. We never allow collective identity to come at the expense of individualized importance. Each of us is an individual. Each of us has a shlichus. People think that only Chabadniks who have a shlichus. It's not true. It's not true. That is just the one who reminded people that they have a shlichus. But every single person has a shlichus. Every single person has a mandate, a mission, something they have to accomplish. I am a davar shebeminyan. Which means about what? Which means that I'm Asr Ba'ana, my neshama is Asr Ba'ana. I know I can get benefit from it, but to a certain degree, again, it's somewhat almost like not fully accessible to me, and I'm a davar shebeminyan. But so what happens when you have those two qualities? But after you have those two qualities, you never bottle. You never bottle. So it does not matter what the world throws your way. And it does not matter what you get mixed into. And it does not matter what you get mixed up in. At the end of the day, the youth is never bottled. And that is how I both said you have to give thousands of years greater despite everything you've had to go through as a nation. And that's why as individuals, no matter what we have to undergo, and Yetz Hashem will always come out on top. I have an neshama which is Asher Ba'anah. We understand metaphorically because it's HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Amadav Shemininim, and therefore as an individual and as a clown, we are never bottled. Says the Mishnah, Yayin Nesach Shilach Bar. Next. Yayin Nesach falls into a bar is a sister. Is a sister. So what happens? So Yayin Nesach falls into the bar, so the Gemara says, Kula Asher Ba'anah. So now Abba says, so now, remember, this is wine falling into wine. Wine falling into wine. So the halacha is the entire mixture is awesome. Asher Ba'anah. The Shimon says, no. You must have Kula Avego Panim Kutzim Dvei Yayin Nesach Shabbat. Shimon said, there's no need to do that. There's no need to do that. Instead, what we could just do is like this. Obviously, I can get Hana from Yayin Nesach. So let's assess what the value of the Yayin Nesach was and go ahead and sell off that amount. Let's just sell off that amount. So let's say again, Yayin Nesach. So let's say I have $20 of the Yayin Nesach, right? That fell into $1,000 of kosher wine. So the Tanakh says the whole thing is us. The whole thing is us and Asher Ba'anah. And someone says, why? Why? In other words, I can't get benefit from the Yayin Nesach. So take $20 worth of wine, spill it down the drain. I suppose Yamamara, just get rid of it. Why do you have to do no mixture? That's not what Shimon says. Somewhere that says, Halakha Shimon Yom Chavis Chavis, Avalo Yayin Yayin. So we'll say this is very interesting. So that suggests the following. Halakha Shimon Yom when barrels get mixed up with barrels, but not when wine pours into wine. Yes, that's very interesting. So Rav wants to make a suggestion between barrels getting mixed up with each other versus wine actually getting mixed up with each other. Rav says when wine gets mixed in with each other, the whole mixture is awesome. But when barrels get mixed up with each other, yes, so let's say one barrel of Yayin Nesach got mixed in with $100 of kosher wine, fine. Just take one barrel, crack it, spill it out, and we're done. And then the rest, ultimately, again, becomes permitted. Shmuel says no. Yayin be yayin. Shmuel says no. In all cases, we're going to talk to him even when wine gets mixed into wine. Even wine gets mixed into wine, again, just go ahead and spill off a little bit of wine. Ultimately, again, that is Asher Ba'anah, value of the wine, and we are good to go. The thing coming out of our Rabbi Yochanan, Yayin be yayin. You know, it's more like not selling it. And you're not feeling Yayin be yayin. You know what I'm not coming out of? Who are feeling Yayin be yayin. I'm not coming out of myself. Yayin, sorry, Yayin. That's the first evaluation. Live in the Gemara that you see those words. I don't know how many times it occurs to chance, but you're only going to see the Gemara say, Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa, very interesting. Halacha l'maisa. What is Halacha l'maisa? Yeah, when it comes to Yayin Nesach, Yayin Asr. So what's the way we pass is that when Yayin actual wine, like actual Yayin Nesach, falls into wine, even in a kosher wine is a much greater majority, the entire mixture is awesome. That's how we pass the about it. So again, and that's the previous Mishnah, by the way. That's the previous Mishnah. When Yayin Nesach really gets mixed with Yayin Nesach, by the way, so let's compare our terms. What's Yayin Nesach? Right? Actual Avodah Zarah wine. Like actual libational wine. Right? Manish wine used for Avodah Zarah. So when that wine, any amount gets mixed in with kosher wine, the entire mixture is Asher Ba'anah. That's it. However, watch this. Chavis b'chavis mutter. Interesting enough, the Gemara says, if you have a barrel of Yayin Nesach that gets mixed in with other barrels, then halacha l'maisa, what do? We essentially assess what is the value. What's the value of that barrel of Yayin Nesach? We designate a barrel. We go ahead and crack it open, get rid of that wine, don't get any benefit from it, and then the rest of the mixture ultimately again is going to be Asr. Stam Yayin. Now remember again what we define. What's Stam Yayin? Stam Yayin is one of the Gentiles, just one of the non-Jew. Right? Remember again. Now remember, throughout the Zara, what's interesting is more often than not, we treat Stam Yayin just like the Yayin Nesach. Interesting enough, when it comes to mixtures, we will not do it. The Gemara says stam yayin, but if you have halacha l'maisa against stam yayin, which means just the wine of an apple. Yeah, I don't know that he used it, that he used it for Avodah Zarah or anything else like that. It's stam yayin, if that gets mixed in, ultimately, again, with other wine, it's mutter. Now, what does mutter mean? Mutter, Rashi says, what it means ultimately, again, the hana puts in the also yayin, but in halacha. Ultimately, I guess if you have stam yayin that falls into, let's say, a mixture with other kosher wine, is actually wine into wine, then once again, you do this mechanism when you identify what the value of that stam yayin was, pour that amount down the drain, and the rest of the mixture ultimately again is mutter. So I would say, interestingly enough, the way the Gemara closes out this sugya, the halacha l'maisa itself is a bit more involved. But again, for our purposes for today, the way the Gemara closes out the halacha l'maisa is yayin nesa. If it gets mixed in wine to wine, answers everything. No shilas answers everything. A barrel of yayin nesa that gets mixed up amongst other barrels, what do? We take a barrel, and it says, well, essentially, what was the value of the yayin nesa barrel? And essentially take a barrel that's worth that amount, or whatever number of barrels worth that amount, pour that out, so I'm not getting value from the yayin, I'm not getting benefit from the yayin nesa, and then the rest of the mixture is okay. Stam yayin, that gets mixed in even wine into wine, once again, identify the value of the stam yayin that got mixed in, pour that out, and ultimately, again, you're good to go. Again, like I said, the halacha l'maisa itself a bit more involved, but that's the l'maisa of the city. On the base, Mishnah. That shall Evan, I'm not saying it's over here. That shall Evan, shazach sa'oliko habi. This was really good. We have a wine press. The wine press is made of stone. The stone, now obviously if you have a wine press, you need to seal it. Right? So often you would coat it with zepes. Zepes is like pitch or tar of some sort. Now these items often have a little bit of a foul smell. So you don't really want to crush the grapes and make wine with a press that has a foul smell. So what would they do? It's very interesting. They would go ahead and mix in some wine together with the pitch, together with the sealer. So you put wine into the sealer because the wine for the aromatic purposes of it. So let's say, now watch this. So you have a wine press that is being sealed. That's shall Evan, that's not legal coven. Look at actually just a moment. Actually says over there, that's shall Evan, that's not legal coven. So I have a stone wine press that the seal, the sealant, right, we call it the pitch, was burned by an apple. And actually says, Va'arkin l'nime de chamra plota, labui kutra de zipsak. It was common to go ahead and mix some wine into the sealant in order to take away some of the odor from the pitch. So it says, now, what's the shayla? I, Jew, want to go ahead and use that wine press. So can I use that wine press, knowing that it is sealed with pitch, into which the apple presumably put wine in? So there's wine essentially in the sealant. Am I allowed to use this wine press? So the Mishnah says, no problem. If it's stone, all you even need to do is, literally means dry it. Now, what the process for drying is, now again, it sounds like, okay, what do you do? Often dry, it's a little bit more involved. We'll see actually if we get to it today, at the end of this Amid, maybe it's tomorrow's studio, what drying actually means. We'll get to that. Now, what if the flask is made of wood? What if it was made of wood? Now, let's say if we look at Rashi, Rashi says, Sha'etz, third by now in Rashi, that says, Gebaya Zekas Tubar, Ubala Kamlet Fei, Rabbi Omer, you're supposed to listen to this. So apparently, here's what happens. Wood is more porous than stone. So because of that, if you have a wood wine press, you have to apply even more pitch, and more sealant. More sealant means more odor, and more odor means more wine. More wine. So now if I'm going to Akum with a heavily sealed a wooden wine press, Rabbi says, Rabbi says, no problem. You still just have to dry it up just like the stone wine press, and you get to go. They'll come and say, no, Yiklot es hazapas. You only need for a Jew to use a wooden wine press that was sealed by the Akum's how? Remove the sealers. Fascinating. You have to peel off the seal. You cannot use that one press with the seal. Incredible. Usual. Either of us has access. Now let's say case number 3 is an earthenware wine press. Now let's say, what do you do with that? Now again, in the world of absorptions, the most absorbent material is earthenware, right? So stone least absorbent, wood more absorbent, and earthenware most absorbent. So now if you have an earthenware press, what's that lock? In that case, even if you actually peeled off the ceiling, right? You peeled off the pitch, you still can't, a Jew can't use that wine press. Why? How is that? So it's also why? Because essentially what's happening by earthenware? It's absorbed the wine into the press itself, and therefore cannot be used. So once I say again, so the chazan. Each non-Jew has a wine press. I want to use the wine press now for pressing my own wine. So what's halacha? Now again, wine press technology, but after you made a press, you also sealed it, because again, you don't want the press absorbing the wine. So again, if we went ahead and it was a stone wine press, stone release absorbing, so all you need to do is wipe it down. What's the process for wiping it? What's the process for drying? I don't know. Next case, it was made of wood. What do you have to do by wood? Rabbi says no problem, just wipe it down. Rabbi say no, you have to go and actually remove the sealant. Earthenware wine press, every one of these cannot use it. Even if you remove the sealant, cannot use it. It absorbed already the wine of the akum, cannot go ahead and utilize it. Incredible. So something Rabbi says, and interesting enough, Rabbi says all of these cases are presupposing a law, but ultimately, again, the press was sealed. In other words, it was coated with pitches sealed. That's the issue here. So Rabbi said, this is very interesting. What happens if, let's say, the Akum had a wine press? He pressed grapes in it, so he used it, but he never sealed it. The self-explanatory Mishnah, that would be totally fine. In other words, assuming obviously that I'm removing any wine residue, but that would be totally fine, right? The way the Mishnah frames it is, the issue is really with the sealant. That's really the issue. But again, had the press not been sealed, it had just been used ultimately to crush grapes, halakha l'maisa, that'd be fine. Well, it says, that's obvious. Zof satzina, that's the Mishnah said. The Mishnah says zaksa, that's the Mishnah said. So the Gemara says, Zazakran, what would you have thought? I would have thought, no, that even if the Akum used the press to go ahead and just crush grapes, I would have thought that press can't be used by a Jew either. The Haiduk Tanzafsa, or the only reason I mentioned about the sealant with the pitch is because that's the normal case. Normal case is you don't use a press unless, of course, you first sealed it. The Gemara says, Kamash no. Kamash that is only if it was used, if a sealant is used, that's when it's not mandatory for the Jew to use it. But if Allah for the myself, the Akum just went ahead and crushed grapes in it, it would be totally fine. You get on the alternate version of this. So what's the alternate version of this? Rabbi said, very interesting, that on Mishnah, it talks about a remedy, is only talking about a case where the issue at hand is the sealant. But for argument's sake, had the Akum actually crushed grapes in this press, off limits to a Jew. You can't use it, right? Even if you were to go, now it doesn't mean that there's no way to use it. It just means that the process of, let's say, wiping it down would not be enough. So the Gemara says, that's obvious. Shita, that makes it sound kind of obvious. Because at the end of the day, the Gemara says, what is the Mishnah talking about? The Mishnah talking about a case where the Akum sealed the press, which makes it sound like the process of going ahead and wiping it down, like or drying it, I should say, works in a case where you're only dealing with the sealant. But if the Akum actually crushed grapes in it, that changes the matter on this, and therefore again the press is us. Now again, when I say usher, means it can't be used. Perhaps there's another more aggressive process that can make it usable, but just stam or even called noodle, drying it off would not be enough. Which the Gemara says, that's obvious. I might have thought that even the process of drying it off should work even in a case where the Akum actually used it to crush grapes. The Haiduk Tanzafsa, or the Milsa Katani. And the only reason they mentioned ultimately coating it with pitch Sealing it is because that's just the regular gates. That's normally what's done before you press grapes. So we'll say, this is really the approach that the Gemara is going to adapt. This concept of what we call migos. Now, we'll say, we don't know what migos. I know that migos means to dry something. We don't know what that process actually entails, but here's what I do know. That process only works when the issue at hand is the sealant, right? The press has not been used for crushing grapes by an alchemy. All that's happened over here is a brand new press, the alchemy sealed it. My problem now is using that press, I know that part of the sealing is the alchemy's water. How do I deal with that issue? The moment, however, we are talking about a press that was actually used by the alchemist to crush grapes, different case, and that press is going to need a totally different process, which are going. It is possible that it's pasturable, but it's definitely going to require a more aggressive process to be seen. Like Noah tells a story. Kiahu does go to the Kia. There was a guy who came over the Kia. Amalei, Havli Gabra, the Doki Lina Atsatai. So he comes to the Kia, so the Kia, give me a guy to kasher my wine press. So so the pashtus, this was a press, ultimately again, that was used by a non-Jew. So therefore, a guy comes about the Kia, he comes about the Kia, says, I need to kasher this wine press. Give me a guy to kasher my press. Amalei Rav says into it, so Rav heard all of this. He said to the Kia, Zil Bahagay, so the Kia, go, examine the situation, because he did not mitzvahs alai b'midrasha. Whatever you do, make sure they don't come back and complain to me in the base medrash, which is another way of wrapping to the Kia, do your due diligence on this, right? Because if you mess up, I'm going to get the complaints, right? Rabbi's going to be ready. So ultimately, again, if you mess up, you're going to come to the base medrash and ultimately, again, complain to me. So make sure that before you go ahead and you answer this, that's whatever you're going to do your due diligence on this. Okay, so there's a fight. Where the Kia goes. So it says, so what happened? Also, Chazi in the Habashia tank. So again, the Kia goes out and he sees that the press was very smooth. Very smooth. Alright, high bad believe it's something. Okay, it was something so smooth. So ultimately, again, the pashtus, there's not really a lot of absorption over there. It looks brand new. So therefore, he said, you know what? This should be enough wood to dry you off. So I want to be clear. We don't yet know fully what that process of Nibud actually entails. But he said the pashtos Nibud should be enough over there. So you must listen to this. This actually was as the Kia was looking around the press a little bit more. Chazi Pilo Mikuse. He saw that there was like a crack or a crevice on the bottom of the press. And watch this. The Chazi Bahavi Mother Kanda. He said that it was filled with wine. Incredible. So in other words, he saw it, it's incredible. So when he did a little bit more research, he saw a little bit more of an inspection, he saw that there was a crevice on the bottom of the press, and it had wine. Wine from the akum who had used it beforehand. So there was literally yayin nesa, standing and sitting in that press. Incredible. Alright, Ella the cure, but it isn't all. Okay, so now I see this press wasn't just sealed by an alchemy, but this press was used. If it was already used, ultimately, again, this type of press ultimately requires a peeling off of the sealing. Rashi says over here, So the ultimate here was this is incredible, so you more inspection, what did he find? I'm going to lay, Habibi, Hazi, Zelo, Mutakis, Alai, Demijosh. And this is what that meant. They say, Habibi, my beloved one, Habibi, right? Habibi, my beloved one, make sure you do your due diligence so that they don't come back and complain about you in this notice. That's incredible. Now, again, don't necessarily take halacha. What I say from that story is point out over here, number one, that sometimes that wine presses did have like these nooks and crannies. And here again, even though the press itself looks so clean and pristine, at the end of it is because I think it's also like a tremendous metaphor for tshuva as well. part of the abode of Rabbi is really getting into the nooks and crannies of one's self. Because sometimes when acting is when you do a little bit of introspection, it's all Hashem, like the exterior looks really good. Like the exterior is smooth, the interior is nice, it's polished, it's good. But what Shubha really demands of us is to get into it. And a lot of times, when we kind of do that deep personalistic dive, and you get into the nooks and crannies of self, I might discover a little yelliness here, right? The stuff that shouldn't be there. Right? On the exterior, things look good. Everybody both sides want to point out. That's an accomplishment, right? When the exterior looks clean, and the exterior looks nice, and the exterior looks polished, give yourself a shkoyach for that. That's incredible, because that's not so hard to achieve that. But a tshuva requires the deep dive. Because a lot of times, the real work we have to do on ourselves is kind of not in the exterior. The real work we have to do, that's in the kishkas of the neshama. That's in the kishkas of the self. And sometimes when everything looks great, you do that deep dive, you find that personalistic yayin nesa in that crevice that I've forgotten all about, that I didn't even know about. That's where the work begins. That's where tshuva begins. You just have to have the personalistic honesty, integrity, and more than that, bravery to do that deep dive. Incredible. Let's go a little bit deeper. Says the Gemara. Tell Rabbanan. Hagat v'amachot v'amishpach. So let's listen to this. The wine press. The machatz, Rashi says over here, is klisha golden bone in habar v'chavis. So let's remember again, the way we work is you have a wine press. What do you do with a wine press? What do you do with a wine press? Take a lot of guess. You press wine, right? As it gives you great. So remember again, then you have to get the wine from the press into the barrels. That's what you do that. You do that with a utensil called a machatz. A machatz. This is you would scoop out the wine from the press and you would go ahead and you put it into the barrels. Okay? And then there would be what's called a mishpach. Ultimately, again, so what we'll see again, a mishpach. Rashi says over here, machatz is featured the only moment in our bar, that's hagat, machatz v'mishpach. So we're going to say, so all these items were made ultimately out of earthenware. So if you had a press, right, a gat, a machatz, and a mishpach that are made out of earthenware. She'ol b'tochadim, and again, it belongs to an outroom. What's halacha? Rabbi makeh b'niguf. Rabbi says all you need is to simply dry it off. Just wipe it down, and you're good to go. The chum is the chumos, and the chum say no, it is not enough. Niguf is not enough. The chum asks, and so we'll have to see. What does that mean? Aser, you can't. The pashtus means aser, you can't use it at all. But the chum say that if any of these items are made out of earthenware, which is highly absorbent, you cannot use it. Umod the Rabbi does agree. The kankanim sha'ol yekochavim she'nasui. Rabbi does agree that the earthenware jugs of an akum that were used for wine cannot be used by a Jew. I said the Gemara, what's the difference? Why does Rabbi say that you could use the gat, the machatz, and the mishpach, even if they're earthenware, right? But yet you can't use the jugs of an akum if they're earthenware? Very simple. The Gemara says, Zeh machnisa b'kiyum, Zeh in machnisa b'kiyum. The Gemara saying is a very simple distinction. Right? The gat, the machatz, and the mishpach are all only used for episodic use. Right? They're episodic use. There's no one leaves stuff in the wine press. What do? You go and you crush your grapes, whatever, you leave it up a little bit, and then you scoop it out. Same thing with the machatz, same thing with the mishpach. These are episodic uses. Kankanim jugs is long-term use. So because of that, the wine sits in the earthenware. The earthenware is highly absorbent, and therefore, again, every one of these, you can never use the earthenware jugs of an akum that ultimately, again, will be used for wine. Rabbi said, all of this is earthenware. However, shal'ait to shal'adan, what happens if all of these items, the aforementioned items, were made of wood, or were made of stone? What's halacha? You're not the ultimately, again, write it down. Again, I will say once again, I can't say enough. We have not yet outlined what the actual process for writing it down is. But I said, write it down. Write it down. Then how you use the talking, but if they're according to the pitch, ultimately, again, assume it's us. I mentioned Zapsa, we call them the Nagvadi jar, but we don't need Mishnah. But if the press is made of stone, even if it was coated with pitch, ultimately, write it down in its good detail, right? Now, we see, Raisa, the Jarach. The boss, as you mentioned before, the Mishnah is talking about a case. The Mishnah is talking about a case where it was coated with grapes, but grapes were never pressed inside of it. It was never used. So it was coated but never used. Okay, so it's coated, never used, wipe it down, you're good to go. The Bryce's case is talking about what it was used. See, if it was used and it was coated with grapes, there's too much absorption happening over there, and if our local saw such an item should not be used. I'm about Hagat from the company saw Mishpach Shalvik Ochadim, Rabbi Matib, and you go back a come also to the Bryce says, Samar says, if you have again the Gat, the Machat, and Mishpach, of an Akum, so Rabbi permits it as long as it was wiped down, and ultimately again, the Chachamim asked it. I, Varnan Tinan, Shal Cheres, Apapi Shekala Bezazet Bezarezi Asura. But we learned in our Mishnah. Again, about the Mishnah, some of Rabbi says any type of Gat, Machat, Mishpach, whatever it's made of, ultimately again you're good to go, just wipe it down. But our Mishnah said that if it's made out of earthenware, even if you peeled off the ceiling, it's still also on the Rabbi, Sefer Dimasnisin Asa on the Rabbanon. The Sefer of the Mishnah ultimately again it goes according to the Rabbanon. Okay, everyone said we're going to stop over for today. We're going to pick up against one side, get to a little bit more halacha on myself. And tomorrow we'll see again, even for those items that perhaps wiping it down doesn't work. We'll see is there a kashering process that would work to be continued tomorrow. We'll say, yeah, Sunday. Yeah, I don't know when we get later then. So it's going to go good. Sunday scheduled tomorrow. Sunday at
Strong, on point, all real shit. Real life. Trying to do this with another stellar minutes. Come on, let's go. Already trained. Just gonna rush right into it. What are you wearing? A fucking heated blanket for a sweater right now? What the fuck is that, dude? What are you with a baby?
All right, folks, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shape of thing. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, first is for Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem instructions this year as a zikus for the Soros troubles for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba, Rukova, Ben Kover, for our Aliyah for the summer of his parents, Abraham, Ben Hasha, Pinchas, Big Hazel, Bas Zelig, and also all of our kilos in Eretz Hashem will be miskabel during this holy month. Shmoli and Yida Dinners, the Iber Nishmas covered from father of the Ari from Yitzhak Yitzchak Aryeh Ben HaChaber of Yaakov is upon the block. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shamas Lav and Aliyah, families in the Hama, all of those who need a full travel and kiddo, Kol Chol Yisrael, for focus to Yetz Hashem, in home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and allow our Holy Spirit to be successful, the Kol Master Yidin. Let's say with that, let us begin. So we are picking up in Yetz Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Days 72. And we are picking up on Ayin Aruch on the days 71. Here's where we leave off. Somebody Makashisha, perfect. Somebody Makashisha, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 lines up from Nevada. Somebody Makashisha read the Fisra Rashi. Shashma, Moses, remember again, we're still in the Sugya of Mashiach by Obed Kochab, right? The Mishnah introduced us to this interesting idea that if you are selling wine to an akum, you're selling wine to an akum, so how exactly, again, that type of sale needs to be structured in order that the wine doesn't end up becoming Yayin Nesach while in the possession of the Jew. Or if the wine becomes Yayin Nesach in the possession of the Jew, you're stuck. Right? You're stuck. There's really no remedy for that because it's Asur Ba'ana. So again, essentially the Mishnah said, you got to come to a conclusion on price. Once you come to a conclusion on price, then ultimately again, whatever the Ovid will come afterwards. If it doesn't Shifa, he's being Moshe his wine, and if it makes into Yain Yesef, it's becoming Yain Yesef ultimately again in his possession. So therefore that regular Machlokas does Mashicha ultimately work by an apple. So only not because you read that this is not actually touch rock. Amocha Yeno, the Ovid Kohabim, so if I sell my wine to an apple, Pasak actually Madad Damam Mutar. So this is our Mishnah. So if we go ahead and we agree on the price before, Madad doesn't mean measure out, right? It means pour. It means pour, which ultimately again is part of the Mashicha. And ultimately again, the proceeds are mutter, because since there was an agreement on price, therefore subsequently when the other become the Mashicha on his wine, the Amit Mashicha will become in a corner, but if we say that Mashicha doesn't work as a kingdom, and ultimately again, why is if Mashicha doesn't work, that means when the other starts pouring the wine, he's pouring my wine. If he's pouring my wine, then ultimately again, if it becomes Yainesa, if it's Staminam, then the proceeds from the sale should be unequivocally also. I'm asking, what's the case over here? The Akim Medina. This is very interesting. The case over here, the Gemara passage is where the Akim Medina and the Akim advanced funds. Rashi says over here, the Akim Medina, Rashi says over here, it's in the first wide line of Rashi Shekimo, and also Ma'osyon Serefei B'nehayai, actually Yitzhak and Yatsumo Yisrael Samosa. This is very interesting. So what does Yaakov do? Let's say we know the barrel is not going to be more, or the wine is not going to be more than $100. So what does Yaakov do? He gives me $100 bill. He advances me the money, and ultimately he says, listen, we'll settle up afterwards, and if there's change, you'll return to me any of the change. So the Gemara says, that's the case. So again, this is a different kind of scenario. Why is this different? Because I already have the money in hand. So that already changes the math on all this. That's the case. Look at your English. Madad, actual Pasach, Tamabus Asir. If I look for the other Kohabim, measured out the wine before the price was set, so the proceeds ultimately are going to be usher. But why? But if I look for the actual advanced money, then why should it be problematic? So again, he responds back to him. Right, ultimately, the Rashi responds back to Makashisha. According to you, the Amrit Mashiach of the Konkona, you say Mashiach does work. If that's the case, Amai, Reisha Damav Mutar, and the Sefer Damav Asur. So again, the question of Makashisha is back on you. If you're right, that this is the case of where the Akim advanced the money proactively. And therefore, Halakha L'Maisa, really the Yisrael already has the proceeds of the sale in hand. If that's the case, then there should be no concern of Yayin Nesach included on the cases. Yet the Mishnah makes a distinction when the measuring occurred before or after the establishment of the price. It was Aramais B'chol Neymar, Pasak Sam Chadaike, Lo Pasak Lo Sam Chadaike. So the Gemara says something which we kind of understood intuitively from the beginning, and now the Gemara says it explicitly. Essentially, when you have a transaction like this, when there's an agreed upon price, ultimately again, the seller, the Jewish seller, agrees to be machna the wine, and therefore Mashiach will work. When there is no agreed upon price, the seller is not willing to go ahead and take the ownership of the wine, which makes perfect sense, and that's the distinction. So when they agree on the price, and the owner becomes something that does Mashiach, it'll work, and therefore again, the wine is the only Kohabim, and ultimately is going to keep the proceeds of the sale. When the price is not been set and the Shimcha occurs, so there is no agreement to a transaction because there's no set price. Because of that, if the other touches the wine, it becomes essentially Yayin Nesach, and the proceeds become prohibited. Incredible. With the dinami. So therefore, Rashi says, continue also, even if money was advanced, see, the advancement of money by itself is not really created because of the transaction.
Yeah, I'm just chilling out, watching a podcast.
If ultimately you were going to read on the price, then you sell this committed. Right? And he's willing to allow the action to acquire
Oh my word, you guys are
Actually, also something very important. Right? So first of all, this nugget of information over here is incredibly important because What this is highlighting is the power and the importance of establishing the price. Establishing the price essentially allows the seller to commit to the transaction. Even though money has not exchanged hands yet, non-commitment to a price, what do you have? What do you have if there's no agreement on price? What do you have? You have a conversation. That's pretty much all you have, or with absolutely no transaction at you. The mother guy, I'm going to touch my head. From the team, I'm going to spend it in Noah. Now I got Papa from Shabbatita, and when you tell me Shabbat, most of this is very interesting. And then one of the Shabbatas in Noah is theft. Now let's steal. And then Noah, interestingly enough, is outlined that even for stealing less than a Shabbatita, which is fascinating, right? If I steal a Shabbatita from another Jew, certainly not good, but I'm not tired. I'm not tired. What's the logic of that? The logic of that is the assumption that people are motel or less than a Shabbatita. I don't care. It doesn't like it, or it might be annoying, but it doesn't matter to me. So if a Jew steals less than a Shabbatita, there's no halakhic liability. Ben Noah, interestingly enough, is held liable even for less than a Shabbatita. But interestingly enough, there's no obligation to return the stolen object, which is fascinating, right? So if Ben Noah steals less than a Shabbatita, he's fired. And whenever Ben Noah is fired for violating the Shabbat system, we know 5 laws, ultimately, again, that liability is a death penalty. So he's firing death penalty for stealing less than a Shabbatita. It's interesting enough, he has no obligation to return it. Because from my perspective, less than a Shabbatita is insignificant, therefore there is no obligation to return it, which is quite fascinating. And the Gemara says, if you say that Meshika doesn't work by an akom, not sufficient on my man, why should the akom be reliable, right? Ultimately, again, he didn't acquire it. If Meshika doesn't work by an akom, then how would the akom be reliable ultimately identification of my item, which you're not supposed to you like to show with Sa'ari and Yisrael. At the end of the day, do you know why the akom is liable? He's liable ultimately again because he caused me pain. Because he caused the Jew pain. You know, I say, interestingly enough, what the Gemara is positing over here is that the akom liability for stealing less than a Shabbatita can't simply be theft. Because if it's theft, ultimately at the end of the day, obligated to return it. The liability the Gemara wants to suggest ultimately is because he caused pain and discomfort to a Jew. That's the liability. They say right? So what does it mean that he's not obligated ultimately to return it? The aim of the Torah is Shabbat. Ultimately, again, this is not in the framework of return. Now, what does this mean? Because as we said before, a Jew is motel on less than a Shabbat. Therefore, because there's nothing like that, the Akom has no obligation ultimately to return it. That's the case. Look at the end. Look at the end of that Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? Listen to this. So Akum 1 steals from me less than Shabbatita. Then Akum 2 steals from Akum 1 the same item. What's the halacha? Akum 2 is liable. Akum 2 is liable death penalty. Similar to 1 second. This revelation shouldn't be decided in itself. So I understand that Akum 1 is subject to death penalty, right? Because he caused pain to me, the Jews. Ella say from my object, but what did Akum 2 do? What did Akum 2 do? Ella, what do you see from here? Shnani no, Mishika ba'ovik o'chavim kore Shnani. Rather, what you have to see, I will say, is hopefully only makes sense if really there's real theft. Right, so Akum 1 way steals from me is a thief. Why? Because Mishika works. And then when Akum 2 steals from Akum 1, he's going to be liable as well. Why? Because it's also theft. Therefore, once again, this verse says, what do you see from here? That Meshika is a bona fide form of acquisition, a bona fide gain by an Akum. And this is incredibly important. Meshika, not all kinyanim that we have as Jews work by Akum. Right, work by Akum. And which makes sense because a lot of people remember again learned out through Daraisa. So not everything works, but ultimately, for example, like we know Kinyan Kesef works by an Akum, right? We know that. Why? Because the first time we see Kinyan Kesef is by Avram Avinu purchasing Masana Pila from Ephron Ahiti, right? From the Akum. So I know that Kesef, but now I know that Meshika works as well. So the Gemara says you see from here that Meshika ultimately again works by an action. Okay, incredible. A story. There was a guy. The Amalek Makabre who said to his friend, we'll say, here's the case, right? Reuben has a piece of land. Shimon wants to purchase the piece of land, the piece of real estate. Reuben's not really willing to sell right now. But what Reuben does tell Shimon is, Shimon, if I ever sell the land, I'm selling it to you. It's no problem, sir. It's on land that's sold to you. What happened, I will say? Also, it's down in a shop. It's a pretty ridiculous story. And so what happened? Reuben went and he sold it to a lady. So we're putting this out to Shimon. So obviously now Shimon's claiming 1 second, you promised that if you would sell it, you would sell it to me. So what's that law of you? I'm not going to say, Rabbi Yosef says, Allah for myself, Konakama. Ultimately, again, really Shimon has the right to it. It belongs to Shimon. It belongs to Shimon. Konakama. Because I'm going to buy the Allah Pasak. I said, what's that? How can you say that Shimon acquires it? They never even spoke price. Right? So the Rebbe said there was 2 things we saw already from the last circle. Number one is that really a seller is only committed to a transaction when price is agreed upon. That's number 1. And number 2, we saw that Mashiach works even by an opposite. Okay, those are the 2 nuggets that we want the previous surya. So again, in this case, Abai, so we're talking about, although Reuben said, if I ever sell land, I'll sell it to you, they never spoke price. If they never spoke price, how is there any level of commitment from Reuben to Shimon? So from where do you see that there's not an agreement on price? Essentially, there's not transactional commitment. Where do you see that from? This line. Our Mishnah, come over, if I sell my wine to an akum, if we agree on price, before the akum measured out the wine, then ultimately the proceeds are mutter. Why? Because again, agreement to sell because there's a set price. When the akum deals with the wine, it's his wine already. So whatever happens to it, it's not my job. Again, the proceeds are mutter. But ultimately, again, if the akum begins to handle the wine, before there is a set price, he's needed yayin nesach in my possession, and therefore the proceeds are also. So it says, my habi Allah. So what's the result of this conversation? So I said, what do you see from here? You see from here that a seller is only transactionally committed once price is established. So the Gemara says, so my habi Allah, what's the resolution of here? The Gemara says, my habi Allah to become. No, we just said what the resolution is. We just said the resolution. The resolution is where there is agreement on price, there is transactional commitment. And therefore, conversely, where there is no agreement on price, there is no transactional commitment. So what else do you want to talk about? I want to say, one second. Dilma, from the INS section. No. Maybe this is different. Because again, since Yain Nesach is so common, maybe it's only by Yain Nesach that ultimately, again, agreement on price represents transactional commitment. So maybe in other cases, even without an agreement on price, there is transactional commitment. So Tashma, such an argument. There was an episode, there was a story that happened in Hashar Rav, similar case to one we just mentioned. Rav Chisda, they left Huna. And ultimately, again, Rav Chisda brought the Shai Ratzah, the essential Huna. And what happened? The Kashkani had this night, and they went ahead and they answered it from the following case. What's interesting? Masha Hamara Upala, Nisa Masok Pesha. So let's listen to this. Let's say I want to acquire something from Reuben. Right? So what do? I go ahead and let's say again, Reuben has certain merchandise, and the merchandise is sitting on top of Reuben's donkeys or in the hands of Reuben's workers. So I do something interesting. I do the shikha on the donkeys or the shikha on the workers and pull them into my home. Okay? What's the halacha? Big pasak al shalom magat. Ubin magat al shalom pasak lo kana u'shnei yechonu lachseba. So I said, so whether there was agreement on price, like before I started taking type of measuring, whether there wasn't agreement on price, ultimately again, I don't acquire anything, and halacha l'maisa, both of us can go ahead and retract from we can both walk away from the transaction. Now let's say, what's the logic over here? The logic over here, ultimately, again, I will say, is that halacha l'maisa, I'm not for myself. I am not done anything directly with the items themselves. Right? In other words, pulling the donkey upon which the items, the merchandise is situated, or pulling the workers that are carrying the merchandise is not a form of acquisition. However, unless it's Parkan, was the first one line. Parkan, they myself, they sell. But again, if I unloaded the donkey, right, or took the merchandise out of the hands of the workers and then brought that into my home, then Hasak Anshalo Nadat, if we agreed on a price, right, even though again I still have to go through the merchandise to see what there is, how much there is, but at that point, again, I've also see there's two things happening over here. Number one, agreement on price. Number two, I'm doing the shifa. I'm doing the shifa. Ultimately, again, even though we still have to work out some details, right? It's not a done deal. We have to work out the details. Neither of us can renege. But again, if there's no agreement on price, and I'm just kind of looking through the merchandise, both of us have the ability to go ahead and chat. So that's also what you see from here, so very important. It is only agreement on price that creates transactional commitment. Now again, you have to be careful with this, because that is not to say that you can't back out even once there's agreement on price. Whereas in other words, also, this is a very different kind of case. In this case over here, let's say I'm buying, I don't know, pots, pots from Ruben. Now Ruben's donkey is loaded with pots. So you say, okay, I'm gonna pay, $10 per pot. Now again, there's a whole bunch of stuff on the donkey. I don't know what it is that I'm thinking. But in this case over here, we've agreed on price, and we've agreed ultimately again on the item. I just have to kind of go through the merchandise to see what I'm taking. I can't renege. I can't get out on that. I can't renege on that transaction. Now again, there are other cases of price where even if you agree on price, there's too much other transactional ambiguity. I can still back out. But the most highlighting over here is you need price. You need agreement on price in order to create transactional commitment. And therefore, failure to agree on price results in non-transactional commitment, or not commitment to the transaction. Good. Another case, regardless. If I'm going back, remember again, how did this whole thing start? Ruben goes over to Ruben selling your property. Ruben says, I'm not selling you right now, but when I sell it, I'll sell it to you. And then Ruben goes and sells it to Levi. If that's this, Shimon doesn't really have any recourse of this, right? Why? There was never a discussion on price. So because there was never a discussion on price, ultimately, again, there's really no transaction agreement. In this case, what did Marcel over there? Second one line. Hogava. There was a guy who said to his friend, what did he say? Okay, so in this case, a little more specific. So Shimon goes over to Ruben, some of you. Ruben says, I'm not selling. But if I do sell one day, I'll sell to you for 100 zuz. Okay. Also, something over here, Shapiro made the S. Then Ruben went and sold it to Levi for 120 zuz. Obviously, Shimon's righteous. Someone's always righteous. So Shimon's righteous. I'm a Kana. If Kana's missing, Shimon's, it belongs to Shimon, right? Ruben promised Shimon that he would sell it. There was even an agreement on price. Nothing more to talk about. Maskil Rabbi Yaakov. So Nahar proposed. So Rabbi Yaakov and Nahar proposed, said, 1 second, hold up. Hi, Zuzi and Sa'an Subi. See what says is very interesting. From the Gemara's perspective, it's not like today where people freely sell real estate. In times of the Gemara, you didn't sell your land. The only time you sold your land was when you were in financial distress.
Yo, how are you?
So Yaakov says, obviously, if Ruben is selling, he's in financial distress. And if he's financial distress, he has the right to what? To get the best.
Hello, how are you?
And although, he made a promise to sell.
What's good?
To Shimon. But really what he's saying is, I made a promise to sell to Shimon because I thought 100 zuz is the best I can get for this land.
How's your day
Turns
going?
out you get more. Then again, I'll say, it's free markets. Halacha is not going to restrict Ruben's ability to get more for his property. Therefore, Yaakov says,
how is your day going?
Shimon can be righteous, but ultimately, again, he has absolutely no recourse.
Right.
He has no
That
recourse.
was a great Conversation,
and it looks like
enlightenment.
if you look at actually over here, Zuzi and Su, is that you know, saying, oh man, the answer, answer them up, bro. The volcano go, you're very pretty high, so how did the guy figure this out here? The evil, he's not going to shut come up. I was going to say, where Yaakov says like this. When Reuben says to Shimon, I'll sell to you for 100 zuz. What does Reuben say? He's saying, I believe 100 zuz to be the price that the market will give. So let's say, how much is real estate worth? How much is real estate worth? Whatever people are willing to pay. So therefore, the fact that ultimately, again, now Reuben can get 120 zuz indicates to us that that's what it's worth. So therefore, again, halacha l'meisa, Reuben has every right to sell it for the higher price. Ultimately, again, that he can go ahead and sell it to maybe for 120 zuz. Amalei, to the shiny bit process. This is some other cases over here. Let's say, you look at Rashi. Rashi says, I'm going to give the shiny bit process. Is that we don't run the halach. Even you're not getting lishna of the shul, you're not getting plasa shem based it. Listen to this. So Reuben is selling something to Shimon, and he says, let's have the item assessed, right? Evaluated, assessed. Ultimately, there's a better word. Appraised. Thank you. Appraised. Ultimately, again, the tlasa, the three. And I was saying, I remember again, what's three? Three is a based it. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, "He was trained with both tlasa." Ultimately, again, really, let's say again, in that group of three, in that based it, we have two who agree on a certain valuation, a certain appraisal, and one who does not. We follow the two. Just like the way a based it works, right? In a based in general, you don't need unanimity. Right? What you need is majority. You like you need majority. So therefore, again, if you get front of the three, that's good. However, the Gemara says, "Kid amri b'tzlasa," but if he uses this lashon, so let's say, "Kid shiny b'tzlasa" is an appraisal. That makes it sound like he's utilizing the basal. So therefore, again, the Ruba will work like a basal. I'm using majority. If he says "Kid amri b'tzlasa" as we say, then you need unanimity in the appraisal. Ad amri b'tzlasa. So the Gemara says, "Right, kid shiny b'arba." So it's very interesting. So if he says let's submit to an appraisal by 4, so 4 is an interesting number. Why? Because it's not a base one. So if you're choosing a number like 4, then obviously what you're saying is I want the appraisal to be unanimous, and therefore again so ultimately the appraisal is only going to be binding if halacha l'maisa again all 4 agree. The kol shikin heichad v'amalei all the more so if he's rushing it as 4 would say. Amalei, to the shame the plus to this. So let's say